Hello and welcome to Party of Fanfiction. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Naruto gave into his darkness? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
What is it doing here? The nerve of that thing. Why Hokage-sama lets it roam the village, is out of my understanding. With a frown on his face and crinkling whisker lines on his left eye, which caused him to squeeze that eye slightly, Naruto trudged along the dusty path while adamantly trying to ignore the cruel remarks these people made every day. Even worse, they acted carelessly, as though he didn't exist. However, why? What was it I did? He had been thinking about the question ever since he became aware of it for the first time in his 5 years of life. He could vividly remember his first stroll through the village, when he was excited and eager to learn more about the lovely community. They had left the orphanage, walked through the park, and then entered the market, all content and admiring the different sights the village had to offer that were concealed by the leaves. Then that had occurred. The wrinkly old face had changed into a strange expression, with the mouth remaining open and unable to form words. One of the shopkeepers had started to wave and greet all of the orphans walking in a line, but he had stopped at his turn. The others in the area had noticed the old man's abrupt silence, which added to his already miserable life and signaled the beginning of these whispers and stares. The orphanage was just as bad, if not worse. Naruto shook his head, letting go of that unpleasant recollection. With no one to lead him after that, he had made every effort to put the past behind him, to ignore and go beyond the villagers, mocking comments and sneers, all the while sporting a foolish smile. He had even tried wearing that ridiculously baggy orange jumpsuit just a few months prior, and he even played practical jokes on onlookers. The thought of the couple covered in pink paint from the balloon he had thrown made him smile. That vendor's shop even had some amazing graffiti. Hee hee. The smile vanished from his face, and as he remembered what the man had called him, his mind fell back into the abysses once more, turning instantly white as a ghost. You, demon. That was the first time he had been called that. And the final one, too. Nevertheless, nothing had been accomplished by all those attempts to attract attention. If only the unfavorable attention had multiplied. Naruto shook his head once more. I must quit doing this. Ow, he yelled as his slightly stooped head struck a hard object. He rubbed the sore spot and slowly opened his eyes to see what, or rather, who, the obstacle was. A burly man with a small, open-buttoned, filthy shirt over a smaller, filthy white vest that couldn't conceal his protruding belly, one hand idly stuffed into the pocket and the other gripping a bottle. The man was enormous and seemed to be very strong. Naruto bowed slightly, not wanting to upset him. Sorry. Please don't be angry. There was a brief period of silence during which the blonde continued to dip his head while mentally repeating the same words. The moment was broken by a gulp of liquid, followed by a scoff. Whatever. He just blinked. Naruto. There was not a shred of disdain in the man's voice. Hope raised its ugly head, and he looked up, completely ignoring the part of his mind that begged him to stop and walk away. The brown and blue eyes locked for a brief moment before the blonde's face turned horrified as the other man's expression instantly changed from one of shock to one of contempt. Why don't you, just, die? The inebriated man practically growled before lifting the bottle-holding hand. With a gasp, Naruto lowered his head and covered his face with his arms. The sound of glass hitting and breaking reverberated throughout the area, with fragments bouncing off the road before one struck his bare leg, penetrating the epidermis. He missed. The blonde hissed in agony as he lowered his arms to examine the fragment of glass and then followed the trail of tiny pieces to the bottle's remaining obsidian. Hey, let me go, quote. His eyes widened as he looked up at the words that caught his attention. Before Naruto could even open his mouth, the man was being held by one of those black-clad shinobis, and the ninja vanished, clearly taking the man with them. The blue eyes followed the trail of one leaf as it drifted closer to him before falling onto the shattered pieces of bottle, gazing in awe for a few moments at the floating but slowly falling leaves. In an instant, the wonder and awe vanished, to be replaced by anguish and despair, which was further exacerbated by the leg's spark of pain. His fists were closed, he was rocking slightly, and his eyes were wet, but he was clenching his teeth as he thought about his self-promise from all those months ago. From now on, Uzumaki Naruto won't cry. Tabeo. Akihiro Daichi was a retired shinobi who had served Konohagakure for 42 years. During that time, he had witnessed many things and done many different things, all of which at some point led to regret. He didn't care for that, Though, because life was, to use a bad word, interesting, and it always managed to screw you again. Why care about the past regrets when you can have new ones? Many would call him a hypocrite for not listening to his own words, but he simply couldn't help it. Nevertheless, he frequently found himself reflecting on his life to date. As of right now, there were very few paths in a shinobi village because he was an orphan from birth, and like other orphans, he had followed the perilous path. After failing to become a Chunin even after 5 attempts, he cleared the Chunin exams on the 3rd try and graduated academy on the 2nd, and he had come to terms with the fact that he was just another shinobi. It was still a good idea to use a carrier Chunin. The 3rd shinobi war then broke out. He could still clearly remember the anxiety and fear of death they had experienced while serving on the front lines, which had only come true when the infantry and I was blasted explosion corps had attacked. The pain from where his left eye used to be was still there. They had been on the verge of death that day, and if it weren't for that blonde-haired, blue-eyed messiah who had practically materialized out of thin air, they would have even joined it. His surroundings suddenly changed to a camp where people who were injured, like him, were receiving treatment after that smile of support and hope had given him a sense of security and self-assurance. He had later discovered that his savior and innumerable others were named Namikaze Minato. Then again, the name was merely a formality. By then, he had completely internalized the image of his savior and was determined to sacrifice his own life for him if necessary. That was the pivotal moment, and it was permanent. They had triumphed, and even cannon fodder, like him, were crowned war veterans upon their return to the village. How trivial the title was, he laughed. Nevertheless, he was elevated to the position of Tokubetsu Junin, and a year later he started dating a lovely Chunin, with whom he formally married 2 years later. Everything was fine. The Kyuubi then materialized. He lost his wife, who was pregnant with their 2-month-old child, while fighting on the front lines. Yes, they were shinobi, meant to persevere, and he had persevered to the point where he was on the verge of committing seppuku. He had sobbed himself hoarsely, giving up even the will to live. And if it weren't for the whisper in the winds, he would have known about Uzumaki Naruto, a child whose Kyuubi was sealed, making him a Jinchuriki. Being a dedicated soldier, he had decided to provide the villagers with some measure of relief because there was too much suffering and despair in the village following the Biju's attack. With murder in his thoughts and the faces of his departed loved ones in his heart, he entered the orphanage that night and, after a few minutes, came to the crib with his target's name on it. He encountered no opposition at all. Despite his gut telling him not to, he had flashed a torch onto the demon's face because he wanted to see the anguish and horror on its face. The child, instead of sleeping, was staring at him with the same blue eyes that had saved him and given him the opportunity to start a family all those years ago, but he stopped. The eyes that saved his life. There was only one person with that specific shade of hair and eyes, so there was no doubt as to whose child it was. A quick look with the torch had also shown the same color of hair. And based on his knowledge, Minato Namikaze was a selfless man. With one of his own children present, he could not have relied on any other child to carry the load. Before he knew it, the child had giggled at him after hearing the kunai fall from his hand. For the first time in days, he had also laughed at how the newest way of living had screwed him. Then, predictably, this same Anbu emerged from the shadows and carried him to the IT cell after confirming that nothing had happened. Word for word, he had spoken the truth, and the Hokage, being the good-natured old fool that he was, had let him go with a simple relegation to Chunin and a vow never to see the child again. 5 years have passed since then. Over the years, he had occasionally witnessed the blonde ball of energy making an unsuccessful attempt to attract the villagers' attention. Gradually, the energy had run out because there was only so much that could be done. He could not help but sigh as he saw the same child standing in the middle of the road, trembling occasionally but refusing to shed a single tear. He would give the child a piece of his mind today, so you know, fuck the Hokage, fuck the promises, and definitely fuck the village. With his mission clear, Daichi walked over to the motionless child. Reminding himself of the self-promise, Naruto reached all the way up to his neck in an attempt to calm the weight that filled his chest while frantically looking for something to divert his attention. And it arrived. He was out of his misery and thoughts when he heard footsteps approaching, and he saw a pair of feet halting in front of him. What end now? It seems like everyone has a problem with me today. He steeled himself and looked up at the face in front of him, feeling a little dread but not wanting to give the man any kind of satisfaction for his pathetic state. Brown and blue eyes locked, anticipating the all-too-familiar look. However, Nothing appeared. The stranger's expression remained one of pure boredom. There was not a trace of hatred or disdain on his face. So why? The blonde wondered. Nevertheless, he scowled and asked, "Here to take a shot at me? Feisty little Gaki, ain't you?" The man snorted. In response, Naruto glared, and the man kept grinning. The blonde waited for a while, and the man kept staring at him, before gritting his teeth a little. "What do you want?" "It's good that you didn't cry," the man said after a brief pause. The blonde could only mutter as his mouth parted and bewilderment appeared on his face. What? Any other would have cried before scrambling to their mommy. Well, he must have seen everything. Naruto shrugged and said, "I don't have one. So, now he's going to make fun of me." Some kids didn't hate him, they just made fun of him for being an orphan. It will be the first time a grown man does that. Neither do I, the man snorted once more. Orphan from birth. Oh, even though Naruto didn't understand why the man had told him, he couldn't help but feel a small sense of kinship, which was heightened by the man's expression, which was devoid of the emotions he was accustomed to seeing. He was about to ask, but the man beat him to it, "So why is he here?" Naruto's eyes grew wide as he said, "I have seen you Gaki, trying hard to get the attention of these villagers. They don't even care about you." With a frown on his face, the little blonde turned away from the ground once more. He murmured, "You don't understand," and remained that way for a while. "Why do you even care?" "I don't," the man said with a shrug. The blonde looked up and said, "Though, I do understand," tilting her head in perplexity. "Orphan from birth, forgot?" The man asked, not waiting for a response. "It's a tough world we live in Gaki. Well, fodder like you and me are easily forgotten, only the strong get the respect, like that old man who sometimes visits you." The blue-eyed child was drawn to the man's words despite everything. "One with the funny hat?" he asked. "Yeah, that one," the man said, nodding. "He's one of the strongest shinobi, not only in the village but the entire world," the surprised-looking whiskered face said once more. "And you have seen how the villagers totally throw themselves at his feet, right?" The blonde noticed that he was nodding and thinking about the nice old man who had gotten him his apartment, visited him frequently, didn't look at him with those eyes, and occasionally even laughed with him. Additionally, when the elderly man took him to the ramen shop that day, he was taken aback and a little perplexed by the villagers' praise and greetings. "Why do they look at you like that but not me?" The elderly man had given him a strange smile. "Because I am old." When they got to the ramen stand, he stopped because he didn't understand the response. "I ought to have inquired. People don't respect others on their own but they are made to do that. Grow strong, only then you'll see the change." He was taken out of memory lane by the words, "Hold on, become powerful, does that mean?" He blurted out his thoughts, hope flickering on his tiny face. "You want to train me?" "Hell no." Without giving it a second thought, the man had practically yelled. Naruto frowned once more. A simple "no" would have been sufficient. The mystery persisted, though. This stranger was here, but why? "I don't like brats, but you are different from others. Still, the point stands, you get the respect, your existence acknowledged only when you become strong." The blonde sneered, like he didn't desire that. He wanted to do the cool tricks he had witnessed those shinobis do, but he had no one to turn to. "Which you won't, not if you spent your time here," he said, attracting the blonde's attention with a wave of his hand. "In this part of the village where people live in fantasies and dreams. They don't know shit about what it means to survive." The man abruptly looked around as though recalling something. "You want to taste the reality? Go to the red light district, just past the market of Sector 8. You'll see the difference," he said. "It's already evening, time sure passes by, gotta go. Anyway kid," he said as he turned back to face the blonde. After saying, "One last thing, nothing is free in this world, everybody expects something in return," he took a brief break. "Well, excluding your family and true friends, I guess. That's his plan, then. He expects me to return the favor by simply saying a few words, as if." However, Naruto modified his words slightly because he didn't want to test the man's willingness to talk to him. "I can't give you anything." The man's mouth moved slightly. The blonde started to say, "You have a good head kid, and I don't want anything," but the man just waved him away. "I owe it to someone who is now dead." The blonde shut his mouth. The man yawned after a brief period of silence during which they were both lost in their own thoughts. There's a burden on my chest and I think by sharing these words, I will be free of that. Well then, time to go. See you never, Gaki. Jerk. The man laughed a little as he passed him, and the blonde glared once more. He stood there for a few moments before sighing at the emptiness that reappeared. Someone had genuinely spoken to him in spite of everything. Naruto sighed deeply once more and started to walk, only to hiss in agony. After glancing at the glass fragment with offense for a while, he stooped to retrieve it, tossed it, and then walked slowly in the direction of his apartment. Naruto walked into the apartment and heaved himself slowly to the Chibudai table before shutting the door. He folded his leg and lowered himself, his hand already searching beneath the table for a bandage. His gaze fell on the wound just as he was ready to remove the bandage's cover. The blue eyes grew wide. This cut was larger, I'm positive. Just to be sure, he took measurements of the gash's size using his thumb and index finger. But how? He had witnessed other kids keep the wound for several days. Usually, a scar or something similar remained even after healing. However, he saw that nearly half of the wound had already healed and was scar-free. I thought this was abnormal. He swallowed. Is this the cause of my hatred? Perhaps they are aware of this. The blonde pondered this development for several minutes before finally letting out a sigh. Nothing was going to come of this. He had no one to ask for clarification. Not even that old man would be knowledgeable. He was completely unaware of his parents. He got up slowly and put the healing strip back where it belonged. Then he lumbered over to the bathroom. His eyes strayed to the mirror as he started cleaning his hands after urinating. His gaze landed on his whisker lines as usual. He detested them. The villagers' whispers were directed at these marks, which not only set him apart from other people. A gasp escaped his lips at the sudden realization, if only he could get rid of. He instantly turned to face his leg, lifted it, and grasped it with his still wet hands. The mark was almost completely gone, and his eyes couldn't be any wider. He remained motionless in the bathroom for the next 10 or so minutes, thinking. Once he had made up his mind, he nodded to himself and hurried over to the shattered glass of one of his own pictures. He missed having a knife then more than ever. He hadn't even received anything pointed from the elderly man. He picked up the picture, carefully broke one of the larger pieces, and then slit his arm while inhaling. He let out a hiss as the finger-sized wound left him feeling both wet and burned. Nevertheless, he observed that the blood was still dripping. Whiskers will undoubtedly be the next step if this heals by tomorrow. I'll still have my typical face if it didn't. The blonde hurried to his bedroom and jumped on it after finishing his thoughts. His smile was hopeful and joyful. The blonde was awakened by the light coming through the thin curtains. He got up and yawned a little before leaving the bedroom as he usually did. He was washing his hands in the restroom when the previous night's events came back to him. He glanced quickly in the direction of the cut, or at least its former location. He traced the hand over the flawless skin, his expression full of wonder. A tiny, happy laugh came out of his throat. This implied that he could permanently remove the whisker marks. It goes without saying that he enjoyed being able to visualize his face. However, as agreed upon, I will finish it before going to bed, or else the old man will be on my back. He used the older people's words and giggled a little. With joy in his heart, he put on his clothes and turned on the stove, bringing the pot of water to a boil. He pondered what that stranger had said while he waited. I didn't even get his name, now that I think about it. He shrugged, the man's words echoing in his ears as he started to think about the red light district. Go to the red light district and you'll see the change. Must he? On the one hand, the man might be lying, but on the other, his face showed no signs of hatred or even irritation. Furthermore, what he said about the elderly man was accurate. Additionally, from what he had observed, people frequently used phrases like, trust me, or, believe me, to entice others, but the man had obviously stated the opposite. His thoughts were interrupted by the hissing sound of boiling water as he turned off the stove, poured the water into a bowl, and then poured the contents of an instant ramen pack into it. He chose to heed the man's advice as he started to stir the mixture. What more could he possibly lose? If the man's statements prove to be accurate, he will only benefit. With his mind set on his destination for the day, the blonde nodded to himself and started slurping the salty dish. Naruto turned to face the Sector 8 feet signboard. The market for this sector was just across the street, and beyond that was where he was going. Okay, let's get started. The blonde ball of energy let out a breath and ran toward the market, running parallel to the different stores on the right. Before long, He was standing at a small street's entrance. Right behind this. He remained motionless for a while, observing the people walking into what was referred to as a red light district. He watched the people passing by him with bare wonder, but without any animosity or hatred. They actually had nothing on their faces. And this was undoubtedly a step up for him after he had been the target of derogatory comments, rumors, and other unfavorable attention. Go to the red light district, you'll see the change. Even before he had set foot in the area, the man's words had started to come true. With his mind already set, the young blonde exhaled once more and walked onto the path that led to the area where people did not live but managed to survive. He would soon discover that. Uzumaki Naruto made the decision to take a quick break after searching the red light district streets for several hours. There was a hint of satisfaction on his face. He had already witnessed a number of things. Compared to the other area of the village, life was completely different here. People didn't have the time to care for a young child like him, so they didn't. Adults were occupied with a variety of tasks, including squabbling over clients, something he had never seen before. There were beggars on the streets, and when someone who was clearly unfamiliar with the area chose to assist, he quickly found himself pursuing someone who was clearly an accomplice and had stolen his money. There were inebriated people everywhere, unconscious, and nobody even bothered to look at them. Men and women could be heard making strange noises in a row of dingy shelters that resembled huts. For a brief moment, even he became intrigued, but he quickly changed his mind. Who knew what he would discover there? In contrast to the neighborhood around his apartment, kids his age worked at various stores instead of playing. They also wore filthy rags instead of colorful clothing, and that was just for show. Even more unexpected was the fact that kids completed the assignment while their parents were aware of it. Yes, it was challenging here, but he felt like he belonged. Because everyone was fighting for survival, not for what they desired or what might happen, but for what they already had. Battling long enough for the day to go by. Who had seen tomorrow, after all? There was only a kind of resignation, no dreams. It was, in a sense, what his life had recently turned into. After sitting for a while, the blonde got up and stretched a little before turning to head toward his apartment but stopping. He quickly counted and saw that there were 5 boys standing in front of him, each twice his height. He could tell they were serious because of his day in the red light district and the way they were staring at him. He made the decision to fly away, clearly not wanting to be involved. He lowered his head and mumbled a little. "Sorry," he said before moving to the right of the person in front, who was undoubtedly the boss, only to see a hand emerge into view. He pursued it until he reached the boss boy's face. The boss boy paused, then glanced over his shoulder. Now, Don, be, like dat. Vacant, ya go, way, it hout some. Shinky, dey call, vat. The fair-skinned boy's face wrinkled and then brightened as he thought for a moment. Hospitable, something like dat. The others, oohed, at Shinky, who had yellow protrusions from her skin and a toothy smile while she was completely nude. Yay, dat, after all, just from da otha side, right? How are they aware? He had never been to this area of the village before. He shouldn't have been known to anyone. He swallowed in his head, not wanting to try his luck. It's okay. Before the boss responded, the boys laughed. No, nat, still, ya seem to be, in hurry, the blonde nodded, too eagerly. A shame. V is going to be really awesome. Oh, no, Reese. There had to be some catch, something, because based on what he had witnessed today, it was not going to be this simple. Just pays some fees, and, ya can go. Fees, others chanted. Fees. But I don't have money. The boss nodded in response to the hesitant blonde's question. Should have known, it's going to be money. The boss frowned as the smiles vanished from their faces. Come brat, that ya think o' us. Anybody can tell you're loaded, even your grandparents. Hell, look at your shiny, polished mug. Look, just let me go or, he glared at the boys after clenching his fists in response to the last remark about his face, which made him angry because they were comparing his face to other kids' faces, making him normal. Ervat, the boss growled. Naruto yelled, pushing the big boy with all of his strength, his eyes already darting in all directions before settling on his right. Unfortunately, it was insufficient. With a growl, the manager said, now, yav don, it. Before Naruto knew it, he was lying face first on the ground with a throbbing head that reminded him of the boy's blow. The boys started hitting him all over, causing more pain to shoot through his body. He started reminding himself of his self-promise throughout this time. However, there was a part of him that hoped someone would save him, but he knew no one. "Hey, what on earth are you doing?" Someone had stopped the boys, and judging by the way they were cursing, it had happened before, but the hits stopped but the pain did not. "Oh, Vanda, old man." He could hardly hear footsteps getting farther and farther away from him. The whole red light district was full of such punks, but Kenta and his group were the worst. Haru sighed. This was the second kid in this month that these brats had roughed up. He strode over to the prone child, shaking his head, and a quick look at the boy's blonde hair and clothes, which, while not the best, were undoubtedly better than this area, showed that he was not from the red light district. "Hey, you all right?" he said, crouching close to the boy, before freezing as the boy's full features emerged. "Where are parents, when you need them? Shit, damn me and my tender spot for children. Why had it to be this one?" The child's blonde hair and even blue eyes, aside from the whisker-like marks, were a dead giveaway. Since all of his family had already passed away before Kyuubi had shown up, Haru was certain that he didn't despise the child. Unless the Biju could somehow torment the dead souls, he was fine with the child. However, the child most certainly wasn't, not for him, not for this place. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki's presence was not going to be good for any of the shady deals that Kami knew were made on every block of the red light district, day or night. As an academy graduate from the war era, he was aware of the Jinchuriki's value to the village and that the old monkey would have their ass if the Hokage heard about the brat's mistreated state. "I cannot allow the merchant council members to be left in the dust after their red light district rehabilitation proposal is approved." After making up his mind, he stopped thinking and turned to face the child, whose blue eyes were staring at him bewildered. At least he's a strong person, because there were no tears after all that. Now, that would have been a mess. He quickly approached the blonde with his water bottle and said, "Here." To his surprise, however, the child only gave the bottle a fleeting glance before turning to face him with narrowed eyes, seemingly suspicious. "Oh, the child certainly has a good head, but what kind of a chaotic life did he have, to bring about this? At least there isn't blood." Haru laughed out loud and then took a sip from the bottle. The child immediately grabbed the bottle and drank a lot of water for his size while giving the blonde a once-over. Thanks. You shouldn't come here, kid," he said, nodding as the words caught his attention. "Manners, huh, that's not something you see every day. Compared to your side, this place is awful." The child frowned, surprised. "How do you even know that? That I'm from somewhere else? Here, you don't get to see the hair as bright as yours, only black or brown," he shrugged. "Even if you are lucky enough to find a blonde, they will be more pale or gray. Don't even discuss your eyes. In the entire village, blue ones are uncommon." Since the child appeared to be listening, Haru went on, "In any case, you ought to remain on your side of the village. Here, people are incredibly cruel." To his complete surprise, however, a wistful smile appeared on the child's face. The fuck? A child of his age shouldn't even be aware of that type of smile. "What?" The child had muttered something. "They are not as bad as they're." There were a few moments of silence before Haru sighed. "Something tells me, you are gonna come here again." This time, he clearly heard the words, but, damn his heart, he was unable to feel anything for him. His response was a nod. He nodded as well, running a hand through his grayish-brown hair. "Next, take care of your face. For example, dye your hair, wear contact lenses, and, of course, hide your whiskers." The blonde's eyes widened and her face lit up in surprise, and Haru knew he had done something right today based on the lightness in his own chest. He then stood up and saluted with 2 fingers before turning to face the other side. "Where can I purchase these?" He slightly turned, the words registering a bit later. "Oh." He strolled over to his shop, saying, "Just 5 shops ahead." Despite the pain shooting through his head, Naruto couldn't help but smile a little because the man had given him the most amazing idea. All he had to do was buy some eye contacts and hair color, and his smile grew when he realized that he already had something better for whiskers. However, he glanced at the retreating figure of the, "Oh no," before leaving, and I didn't ask his name either. Hair color, check. Eye contacts, check. Naruto laughed a little. "Whisker marks, uncheck," he said. The now brunette couldn't help but reflect on the past week as she stood in front of the mirror in his bathroom, looking contentedly and joyfully at his almost completely brown hair with a few strands of blonde, browner eye contacts, and cheeks that were flawless. Getting the eye contacts and hair color had been simple, but applying them had been a little challenging. Nevertheless, the woman at the store said that after multiple attempts, everything had been handled. And now it was time for the whisker lines. With a phantom pain on both sides, Naruto winced. The inner sides of his cheek depressions had hurt like nothing before, and he had discovered that day that they were somewhat sensitive. That day, he had broken his self-promise, but he swallowed the emotion because, ultimately, it was for a greater good. He was completely exhausted when the business was completed an hour later, with a 40-minute break in between. Sweet sleep then took hold of him, and he swiftly embraced it, not even caring about the blood on the covers. The following day had been fantastic. The blonde, still smiling, stopped thinking, went out of the bathroom, put the water in the pot to boil, turned on the stove, and voluntarily went down memory lane, as he always does. After all, it was the first time he had experienced such joy away from all that unfavorable attention. There was nothing that could stop him from repeatedly savoring the memories. How long were they? Who knew? He shook his head quickly and returned his attention, a smile spreading across his face as he thought back to his second day in the red light district. He had spent hours running down numerous streets, in front of numerous stores, and around most corners, even attempting to find the nice guy who had first introduced him to the fantastic concept of disguise. Oh no, I should have asked his name. The man was forced to give up because he hadn't been found until today. Now that I think about it, I've been doing the same thing for the past 6 days. He wouldn't exchange it for anything, though, because even though the red light district was filthy and uninteresting, it was still far better than being overrun with negativity. Overall, up until today, the past week had been the greatest period of his life. It was time to test his disguise on the people around his apartment, and the smile that had been on his face up until this point swiftly changed to one of determination. A few minutes and 5 instant ramen packs later, the former blonde ran out of his door, down the stairs, and stopped in the hallway. The hissing sound of boiling water forced him to stop thinking and quickly prepare the food. He snorted, glancing at the door on his left before racing to the window on his right. At least there's some upside to my situation. Having no neighbor means no worries. But I need to go out of the window, won't want to ruin it if somebody saw me coming out of the door where it lived. He was in the next alley a moment later. All right, let's do it. He left the alley with a skip in his steps, turned, and almost ran into someone. He nearly froze when he looked up. This man. Whoa, youngster, it's a mistake, happens from all, the man laughed in response. No need to be afraid, he said. Then, to his surprise, the man ruffled his hair before passing him. Naruto remained in that position for a short while before his hand finally broke out of the trance and rose up on its own, hovering just above his hair without coming into contact with it. He already had a terrible feeling in his stomach, a specific memory that had chosen to come back to haunt him. A mask struck the blonde just as he was covering his face with his arms, causing it to fall and leave a red mark on his limbs. Never forget to stop by my shop. Or Kami help me, the mask vendor growled, opening and closing his nostrils. He was completely soaked by the rain, which at least covered the tears, just when he thought the day couldn't get any worse. All Naruto could do was ask himself, what did I do to him? Aside from the incident with the whisker marks, that was the last time he had ever cried. As his mind started looking for any kind of diversion to change his thoughts, his fists clenched at the man's and the village's people's duplicitous behavior. Naori-chan, come on, do you not want to visit the park? Coming, mother, yay, park, park, park. Since that shopkeeper didn't recognize me, others won't either. Naruto blinked, the event already fading away as he realized he could go to the park and have all kinds of fun with other kids. The Uzumaki nodded to himself and ran off in the direction of the park where he had spent innumerable mornings and evenings gazing at other kids his age without being permitted to go inside. Naruto left the park with a bewildered look on his face just an hour later. He had not anticipated that. He couldn't understand why the children, even those his own age, behaved foolishly, were careless, and fled to their parents over trivial matters. The majority of them had stopped crying when their parents slapped the ground, even though they were a little smaller than him. The ground wasn't at fault, was it? They weren't supposed to cry just because they fell to the ground. Even worse, They were strewn all over the floor, seemingly oblivious to the difficulty of cleaning their clothes. It wasn't as enjoyable as it appeared from the sidelines, but even though he was a little depressed, he was still feeling upbeat because, for the first time, nobody had scowled or whispered at him. Even though one young woman had shared a rice ball, it wasn't a good idea overall, and she would never do it again. The blonde sighed and started to walk aimlessly, keeping her ears and eyes open for anything else. And he was lucky today because he was observing a somewhat smaller crowd after just turning the street. The almost brunette's face brightened as excitement boiled up in his chest and he bounded forward, weaving his way through the crowd and making good use of his diminutive size. His brown eyes surveyed the scene as he stopped in front. The art of deduct was written on the banner as a man in an odd coat with a short front and a long back was giving instructions to two boys. Deduction, a source provided. The stranger's brown eyes, dull black hair, and slightly sunken cheeks caught Naruto's attention as he spun around quickly. You, a finger confirmed his statement. Me, should I be acquainted with you? Yes, we met that day in the red light district. You gave me this awesome idea of coloring my hair, and eye contacts, the Uzumaki almost yelled, too eagerly, but he stopped short of blurting out, whisker marks. Haru blinked bewilderedly as he observed the child's nearly brown hair. The faint strands of blonde could undoubtedly be mistaken for sunlight reflection, equally brown eye contacts, and cheeks devoid of any freckles. No way, this is the Jinchuriki. Despite his extreme surprise, Haku was certain that only he and the former blonde would be aware of their conversation. Damn, the Gaki outdid himself. He whistled a little and said, I totally missed you. With a series of nods demonstrating his excitement, Naruto's face brightened. Yeah, I know, no one knows who I am. What is your name, by the way? That day, I completely forgot to ask you. Haru, voicing said, a little discouraged by the child's earlier remarks. How messed up are things if he's totally okay with hiding his identity? Haru thought, but he just grinned from the outside. Does that will of fire shit mean nothing? Just words. So, huh? The black-haired man looked at the child, barely hearing the spoken word. What is it? What is this deduct ion? With a curious expression on his face, the child's face was tilted. It's basically reading other people, like what they are thinking or about to do, or even telling the truth. That's what they said at the academy, right? Haru said, pausing to gather his thoughts. Whoa, is that even possible? Oh, the things I can do with this, Naruto blurted out at the first thought, completely amazed. His emotions then waned a little. Perhaps I could even understand why they despise me. Well, Haru said, scratching his left cheek with a slight drawl. Any shinobi, having a good head and knowing his way around the things, can definitely do this. Actually, one of the foundations of the work is deduction. He laughed at the thought. After all, a shinobi getting tricked will be totally stupid, he said. But very few are really good at this. These days, being a shinobi entails being ostentatious. With his mouth hanging open, Naruto slowly looked toward the upcoming performance, his eyes full of wonder and potential. But wait, he turned back to the older man and said, are you a shinobi? No, the older man said in a light-hearted tone, though it was obvious that he understood the child's perspective. But I joined the Shinobi Academy, spent 5 or so years but could not pass the final exam. Haru's expression changed to one of nostalgia as he considered his genin team. The outcome was disastrous because the 3 children were not even on speaking terms. They were still good times, even though war was imminent. But I don't know what they teach nowadays, he said with a shrug. Cool, Naruto whispered. So, dum. They both turned to face the makeshift stage as the sound caught their attention. With anticipation and excitement, the ex-blonde watched as the man in the odd coat bowed slightly before clearing his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Shinji, welcome you all to this display of magnificent art that is, deduction. In simple terms, it means reading what others are thinking. Shinji took a moment to think. Now, the popular belief is that only shinobis are experts in this art, but it's wrong. Everyone, with a good head, is capable. In fact, it can be used in daily life too. Say, a dishonest shopkeeper highly claims about the quality of a product and demands excess money for that. With practice, you can totally, and I mean that, see through his words. Allow me to show you. Naruto noticed Haru's slight snort. What? The child asked, clearly perplexed. Is he lying? But you said. Haru interrupted the child, saying, neither he nor I am lying, and once more raised a hand to stop the child whose mouth had started to open. Geez, Learn some patience, kid, he added, taking a little puff. I meant that despite his claims, he's a shinobi actually, a retired one though. Oh, surprised, Naruto thought, but said nothing. I have seen him around. And like a good shinobi, he's partially honest. What he doesn't tell that even, let's take shopkeepers, yeah, even they can practice a poker face. I mean, Haru added, seeing the confusion. Keep an expressionless or totally calm face so that it's hard to read. Really? Yup. To be good, one needs to be able to read others as well hide his own thoughts. In fact, that makes sense. Naruto gave a sympathetic nod. What use would reading be if the other person could read as well? He turned back to the Shinji and gave his companion the thumbs up, as he had seen others do. There was now a bench in front of the retired shinobi, with 2 upside-down plastic cups on top of it. Shinji looked at his audience and nodded, apparently at the setup. Now, we will play a shuffling game with these cups and one of them contains 1000 ryo. Shinji continued, pausing for a dramatic effect and allowing the anticipation to grow. I am going to invite one of you to shuffle these cups, and then I will read your face to guess the correct one. How you prevent me, is up to you, and if you're successful, the money's yours. People, mostly teenagers, muttered excitedly and pointed at themselves. Naruto raised his hand as well, unable to resist. The child's antics made Haru laugh next to him. Hey, select me, me. The shouts and yells persisted for a while before the performer abruptly pointed with his finger. It took Haru's prodding for Naruto to realize that the man was pointing at him. The blonde gave a whoop of delight, her face exploding with excitement, and hurried to the stage. Your name? Nah. Naruto stopped as he became aware of his location. A fool, your disguise was just revealed. Now, though, he had to speak. It didn't help that the man nodded, clearly that he had heard him. What should I do? No. Name, yes. I can't just say no. Nanashi. After a moment of strange looking, Shinji shrugged. The man turned around and said, okay, Nanashi-kun, let's do it. You shuffle the glasses and for the sake of it, I won't even look. The Uzumaki hurriedly started rearranging the cups while grinning and bending slightly to conceal his work from others. He eventually came to a stop after a few detours. Done. As soon as Shinji turned around, his obsidian eyes wavered between the 2 cups. Naruto was trying to read the man's face and trying to knock him off balance at the same time. A few moments went by. This one, Shinji said, merely gesturing to the cup on his right. Naruto instantly drew in a breath before completely losing it. The audience burst out laughing. The former blonde gave a slight pout. How did you find it? Simple kid, Shinji laughed as well. You tried too hard. From the beginning, you were slightly hunched over the empty cup as if it held the money, and I purposely shook my head looking at it. You immediately tensed a bit and your eyes flickered, for a bit, at the other one. The man laughed once more. When I looked at the correct cup, you also grabbed it a bit harder, he said. A nice strategy for someone of your age, but I am way too experienced, kid. Now, off you go. As he walked back and took his place, Naruto couldn't help but be amazed, despite his slight annoyance at being played that way. Haru put a reassuring hand on his shoulder right away. Shinji said, moving on, as he surveyed his audience. He pointed at an elderly woman at random and said, Nanashi-kun, being a kid, was a bit easy. Now, I will ask one of you to select someone older to join me, and I will read them. Please do the honors. After taking a quick glance around, the woman pointed to a teenage girl who recoiled slightly in shock before entering the stage. She then bowed to Shinji, who reciprocated. Your name, please. Itsuki Himawari. Shinji gave a nod. Let's begin, the girl said with a nod. After a few moments of hunching over her and nodding to himself, the man said, you're going somewhere, and then he stood in front of her. Onsen. You're going to the onsen. The girl gave a little gasp. How? You just confirmed it, he said, raising his hands in response to the girl's shocked expression. Sorry, kidding, a few people said, laughing. Anyway, it's all in your appearance, age, and the slightly bigger carry bag, the girl with the brown hair said, giving her carry bag a sidelong glance. Some elders laughed once more when they said, to elaborate, this is the actual time you teenagers start your day. Secondly, your hair is dry, messy and quickly tied, obviously to wash before the onsen. Your clothes are a bit plain and easy to remove. Third, your perfume. Perfume, yes, I can smell the remnants of a strong one, as the wind slightly picks up, clearly from yesterday. Of course, today, you will apply it after onsen. The same fragrance comes from your carry bag, but it's strong there, implying you carry it in your bag along with towels and clothes. The bag seems big enough for them. Lastly, if you weren't going to onsen, you would have properly dressed because most girls of your age are looking for someone special, am I right? The words were concluded by a smirk. The girl nodded joyfully, though she blushed a little. Exuberant cheers filled the little clearing as the audience immediately erupted in wild applause. Naruto clapped loudly and uttered the words, "Cool," in complete reverence. The blonde in disguise watched in awe for the next 30 minutes as the man continued to read the people who had been chosen at random while also igniting his curiosity about the art of deduction. Yes, I will definitely give this a try. Shinji gave the enthralled audience one final look as the final round of applause subsided. As I said, anyone can do this. You just need to observe others around you, be patient and work hard. That's all, he said with a bow. Naruto turned to face the older man next to him as the crowd dispersed. That was totally awesome. Yeah, it was, Haru said, stretching a little. With a two-fingered salute, he turned around and said, "Well, time to go, kid." See ya, but the child ran ahead of him. "Wait, where are you going?" To buy some things for my place." "Then let me help you," the blonde in disguise said, her eyes wide. He waved his face and said, "After all, you gave me this idea and even helped me in this deduction thingy." The older man thought to himself, why not, then? I won't have to deal with this sector again because it's not like there is a law prohibiting us from communicating. Alright, Haru said with a nod. Follow me. Haru looked at the child walking next to him as they strolled through the Sector 8 market, hands full of paper bags filled with a variety of items, including frozen meat, vegetables, and instant food packaging. With the exception of the somewhat gloomy atmosphere that seemed to surround him, the child was generally content and had a joyful expression on his face. I assume it was the first time he had this much fun based on his expression that day. I should at least speak with him since I have no idea when or if we will cross paths again. So, you gonna try that deduction thing? Naruto quickly collected himself, despite being a little taken aback by the man who had started a conversation after remaining silent up to that point. Datbeo. That Shinji guy said to practice, and I have all the time. Then best of luck from me. The disguised blonde couldn't help but look shocked and surprised after hearing the words for the first time. He was unable to find his voice either. There were times when there was silence. Naruto whispered, "You're different from others, Haru-san," as they walked into the red light district. He then turned to face the older man, whose head was cocked in perplexity. "Someone told me that nothing in this world is free, but you have obviously helped me twice. You are a good person," he said, turning back to face the street. Haru would have laughed at such remarks from a 5-year-old if it had been any other child, but he knew this child was older than others. The child's tone was so genuine that he couldn't help but feel his heart tighten at the words. When he finally could stand it no longer, he let out a deep sigh, attracting the child's attention. "You're right, kid. Nothing is free in this world. Everything's got a price." However, they halted in front of a tiny building that resembled a hut before Haru could go into further detail. He muttered, "This is my place," and reached for the door knob. Naruto, meanwhile, allowed his gaze to wander. Haru's was written in red, and there were a few minor chips in the paint. The remainder of the small building was a brick structure that had been painted white but had since turned yellow. The door was right next to a window. When Haru called out to him, "Come in," the blonde in disguise followed him inside. It was nearly as large as his apartment, with several shelves lined with bottles behind and above the counter, and empty old furniture covering the floor in front of it. Alcohol. The Uzumaki wrinkled his nose slightly and pondered. Suddenly, from the door behind the counter, 2 boys who were a little older than him came over to assist with the carry bags. Haru gestured, "Sit here, kid," and the blonde in disguise obeyed. He waved his hand around and took a seat. "In case you are wondering, this place is mostly empty till evening, well, apart from some addicts." Naruto merely shrugged. The older man sighed once more. The 5-year-old did not miss the part about that day. "Look here, kid, your presence that day was really bad for the entire red light district," the teacher said. "I mean, if it had reached the Hokage Tower or even the police that a child from the other side is laying here, all roughed up, it could have turned messy. There are some people, rich people from the other side, who want to take this land for themselves." "But why?" Haru snorted a little. Per their words, This place is a stain on our beautiful village. It must be remade. Oh, Naruto gave a sympathetic nod. He understood the man's point of view. In spite of everything, this place was their home. That's one no one would want to give up. Even though my apartment is a little run down, I most certainly won't. So, that's why I wasn't totally honest with you. I hope you understand, Naruto. The blonde in disguise managed to keep his face from showing any signs of shock, even lowering it to his lap. I never told him my name, but he knows it. This could only indicate that the man knew about him prior to their encounter in that alley. And the fact that he was known meant that, for whatever reason, people detested him. This man must also be aware of reason, but Naruto hadn't noticed any unfavorable feelings on the former's face. In actuality, the man had voluntarily conversed with him, offered assistance, and even accepted it. And now the man had told him what was really on his mind. As he considered the possibilities, cogs started to turn in his head. He's old enough to understand why I'm hated. He's my best chance of discovering the truth, if I'm right. He was happy to see that Haru hadn't noticed the mistake when he looked up. Thank you, Kami. So, I can come here from now. As I am in a disguise, nobody has recognized me so far. Even Kenta and his group didn't. Kenta, exclaimed Haru, startled. How the heck did you even meet again? He found me the very next day. Seems like he knows everyone and their grannies here. Kenta says that, without a doubt. The child's voice was devoid of any hint of annoyance, much less anger. His tone gave the impression that they were almost friends, if anything. Haru swallowed the ridiculous idea. Of course it can't be. Naruto laughed, remembering the day. They asked for money, I refused. They began hitting me, and I lay there believing someone would come and save me. Nobody came and nobody was gonna, realizing that I tried to help myself. With a groan, Haru assumed the worst. Please tell me you didn't. Well, the Uzumaki said with a small smile. He shrugged when he saw the older man's expression. I might have bitten their hands and arms a couple of times, he said. It ain't like I could have done anything more. And why aren't you angry? Usually that's the feeling after getting your ass handed to you. Naruto gave his hair a little scratch. I was, but I had also realized that I needed to get strong. So, the next day, I found them. The older man rubbed his temples and moaned once more. The 5-year-old's smile grew. They again beat me. 2 days later, I again found them, and even yesterday, he said. You're an idiot, kid. That's what Kenta said, yesterday, after beating me. Haru looked surprised now. After completing his work, Kenta wasn't the type to linger for conversation. The punk simply took off with cash. It seemed as though he had started to respect the Gaki after he said something like this. So, can I come here? Haru looked slightly perplexed as the word stopped him in his tracks. Here, at my place. Sometimes, Naruto said after pausing briefly. The statement, it's good to talk to someone, was barely audible. Oh, Haru's expression became somewhat serious. Isn't that bad? He had nothing to lose, anyway. If things didn't work out, the child could always play the surprise card as long as he was disguised. Furthermore, it wasn't as though the child was inquiring about the fox. I will even help you, for free. That was the end of it. All right, but not a word to anyone. Naruto eagerly nodded. The brunette rubbed the back of his head a little as his stomach decided to growl at the same moment. Haru laughed and got to his feet. Wait here, he said before entering the space behind the counter. After a short while, he returned to their table while holding a piece of bread. Here. Though a little perplexed, the hungry child accepted the offering. I haven't even helped you yet. For the next time, then, smiled Haru in response. That was excellent, but it's not as good as ramen. Naruto stopped and turned around a corner as he started to consider the possibilities that had become available. Kenta and his boys stood a distance away, staring right at him. Naruto squinted his eyes. Kenta started to fold his sleeves. The ex-blonde moved forward. Kenta's knuckles cracked. Naruto stepped forward once more. Despite the distance, Shinki's yellow teeth were visible as she smiled. And gave a wave. Kenta let out a groan. The moment was cut short in an instant. Vel, Kamo Gaki, Vaterer Waden Foe. The 5-year-old ran forward with a self-assured smile on his face, as if that was the signal. He had to learn how to fight, after all, if he wanted to get strong. When he got close, he just jumped at Kenta, who merely grinned and took one of the scrawny guys next to him before shoving him forward. When Naruto struck him, the older boy fell to the ground. He was flattened to the ground when a kick struck his back as he attempted to stand. He quickly started to stand up again, ignoring the pain. He had learned this from the fights of the past week. Never stop, and most definitely never give up. Naruto shouted as he stood up and ran forward once more. Report. Apart from some recent developments, everything is in order, Hokage-sama. Define recent developments. Hi, the Anbu wearing a boar mask said. From 800 hours last Wednesday, Uzumaki-san has begun disguising himself. These days, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage and the god of shinobi, was rarely taken by surprise. Hearing his grandson figure's decision undoubtedly fell into the rare category. The Hokage crossed his hands beneath his chin and leaned forward, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Do elaborate. Uzumaki-san has started dyeing his hair brown, begun wearing equally brown eye contacts and clearly some makeup on his cheeks, effectively hiding the whisker marks. Quote. Interesting, muttered the Hokage. Nobody was unaware of the villagers' treatment of the child. The villagers had been very vocal about their dislike of forcing the blonde's hand ever since they learned of his status. However, assigning the child his own apartment, labeling his secret as S rank, and even assigning an Anbu to bring the required supplies to his door hadn't been sufficient. Despite everything, the Hokage was unable to simply change the Konohagakure residence's worldview. They were not a dictatorship, but they were a military village. However, the child appeared to have solved the problem on his own. The old leader looked at the motionless Anbu once more with a slight smile. Any issues? Negative, Hokage-sama. Then let it be. Anything else? Uzumaki-san has, of recently, also took an avid interest in the art of deduction. Hiruzen blinked. The art of deduction. I think Tanaka Shinji is in charge of that event. Hi, please explain. The Anbu did, too. After a few moments and a detailed explanation, the professor was unable to stop the smile from turning into a laugh. I have a feeling that things will never be dull around you, Naruto-kun. The boar-masked Anbu scowled behind his mask as he heard the laugh, which was mixed with curiosity, amusement, and a hint of pride. Why does Hokage-sama care about that boy? It's true that the brat, being a Jinchuriki, was the ultimate weapon, a village asset, and a deterrent to other villages, but their elderly leader obviously went above and beyond that, almost personally. Sealed inside that boy, that cursed Biju had killed many of his friends, inflicted immense pain and suffering, and given him a chance at life, albeit a caged one, to be sure. Still, a life in a cage was preferable to death, right? Even though he knew that the boy was completely distinct from the entity that was sealed inside him, he just couldn't bring himself to care for him. If only Daiki, that idiot, had plunged the kunai that night. But it was impossible to undo what had been done. He had no choice but to keep the Hokage from learning of the boy's recent forays into the red light district. The boy had already begun picking fights with older kids from there, and according to his orders, he could only step in when there was a clear life or death situation, not when some punks were slugging each other. Hopefully, this will ruin the brat like many others. Overall, the circumstances were advantageous. Hiruzen looked at the masked shinobi and said, "Good work, boar. You have done your duty well. I'll see to it that you receive the credit you deserve. Dealing with that brat has at least some positive aspects." Boar bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Hokage-sama." The Hokage took a moment to study the calendar. The next academy session will begin in 4 months. You will be released from your duties after Naruto is enrolled. Dismissed. The Anbu bowed once more before vanishing. Hiruzen, left to his own devices, picked up his smoking pipe and took a puff, then his gaze strayed to his successor's portrait. Your son is growing up to be a very interesting child, and he will meet her in 4 months. The elderly Hokage took another drag. Kushina was a bit impetuous, but was I wrong to grant the dying woman's final request? What would you have done, Minato? Now it was evening. With a thoughtful expression on his face, Naruto leapt from his perch on the wall encircling the academy grounds, looked down from the skies, and started walking towards his apartment while dusting his shorts. It had been a month, nearly a month, since he had witnessed the Shinji guy do the deduction tricks and instruct the audience to practice, which he had done. He was certain that spending several hours a day, almost every day for the past month, qualified as practice. And, to some extent, practice had paid off. He had started to observe the various facial expressions that people displayed when they conversed with one another or occasionally even thought to themselves. Their eyes' tendency to sway or their faces' slight tilt indicated that they were usually lying or reluctant to speak. A slightly more intense squeeze of the cheeks than was necessary, but no change in the shape of their eyes indicated a forced smile. The direction in which their feet would stop when someone stopped them for a conversation usually indicated a sense of urgency, a reluctance to engage in conversation, and the potential destination. These were minor details, but they were very useful. The disguised blonde moaned a little as he recalled his attempts to read the elderly, but these signs were typically associated with people who were a little more expressive, like teenagers. It was surprising that the elderly geezers could typically maintain a composed expression in spite of everything. Their skin's wrinkles didn't help either. The shopkeepers, on the other hand, were a completely different group. Only a few of them, mostly newcomers, he had noticed, were deficient in the area, and their expressions matched their words exactly. Naruto let out a deep sigh, but the man had made it seem so simple, as though people's emotions and thoughts were actually displayed on their faces. It's so confusing, like I'm missing something. The 5 almost 6-year-old stopped when they arrived at the apartment complex. I'll think about it later. He walked in the alley next to it, jumped through the window, and landed in the corridor before walking a little before taking the stairs. As he reached the top, he started to shuffle his feet on the carpet but stopped, his left shoe stopping slightly above. He retracted his feet slowly, then crouched, staring narrowly at the rectangular piece of green fabric, which was slightly darker than he was accustomed to seeing. Turning a corner slightly, he wasn't shocked to see the typical lighter shade, which he had only noticed this morning due to daily use and subsequent washing. Like clothing, the outside fades a little. This could only indicate that the carpet had been inverted. The former blonde leaned slightly over the door knob and was not at all startled to see the smudges, which were caused by handprints, covering the entire frame of the knob. He got up and started searching for other signs, looking at the door and then stopping at the knob. He was certain that he had been using a single hand, either left or right, since moving into the apartment. When I use it, only half of it gets smudged. It was as though someone had opened the door with 2 smaller hands, similar to his own, or perhaps a larger one. It's obvious that someone is inside. Naruto turned slowly while attempting to remain silent, only to gasp when he saw the nice old man who had given him this apartment standing in front of him, obviously amused. Impressive. The brunette tried to figure out why the old man was complimenting him, but his mind overtook him. Gigi, there's someone inside. He was aware that the elderly man was powerful and might be able to assist him. Hiruzen laughed and said, Naruto-kun, don't worry. I simply wanted to gauge your level of proficiency with deduction, and I have to admit that I am impressed. After a moment of bewilderment, the former blonde's eyes widened and he said, it was you, even pointing a finger. Yes, the professor nodded approvingly. I inverted the mat and left my handprints on the doorknob, which you clearly noticed, a remarkable feat for someone of your age, he said. Many shinobi won't either, but there are others like Anko and Guy, who will willingly walk inside, he thought to himself. Naruto squinted his eyes and said, oh, how do you even know I'm attempting this deduction thingy? After humming a little, Hiruzen gestured the child to the door and said, how about we have a conversation inside? The Hokage grinned in amusement as the Uzumaki nodded before opening the door and entering. Any other child would have undoubtedly held the door open and requested that he enter first. As Hiruzen entered the apartment, he gave the child a curious glance and said, I know because I was there at the event organized by Tanaka Shinji. No way, Naruto said right away, crossing his arms in an attempt to project authority as he had witnessed others do. I could have definitely seen your funny clothes. Gigi, let's read you. You're lying. After letting the child practice his art of deduction for a few moments, Hiruzen kept up his act of amusement and said, you were not the only one with a disguise there, Naruto-kun. Old people are really difficult. The former blonde decided to drop the topic, a little frustrated that he couldn't get anything from the man and perplexed by what he was saying. He cocked his head to one side and said, why is it necessary for you? Sometimes, I roam around the village in disguise so as to know the state of things like the well-being of people among others. It is easy that way. Simply walking, as I am now, invites a lot of attention from the villagers. The reason, I am the Hokage of this village. Whoa, uttered Naruto, completely stunned. In the past month, he had learned a great deal. One of them was that the village chief, Hokage, was the first to speak kindly to him. This Hokage was the one standing in front of him. The former blonde bowed slightly, mimicking the others, because this guy deserved some respect. I didn't know. It is all right, Naruto-kun, the somewhat shocked Hokage said. It appears that, the art of deduction, has made him more polite. Moving on, let us talk about you or rather your disguise and reading skills. The disguise helps with the people, Naruto said, not at all uncomfortable speaking to the elderly man, who had consistently displayed a lack of knowledge about the matter. Even if the elderly man was lying, there was no way to discover the truth. And, the reading skills, he said with a shrug. They are not that good. I can't even read you. Hiruzen grinned, ignoring the growing despair in his heart. Because I am old. And wrinkly, Naruto said with a small smile. The elderly man was still his Jiji, Hokage or not. But yeah, old people are difficult to read. The word, wrinkly, also made Hiruzen laugh. The old have learned how to be patient and calm in all situations. They have good control over their emotions, and always think before they act. The professor went on, the child is showing interest. Still, you must not underestimate yourself. Figuring out the possible break in your home, from the carpet and doorknob is nothing short of impressive for your age. You'll only get better as you grow. Oh, alright, Naruto answered, taking in all that was said. The same thing had been said by that Shinji guy. I believe I can think things through before taking action. The child nodded. There is another matter I want to discuss with you, he said. I have decided to enroll you into the academy in the next session starting in 2 months. It was time to go. This was something that his successor's son had repeatedly requested. The masked blonde almost yelled, really? Before controlling at the last second. Regulate your feelings. This was fantastic. At last, he would become a shinobi. I'll have all those awesome tricks, hee hee. The Hokage allowed his grandson figure to savor the idea for a few moments before clearing his throat a little. Once more, he observed with a chuckle as the child attempted to gather himself, but a faint smile persisted. Here, he said, passing an envelope. This is your monthly stipend. It contains some extra money, don't use that. The same amount of money will be added in your next stipend. Then, one of my shinobi will help you purchase the articles required in the academy. Naruto grinned broadly once more and rushed to give the elderly man a hug, saying, Thank you, Jiji. I will be the best shinobi, TT Ibeo. Before shutting the door, Naruto gave the elderly man a wave. He hurried to his bedroom and tucked the envelope beneath the sheet. He then proceeded to the restroom, stopping in front of the mirror with his left hand gripping his hair. The blonde in disguise thought to himself as he stared at his dull brown hair. They must be colored once more. However, eye contact is beneficial. Then he let out a small sigh. I have to go through the village as Naruto first. After all, appearances had to be maintained. After sliding the door open, Uzumaki Naruto entered the classroom. He surveyed the nearly empty classroom right away before settling into one of the 3 occupied seats. A boy with pineapple-like hair sat in the middle, his eyes closed and head resting on the desk. However, the plump boy next to him, who was carrying a pack of chips, nudged him and he sluggishly opened an eye. Naruto was fully ready to match the boy's gaze with his own, but the boy closed his eye once more and even cocked his head to the side. What, he slept last night, didn't he? He shrugged and turned his head to see a girl sitting in the seat in the left-hand corner. Her dark blue hair, which would have been nearly black but for the light coming from the window across from it, was almost black. She had her head down, but the girl looked up as if she knew he was staring at her, only to quickly bury her face in her jacket once more. The Uzumaki was still able to catch a glimpse of her eyes, though. She's one of those guys with pale eyes. On his hands, Naruto could remember seeing those white-eyed men. They never traveled alone and always seemed to have a stick up their ass. Just like Kenta would say. They also acted as though they were superior to the others. This girl, however, acts as though she isn't even good for herself. Who cares, really? Make it clear that Uzumaki Naruto was here to gain strength so that people would have to respect him, not to attract attention or plead for friends. Fodder like you and me are easily forgotten, only the strong get the respect. The strange man's words flashed through his head, confirming his vow. That man was the one who had initially led him to the red light district, so there was no reason to question him. Yes, I swear I'll grow stronger and I won't break my word, TT Ibeo. The former blonde approached the right-hand corner, reminding himself for the umpteenth time. However, I won't turn away someone who comes to me on their own. With the window next to it offering a better view of the outside, he chose to sit on the last seat after comparing it to the second last. There were times when there was silence. A girl with pink hair walked in as the door slid open once more. She hurriedly sat down in the center of the first row, glancing, almost fearfully, at the others from under her hair. A second later, a girl with pale blonde hair entered and hurried to sit on the seat next to the girl with pink hair. Naruto chose to mimic the boy with the pineapple hair and yawned a little, resting his head on the desk and then gazing out the window. It will take some time. The Uzumaki blinked a few times after slowly opening his eyes and letting faint chatter fill his ears. He suppressed a yawn and glanced forward, only to see a look of mild surprise. Have I fallen asleep? There were plenty of boys and girls his age in the entire class. They had apparently come at a time when he should have been merely staring out the window. Strange. Additionally, some groups appeared to have already formed. Let's see who was present. The plump boy next to him was still eating, and the boy with the pineapple hair appeared to be still asleep. Whoa, they put forth a lot of effort at work. He snorted and turned to face the front. The girls with blonde and pink hair were chatting animatedly. Well, that shyness, where did it go? Then his eyes strayed to the first bench in his own line, to the left of the girls. A boy with hair and a blue shirt was sitting on top of it. The Uzumaki blinked. His hair resembles the ass of a duck. He covered his mouth with his fist and started to laugh. This continued for a few moments before he deliberately turned to face the red-haired girl next to the boy. You know, red hair. I wonder if I had them. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the door sliding, and the now brunette turned to face the entrance, where a man had closed the door and started to move toward the middle of the class. The man was clearly a shinobi, as evidenced by his hitai. He had a tan face, brown hair tied in a knot, and a scar on his nose that stood out the most. He's either a lousy ass or a bad one. With his gaze fixed on the scar, Uzumaki thought to himself. With a silly smile on his face, the shinobi took in the entire class after reaching behind the desk and placing a book of some kind on it. What is his strategy? Is he anticipating something? Naruto kept staring at the man, noting absently that the conversation was still going on and that nobody had noticed him. The status quo lasted for a few seconds. The man's smile faded a little after that. However, if at all possible, the conversation intensified. The blonde in disguise glanced around with a hint of surprise. Nobody had even noticed the shinobi in front of them, aside from the duck ass, redhead, chubby, and pale eyes. He's not even making an effort to hide. Naruto looked back, somewhat taken aback, and saw that the man's eye had started to twitch. The scarred man closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Is that all? He won't. Shut up. The shinobi's head had grown multiple times in an instant, causing the Uzumaki to recoil in disbelief. What the heck? There was silence. The children, who had been talking, suddenly sat like statues, their eyes wide and their faces pale, staring at the scarred shinobi, who seemed to nod to himself after a brief pause. The man then grinned, his nose scar widening. He changes his mood more quickly than anyone else I've seen. As she waited for the shinobi to start, the blonde in disguise thought. Oh heyo, the shinobi exclaimed, maintaining his smile. I, Yumi no Iruka, a chunin of Konohagakure no Sato, welcome you all to the Shinobi Academy. Here, you will learn how to be an asset in service to the great tree that is Konoha. Iruka grinned slightly. The shinobi paused, observing the faces of his students who were starting to regain the earlier vigor and excitement. And, as your sensei for the next 6 years till your graduation, I will try my best to help you, guide you, and prepare you to achieve the goal, he said. The students started to nod and yell in agreement when the sensei asked, understood. Okay, enough. There was silence once more. Good. Now, the first and foremost task is to mark your attendance. Reply and raise your hand only and only when your name is called. Iruka cleared his throat and picked up the book from the desk. Let's begin. Abarame Shino. The tone of, hi, was completely uninteresting. Naruto decided to find out the names of his classmates and to see who was speaking with such a dull voice. He looked at the front desk, which was right next to the door, and his eyebrows shot up in surprise. There sat a boy in an almost gray jacket with a high upturned collar and black round glasses. What the hell? From where did he originate? Just a second ago, he wasn't there, I promise. Akamichi Choji. Here, sensei. The Uzumaki turned his head just in time to see the plump child lowering his hand, shrugging at the strangeness of the situation as the next name demanded his attention. Oh, I simply need to substitute Oji for the Ubi in chubby. Naruto made every effort to listen as the name calls continued, but the children were too uninteresting and unremarkable to even take into account. Not everyone and their grannies are cool, Kenta states. Haruno Sakura. Hi, sensei. I should have known that Sakura would be the one with the pink hair. The former blonde chuckled to himself. Despite everything, he still couldn't understand her initial shyness. It had vanished from view. Hyuga Hinata. Hinata. With the name echoing in his head, Naruto's face twisted up a little. I'm sure I've heard it, but where? Hi, sensei. Following the sound, the disguised blonde spun around once more in time to see the pale-eyed girl lowering her hand. Is she Hinata? However, why am I unable to recall her? But the name sounds familiar. What's up with her speech? Inuzuka Kiba. The Uzumaki was trying to pry himself out of his own memory lane when he heard a dog yipping. The brunette followed the sound to the third row in the third line, where a boy sat with wild hair and a red mark on his left cheek, putting the Hinata problem in the back of his mind. The Inuzuka lifted both of his hands, one landing on the head of a white puppy perched atop the boy's head and the other going straight up into the air. Yo! Naruto waited a few seconds to see if the teacher would inquire about the presence of a pet in the classroom, but nothing came of it. The instructor glanced back at the class and, if anything, recorded attendance. Bayo dat. There was only one possible explanation. Pets were permitted in the classroom. Excellent. I wish I had one. None of the four pupils piqued his interest as the next round of name-calling proceeded. Even so, the Uzumaki persisted in following each child when their name was called. Namikaze Mito. The entire class fell silent. The redhead quickly attracted the attention of nearly every student in the class. Only Iruka and the person with the duck-ass hair next to her were unaffected. The Namikaze air stunned and amazed both the boys and the girls. I can't claim that it was unexpected. As rumors of Yondaimi's daughter and Mito-sama started to circulate the classroom, the Uzumaki pondered over everyone. How could I have missed it? It's obvious that you have red hair. A little more solemn than before, he also stared at the redhead, who, to her credit, was as composed and easygoing as she had been all those years ago. Walking out into the street, Naruto parted the little curtains. The blonde deliberately kept his head down because he didn't want to ruin his pleasant mood after 10 mouthwatering bowls of ramen. He heard a commotion behind him as he started to walk. Overwhelmed by curiosity, the whiskered blonde turned around and saw a group of people of all ages waving and calling, seemingly to someone. He decided to run in their direction to see who could attract such attention. However, despite multiple attempts, he was unable to simply get past the adults, long legs, and lacked the courage to ask them. Namikaze-sama. Among many others, the blue-eyed child heard the shout, but he hardly gave it any attention. He had to see this person now. He noticed a dumpster next to a wall as he looked around. The almost 4-year-old ran towards it as the cogs turned, and after multiple attempts, he was able to climb on top. A few moments went by while he waited for the individual to emerge from the gaps between the adults' heads. Naruto was leaning forward a little when a man appeared with black glasses on his eyes and an odd cloth in his hair. Is this the one? The blonde thought. What makes him so unique? Looking good, Mito-chan. Naruto was aware that chan was not used for adults. It was used by the orphanage woman for children other than him. So who is it? The man immediately turned and started walking in the direction of the Ichirakus, with people paving the way. When the Uzumaki saw what was happening, he froze. As tall as he was, a red-haired girl was walking next to the man with the glasses, holding his hand. Additionally, she had 3 marks on both sides of her face that were exactly like his. Why does she possess them? With his gaze fixed on the marks, Naruto pondered. They had been informed by the orphanage lady that only members of the same family shared a similar appearance. He was certain that no one else should have the marks because, up until today, he had not seen any villagers with them. The blonde hesitated, suddenly recalling his hair, then glanced at the girl's red hair as she walked into the ramen shop. Is she my fam? However, our hair appears quite different. He let out a little gasp, a picture of a little blonde girl flashing through his mind. The daughter of the orphanage lady. The woman's hair was brown, but hers was yellow. According to the woman, her daughter resembled her father. What happens if? No, he had to. He would be aware. With his decision made, Naruto exited the dumpster and ran in the direction of the crowd still gathered around the ramen shop. The blonde ran into the swarm of legs, unconcerned. After passing 3 people and counting the number of others, he stopped when someone grabbed his collar. The blonde was staring up at the sky when a dull ache started to develop in his left forearm. "What the hell are you doing here?" Naruto glanced forward, observing a woman and 2 men encircling him. "What?" The second man even clenched his fists and asked, "Haven't you done enough by giving her your mark?" The woman started crying and said, "Poor girl. I can't even imagine how difficult it would be for her to live with those marks on her face." But, shut up. This is the first time Mito-sama has made an appearance in the village, and you already want to spoil it. I won't allow it, results be damned. Listen well, de brat, if I ever see you around this place, trust me, you'll wish you were never born. After giving him one more glare, the men turned to leave, with the other 2 trailing behind. All Naruto could do was lie there and repeat what they had said. "What did I do?" The blonde stopped as soon as the elderly man led him out of the orphanage. "Gigi, can I ask you something?" After giving him a long look, the elderly man nodded. "Of course, Naruto-kun. That day, I saw a red-haired girl at the Ichiraku ramen. She also had the same marks as me on her face. The orphanage lady says that only family members look the same, then why does she have them? People say because I corrupted her, but I don't even know her." When the elderly man knelt in front of him and placed his large hands on his own shoulders, the blonde hesitated. He nodded and said, "Listen carefully, Naruto-kun. That girl is Namikaze Mito, daughter of the 4th Hokage. You know who he is, right?" "Uh-huh." The Uzumaki nodded once more. "The orphanage lady says he was the strongest ninja who saved the village 4 years ago from a monster." "Correct. Sadly, when the monster appeared, both you and Mito were too close to it. Though, the 4th Hokage managed to save both of you, but not before you got these marks on your faces. Not even the fact that the 4th Hokage himself came to his rescue could make him feel better. The girl who might be his family was still on his mind, but that was not the case. After all, his life would have been similar to that of the village hero if he had been related to her. Also, do not listen to the villagers, they know nothing about what happened that night." "All right," the blonde said in a low voice, a little offended that although the 4th Hokage had saved them both, everyone loved her because she was the Hokage's daughter, while hating and blaming him because no one, not even Gigi, knew who his parents were. The blonde in disguise let out a small sigh as she thought back to that day. He hadn't seen Mito since today, and he hadn't even ventured to Ichiraku's afterward. Even though Chuki had been a nice man and had even given away free ramen, all he wanted was to stay away from any more animosity and unwelcome attention. Who knew what people's reactions would have been when they saw him at the same location where Mito-sama had been. "Hold on, I can visit the Ichirakus with ease as I am now, no one will recognize me." His mood instantly improved, and he started to smile at the prospect of going to the spot that first introduced him to ramen. The delicious flavor of the dish was already starting to fill his mouth. "Uchiha Sasuke, hi, Uchiha, from N to you directly. I must have missed some." The Uzumaki looked at the raised hand of the duck-ass hair and blinked, pausing his thoughts about the food of the gods and the name call that needed his attention. "Is he with the police officers?" The blonde in disguise had frequently seen other Uchihas in the village. They appeared to have a stick as high as the pale-eyed guys, if not higher, and they never laughed. Instead, they glared at everything. It makes sense why he hadn't moved at all. Uzumaki Naruto, so my name comes right after his. Great. Nevertheless, the blonde disguised man raised his hand to respond, using Choji's response. "Here, sensei." Naruto waited for a confirmation of any kind, but he received none. He tilted his head after a while to see the look on the scarred shinobi's face, as if he had just learned that he had been demoted to a genin. "Uzumaki Naruto, here, sensei." And Naruto-kun, with a quick glance out of her collar, Hinata scowled at the boy with the brown hair. But he's supposed to be blonde, and his eyes aren't blue. Even those marks aren't there, so this can't be the Naruto-kun I met 2 years ago. Iruka was certain that he had scoured every child in the class at least 5 times, if not more, since he had first arrived, but he could not find any indication that a blue-eyed, blonde child had whisker-like marks on his cheeks. Iruka announced the last name as it came up, Uzumaki Naruto, and observed the whole class. Being absent was the only way for a bright, blonde child to avoid him. "Here, sensei." His face instantly changed to one of disbelief upon seeing the boy, and his eyes instantly snapped to the source of the voice. How? The boy had brown hair, slightly darker eyes, and, most startling of all, a face devoid of any marks, much less whisker-like ones. Uzumaki Naruto will be joining your class, Iruka-kun. Look beyond the stereotypes surrounding him, and you'll see a good kid who can surprise you. I can't deny the feeling if Hokage-sama meant to surprise me. Iruka paused when he noticed the Jinchuriki tilting his head, realizing that he had been staring at the brunette for a while and had rubbed his nose slightly. Ahem, Yamanaka Ino. Hi, sensei. Iruka put the attendance register on the desk, grabbed a piece of chalk, and wrote, chakra, on the board before turning to face the class. Anyone, unable to read this? The reaction was yells of denial and head shakes. Good, he said, although he was secretly relieved that he wouldn't have to deal with another Rock Lee. He undoubtedly provided complete support for the child, who was unable to acquire even the most basic reading and writing skills while in the hospital until he was 5 years old due to an unsuccessful treatment for a chakra deficiency. Notwithstanding exceptional circumstances such as his, there was a rationale behind the Shinobi Academy's start time of 6 years, as opposed to the Civilian Academy's start time of 4. The 2-year gap was intended to teach the children these fundamental skills and to foster learning and a certain amount of independence. Moving on, can anyone of you tell me what chakra is? Moving on, can anyone tell me what chakra is? The sensei abruptly changed the subject, which startled Naruto a little. You and Namikaze Mito will be the only orphans in the class, Naruto-kun. The other kids might behave a little differently due to being raised by their families. Even Mito-chan has a personal caretaker being the former Hokage's heir. As such, please don't be surprised or saddened. I'm not sure about the surprise or sad part, but it was obvious from the old man Hokage's remarks that nobody in the class was like him, not even Mito. Why hadn't Iruka inquired about him, then? Does he hate, too? The Uzumaki dismissed the idea in his mind. Even though the scarred shinobi had given him a strange look, it wasn't enough to classify it as hate or any other unfavorable attention. If anything, it resembled the appearance of other people in the red light district. After thinking about it for a while, the 6-year-old dropped the idea. It's not as though I'm illiterate. He at least tried to learn everything on the first try, even though the orphanage lady hadn't even listened to his doubts during her teaching sessions. Hold on. Naruto paused his contemplation and had an epiphany. The orphanage. Of course, Iruka must be aware of that. Satisfied, Uzumaki once more focused entirely on the lesson. They raised 3 hands. There are no boys among Amy, Mito, or Sakura, they are all girls. For a moment, the Chunin observed the 3 people's enthusiastic and hopeful expressions. Sakura-chan. The girl smiled and said, "Hi, sensei," before getting to her feet. Chakra is an energy produced inside the human body. It is the mixture of 2 types of energies, spiritual energy and physical energy. It can be released by 361 tenketsus. She appears to have done her research when she asks, "And, what are tenketsus?" Iruka smiled encouragingly at the girl with the pink hair. Tenketsus are nodes, located on the chakra pathway system, through which chakra can be released. Again, there are 361 tenketsus. Definitions from textbooks. The scarred shinobi nodded, a little amused. The pink-haired girl exclaimed, "Very good, Sakura-chan, keep it up." Her face lit up with pure happiness. Iruka went on, grinning. To describe chakra in simple words, it is what makes shinobi as they are. It enhances the natural aspects of a human body, strength and speed to name a few, thus allowing the shinobi to perform special feats like jutsus. Even the clan heirs were paying close attention to what he had to say. For the next 6 years, let's hope they maintain this level of attention. Now, since chakra is the very foundation of a shinobi, the very first task is to unlock it. With anticipated smiles spreading across the children's faces, excited murmurs emerged in the classroom. It was not unexpected. Being raised in a shinobi village meant that chakra and its application were not unusual. Silence, was Iruka's slightly raised voice, and the intended outcome was achieved. They are always the best during the first year. He cleared his throat, fighting the urge to sniff. To unlock your chakra, there is a certain process to be followed. A scroll appeared in the form of some smoke as he directed his own chakra into the storage seal on his Hitai-8. He quickly opened it and laid the leaves that came out on the desk. Then he noticed the children's perplexed expressions. These leaves will be used to detect your chakra. Once they stick on your forehead without falling down, it means you have successfully accessed it. Uruka patiently waited as the children in the front row divided the leaves among themselves after making an announcement. Sakura held up her hand. Yes, Sakura-chan. But she quickly glared at the blonde girl next to her, who was snickering for some reason. Why only leaves, sensei? And, why the forehead? She asked. She is intelligent. Uruka gave a nod of approval. Every village uses something that is symbolic of their village. Iwa uses small pebbles, Kusa uses grass and so on. In our case, it is a leaf. Regarding forehead, the very first tenketsu to release chakra, on its axis, is present there. After giving a sympathetic nod, the girl took a seat. When the distribution process was complete, the Chunin cleared his throat to draw everyone's attention. Now, while we will learn the thorough concept of hand seals later, for now, we need a single hand seal ram seal, one of the uses of which is to mold the chakra. So, copy my hands. Slowly and carefully, the Chunin started demonstrating how to make the seal and Sensei. The voice's characteristic raspy tone made it obvious who it was. Yes, Kiba-kun. How I am supposed to see you with this stupid leaf on my head? It keeps falling down. Uruka's eyes started to flicker. Each and every year, why am I unable to have a class free of idiots? Why? He inhaled. Idiot, you were supposed to learn the hand seal first and use the leaf later. Then, why didn't you say so? It was now possible to hear some snickers. The scarred shinobi sighed a few times, ignoring them. Uruka, please calm down. He's just a young child, albeit a foolish one. Please Kiba-kun, do as I say. With a shrug, the Inuzuka leaned back in his chair and gazed at him languidly. Uruka sighed once more and started showing how to make the ram seal. When he was done, he started going up to the pupils to check and correct them as needed. Naruto attempted to mimic the Chunin sensei by carefully and slowly bringing both hands together, joining the middle and index fingers, and tying the other fingers together. His face started to show satisfaction after he completed the challenging task correctly. The thumbs were all that were left now. The Uzumaki blinked. Hold on, were the thumbs straight or crossed? Oh no. The blonde in disguise searched his mind for a clue so he wouldn't have to ask, but he couldn't find anything. Whoa, I have to ask now. Any problem, Uzumaki-san? With his arms folded, the brunette gazed slowly at his sensei, who was dressed in green and black. That's a request for assistance, isn't it? He nodded. This was a little unexpected, but I'm not the type to look a gift horse in the mouth. The thumbs, I don't know how to place them. Uruka tilted his hands to demonstrate the thumb positions. They are straight over the respective index finger, just like this. Oh, Naruto swiftly replied, taking a moment to examine his finished seal. He looked at the scarred man's expressionless face and muttered, "Thank you, sensei," with a slight hesitancy. The disguised blonde glanced at his retreating figure as the Chunin merely nodded before turning and making his way to the front of the class. One can't have everything, hee. Even though he doesn't express it, his attitude toward other people makes it obvious that he is hateful. Nevertheless, nothing was unquestionably superior to anything bad. After a short while, the shinobi with scars were back in the lead. He waited while the pupils followed his instructions, saying, "Now, raise your foreheads, place the leaf on them before making the ram seal." Uruka went on, satisfied. Close your eyes, take slow and deep breaths and try to clear your mind of any thought. It is easy. Just let your thoughts flow, do not push them away. After some time, your mind will be clear and the hand seal will be able to do its work. You will feel the leaf getting tightly stuck to your skin, implying you have been successful. It must have been a rare genius who came up with the concept of hand seals. It was extremely difficult to use chakra without these seals, which were a shinobi's lifelines. It was only possible for the rarest of the rare. He was certain that nothing could have convinced him of the concept if it weren't for the Nadaime Hokage's one-handed seals, which demonstrated that seals could be altered as needed. Furthermore, the task was made easier by teaching kids how to access the chakra. The young brats were adaptable, all they needed was the right person. Their straightforward ideas were merely the cherry on top of the adults' intricate ones. Nothing is happening, sensei. Uruka went over to the young blonde girl after the Yamanaka clan heir's whining voice startled him out of his reverie. It will take some time, Ino-chan. Patience is necessary. The 6-year-old sighed and returned to his work. Children today. The scarred Chunin approached the girl's desk, shaking his head slightly in amusement as he observed Namikaze Mito and Uchiha Sasuke's composed expressions. The leaves were completely flattened on each person's forehead, as though they had been adhered with glue. It was clearly Chakra's creation. I can't claim that it was unexpected. Who else but these two? After all, one was the brother of the prodigy Uchiha Itachi and the son of the head of the Uchiha clan. The other was the daughter of their greatest Hokage, as the villagers would say. Furthermore, everyone who was worth their salt knew that Mito was close to the matriarch and the head of the Uchiha clan, even though they did not live together. With the exception of her own teacher, it was not surprising that they would assist her. The others still need to maintain their spirits, so it's best not to mention it. Furthermore, the fact that these two have remained silent indicates that they are intelligent and modest. The Chunin turned to face the other clan heirs after giving the two another glance. Iruka only grinned when he saw the leaf flat on his forehead, as the Aburame was the first. Then he went on to the heirs of the Akamichi and Nara clans, and he was not at all surprised to see that the former were making a lot of effort while the latter were merely maintaining their position with their eyes closed. "Shikamaru-kun," he said with a smile, "at least try to show you are trying." He could give them some leeway on this first day, but only for today. Troublesome. The sensei heard the all-too-familiar expression and almost laughed. Therefore, there was some truth to the rumors that this generation of Ino Shikacho was being spoiled. Well, there's no hurry, these are peaceful times. They can continue to be children in this way. He was standing next to the Hyuga clan heir 2 seats later, the leaf on her forehead battling to stay glued or fall. This is not what was expected. Even as a clan heir, is she still having trouble? Neji succeeded within the first hour. I suppose Apple did fall far this time. The Chunin stopped in front of the Inuzuka clan heir, who was also making an effort, his face furrowed as he moved forward, turned around the next row, and headed for the front. The Inuzukas are a peculiar group of people who consistently leave the fundamentals to the academy. Hee. Iruka suggested, "Relax Kiba-kun, you are trying too hard," as she moved to the front of the class and then turned to face them. "Alright, that's enough for today. I have shown you the method. Keep practicing whenever you can." He disregarded the shocked expressions of the majority of the children and said, "This exercise is totally harmless, you can even try at your home. And, those who have managed to access your chakra, keep trying as this exercise also counts as chakra control, which is very necessary to effectively perform various shinobi arts. We will learn the details later." After giving the students some time to process the information, Iruka resumed. "This concludes today's lesson on chakra. The next lesson is on Shuriken Jutsu, which will be taught by Tuji Mizuki-san, another Chunin sensei in the academy. Then, there will be a half-hour break for lunch, and after that, Ito Sasama-san will begin you on theoretical aspects like history, geography among others. That's all. Good luck." As instructed, the children lined up side by side, with grins and wide eyes that betrayed their wonder and curiosity. As might be expected, the clan heirs are better at controlling their emotions. Mizuki grinned as he observed the small brats outside. Only clan heirs will be able to make it after graduation, according to the previous statistics. The others have no idea what they are getting into. The poor brats. The Chunin kept thinking while his gaze wandered over their faces. However, occasionally a nameless Gaki succeeds in surpassing others. This year, who knows? He stopped, his gaze settling on a petite brunette's face. This is Kyuubi's new appearance. Iruka wasn't lying. The man with white hair narrowed his eyes slightly. "I should share this, but now that I think about it, no. Let's consider how to make the most of the Gaki later." After months of conditioning, Naruto's facial expressions remained unwavering. "Mizuki despises me as well." The notice was easy to make. The man with the white hair wasn't even attempting to hide. Even now that the man was staring at him, the Chunin's eyes were completely narrowed and his smile had somewhat faded. Not surprisingly, I'll have to learn this too without asking. With a loud, "Eyes on me," declaration, Mizuki achieved the desired outcome. "I am Tuji Mizuki, and I will teach you the art of shurikenjutsu, taijutsu and all other related things like nutrition plans, speed and strength among others." When the pink-haired girl held up her hand, the Chunin arched an eyebrow. "But for today, we will begin with shurikenjutsu," she said. "I'm not Iruka, sweetheart." "It means," he almost laughed when he saw the girl's dejected expression. "The techniques related to throwing shuriken, kunai, senbon, to name a few." Mizuki made a few seals and then slammed his hands on the ground, declaring, "Again, for today, we will begin with shuriken. Doden. Doru Geishi." An earth wall rose from the ground to his waist. The clearing was filled with murmurs of amazement and wonder. Ignoring them, the Chunin merely channeled chakra into his wristband, causing a scroll to appear in the form of smoke. He spread the shurikens on top of the earth wall and unsealed it. His words, silence, left no hesitation, and the pupils instantly fell silent. He picked up a random shuriken while continuing to watch the children. These are wooden shurikens for practice purpose. Watch me carefully as I demonstrate, he said. Mizuki raised the wooden shuriken to eye level and said, now, in a real standard shuriken, one side of the blades is blunt for holding purpose. While these are not real, the trick is the same. You'll hold the colored side of any blade in your index finger and thumb. Then, keeping your arm stable, I repeat, keeping your arm stable, you'll move your wrist, he said, demonstrating with a slow flick of his wrist. There are two factors to determine the distance, direction and the impact your shuriken will make. He went on while the students listened intently. First is how fast and hard you can move your wrist. Of course that will come with practice, so do that. Secondly, how well you can aim. Again, there is a trick to that. He gestured to one of the dummies to his left, the students following, and then faced the target. If the target is just opposite to you, you'll have to stop your wrist midway such that when the shuriken is released, your index finger and thumb point straight towards the target. He then released the shuriken with a flick of his wrist, sending the wooden projectile flying through the air before hitting the bullseye. The kids, awed, and oohed, at the outcome. Mizuki turned back to the students, satisfied. For today, we will practice this. One by one, as called, you will step forward and throw 5 shurikens at the practice dummy. The sensei took a sheet out of his pocket, unfolded it, and looked at it for a while. Let's start from the back. Yamanaka Ino, step up. The pale blonde girl strode forward with assurance, grabbing Mizuki's shurikens before confronting the practice dummy. She exhaled and released the wooden projectile with a flick of her wrist. Naruto watched intently as Yamanaka Ino's first shuriken went sideways in addition to missing the target. Power and aim, Yamanaka. The girl gave it another go. This time, the shuriken swayed just an inch or two away from the dummy and nearly hit the target. With a sly smile, the blonde girl threw the remaining shuriken one after the other, hitting one on the outer ring's edge. Aim and power, huh? As he readied himself for his turn, the Uzumaki thought to himself. Keep it up, Ino. In response, the girl moved to the front of the line and said, hi, sensei. Uzumaki Naruto. The brunette approached the Chunin, took the shurikens from him, and then turned to face the target. He grabbed a shuriken and threw it after attempting the motion a few times. Only to scowl. The target was far above the wooden projectile. They snickered a little. He ignored them and picked up a shuriken once more. The Uzumaki flicked his wrist, narrowing his eyes, less power, more aim. In a different way, the outcome was comparable. In the middle, the shuriken curved to the left. What the hell? Ino moved my arm more than I did. This shouldn't be feasible. Keep trying, Uzumaki. Naruto threw the remaining shurikens, barely glancing at the Chunin, all of which missed their target. It's all right, you'll definitely get it, just keep trying. He nodded to the sensei despite being slumped and disappointed, then sat down next to the Yamanaka girl. I was better. The Uzumaki glanced at the girl who was grinning at him and blinked. He just shrugged and turned to look behind him, not feeling like talking. His response was a huff. Uchiha Sasuke. After receiving the shurikens, the duck-ass threw them. And received 3 bullseyes, with the other 2 in the third ring out of the 5 total. Fantastic. Naruto couldn't help the feeling, even though he knew the duck-ass had clearly received some training because his family was in law enforcement. A hint of envy also emerged. Good, Sasuke-kun. Still, keep practicing. You have a brother to surpass. Mizuki abruptly turned to face them all. Let it be your goal too. Sasuke-kun's elder brother, Uchiha Itachi, got a perfect score in the very first try. Don't forget it. Whoa, Naruto was blown away. This Itachi guy must have been their age because he received the flawless score. It was unbelievable. He was completely disappointed in himself now more than ever. The black-haired child said, I know sensei, before making his way to his home. The following 5 children arrived as scheduled and threw the shurikens, but none of them were able to make contact with the dummy. They were still superior to him, though. Nara Shikamaru. After receiving the shurikens and yawning a little, the boy with the pineapple hair dragged himself to the front and threw them carelessly. Not one of them even made it halfway. Naruto perspired. Is he real? Anyone can see that he isn't even making an effort. Mizuki calmly said, Do the right way or your mother hears from me. The boy immediately straightened up a little and picked up another set of shurikens before hurling them. One struck the outer ring, two struck the second ring, one struck the fourth, and the final one just went by the dummy. Good. I will expect the same dedication in future. The Nara muttered, troublesome, and lingered in the line. Naruto couldn't contain his snort. Nara Shikamaru is this sluggish ass. Namikaze Mito. Once more, the redhead walked calmly forward, grabbed the shurikens, and threw them without noticing the children who were staring at her. The former blonde's mouth almost fell open. 4 bullseyes. This girl is really talented. That guy who takes care of people must be a badass shinobi, I suppose. Very good. As expected from you, Mito-chan. Thank you, sensei, was said in a courteous but somewhat callous tone. Naruto could hardly focus as the next names were called, his thoughts straying back to his own disastrous attempt. One would have been sufficient. Give a thump. The Uzumaki gave a small yelp as something struck his head and then fell to the ground. He blinked after that. A shuriken. He looked up slowly and saw Ito Genji with his face contorted in obvious embarrassment, rubbing his forehead with his thumb. A few children started laughing. Sorry. The blonde in disguise sighed and waved the boy away. How on earth did he toss it in the other direction? He stared at the wooden object, bewildered. It took him a moment to decide to look away and let go of the strange thing that was happening. Hyuga Hinata. Before throwing the shurikens, the pale-eyed girl thanked the sensei and walked slowly, as though uncertain of each step. 1 struck the outer ring, 2 missed, and 2 struck the 4th ring. She's even superior to me. The Uzumaki's mood sank even further, if at all. Haruno Sakura. The pink-haired girl got the final one in the 5th ring after missing the first 4. The girl strolled over to the line, a little dejected. Having seen enough for the day, Naruto looked around the school, primarily to divert his attention from his mood by observing the trees, birds, and even the school building. He seemed inferior to everyone and their grandmothers. Alright, this will be all for today. Tomorrow, we will begin with running and move on to other exercises, Mizuki said with a pause. Now, off you go and don't wander too far in the break. Regaining their energy after learning of the lunch break, the students hurried to the academy, presumably to retrieve the food that their families had prepared. Naruto shrugged and considered his own predicament. Given the distance, a quick meal at Ichiraku should take about 30 minutes. Let's do it, The blonde in disguise turned around, his mouth watering at the thought, only to have his feet land on something. He saw Genji throw the shuriken as he looked down. He went on, snorting at the incident. Only to take 1 step and then stop. Where can I find these shurikens? I'd better keep this one. Later on, it will be useful for practice. He turned, squatted down, and almost dropped the wooden object. What the heck? The shuriken was much lighter than the ones Mizuki had given him. He blinked. Is it possible that the man gave them to me on purpose? He narrowed his eyes and examined the wooden object closely. You should give this a shot. Naruto-kun. He looked over his shoulder, a little startled, and saw Mizuki approaching. Sensei, he asked, quickly pocketing the shuriken before turning to face the man. Sorry for interrupting you, but it's important. You see, you and Mito are the only orphans in the class, but she, being the former Hokage's daughter, has many advantages over you. So, as your sensei, it's my duty to give you a hand. What is his strategy? For what, sensei? Your meals, of course. Are they healthy enough for you? So, tell me, what are you going to eat now? The former blonde chose to be truthful despite her suspicions. Ramen. You eat that every day. The Uzumaki gave a nod. Yeah. Okay, what about breakfast and dinner? Observing the man's expression, Naruto continued, ramen, for all 3 of them. Is it not good? He was receiving a sincere smile from the shinobi. That was startling enough. The shinobi laughed a little and said, No, it's good. In fact, you have quite a taste. I was worrying for nothing. Anyway, don't let me keep you away from your food. You deserve it. The Chunin turned and walked away, waving his hand. See you tomorrow. Sure, Naruto replied, and he followed, but in the other direction. Naruto-kun, all this ramen isn't good for you. Why don't you try the other items? Like vegetables and meat. You know, it takes a lot of effort on my part to deliver them on your doorstep. But, I don't like them, Gigi. It's not about taste, Naruto-kun. Vegetables and meat are necessary for your growth. The old man Hokage's words kept repeating themselves as the conversation came back to him. All he had to do now was determine whose statements were truly truthful. Mizuki's, or Gigi's. He was certain it wouldn't be that difficult, though. Oh no, I'm running late. Cursing his alarm clock for malfunctioning on this particular day, Naruto ran to the academy. I'll purchase an appropriate one in my disguise this time. As soon as he saw the building, Uzumaki accelerated, straining his legs. For some reason, 2 of his teachers were already unfriendly toward him. Adding tardiness to the list of reasons could make them hate him just as much as Mizuki did. Cutting off his train of thought, the disguised blonde let out a breath before opening the door, instantly attracting the attention of every eye in the classroom. Why are they unable to keep their own affairs in order? Before turning back to the class, Yumino Iruka gave the 6-year-old a fleeting glance without even acknowledging him. Takawa Maki. Hi, sensei, that must be my cue. The Chunin was still superior to Mizuki and Sasama, even though Iruka's general lack of interest prevented the man from being at the top of his list of favorite sensei, which remained empty. While the latter merely sent him out of the class without any explanation, the former deliberately misled him. Well, Sasama at least teaches the dull things that I can learn at home. As he sat down by the window as usual, the Uzumaki pondered. As the name calls were being called and answered, Naruto, in keeping with his recently developed habit, observed the different groups that had been established on the first day of class, developed over the previous week, and were now occupied with their own tasks. He wasn't involved in any, as was to be expected. Everyone, including their grandmothers, is aware of who Uzumaki Naruto is, even if they haven't seen my disguise. They must have been cautioned by their parents to avoid it. He gave a small snort. He was fine with the arrangements except for the slight pain. Uzumaki Naruto may be a brunette to his classmates, but to the villagers, he was still a blonde child with blue eyes and whiskers. It's amusing that the villagers are unaware that the whiskers are merely black marks. Overall, it was a good idea to make appearances every week. However, he wasn't the only one who lacked social skills. Others were also present. Uchiha Sasuke. Hi. Like the duck-ass who spoke to Mito alone. Only a few of the boys spoke to the Aburame, but all of the girls detested him. Recalling the girls' screams when the bug boy had displayed his bugs, the disguised blonde grinned amusingly. Uzumaki Naruto. Here, sensei, he said, catching a glimpse of the pale-eyed woman staring at him with a dejected expression on her face, as she had done every day for the past week whenever his name had been called. The Uzumaki let out a small sigh. The girl was a weirdo. She sat by herself, never spoke to anyone, and frequently looked at him with a disappointed expression, as though he had stolen her candy or something. Well, I don't really want to know or anything. Silence. Iruka observed everyone as the class fell into a dead silence. The words, "continue with chakra control exercise," were accompanied by some moans. Quiet. It may not seem like it, but it's necessary. The Chunin concluded with a glare, challenging anyone to disagree. And, until all of you can effectively stick the leaf onto your forehead, don't expect any further lessons. Naturally, no one did. No one could use the scarred shinobi's demon head jutsu skill set. Naruto gave a little shudder. It's a frightening thing. Good. Now, start practicing. The sensei took a few moments to look around the classroom to make sure everyone had begun. Uzumaki-san, come here. The former blonde groggily got up from the seat and took a few steps towards the front, not even trying to hide the grimace on his face. He was followed by a chorus of snickers. Naruto ignored them and went on. Why must I do this every day? I mean, once I get it right, I won't tell him. He stopped in front of the sensei and pondered. You know what to do. The 6-year-old let out a breath, nodded, and then took a leaf from his pocket and placed it on his forehead, tilting it upward. He closed his eyes to focus even more as he carefully started to form the ram seal. Chakra rushed into his grasp after the seal was finished, and he directed the energy toward his forehead. Whoa, there was silence for a moment. It's almost here. His moan was drowned out by the classroom's eruption of laughter. Oh no, why am I unable to do it correctly? Quiet. The sniggers quickly replaced the guffaws. When Naruto opened his eyes and saw the leaf that the Chunin was holding with his thumb and index finger, he nearly slouched in defeat. Iruka turned the leaf and gave it a quick inspection. The leaf is almost intact. Apart from the small cut in the middle, it can be considered as progress, definitely better than the previous attempts. Uzumaki Naruto, have you accessed your chakra? With a little hesitation, the disguised blonde said, "Hi. Show me." With his hands in Ram's seal, he placed a leaf on his forehead, nodded, and inhaled. Although it may be slightly different, it ought to be considered a success. FWOOSH. For the umpteenth time, he cursed in his head as he watched the leaf shoot into the air like a slingshot before breaking into splinters. The class fell silent, and then there was laughter. With the memory still vivid, the Uzumaki winced. It had been an embarrassing experience. Iruka had only asked him to practice, without even mentioning the strange thing that was happening. What else am I supposed to anticipate? It is surprising that he is even willing to teach in light of everything. Overall, he felt a little let down by himself. The method wasn't just functioning as it should, even after hours. However, ignoring his emotions, he gave the sensei a sympathetic nod before turning around. His gaze fell on the others. It appeared that everyone had mastered the technique, with the exception of him. Naturally, the first had been the Hokage's daughter and the clan heirs. The heirs of the clan. That was mind-boggling. Even after a week, he still found it hard to comprehend that he, an unnamed orphan, was in the same class as the future chiefs of the village's many clans. What are the chances? Today, we'll read about various clans of the village. And, it's an honor to contribute to the teaching of all the clan heirs as well as Mito-san. The words still caught his attention, even though Sasama had later ejected him. Fortunately, he had the books to satisfy his interest. Is it possible to even compare myself to them? They have access to every resource. Very good, Sakura-chan. As he listened, Naruto turned to face the civilian girl with the pink hair. The girl had 3 leaves in her hands, 1 on each hand, and 3 stacked on top of one another on her forehead. No one had been able to accomplish such a feat. His previous thoughts were immediately erased. Stop underestimating yourself, idiot. Why can't you do as many things as she can? And only one, at that. The Uzumaki approached his seat, emptied his pocket, and spread the leaves on the desk as his mood took a turn for the worse. They may need to rename the village because of the abundance of leaves. He laughed to himself as he sat down, turned to face the window, put a leaf on his forehead, and started the exercise. Whoa! While the students formed a line, Mizuki waited with his arms crossed and tapped his left bicep with his other hand. Tsubaki wants one with me, and they're so awkward. He declared, brats, as the line was formed. 5 laps around the academy. As the mutters and groans filled the clearing, a frown instantly appeared on his face. Now. The majority of them flinched for a moment before running away. Sensei, Genji gave up and is laying on the other side. TCH, he wants to become a ninja after just 2 laps. Mizuki nodded once at the sneering, but what is she? Takawa. Something. Before giving up and leaping in the direction of the school's roof. Oh no, playing a carriage to these shinobi wannabes is something I detest. Uchiha and Namikaze are first, as one might anticipate. Mizuki respected the 2 heirs in spite of everything. They approached everything with a certain level of zeal, which is essential for a shinobi. The 2 heirs stopped, gasping for air, and started to move. The Chunin looked at him approvingly. Only they are familiar with the fundamentals. He was distracted by a dog's yipping and nearly snorted when he saw Inuzuka dragging himself without any kind of body symmetry, which was made worse by his tongue hanging out of his mouth. His gaze then narrowed as he turned the corner of the school building and saw another figure. After dropping to the ground, he spared another moment to gaze at the Inuzuka heir. Get up, walk for some minutes and allow your body to cool off. Mizuki watched the Kyuubi come to a stop in front of him, looking fine except for the slightly elevated breathing rate that was customary. The dog boy groaned but complied. This is a clear indication that it is not human. The sensei just ignored him as the brunette sat down and started to wait for the others. The white-haired shinobi yelled, "Line up brats." Over his shoulder, observing the happy faces as though they had merited the break. They're all fodder. The Yamanaka heir strode forward, purposeful and arrogant, his face marred by disgust. Inoichi is thinking what the devil. She isn't even worthy of being called a clan heiress. Even so, once she understands the horrors of our world, it would be worthwhile to watch his face. He looked out at the brats lined up in a line. Today, we'll learn about taijutsu. Mizuki rolled his eyes as he noticed Sakura staring at him expectantly. Does she not pick things up? Taijutsu or melee combat is one of the 4 pillars of shinobi ideology, the others being ninjutsu, genjutsu and iryojutsu. Iruka-sensei will teach you more about the last 3. So, let's begin with taijutsu. He moved to stand next to a dummy without waiting for an answer. For today, I will teach you the basic academy style. The Chunin positioned his right leg diagonally behind his left, limbs 2 feet apart, and knelt slightly. Even the clan heirs need to learn this because this style is the foundation and can be modeled into any other stance, he said. With his eyes fixed on the pupils, he raised his left fist to his chin and closed it with his right arm parallel to his waist. Copy me. The students started mimicking the sensei, with some switching arms, others switching feet, and even a couple crouching and then falling onto their asses. With a sigh, Mizuki eased up and walked over to observe the 3 pupils who had mastered the stance. I understand Namikaze and Uchiha, but what about the Hyuga? Really surprising. The Chunin began fixing the flaws from the first, kicking the shins and ankles, swatting the arms into the proper position, and ignoring the grunts and other signs of pain. Brats, you'll get it right this way. He quickly arrived at the second last person in line, gave the stance a once-over, nodded, and continued forward while grinning at the others who, presumably out of fear, adjusted their stance on their own. Naruto was stunned on the inside, but months of practice prevented him from displaying any emotion on his face. It was startling in and of itself that Mizuki had simply nodded at his position as though in agreement. Ignorance aside, does he consider me a fool? Or is he just classifying me as another stupid civilian child because I am an orphan without a clan? The majority of civilians were happy to learn in the manner that the 3 sensei were instructing them. Simply because they already knew or could learn at home, the clan heads didn't care. Sakura was the only one who asked too many questions, but eventually it worked for him. Most of his questions were answered without him having to express them. Sakura wouldn't be able to feel his body here, though. How he was slanting to the right, and how his left arm was not as confidently positioned as his dominant right arm. Not wanting to ask the Chunin, the Uzumaki sighed. Thus, it's learning by observation here as well. For the first time, he was thankful that his name started with the letter U. He looked to his right, saw the flawless Uchiha, and did his best to mimic him. After a few minutes and a few awkward moments, the blonde in disguise began to feel somewhat balanced. It's better than before, though. Mizuki's eyes narrowed slightly as the Kyuubi corrected nearly half of the defects simply by looking at them, which made him suspicious. This is worth investigating further. Simultaneously, conscious of the others, he broadened his focus, observing everyone's basic understanding of the stance. It's time to begin with the art of punching. He received some bewildered looks. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but punching is what I said, an art. It's more than decking your opponent with a closed fist, like not telegraphing your attack, or in other words, not letting your opponent know with which hand you're gonna punch him, among other things. Mizuki turned to face the dummy and said, anyway, you'll learn that on the go. For now, let's begin with simple punching. He lifted his hand to the level of his head, brought it behind his ear, closed his fist, and punched, saying, now most of you'll normally punch like this. He then turned to face the pupils. As you saw, this way of punching is time-consuming, totally gives away my intention, and with the way my arm jerked back after the motion, it's wrong. Mizuki settled into the stance and boasted. The stance is basically a platform where you are in a ready position to attack. He turned to face the dummy and delivered a series of slow blows, switching between the 2 hands, sometimes beginning with the left and ending with the right. Satisfied, he turned to look at the students, and they all showed him that they understood. Therefore, they aren't entirely worthless. I take it you understand. His response was a series of nods. Then, perhaps, Minamoto Ichi, share your thoughts. The boy with the brown hair stepped forward and scratched his chin. The way you punched, sensei, and compared to the previous attempt. Mizuki, growing irritated with the boy's dragging, nodded. It was cooler, faster and awesome. When the Chunin saw other children from the civilian world grinning at the boy, he grimaced even more. Namikaze Mito, step up. The redhead took a step forward. From the position of your arms, you were able to attack faster, the reason being your arms in front rather than behind your head. Also, due to that, you were able to control your arms the way you wanted. Satisfied, the white-haired man merely nodded before observing the others. Now, start. Standing in front of the dummy, Naruto attempted a few punches with his right hand before scowling. In addition to being much slower than Mizuki's, it also has a jerk post-hitting. Mizuki's arms stayed perfectly composed and in control. Setting aside the observations for the moment, he punched with his left hand and almost let it fall in surrender. It was slower than even the right hand and clumsy and sloppy, similar to how writing is limited to the right hand. He furrowed his brows as he looked around, slightly disappointed to see the Uchiha punching the dummy with both hands in a rhythmic manner. The motion was flawless. However, it was challenging to watch and contrast the duck's movement with his own shortcomings. Duck ass isn't helpful. What about? He looked to his left and saw that the Yamanaka was also occupied with the movements. Even though she was slower, she was still able to use both hands. His thoughts were cut off by the sound of approaching footsteps. The Uzumaki turned to face Mizuki, who was approaching them but stopped when he reached the duck ass. Shall I ask him? His face took on a thoughtful expression. Mizuki was undoubtedly going to give the incorrect response, but it wasn't as though he was doing it correctly by himself. We should try. I have nothing to lose. As the man approached him, the former blonde said, Sensei, and the man raised an eyebrow at the addressal. I can't get it right. The hand jerks after hitting the dummy, and the left hand is clumsy and slow. Show me. Naruto followed instructions without question, and then he looked at the white-haired man as he should have. Well, I can't seem to find a fault. It's your first time. Maybe you've got in your head that you're doing it wrong. Keep practicing. The blatant lies this man could spew from his mouth once again astounded the disguised blonde. But others made the same mistake and you corrected them, and now they are a lot better. From where he stood, he could see that the three civilian children were improving since the sensei had approached them. Oh no, I won't even learn anything in this manner. Mizuki grinned, but it was obvious from the tightening of the skin under the eyes. The Chunin walked past him after responding, I can't correct something that already is, Naruto-kun. Please, keep practicing and you'll manage it in no time. Naruto gritted his teeth as he looked at the back of the Chunin, a hint of shock filling his being at the obvious rejection. If this was going to happen on a regular basis, what was the point of joining the academy? While the final sensei attempted to hide his hatred, two of them were obviously against him. Only after you become a shinobi, you'll be able to go on various missions, afford things that are now out of your reach, and most certainly, be able to warrant respect from your colleagues if you prove your worth. The Uzumaki let out a breath as his previous thoughts gradually faded and the words of old man Hokage came back to him. My only escape route is the shinobi path. It would be amazing to go on missions outside of the village for days at a time. Naruto looked at the blonde girl to his left and began observing the movement of her hands as his mood lifted and he imagined the future. My only chance is her. As he blew out some air and wiped the perspiration from his brow, Naruto turned to face the skies, whose orange hue signified the time of day. Isn't it already evening? For a moment, the brunette looked in the direction of the academy building. I've spent 3 hours practicing. It's cool. He became aware of the limbs when he felt a slight throbbing pain in his hands. Naruto flexed them slightly, taking in the practice dummy's red knuckles and then its small indentations, his face displaying an almost satisfied expression. Even though it was only slight, the improvement was significant. Yamanaka Ino, it turned out, was also attempting to perfect the punch with both hands, and she used a method of purposefully slowing down the motion. I guess she's not just a girl who cares about appearances. However, he couldn't help but feel sorry for himself because it had taken him about 30 minutes to read the blonde girl's technique, which involved only trying the motion without any speed. Nevertheless, it was worthwhile. He could now punch nearly straight without jerking after the practice, and although his left hand was still slower, there was a noticeable improvement over his previous clumsiness. He saw this as a step forward. Okay, Naruto Uzumaki, you'll become a shinobi quickly if you keep trying. Who in the world requires a sensei? The blonde in disguise smiled a little and started to move in the direction of the academy building. I'm coming, Ichiraku. Let's get the bag. He went inside, turned left, and started to walk toward the last room in the hallway. He looked at the third door as he passed it because he could hear paper shuffling. This is Sensei Lounge. Did they remain at the academy this late? After a moment, the Uzumaki shrugged and passed it. He fixed the straps over his shoulders, went into the classroom, picked up the bag, and left into the hallway without further ado. He started flexing his hands to relieve the throbbing in his hands. What if it is responsible? The Uzumaki slowed as it approached the Sensei Lounge, and the voice, clearly that of Sasama, from inside the room said, it, in a way that was all too familiar. What are the odds? I don't know but the Sasama made a slight hushing sound, but Mizuki's voice was clearly heard before. And the snort that followed. Quote dot dot dot. Fine. Brad is clearly perceptive. Just today, he managed to remove most of the flaws in his stance and punching, by merely observing. These new words were a clear indication that he was the target of their conservation, if the before the brat wasn't a clue. Naruto found himself edging nearer to the door as his eyes narrowed. If what you are saying is true, then it is definitely a cause of concern. Should we tell Hokage-sama? You already know, Sandaime-sama favors it a lot. Also, he, being Hokage, is already burdened enough. That is, correct. So, what should we do? What else? We take the matter into our hands. Why you mean what? Naruto's eyes grew wide as he realized what the words meant after spending the previous few months in the red light district. Will they? He swallowed, and his instincts for survival told him to run, but he remained put because he wanted to know more about their strategy. Only if he keeps making such progress. After all, he should struggle to learn rather than get better on his own given his circumstances as an orphan and his treatment. The Uzumaki found himself clenching his wildly beating heart as there was a brief period of silence. Mizuki. But Mizuki-kun, it could be an initial bout of attention and excitement that every student has. Well, it could be. However, we must continue to monitor him. The goals were well understood and understood. The blonde in disguise retreated one step, then another, and before long, he was running out of the academy with pale face and haunted eyes. His wet feet were the only evidence that the moon was playing hide and seek with the clouds, sometimes lighting the river's water and other times giving the impression that the river had simply disappeared into the night. Even this isn't helping. The Hokage monument and this location had always soothed him, relieving his anxieties, as far as he could recall, but neither seemed to be effective today. Even if I am trying to think of something, the body's reaction, like it has a mind of its own, is making it difficult. Naruto looked at his heaving chest, noting the fast, heavy breaths that hadn't slowed down in the previous 2 hours. However, the problem was too serious for him to simply blame his body. Mizuki's hatred of him was one thing, but it was frightening when she went so far as to plan his murder, the former blonde shuddered. That too, since he was merely attempting to get better. Wasn't that the whole purpose of attending the academy? To learn, grow, and, why couldn't he just see what was wrong with that? The academy wasn't that important, but the Uzumaki shook his head, asking why Mizuki was willing to go this far and what he had actually done to the Chunin or anyone else. If he continues to improve. Naruto scowled deeply as the words of the white-haired man flashed through his mind. It seemed as though the man was afraid of him growing stronger, but why? He was certain that he wouldn't hurt the man or anything. He didn't even give a damn about what the villagers thought of him anymore, so why couldn't they just leave him alone? And that, Naruto let out a loud sigh and nearly fell to the ground. I have to put an end to this. His mind seemed to have become stuck on the problem, repeatedly playing the same train of thought, instead of coming up with a solution, despite his best efforts to solve it over the past 2 hours. Oh no, the 6-year-old, frustrated, fisted his hair. I still don't know what to do. I can't even go to Gigi. Since the elderly man was already taking care of him, it wouldn't be good for him to be burdened with this new issue. Furthermore, if old man Hokage did manage to get rid of Mizuki, what were the chances that the new instructor would not despise him and follow in his footsteps? Even worse, he or she might attempt to conceal that more. Red Light District had taught him that you were your only hope, so how long would he be depending on Gigi, given the state of affairs in the village? At that moment, his stomach decided to growl. Nevertheless, he pondered for a few more moments before the brunette made the decision to put the matter on hold for the time being due to a mental block similar to earlier attempts. Time is something I have, so let's get the food first. The Uzumaki stood up and made his way to the ramen shop after removing his feet from the river. Tonight, sleep was going to be unfamiliar. Oh, Nanashi-kun. As the child entered the store, Chuki yelled, "A moment please." Muttering and glancing at the clock, which read 10 minutes to 8, he started cleaning the remaining side of the counter, certain that the child would be the last customer of the day. The Uzumaki, sitting on the stool across from Chuki, said, "Hey, old man." After pausing to observe the child's drab voice, the elderly man turned to face the child and asked, "What's bothering you, child?" Naruto lifted one side of his lips, the charming expression warming his chest. "Just a bad day at academy. More like the worst day. Oh, I'm sorry, but I can't help with shinobi matters in that situation." The old man smiled a little sadly, but then his face brightened. But I know where I can, the child said, tilting his head. With a bowl on the house. Previous thoughts vanished for the moment as Naruto's smile grew. Thanks, old man. Chuki responded with a thumbs up, saying, wait, before vanishing into the store, which was soon filled with delectable scents. The blonde in disguise took a moment to enjoy the aroma before focusing on the menu and examining the different flavors of the divine dish. One day, I'm going to try that super deluxe Ichiraku combo and that one too, also that one. He heard something on the counter, and his mouth started to water when he saw the bowl of miso ramen. He didn't hesitate and grabbed the chopsticks, saying, "Itadakimasu," prior to indulging in the divine food. You know, I used to have a customer just like you, a couple of years ago, Chuki said, laughing, amused and taken aback by the child's enthusiasm. He enjoyed ramen as well, but without the meat and veggies. Well, Naruto chewed the meat in his mouth and looked inquisitively, almost certain of the child the elderly man was referring to. He doesn't visit anymore. Chuki shook his head and said, unfortunately, no. He stopped about 2 years ago. This used to be his favorite food, so I'm not sure why. What happened, I wonder? Yeah, the former blonde muttered absently as she turned to face the bowl of ramen. Sorry, old man, I can't tell you, I don't even know for how long, she said. Chuki gave the bowl of ramen a nod and then busied himself around the store. Anyway, don't let me interrupt you, he said. The Uzumaki were powerless and could only listen to what the man said. Naruto petted his stomach as he surveyed the street, taking in the shops and the villagers. The shopkeepers would still have to wait an hour for a customer before closing, so all I could do was think. He had not yet found anything to deal with Mizuki, but he was certain that if he was going down, the Chunin would follow suit. With a determined expression on his face, Uzumaki started to make his way to his apartment. Just you wait, Mizuki-tem, I will find, he said. He heard a cry, then noticed a smaller child pointing to a store. The teddy is what I want. Right now, but Ren-chan. Hey Teddy, Teddy, Teddy. Naruto noticed that he was slowing down, focusing more on the mother than the crying child. Despite the mother's best efforts to console the boy was not paying any attention. When the woman finally gave in and walked into the store with the child in her arms, he wished he had someone like that. His face lit up with a bittersweet smile. Almost everyone, whether a child or an adult, took their parents for granted, but what was unexpected was that the former were always content with the arrangements. I would never. Hooray! The blonde in disguise blinked as she heard the child emerge from the store, holding the white teddy in her tiny arms, and let out a sudden cry of joy. The woman walked out behind him, grinning at the contented child. Naruto shook his head and started to walk again. Good luck. You're a jerk. Another one you conned. Despite the words, a mixture of affection and frustration caused the Uzumaki to turn around, and as he did, he noticed a young man who somewhat resembled the child running in their direction. The child raised his new toy and simply giggled. What? The woman's expression was bewildered as she gazed at the man. The man stopped and grabbed the child's ear, saying, Sorry, Megumi-chan. My nephew is a bit of a trickster. You understand what I mean when I say that he pretends to cry in order to get you to drop your guard. Oh, after that, Naruto stopped listening, and his mind started spinning with the experience from the red light district and his previous tricks, creating a solid plan. A few seconds went by. Then he grinned wildly. Trick them, huh? I can do that, hee hee. Uzumaki Naruto. When there was no answer, Iruka had to turn to face the Jinchuriki's usual seat, which was empty. Is he not there today? He repeated. Uzumaki Naruto. A little louder voice. Come in, sensei. Before the door slid open, the sound of pacing echoed in the hallway and could be clearly heard in the classroom as well. The scarred Chunin turned to chastise the boy for his tardiness, but when he saw what the 6-year-old was wearing, he was stunned and opened his mouth in complete daze. What are you wearing? With a seemingly bewildered tilt of his head, the Uzumaki said, clothes. At once, the classroom erupted in laughter. Still in awe of the monstrosity in front of him, Iruka couldn't bring himself to stop them, even though he was certain they weren't laughing at the Uzumaki's response. But they are, orange. Surprisingly relieved that he had failed to complete the word, the sensei nodded. For added emphasis, Naruto pinched the jumpsuit's collar, saying, Yeah, I know right, orange is awesome. This is my favorite dress, and I have been dying to try it here since the first day. His words were accompanied by a broad smile. The kids laughed even harder, if they could. The Chunin couldn't comprehend how someone could think of such an obvious piece of garbage as their favorite dress, let alone wear it. Where did you even purchase it? Who had the audacity to genuinely market such items? As the Jinchuriki gazed affectionately at the dress, Uruka's eye twitched. From the market of Sector 5. The store owner claimed that the fabric is of high quality, allows air to flow through, and was even given it for only 2,000 ryos. The Uzumaki looked shocked. Isn't that unbelievable? Just 2,000 ryos for this fantastic orange jumpsuit. I bought two because I was so happy. He even nodded with a sense of achievement. 2,000 ryos. For this. The scarred shinobi's jaw struck the ground. He didn't even have to touch the fabric to realize that it was of very low quality and could have been purchased for a quarter of the price. Uruka couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the child at that moment as the consequences became clear to him. The villagers' treatment of the latter was obvious, and it was obvious that the shopkeeper, whoever he was, had deceived the child. Does he deal with this every day? Nevertheless, the Chunin was unable to forgive the boy's actions despite the momentary emotional struggle. Sit down. Anyway, sit down. Naruto shrugged, but he was secretly laughing at the normally calm Chunin's responses. Oh my Kami, this is hilarious. Thank you, jumpsuit, I never imagined you would be so helpful. With thoughts of what to do next racing through his head, the former blonde started to stroll over to his seat, hoping that the outfit would also have an impact on Mizuki after observing Uruka's response. He was also certain that Mizuki would call him a worthless brat who played shinobi, given how the white-haired Chunin regularly avoided dealing with most of the children, particularly the civilians, ostensibly because they did not learn like the clan heirs. Is the Kyuubi trying to make up for his fur? Mizuki hardly stopped himself from shouting out the words as he took in the monstrous orange jumpsuit he was wearing. He claimed to have paid 2,000 ryos for it, regardless of its color and quality. Is it unbelievable? That is 4 times the real cost. The white-haired Chunin scowled as Uruka's words flashed through his mind. Kyuubi was supposed to be a master of deceit and tricks, so how could he fall for such a simple trick? His eyes narrowed instantly. Is it trying to trick us? He shook his head, but there was no reason for the demon to do so. If anything, it needed to gain strength, which was something the sensei should be aware of and respect. Not this, which would only make them angry. You ask, Naruto. Well, he hasn't even managed the basic leaf exercise, Uruka hummed for a while. He told me that he tries every day, even at home, but it's not working. Could it be that the demon was truly stupid and unintelligent because it couldn't even complete the most basic exercise, which everyone could complete by the second day, in a week? There was a chance. Could it be that a child was possessed by the demon? However, how did it address the majority of the stance's shortcomings? It might be an initial bout of attention and excitement that every child has. The stance is the most rudimentary one. You don't have to be overly intelligent to grasp it. Was Sasama correct? We'll watch him for a few days. Mizuki clenched his fists. This was really starting to give him a migraine. He took a deep breath and decided to push the problem back into his mind. Continue the punching. The clumsiness of the left hand, the jerk post-hit, and the lack of speed remained as they had been yesterday, and the Chunin kept watching the Kyuubi as he attempted to correct his motions but failed. He chose to follow up on the observation for a few days just to be sure, even though the statements made by Uruka and Sasama appeared more and more credible. As the brats left for the building, Mizuki said, "Okay, you can go now." He smiled as the Jinchuriki came up to him and said, "The jumpsuit looks good on you, Naruto-kun." The joy on the demon's face almost made him wince. "Thank you, Mizuki-sensei." The sensei, still grinning broadly, wondered, is he for real? However, the demon did consume ramen for each of the 3 meals. Naruto was relieved and optimistic when he saw the sincere smile on Mizuki's face. It appeared that he was headed in the right direction. Hopefully, I will be able to solve my problem without visiting the Hokage. Furthermore, he was already learning by observation and depending on others to clear up their doubts, so it wasn't like his studies would suffer anymore. He could go on like this. I will have to change the training location because the academy grounds are dangerous, but I will observe there and practice afterwards. Naruto waited for Sasama to come in and pay attention. A few moments later, a woman with purple hair came into the room. Naturally, her eyes met his right away, but she made no mention of leaving the class. She's on a mission, huh? The Uzumaki grinned. Well, so am I. He yawned loudly on purpose, ignoring the others, and rested his head on the desk. The sensei scowled but restrained herself once more. He turned his head and started staring out the window. Let's see how long you can manage, Sensei. Two can play this game. Uzumaki-san, pay attention. That was fast, but it's so boring, he said, looking at her idly while mentally smiling. The children burst out laughing. However, Sasama became enraged and clenched her fists before glaring and saying, "Leave." I triumph. Yes. With a two-fingered salute, Naruto rose to his feet and leapt out of the window. Uzumaki, what the devil are you three going to do? 3. The former blonde's eyebrows shot up in surprise as he glanced over his shoulder and saw Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji leaping out of the window as well. What the? Naruto found himself slowing down at that point in the hopes that the three might want to accompany him. The three boys, however, ran off in different directions as soon as they touched the ground, and the blonde in disguise shook his head while grinning sadly. Not everything, Naruto. I can assist Haru-san during Sasama's lecture and later, in the evening, practice and all that. The sun is quite moody at this time of day. The Uzumaki strode towards Haru's shop, grinning at his adventure. Thwack, Naruto's grin disappeared. His eyes narrowed as he heard what sounded like a hit, followed by a cacophony of noise as if multiple objects had fallen at once. The blonde in disguise thought, staring at the brick store, this is coming from inside. Please, Haru-san's voice was that. Naruto's eyes widened as he took in the scene, and he swung open the door and ran inside, no longer waiting. Haru was being choked by a burly man who had shoved the shop owner over the table and had both hands clasped around the thinner man's neck. It seems that his abrupt arrival was noticed. Haru's eyes widened even more as the two men turned to face the door. And Naru, too, run, was all he could do. Maybe it was the situation of the man who had greatly assisted him, his growing self-assurance following multiple altercations with Kenta, or the sight of the same burly man who had attempted to smash a bottle on his head before being carried away by a ninja, but Naruto remained grounded. You bastard, stop it! The Uzumaki yelled, echoing what he had heard in the red light district. What the devil are you staring at? He continued, observing the strange glance the man was giving him. The man slowly said, Naruto, as if testing the name on his tongue. The slur revealed that he was intoxicated. The man's glare hardened, his face contorting into something unsightly, and both he and Naruto made the connection at the same time. Demon. When he heard the word, the disguised blonde's eyes grew wide, and he waited for the shinobi to attack the inebriated bastard. A few moments went by, but nobody arrived. After he saw the non-occurring, the burly man, who had grimaced a little at his own mistake, looked around for a while before snarling, I'll fucking kill you. The inebriated man started walking toward Haru, completely forgetting about him. With a cry of, help, almost reaching his throat, Naruto nearly retreated, but he stopped himself. The words did the same. He saw flashbacks of the previous months in the red light district, where he saw numerous men, women, and children in dire circumstances pleading for mercy and assistance. However, it had never materialized. Now, neither would. He slowly came to terms with the fact that he was in this predicament, but he didn't want to leave one of the few men who had been kind to him, so he glanced around the store before rushing to the counter. Crunch. Thwack. The disguised blonde felt himself falling in the opposite direction after something struck him on the side of his head, causing his head to jerk. I don't remember hitting the ground, but a few moments later he was looking with blurry eyes and realizing that he was in a prone position. Aside from the slight clarity before his eyes, he tried blinking, which made him aware of the sharp pain in the top of his head, but nothing happened. Something flipped him over at that moment, and then he felt a lot of pressure on his neck, which severely limited his breathing. His vision became even clearer, as if from shock, and he could see the image of the burly man seated next to him. He's killing. The Uzumaki's fear of death manifesting itself caused him to become frozen in shock, forgetting everything around him and concentrating only on his labored breathing and the ensuing sense of weakness and powerlessness that was gradually engulfing his entire being. As soon as the different emotions registered, a strong desire to survive also emerged, overpowering all other feelings. Small hands started frantically petting the floor, and then his right hand landed on something hard and sleek. Naruto's eyes went crazy, and he started flailing his arms, hoping to find something that would help him escape. His fist closed around the object without thinking, then he brought it to the man. Haru used the table's support to prop himself up, and as soon as he saw the inebriated man deliberately approaching the child in a prone position, he yelled, Fuji. Hold on. However, the voice sounded raspy. Still wondering, Haru pushed himself off the table, taking a step but falling instantly. Fuji didn't stop, a noticeable aura of blood palpable around the burly man. Is it Kyuubi's fault? But they seem to have some history. Refusing to give up, the tavern owner attempted to get up once more, grabbing the edge of the table as his eyes fell on the inebriated man who was about to choke Naruto. Haru experienced a wave of strength and resolve at that moment, which could have been caused by a small fear of losing the child with whom he had become close, or by a later fear of Hokage tearing him to pieces, or in the worst-case scenario, the resuscitation of Kyuubi. He got up and walked in the direction of the two, realizing that Fuji would not stop. Unless forced to. His gaze landed on an empty bottle on the table to the left, and he swiftly closed his hand around its neck. With a renewed sense of resolve, Haru accelerated, taking 3 long strides to cover the distance. The tavern owner tightened his fist around the bottle in an attempt to reassure himself, swinging it with all of his strength as the memory of the drunkard's earlier beating came back to him. Crank. He didn't care that the bottle had broken from beneath his neck, the glass splintered all over, and a few pieces had even broken through into his own flesh. However, Fuji retreated, both hands briefly clasping around the hit area before he fell over the smaller body below, seemingly severed from some fictitious strings that held him. When a metal grill emerged from the inebriated man's chest, Haru instantly choked. He quickly identified the rusty metal and focused on the window's broken grills. Fuji, ya bastard, now who's going to pay for all this damage? He thought. Haru wiped his hands and turned to face the boys behind him. Take the rest of the day off, and not a word of this to anybody, he said in a tone as casual as possible, knowing that the two would keep their secrets. This was the red light district, after all, and although they were uncommon, they did occur. With a nod, the two boys left the tavern. Haru looked at the Uzumaki, who had remained motionless for the past hour, his brown eyes slightly wide and his arms folded around his knees. Looking at the boy, the older man thought, at least there are no tears. He's taking it a lot better. However, Haru crouched, knowing that the boy needed to express himself or at least speak. I have taken care of the body, nobody's gonna trace it back to us. He raked a hand through his hair, opened his mouth for a moment, and said, listen kid, it couldn't be helped. He waited for a few moments, hoping for some sort of response, but nothing came. Damn it, I am no good at this shit. He continued, nodding to himself as he gathered the necessary words. It was either him or us, it wasn't even our fault. I just wanted to knock him out, and you just happened to hold the grill at the exact time. The child's eyes finally lowered slightly, but Haru continued, saying, if we hadn't done that, he would have killed you and then me. I don't know about you, but I want to live and would gladly do it again. Furthermore, are you not interested in becoming a shinobi? He concluded, a little hesitant. Well, treat it as your first kill. He hoped the brat wouldn't lose it or hurt after hearing it. To his great relief and slight surprise, however, the child nodded slowly, with a noticeable but expected hesitancy. Haru nevertheless made the decision to remain with the Jinchuriki for the present. Report. Uzumaki Naruto was able to access his chakra, but he couldn't even control it to perform the simple leaf exercise. Additionally, he has trouble with taijutsu, but so do other kids from the general public, so perhaps he will get it soon. Iruka concluded, exhaling, though he barely pays any attention to Sasama-san's lectures, and awaited his leader's response. He must have had a lot of chakra reserves because Hiruzen remained silent for a while, thinking about what the Chunin had said. Don't worry, Iruka-kun, I will talk to him, the scarred shinobi said with a humble nod. Anything else? Uzumaki-san has also started wearing a totally impractical orange jumpsuit. Hiruzen would have grinned if it weren't for the situation, noticing the slightest hint of worry in the Chunin's voice. You made the right decision, Iruka. Does he have any friends in the class? Iruka was perplexed by the peculiar query, but he knew he had to respond in kind. None I am aware of, Hokage-sama. His heart tried to tighten with regret and sadness, but years of practice helped him push the emotions away. It appears that he is once again attempting to attract attention by dressing brightly. After giving the matter some thought, he nodded to himself and said, let him be. Iruka could only nod, despite the shock that filled him, because the tone of the words left no room for doubt. Well, I fulfilled my obligation. After experiencing a cold and damp feeling, Naruto gradually regained consciousness. After blinking a few times, he opened his eyes and observed the hazy surroundings, the moisture in the air overpowering his sleepiness. Oh no, The only benefit of winter is that you don't have to take a daily bath. Now completely awake, he made an effort to see through the mist, his face wrinkling at the greenery and the lack of his bedroom's typical four walls. What am I? Thoughts stopped, the slightest annoyance registering in his knuckles, and Naruto raised his hands to eye level, the reddish color on the fingers, threshold protesting the damp feeling of the fog. Does winter have a slight impact on my recovery, then? The orange-clad boy slowly got to his feet as the memories of the previous evening returned, turning to face the barely noticeable dents on the log. I guess I dozed off after training. The disguised blonde started to leave the clearing with a slightly elevated gait, flexing his fingers a little. I've been at the academy for a year, and my taijutsu is still deficient in practically every way. He had dedicated himself to the training, and hours had turned into days, then weeks, then months. Even though he neglected his meals and slept on the training grounds, mistakes continued to occur, combinations would not work, and speed was still only a pipe dream. He was powerful, as demonstrated by his battle with Kenta and the group. He also had poor instincts, but he lacked the grace and smoothness of clan heirs. Overall, he lagged well behind his peers in the absence of a qualified taijutsu instructor who could at least correct his mistakes. I suppose his name was Ibuzu, or something similar. If only he had a personal trainer, caretaker like Mito. The Uzumaki sighed as they left the clearing, observing the slight shift in fog density brought about by residential areas. I still have an hour to prepare for the academy, given how thick the fog is. The 7-year-old yawned and stretched a little before starting to walk back to his apartment. With a frown on his face, Naruto slowed his gait as he observed the nearly deserted academy grounds, which are typically crowded with students making their way to the academy building. Mizuki was the only person stationed like a guard at the gate. I'm sure I'm not late. Then why? Uzumaki stopped thinking as he approached the white-haired Chunin, who was already staring at him with a serious expression on his face and his arms crossed to heighten the effect. Yo, sensei, Naruto said after pausing briefly and purposefully scanning his surroundings. Where is, but stopped when the Chunin got up and squatted down to meet him. The academy is closed for a week, Naruto-kun. The orange-clad man raised his arms and crossed them behind his head, his face wrinkled and his eyes narrowed into slits. Why? Fixes. However, Iruka-sensei would have brought it up. Why is Mizuki like that, too? Serious and a little depressing. The older man's Chunin vest rose and fell slowly as he heaved his chest. Do you recall Uchiha Itachi? The blonde in disguise gave a slight tilt of his head and then nodded. What's this got to do with Sasuke's brother? Most of it, but there's no need to tell the demon. Last night, he killed his entire clan. This time, Naruto couldn't care less about his silly act as his eyes widened and a gasp came out of his mouth. His whole face was covered in shock and disbelief. Whether I'm an idiot or not, how could this have happened? Everyone avoided them and even bowed to those Uchiha guys, who appeared to be very strong. He inhaled deeply. A single man killed them all. What was the strength of this Uchiha Itachi? Naruto gulped as the image of old man Hokage's face flashed through his mind. Definitely in the Jiji League. Indeed, Sasuke's brother was. Be serious towards your studies. Sasuke-kun's elder brother graduated at the age of 7, and now at 12, he is doing well as a Chunin. When Iruka-sensei's remarks reappeared, the Uzumaki nearly retreated as the seriousness of the situation became apparent. At the age of 13, Uchiha Itachi killed every adult, including the shinobis, by himself. I will kill you, demon. After battling that drunkard, he and Haru had only unintentionally killed him. And the guilt that followed, he wasn't even sure where he would be now if it weren't for Haru. Even now, occasionally the guilt reappears, causing restless nights. However, this man had enough cunning to leave the village despite having killed so many people. After the academy, this was the caliber of shinobis he would have to deal with. All of a sudden, it seemed impossible to become a shinobi. How could he, a nameless, clanless stranger without any formal education, even consider opposing these monsters? Could he envision himself as powerful as this Itachi in just 6 years? No, Mizuki couldn't help but feel a twinge of pleasure when she saw the Kyuubi in disbelief despite the suppressed and depressing atmosphere that pervaded the village. The demon's face showed a wide range of emotions. It was clear that it had realized that Madara's potential could be reached and controlled by another Uchiha. Unfortunately, the aforementioned Uchiha was now the village's enemy. However, he was certain that Kyuubi and Uchiha Itachi would eventually come into contact. Unfortunately, Though, all good things were fleeting. The Hokage must be monitoring the academy, so he had to send the Kyuubi back. Mizuki forced himself to put his hands on the demon's shoulders out of sheer disgust. Now off you go and try to stay inside your apartment. As Mizuki comforted his grandson, Hiruzen took a puff from his cigar and watched. As a skilled shinobi, this Mizuki is deserving of some recognition. The Hokage stared at the orange-clad boy's retreating figure for a few seconds before turning to face the village, whose gloomy atmosphere was highlighted by the fog, which was denser than usual. Things have changed, Hokage-sama, especially after Minato-kun became Hokage. Certain elements are not happy with his progress, and I fear your authority will not be enough. Sarutobi turned his attention to his successor's portrait. Kushina's words are coming to pass day by day. Danzo should follow the Hokage's lead. The Uzumaki woman's words were horribly put into practice when she ordered the total annihilation of one of Konoha's most powerful clans. The worst part was that, for a few years at least, he was powerless to stop the War Hawk. Now, direct conflict would only result in civil war, which the village could not afford. Nevertheless, it was astounding to say the least that someone so impetuous as Kushina could be so foresighted. Death could, in fact, cause a generous paradigm shift. Thinking, Hiruzen started puffing on his cigar, the unfortunate events bearing down on each breath. There were quiet moments. Then he let out a sigh. Danzo, you're a jerk. My best chance of having a successor was ruined by you. Burring. Naruto pressed the button without even checking the alarm clock, and the sound subsided. He sighed instantly, the momentary relief from the alarm sound coming to an end as the thoughts flooded his mind once more. I've been thinking about the massacre non-stop for the past 2 days. It was unbelievable that a 13-year-old boy could kill hundreds of people in one night. And then there were kids. Was this what it meant to be a shinobi? Killing weak and helpless people simply because one could. He inhaled. Given this, he was extremely fortunate to have survived in a hostile village. However, how long? An idiot might feel more confident to get rid of the demon child after this entire massacre. After all, why couldn't an adult do the same thing and get away if a 13-year-old could? He inhaled once more. Although there was a very high chance, this might not occur for a few months, a year, or even 2. What would he do, too? What could he accomplish? He was a nobody, weak, untrained, and a fodder. Fodder like you and me are easily forgotten. All of that strange man's words were coming true. He couldn't make a difference. Grow strong, only then you'll see the change. The Uzumaki blinked, the man's subsequent words abruptly coming back to him, and then, as though startled, he sat up on his bed, his eyes widening and his mouth opening. His thoughts started to change the next moment, and his entire life started to flash before his eyes. The blonde in disguise was powerless to stop the thoughts that followed. How long had he been more than fodder? People had attempted to crush, denigrate, and even kill him, as far as he could recall, but he had persevered in the face of overwhelming odds. He was still doing that. Furthermore, despite its enormity, this incident had no direct impact on him. And if he were strong enough, this would be his only chance of survival, even if some idiot was inspired by it and tried to vent his rage on him. It was definitely not going to work to sit here and do nothing. A fool. The ex-blonde got out of bed, walked to the window, and parted the curtains, lamenting himself before nodding. You will undoubtedly miss the daylight after 2 days of darkness. Fortunately, there isn't any fog today. The 7-year-old left the bedroom as determination started to rise. Naruto left the restroom and entered the lobby, checking his disguise in the mirror. Okay, let's get started. The Uzumaki let out a breath and started to make decisions. 2 days after the incident, he was unsure if training in the forests above the Hokage mountain would be permitted. Taijutsu was also prohibited in the apartment. Looking around at the paint that was barely holding, he had no idea how much damage a single blow would do. It's ninjutsu, then shuriken jutsu. Naruto muttered, nodding to himself as he made the necessary hand seals and relished the little joy that came from his respectable hand movement speed. Henge no jutsu. Before the former blonde emerged and observed his appearance through the nearly black window pane, the customary puff of smoke briefly materialized. He was met with the familiar look of a wrinkled, white-haired face dressed in odd attire. He nodded once more in satisfaction after examining the noticeable wrinkles, slightly hollowed eyes, and loose cheeks, among other features. His face was instantly marred by a frown as his hand lifted and found purchase on the short beard. Henge is an E-rank genjutsu, one of the simplest yet effective, which casts only an illusion granting you a different appearance. Let me demonstrate, Uruka said, forming the hand seals slowly before murmuring. Henge no Jutsu. A temporary cloud of smoke appeared, then dissipated, revealing a smiling, well-known girl with pink hair. Ohio, I am Haruno Sakura. Sakura was seated at the front desk, her eyes wide and her mouth open, and everyone looked at her. Every student started comparing the two girls as shocked whispers filled the classroom. Silence. Uruka's voice coming out of Sakura's mouth would have been hilarious at any other time, but this time the class instantly complied because the surprise and amazement overshadowed all other feelings. Now, as I said, Uruka said once more in a female voice. Seeing the bewilderment on the kids' faces, he continued, this is just an illusion and not an actual transformation, meaning I may appear as a 4-foot girl but, in actuality, I am 6 feet. Let me show. Sasuke-kun, come here. The duck complied and took a position in front of the man-turned-girl. Now simply touch me anywhere above my Sakura's head. After nodding, the Uchiha's obliging, dark eyebrows instantly raised. Voice your observations, Sasuke-kun. I can actually touch and feel your Chunin vest. Alright, now hit me at the same place. Once more, Sasuke trailed behind. The smoke instantly covered the girl before opening to show his punch lodged in Uruka's fist. To sum it up, chakra manifested taking the form of Sakura while concealing my actual features. With a touch, one can determine the usage of henge, and with a casual hit, the jutsu is dispelled. That's why it is advisable to assume a henge of similar features as the jutsu wielder. On missions, genins are advised to take henge of kids while a sensei assumes that of a grown-up. It's a stupid jutsu if anyone can discover it with a touch and hit. Uruka grinned. Tell me Kiba-kun, on a mission, will you actually try and hit everyone to know of henge? Touch is already out of the question assuming the henge has similar height and shape. With a pout on his face, the Inuzuka briefly opened his mouth before swiftly shutting it. Exactly. Regarding the voice, the habits, they come with a lot of practice. According to what Uruka said, his hand shouldn't really grasp the beard, instead, it should just go through the illusion. This was strange and completely different. Naruto let out a frustrated sigh. How did he earn all of this? He was incapable of performing even rudimentary jutsu, and worse, he was unable to discuss it. People already hated him, and disclosing his strange metamorphosis would only make them hate him more. Stories of shape-shifting and demons already existed, and he was referred to as one. He shook his head, trying to break the negative thought pattern. It would only make him feel worse. He waited for a short while as his emotions subsided. All right, next jutsu, he muttered, breaking the silence and making hand seals as he focused on the room's only chair. Kawarimi no Jutsu. For a brief moment, his vision became somewhat blurry, and then he was standing in the shape of a chair. His previous thoughts were invaded by feelings of satisfaction and mild joy, which the Uzumaki welcomed. He could at least perform a jutsu correctly, just like the other students in the class. He smiled as he thought back to the class day when they learned Kawarimi. Uruka noticed a wooden kunai on his desk and arched an eyebrow before picking it up and turning to face the class. What is this doing here? Sensei, Ino said loudly. It's Kiba's, he was trying to perform a Kawarimi with it. The Chunin immediately turned to face the Inuzuka, a look of mild disbelief on his face. Why were you using a kunai, Kiba? Hana, my sister, told me to practice with a kunai, and that one day I'll be able to substitute like Yondaime. Uruka took a breath, her eyes twitching. Kiba-kun, what Yondaime used was teleportation, meaning, in the blink of an eye, he could appear in Iwa and back in Konoha. Surely, you can't do that with this kunai. Also, kunai was just for help. He actually used a written Fuinjutsu formula. We'll learn about Fuinjutsu later. Coming back, you can't substitute with a kunai. To substitute, you need an object of decent mass and size which can help in jutsu. Theoretically, chakra extends and grasps onto the object, and on completion of seals, pulls the object as well as the caster towards each other. Imagine chakra as a rope and someone is holding it in the middle and then throws you both towards each other. Of course, chakra enhances your speed very much, thus making the execution possible in an instant. Yes, Sakura-chan. What if we can't find such an object? Uruka grinned and nodded. Good question. On missions, a shinobi doesn't have time to look for such an object. At that time, log helps. With a flick, a finger-sized scroll materialized in the Chunin's hand as he raised it, palm facing the students. He held the scroll between his thumb and finger, ignoring the children's murmurs. This is a ready-to-use and throw scroll specially designed for substitution. Just channel some chakra into it, and a log appears while the scroll is destroyed. And with some training, you can also cast a basic genjutsu to conceal the customary smoke with your own image, while the real you escapes. In fact, almost every trained shinobi does that. Recalling his own attempt, the 7-year-old let out a little laugh. Kiba had collided with the chair, which had just fallen out of the window and into the academy grounds. And Shikamaru, that lazy ass, had just fallen halfway out of his chair. With a humorous expression on his face, Naruto shook his head and started creating the next seals. The joy on his face gave way to fear and despair with each seal he created. He said, closing his eyes, "Bunshin no Jutsu." After opening his eyes and asking for a miracle, he looked around and almost fell to his knees. There were 2 deformed objects on the ground. Oh no, why am I unable to execute even one Bunshin correctly? For some reason, even after 6 months, he was still unable to perform the jutsu correctly. He dismissed the 2 pale imitations with a slight groan. He remained motionless for a while before removing some wooden kunais from the kunai holster. Oh no, Mizuki, while everyone else gets it from school, I have to pay for these functional kunais and shurikens because of you. Fortunately, always the overachiever, Haruno Sakura, had requested a store where she could purchase them. Naruto, stop it, less whining, more work. The Uzumaki shifted his hold on the kunai and threw it, looking at the shabby target rings. Pay attention. As the wooden object hit the 3rd ring, he thought to himself and threw kunais one after the other. The following 3 kunais, one after the other, all struck the 2nd ring at the same spot. He sighed with satisfaction as he threw the final one, which likewise hit the same spot before falling. A large piece of paint then fell, erasing half of the target rings and exposing a yellowish-white surface. Great, Naruto grumbled as he moved in the direction of the freshly exposed old paint. What is the actual cost of the painting? I must. His eyes narrowed as he noticed an odd circular pattern on the freshly exposed white area, stopping his thoughts. It was composed of erroneous black symbols. What is this? His eyes widened as he instinctively raised his hand and touched the center. He was certain that chakra was leaking into the odd pattern from his fingers. Curiosity overcame all other thoughts as the urge to pull his hand back rose. He was genuinely fascinated by this peculiar phenomenon, though he wasn't sure why. As Naruto observed the tiny clock on the wall, minutes passed by second by second. 30 seconds. There's a lot of chakra there, and... He barely had time to remove his hand before a puff of smoke covered the wall and a book and a pouch fell to the ground as the chakra percolation stopped. The former blonde raised her eyebrows, crouched, raised her hand, and started to hover over the items. Shaking his head at any doubts, he simply picked up both items, moved, and took a seat at the Chibudai table. He took hold of the brown pouch and emptied it onto the table after briefly switching between the 2 items. Thuck, thuck, tink, are these? He selected the shurikens with equal enthusiasm, the weight and feel verifying the 5 items' metal composition. He put the shuriken aside after rotating them for a while, then picked up the book that was a little worn off. The letter, M, was written on the light brown cover. Unquestionably a girl's. No boy writes with such neatness. Let's open it now. He blinked as he turned the cover. It was obviously written by the same person who had written that M, but it was not a book. He started reading, still determined to have a look. I started studying Fuinjutsu today, and I'm eager to learn more about it. It is without a doubt the most powerful and adaptable subset of shinobi arts. It was a daring assertion. Still, it sparked his curiosity. Using Fuinjutsu, Nadaime Hokage was able to teleport hundreds of miles in a matter of seconds. Did Yondaime employ the same method as well? Iruka-sensei claimed that he could teleport to Iwa in an instant. If so, this Fuinjutsu was truly remarkable. A seal master can completely negate any jutsu with his seals, according to sensei, and simple storage scrolls conceal objects the size of a Hokage tower into them. Whoa! Additionally, sensei stated that any one of the 4 pillars of shinobi ideology can be successfully replaced by Fuinjutsu. All of them, genjutsu, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and iryojutsu. His enthusiasm started to grow. He now had a strong desire to learn Fuinjutsu. He turned the page, determined, but it was blank. Not even the one next to it was occupied. That's why he stopped when he noticed the letters reflected on the second page. Whoever this girl was, She probably wrote for fun and wasn't a regular writer. He turned the page and started reading again, shrugging. Additionally, even the hand seals that we use today were once written or drawn as fuinjutsu. Hold on, what? As the consequences became clear, the Uzumaki took a sharp breath. How many times had he considered doing bunshin in a different way since it was obvious that his use of hand seals might be flawed? The jutsus would undoubtedly come out correctly if he could use these written seals. After all, writing seals was far more precise than moving your hands in different directions. He turned to the next page, fully committed. Without a doubt, the girl enjoyed wasting pages. I started doing calligraphy today. According to sensei, for fuinjutsu to be effective, each kanji and stroke must be clear and precise. I'm hoping the diary will contain some information about this calligraphy thing. I've also begun going to the shinobi library, and I'm very saddened by the state of the fuinjutsu section there. There is only one shelf, which is admittedly quite full of books, but they are in very bad shape. Fortunately, I have sensei to teach me later, and even so, there is a respectable amount of material for a beginner. Library, what? He had his own henge to take advantage of, He turned the page, set the thoughts aside for the moment, and went back to reading. Thank you, Kami. At last, I was able to convince sensei to give me the Kage Bunshin scroll today. Naruto's thoughts screamed to a stop. No, what the devil was a Kage? A Kage Bunshin was present. It might be his escape from the terrible Bunshin jutsu, but he had no idea what it was. He had to learn this. Of course, he jumped right back into the reading with an abundance of enthusiasm. This is the pinnacle of jutsu. The clones can transfer memories to the original upon dispelling in addition to being solid and able to speak. Imagine learning so much in such a short period of time. At this point, the 7-year-old was practically drooling. Infinite possibilities started to flood his thoughts. He could learn without even a sensei. But you can rely on sensei to turn everything into a game. He created a dependent matrix out of the jutsu. The seal will only open if I can channel chakra into it for at least 10 minutes. Unfortunately, after only a minute of chakra channeling, I almost exhaust myself. However, one day, I'll keep channeling chakra into the seal until that day. I've pasted it on the final page of this diary just for safety. The disguised blonde let out a gasp and hurriedly shuffled the papers to the last one, a smile spreading across his face when he noticed a complex seal on the page. I'm hoping it will remain. He gulped a little, touched the seal's very center, and started to channel chakra. A puff of smoke appeared not even a second later. He blinked. That was quick. He expected his chakras to drain for at least 30 seconds. He pulled the scroll out of the air at the same moment, breathing a little too heavily and his heart fluttering. As soon as he unfolded it, his eyes started searching through the contents, determined to learn from this surprising discovery. The Uzumaki set the scroll aside and looked at the time. It was quick, 30 minutes. Excellent. He crossed his fingers and inhaled. Using only a plus sign with index fingers, this seal is distinct. He gave a shrug. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He experienced the bare minimum of chakra drain, and his face lit up with surprise at the unheard of feeling. Then a puff of smoke appeared. Naruto held his breath, but the smoke vanished in an instant. When the 7-year-old saw a perfectly lifelike replica of himself, his eyes widened and his eyebrows almost touched his hairline. It was successful. With a wild smile spreading across his face, he clenched his left fist and, "Yo, boss. Yes, he could certainly grow accustomed to it." He also gave a 2-finger salute, trying but failing to contain his smile. "I can do bunshin, yada." With delight, the Uzumaki started massaging his hands. "Don't forget boss, you still have to perform Academy bunshin to pass." Naruto stopped celebrating and cocked his head, a look of mild bewilderment on his face at first, but then realization appeared. This bunshin is mandatory for graduation, even for clan heirs. This is to give a fair chance to all of you as, in their elements, clan heirs hold clear advantage. Like an Aburame can more easily form a Kikaichu bunshin. Recalling Iruka sensei's remarks, his mood soured, but the general excitement persisted. "So, tell me about yourself." "Well, I am, you." The 7-year-old stopped perspiring. The clone gave a shrug. "I have your memories and all that." "Oh. Okay," he said, thinking, what else should? "Let's test that memory transfer." "No, wait. For that you'll need to dispel." Let's go with jutsus first." "Sure," the clone said, forming the hand seals without waiting. Henge no jutsu. When Naruto saw a blonde elderly woman with smoke covering her chest and lower body, he deadpanned. Not this one. Why, he couldn't hear the sweetness of the voice. You know very well how I created this jutsu. Yeah, you decided to try a girl, and saw this girl on a poster. But since her chest and lower area were blackened, you decided to be creative. The only similarity between his clones was their appearance. Their attitudes were, to put it mildly, different. He spoke, shaking his head. Kawari me, now. The clone was replaced by a chair a moment later, and then he was back where he had been. The clone said sweetly, Bunshin. Naruto gave a nod. Besides, there was no harm in trying. Bunshin no jutsu. The Uzumaki saw the same outcome and nearly collapsed. Once more, there were two pale copies on the ground. My only chance is gone. He mumbled, letting out a deep breath. What about taijutsu? For a moment, the clone gazed at the roof. I don't know. Let's try. Naruto shrugged and moved on. Ready. Upon receiving a nod, he punched his doppelganger in the stomach. The disguised blonde winced as the memories hit her, and the clone instantly vanished. Whoa, I feel as though I've experienced every second. With the implications sinking into his brain, he let out a laugh. He would undoubtedly take advantage of this jutsu. He crossed his fingers once more. A second clone appeared out of nowhere. You know what to do. The clone made hand seals and nodded. Henge no jutsu. The Uzumaki took some time to examine the henge. Alright, that'll work. It is fitting. This guy set us on this path, and we have become stronger due to him. He's also a chunin. Yeah, the original said with a nod. Now you go to the library and make sure to get as much as you can on the Fuinjutsu section. Meanwhile, I am going to visit Haru-san. Before leaping out of the window, the clone merely saluted with two fingers. Naruto went through the door after him. The Uzumaki opened the door and entered, surveying the tiny tavern. Yo, Haru-san. The older man nodded as he looked at the 7-year-old from behind the counter. Naruto-kun, you're early. With a shrug, the blonde in disguise walked over to the counter and sat down. Academy is off, I didn't have anything to do. Oh, Haru replied as she looked through a few receipts. The massacre must be to blame. I thought even your shop would be closed. With slightly widened eyes, the tavern owner stopped what he was doing and slowly turned to face the inquisitive youngster. What do you mean? The massacre, you know. Since the academy is closed, I thought other places would also be. What the devil, who would have told a 7-year-old about such a cruel incident? How, of course, there would have been an attempt to frighten him. Haru let out a sigh. Gaki, poor thing, are you okay? Learning about the whole massacre thing, I mean. The Uzumaki turned to face the counter. I was scared, even now, I am, but then I realized that only getting stronger will help me. So, I am not thinking about it anymore. What about you? What do you think about it? Naruto asked, looking at the older man. I really don't know. That's some serious shinobi stuff, Haru said with a small smile. It would be better if he didn't find out about the rumors that Itachi broke or carried out the act to test his strength. Anyway, the older man said, choosing to change the subject. You wanna help? Sure, Naruto said with a nod. Well, then come here, Haru said, gesturing for the child to join him. I want you to write down the prices of these bottles. Okay, the 7-year-old said, getting up from the seat and moving to the other side with a look of mild perplexity. But why? Until today, he had never been asked to do this. The older brunette let out a small sigh. The alcohol and even some ingredients for food items come from Nami no Kuni. But since the last few months, the deliveries are getting delayed and even the prices are rising. So, some other shop owners and I are going to travel to Nami no Kuni to see for ourselves what is the cause. Naruto's eyes grew wide at once. Haru was heading to Nami no Kuni, which was undoubtedly outside the village. He had dreamed of leaving the village as long as he could remember. He had been longing to see how the other people lived, whether they would treat him differently, and how the land was different. He inhaled. He would be foolish to deny that this was his chance. It could be his chance. His veins began to race with excitement, and he spoke up right away. Can I come too? Once more, Haru paused his review of the receipts and gave the child a disbelieving glance. What? I want to join you. I have never been outside. No, the older brunette said, shaking his head. Absolutely no. But why? After setting the papers aside, the tavern owner turned to face the nearly whining child. First, You are a 7-year-old, and I ain't your guardian who is Hokage, and asking him is inviting trouble for both of us. Second, I can make my own decisions. Haru gave a snort. Yeah, and I can beat Hokage. Now stop interrupting me. As I was saying, the Hokage keeps a close eye on the orphans, particularly you. He would know you are missing. No, he won't. The older man chose to make fun of the child instead of glaring at the interruption. Oh, and why? Naruto crossed his fingers right away. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A lone clone appeared next to him right away, saluting the older brunette with 2 fingers. Bunshin Kage, how did I find out about them? He looked at the disguised blonde in confusion, trying to think of something but not succeeding. How will a clone help you in this? I am not an ordinary clone. Haru's face was filled with shock and surprise as his mouth opened. It was forbidden for clones to speak. What on earth? The clone said, exactly, I can talk, and I am a solid clone. Here, and the older man reluctantly took his outstretched hand. Haru looked at the hand with even more wonder and understood why the child was so self-assured. No one could distinguish between the two. While the original could travel, the clone could remain in the village. Yet, all right, I understand where you are coming from, but this is a clone and, most likely, will dispel in some hours. What will you do then? For a moment, the Uzumaki's face twisted. When will you leave, and, for how long? Haru took a few moments to look at the wall calendar. He looked back and nodded. In, 5 days, and for how long? Make it 5 days more, yeah, he said. Then, let me test it. I will tell you for how many days this clone can survive. All right. No, still not enough. Naruto let out a moan. What now? The clone can cover your presence, sure, but certainly, you can't be seen out of the village as Naruto. There can't be 2 of you at different places. And before you ask, Konoha shinobis have a wide reach. Also, we can't just be seen taking a kid with us. There will be a lot of checking at the gate. And, don't even think about using henge, the village guards will easily recognize that. The 7-year-old grinned. Wanna bet? Haru squinted his eyes. What did the child have to do? What? He asked, pausing when he noticed that the gaki had already formed hand seals. Henge no jutsu. The elder man raised an eyebrow, observing his own flawless imitation as the customary smoke vanished. And then he looked at the only addition. What's with the hat? Something too. When Naruto actually removed his hat, his words stopped in his throat. What the devil? The hat was a component of an illusion. The child was grasping it, just like an original hat, when the hand should have simply gone through it. How? Naruto shrugged. I really don't know, he said. My henge is just different, he said, pausing to see if the older man would react negatively, but all he saw was shock and surprise. Haru, meanwhile, was occupied with his thoughts. Is Kyuubi to blame? Chances are, whatever. It's a positive development all around. That's really interesting. Anyway, I admit that covers your disguise, but if Hokage. Calmly, I'll take the full blame, the Uzumaki said. The words silenced the older man's reservations as he closed his mouth. The child, who is 7 years old, has never faltered in his commitments over the past 1.5 years since he first met him. I can also look after your work with my clones, while we'll be visiting Nami. Not once more. Despite his best efforts, the tavern owner was unable to ignore the attractive offer. Though there wasn't much to learn, the gaki was nimble and had learned the majority of the working tricks. At best, the business was mediocre, and he was already contemplating the possibility of losing the trip. The child was already prepared to accept responsibility, and he would be foolish to turn down such an offer. He let out a deep sigh. I hope I won't regret saying, you know what, let's do it. Naruto's face lit up with a smile and he pumped his fist twice. Yada, thank you, Haru-san. Alright, now back to work, and tomorrow, we'll forge your documents. Let's just hope your clones manage to stay, alive. The Uzumaki gave a thumbs up and got right to work. The clone smiled slightly in anticipation as she closed the book and returned it to the shelf. The day had been fruitful once more. His excitement had not diminished even after 2 days of reading the first lessons, which were all theories. Fujinjutsu appeared to be unreal more and more. Even though he was still practicing kanji calligraphy, there was a sense that this would be a permanently transformative experience. The clone stopped thinking, looked at the wall clock, which showed that it was only 5 minutes to 6, and stretched. The library would close in 5 minutes for everyone, but not for him. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He was surrounded by 5 clones. You know what to do. His response was a series of nods, and the new clones began to peruse the books on the shelves. After giving them one last look, the creator turned around and started to move in the direction of the staircase. As he ascended the stairs, he rubbed his fingers against the wooden shelves and scowled when he noticed the dirt adhered to his fingertips. The basement area was in really bad shape. The fact that the books were unharmed was a miracle. In such circumstances, people frequently mentioned insects causing damage to the books. He shrugged nonetheless. In the last 2 days, he hadn't seen anyone, not even by accident, visit the Fuinjutsu section. Overall, the boss benefited. See you tomorrow, Daichi-san. The clone smirked as he raised his hand and waved at the receptionist girl after hearing the greeting. Everything that was going on in his life was due to Akihiro Daichi. The clone just dispelled it as she left the library. Grinning, Naruto stopped eating his breakfast and thought about what had happened the night before. The clones, albeit his own, did, in fact, think differently. Before departing the library, the transformed clone had the brilliant idea to make more clones. Akihiro Daiki arrived at the library in the morning, stayed until the evening, and then departed, especially for the librarian. The library was then shut down. However, inside, the clones, made by a clone, started working and didn't stop overnight. In just 2 days, he gained 2 weeks' worth of knowledge. The best jutsu ever is Kage Bunshin. Without a doubt, the advantages of the jutsu would be understated by any other term. Boss, can't I go? No, the disguised blonde said, pausing to consider his response as he glanced at his doppelganger sticking his head out of the bedroom. Just a walk. For added emphasis, Naruto shook his head. Nope, he said, I want to test for how long you can live. But it's boring, the clone said, his head drooping slightly. I know, but it will be worth it. The clone nodded wearily and vanished back into the room. Naruto let out a sigh. Even though his clones had different ways of thinking, they shared his patience. But he would have the solution he and Haru sought. Can they endure for a minimum of 5 days? The Uzumaki's smile changed to a grin as the older man's words reappeared. He didn't know yet, anyway. Though not required, their survival was significant. He would travel to Nami no Kuni in one way or another. The chain of clones producing clones would still function even if the clones failed to survive for the necessary amount of time. He was sure that the clones could easily survive for a week while he was in Nami using this chain reaction as well. For the first time, he would be able to observe and experience life beyond the village's boundaries, and no one would suspect anything. He clenched his fist, relishing the momentary sense of accomplishment, and returned to his meal with legendary zeal. Haru-san would wait. 2 days had gone by. He had already been late by 1 day. Yo, Haru-san, the Uzumaki said as he entered the tavern and observed the elderly man seated over the counter, still occupied with his papers as he had been 2 days earlier. Haru looked up at the 7-year-old and gave him a single nod. You were supposed to come yesterday. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and smiled sheepishly for a while. Ah, well, he said. You see, I created several shadow clones the night before yesterday, and remember, I told you about the memory transfer thingy of these clones. Haru nodded once more, remembering the child's gushing enthusiasm and delight when discussing the different applications of the jutsu. The clear benefits of the jutsu were evident even to non-shinobi. With a lot of practice and that special henge, the brat could easily follow some of the most sought-after shinobi paths, such as information gathering, espionage, and stealth and assassination. So they dispelled together yesterday morning and the memory rush was a bit too much to handle. I couldn't just make myself leave the bed. The proprietor of the tavern deadpanned. Be careful, Gaki, otherwise, you would be the only shinobi in history to die from reading books. Naruto gave a snort. So, the documents. The older man said, yeah, and put the receipts and other documents beneath the counter. But before that, we need to choose an identity for you. A kid, despite everything, leaving the village without a proper guardian would raise questions. Then, be my guardian, was the 7-year-old's prompt response. Hokage served as Naruto's guardian, but in henge, it could be anyone, right? That would only add to our difficulties. Apart from several more documents, a lot of past entries would need to be shown, Haru said with a sigh. Nope, that won't work at all. Oh, the Uzumaki said, his face contorted as he attempted to gather information. Oh no, it was challenging. After a few seconds, he nodded slowly. So, I just have to be an adult. Yeah, but with a similar appearance to I plan to show you as my cousin, so the appearance, wait, what? Henge no jutsu, the older brunette muttered, are you, oh. As the smoke cleared to reveal a man who was the same height as him, had slightly paler brown eyes and hair, and even had sunken cheeks. His blue kimono only served to highlight the similarity. Haru let out a small sigh. You'll be my cousin, not a twin, and that too in everything, even clothes. Squinting his eyes, Naruto slowly absorbed the elder man's appearance before glancing at his own attire and shrugging. How am I supposed to know? I don't have either. What? The brat is. Either. To what? Oh. When the tavern owner realized what he had said, a slight frown appeared on his face. You fool, Haru. Even though the child is intelligent, being an orphan by birth means that they are unlikely to understand the subtleties of family dynamics. The words were taken literally, which is understandable. Okay, do as I say. The hair and eye color is right. Brown is normal in the fire country, the height is good, the clothes too, just change the color of the kimono to, gray, yeah, gray it is. He received a nod, and Haru went on. And add some air to those cheeks. You don't have to be my clone, and lastly, add a goatee, you know what that is. Naruto gave a nod. Yeah, the beard, just like old man Hokage's. Why though? The tavern owner nodded in agreement, ignoring for the umpteenth time the fact that someone had called the Hokage an old man and had gotten away with it. Nothing much, it may not even be necessary, but just go with it, I will tell you the reason later. The Uzumaki shrugged, paused to visualize the look, then nodded to himself before sealing his hands. Henge no jutsu. The figure was revealed by the customary smoke that appeared and parted. After just a quick look, Haru gestured with his finger. That's perfect. Let's go, we have to make your identity official. Naruto blinked and then turned to face the man next to him. So, this is the... What was it again? A gambling house, one of the only two legal in the village. The other is owned by a very rich merchant. For us and even most of the populace of the village, this is the place to try our luck. Oh, said the somewhat enthralled Uzumaki, nodding and turning to face the two-story structure. It was pale yellow, the paint was in very good shape, and it was covered in banners of all kinds, the most noticeable of which said, Akira's. Come, voicing said as Haru walked toward the building, followed by the 7-year-old in disguise. There was a tough-looking, burly man outside. Where is Yamamoto-san? Haru respectfully inquired. Upstairs. The tavern owner nodded to the guard and went inside, followed by the Uzumaki. Once inside, the disguised blonde surveyed his surroundings. The interior was just as yellow and shiny as the exterior, with lights everywhere. A pack of cards, 2 dice, and a cup were positioned above each of the 3 rows of Shibudai tables. There was a staircase leading to the upper floor on the opposite side. However, it was completely empty. Naruto glanced at the tavern owner next to him, bewildered. You said it's only one of the 2 legal houses. So, a raised eyebrow confirmed. It must be well liked, he replied with a nod. But it's empty. The timings are from 9:30 in the morning to 1 or even 2 in the night. We are an hour early before the people flock to it. Oh, after getting a nod, Haru said, follow me, and started for the stairs. The two ascended the stairs to another door that was manned by 2 men. Haru asked courteously, lowering his head slightly. Yamamoto-san. Inside, the older brunette opened the door, nodded once more, and Naruto followed him into the room. In front of him was a vast hall with 3 walls and a variety of colorful machines of all kinds, all of which shared a single lever. The machines were being worked on by 4 boys Kenta's age. Haru. The 7-year-old in disguise blinked in response to the piercing voice. A man with a somewhat rotund face, black shiny hair, dark blue eyes, and black pants stalked in front of them. He was wearing a white shirt with a noticeable bulge in his stomach. Haru bowed. Yamamoto-san, it's good to see you. Naruto kept up with the action. In the red light district, the phrase, loaded, yeah, loaded, was used to describe this man, and even he could tell that he was wealthy and influential. Yamamoto continued to stare at the tavern owner while grunting. What brings you here? A need for a favor, Yamamoto-san. Go on. This, Haru said, gesturing to Naruto in disguise, is my cousin Fuji from Hacho village, and we are here, if you would be kind enough, to forge identity documents for him. Even for the entrance to our village, I had to personally vouch for him and bribe one of the guards at the gate. Before turning back to face the man who used to work for him and later got his approval to open his own tavern, Yamamoto briefly glanced in the direction of the brunette with the beard. The man was, in fact, among the most devoted he had ever known. Naruto noticed that a woman who was likely Haru's age came over to them with 3 glasses of water on a tray. Yamamoto just waved Haru away as she selected one, followed by the Uzumaki. The 7-year-old disguised child drank the water and put the glass back on the tray before turning back to the wealthy man and observing the cigar that had gotten into his mouth. After taking a drag, Yamamoto exhaled the smoke. Why not in Hacho? It has its own leader and administration. Bribe, Yamamoto-san, too much bribe. He's an orphan by birth, had survived doing odd jobs around the fire country and now wants to open a tavern just like me, but on approaching his village, the persons in charge simply refuted any records of his existence. Later on, he learned that money was needed for the purpose, and he had only enough to commence his business, Haru said with a slight sigh and a head shake that betrayed his sadness. Naruto was in awe on the inside, but outside he just stared at Yamamoto and even bowed his head for emphasis. He found it hard to accept that the gentle Haru could be so crafty and convincing. However, everyone in the red light district, where the tavern owner lived, was far above average. The man had even gone to a shinobi academy during a time of war. Yamamoto took another drag from the cigar and asked, "And, why do you think I will do it for free? Unless you are willing to provide for him." Haru looked at Naruto in disguise. "Fuji will provide for himself, Yamamoto-san, but in kind," he said, turning to face his former boss. "Of course, if you'll allow it." The man with black hair turned to look at Fuji. "Go on. We don't have money, so here's what we'll do." Naruto crossed his fingers and let out a breath. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," he muttered under his breath, only he could hear. 2 15-year-old boys emerged as the usual smoke appeared. With the exception of Shinki's yellow teeth, of course, the boys were nearly identical to Kenta and Shinki in terms of hair, eye color, and attire. A jutsu. What possible use could they serve, Haru? Naruto started to speak, but the tavern owner nudged him to stop. "As you can see, my cousin picked up a couple of jutsus on his travels, these clones are one of them. What's special about them is their corporeality. Both of them can work for you for the required time period in which your debt will settle." Yamamoto started studying the clones right away. After a few moments, he took a drag from his cigar and closed his eyes. Once more, a few seconds went by before he focused on the tavern proprietor. 5 months. For 5 months, they will have to work for me. After exchanging a quick look, Haru nodded to Naruto. "Normally, the cost would have been 100,000 ryos, but for you, I am willing to cut it by half. Taking the 5,000 ryos I pay to each of my workers, it will be 5 months in total. This also means that your cousin can't permanently leave the village for the time period." "We accept, Yamamoto-san," Haru said right away on behalf of Naruto and himself. The fact that Yamamoto was willing to assist them was more than sufficient. For 5 months, Naruto would have to portray one more character. Also, could it be done in 2 days? That soon? When Haru saw the club owner's narrowed eyes, he waved his hands. "Actually, we have to go to Nami no Kuni for a few days to inquire about the delay in receipt of some materials, so I wanted to take him with me." Yamamoto nodded slowly. "Aoshi," said another boy with brown hair, who nodded respectfully but said nothing. "Note down their details," he said, turning to face the clone creator. "Can your clones survive without you in the vicinity?" Uncertain, Naruto nodded and instantly felt regret after catching Haru's hardly noticeable head shake out of the corner of his eye, but the secret was already out. "Then, they start the work tomorrow. You shouldn't have said that. This way you could have started the work after returning from Nami," Haru told the now 7-year-old brunette as they walked into his tavern. Naruto shrugged a little. "Yeah, and I realized that immediately, but nothing can be done now," he said. "Don't worry though, I will manage. The clones that were supposed to learn from the library would have to make up for this new circumstance." "If you say so," Haru said, not needing to elaborate because he already knew the brat always spoke after determining his level in the waters. "All right, ready for work." The Uzumaki merely gave a nod. After 2 days. "Where is this cousin of yours, Haru?" "He will be here soon, Kosuke-san," Haru said, observing the man with the mustache. "We are getting late." The proprietor of the tavern turned to face the voice's owner. "A minute or two ain't gonna cost us anything, Satoshi." Haru sighed as Satoshi merely huffed. Though he couldn't simply blame them, the way businesses had declined in recent months was concerning. Both men were easy to talk to. Sorry, the door lock wasn't working properly. Haru turned around as soon as he recognized the voice and became happier to see Naruto in disguise approaching them. Finally. I hope I ain't late, Naruto, Fuji said, massaging his head. You barely escaped. The disguised Uzumaki noticed the raspy voice and observed the man with gray mustaches that bordered on white, a nearly bald head with gray hair on the sides, a thin, slightly wrinkled face, a pale kimono, and a light expression on his face. Sorry again, Kosuke. Right, Kosuke-san, Naruto, Fuji said, bowing his head. Okay, enough. We have already gotten our documents checked. It's your turn now, and before you ask, I am Satoshi. The goatee wielder nodded once more at the other man, who had the same colored eyes and ordinary brown hair, a tanned face with stubble, and a rusty beige kimono. He then walked slowly in the direction of the shinobis at the gate. Naruto, Fuji bowed slightly, protruding his documents and setting them on the table. He concluded, pointing over his shoulder, I have to travel to Nami no Kuni with those three. Naruto saw the shinobi pick up the papers while wearing a bandage over his nose. The guard muttered, Nakamura Fuji, and started turning the card as he examined it closely. Oi Izumo, jot it down. Izumo said, go on, holding the pen over a large scroll after dipping it in the ink. Kotetsu looked up at the bearded man and raised an eyebrow. Nakamura Fuji, resident of Hacho Village, he said. Simply rub your beard in front of the gate guards for a little while to eliminate any chance of you wearing a henge. Shouldn't it? The 7-year-old in disguise scrunched his left cheek, lifted his face slightly, and started massaging his goatee before moving on to the cheek. The shinobi with the bandages just looked down, not even indicating whether or not he saw the goatee rub. Kotetsu turned to face his companion. Izumo, check for his entry a week ago at 8:40, night time. The other shinobi just picked up another scroll, opened it, and started looking through it, his hair covering one side of his face. Naruto kept praying that Yamamoto had completed the task correctly. It's there. A Nakamura Fuji entered from the east gate at around 8:40 in the night for a week, after which he would leave for Nami no Kuni, that is today. Kotetsu just nodded, handed the document back, got up, and walked over to the disguised Uzumaki. He muttered, making a hand seal. Kai. Nothing happened, so Naruto arched an eyebrow, but the shinobi took a step back and nodded. Hope you had a good stay, Kotetsu said, grinning. With a heartfelt bow, Naruto took the document and joined the three older men, grinning alongside Haru. It was amazing, thank you, he said. The three started to follow the oldest man in the group as Kosuke said, all right, let's go. And started to move in the direction of the gates. So, tell us about yourself, Fuji-kun, Kosuke said, grinning at the group's youngest member as his mustache spread. The 7-year-old in disguise blinked and gave the older man a somewhat lost look. Haru-san told them about him, didn't he? The proprietor of the tavern was expected to. However, he was now asked what he could say about himself. The man with the mustache snorted and used both hands to twirl the loops of his mustache. You were looking at me as if I asked you to teach me how to create a child, huh? Both Satoshi and Haru laughed, and then Haru gave his cousin a nudge on the arm. He takes some time to warm up, a bit shy, my cousin is. The Uzumaki looked at his alleged cousin and saw that he nodded slightly, so he mentally shrugged. What do you want to know? He gave himself a mental pat for getting off to a strong start right away. What do you do in Hacho? Yeah, Kosuke said, nodding more to himself. Naruto Fuji cleared his throat and took a moment to gather his thoughts. Actually, I only go to the village once in a while. Most of the time is spent away in Fire Country doing all sorts of jobs, be it cart pulling, loading and unloading, a messenger among others. The group's oldest man nodded, a little impressed. Oh, he said, that's quite a diversity. Guess the jobs must have paid well since you are about to open a tavern. Raising an eyebrow at the bald man, Satoshi said, did you already forget, old man? Haru told us Fuji isn't married, one can only spend so much on himself. Naruto thought, so, his cousin did tell them about him. Either the elderly man wanted to hear it directly from the source or he was intentionally talking to kill time. Kosuke snorted and scratched his head. Yeah, I am just trying to strike a conversation, he said. Anyway, did you select any place for your tavern? Actually, Haru said, merely for the sake of saying it. Although the 7-year-old was doing fairly well for his age, occasional cooperation would be beneficial. He ain't gonna open it in Konoha, and we are still scouring for a location. This time, the man with the stubble asked, narrowing his eyes slightly, something against Konoha. With a placating gesture, Naruto Fuji merely raised his hands. Nothing like that, it's just that I am not very fond of living in a shinobi village. Nothing against shinobis too, but it can be a bit pressing to deal with them, you know what I mean. Once more joining the conversation, the group's oldest man said, "Oh, I do," expressing his agreement. All that work takes toll not only on them but also on the surrounding folks. A difficult life those guys live, he concluded, shaking his head. Moving on, before the old man starts ruining the mood, Satoshi said, rolling his eyes. You should go for Tanzaku Guy, that place is a heaven for businesses. Guy, Tanzaku. Immediately, the disguised Uzumaki remembered reading about the location in one of his geography books. People from all walks of life and professions flocked to it from all over the world, making it one of the busiest and priciest locations on Earth. If you want him to just dump his savings in a single go, just say it directly, Satoshi, Haru said with a chuckle. That place is a pitfall for newbies like him. Hell, even you and I will succumb there in some days. Yeah, one can't survive there without any lineage, hold or connections, or straight power, Kosuke said, wiping his mustache with his thumb and index finger. Honestly, that place is overrated. I mean, besides gambling, what else does it have? Exactly, the tavern owner said, giving the bald man a nod. Satoshi crossed his arms and huffed. One day, you'll see, one day. Sure, Haru said with a humorous smile. There was silence after that. After a few moments, Naruto Fuji let out a mental sigh of relief. There was a lot of conversation. Shaking his head slightly, he looked out at the landscape, absorbing the greenery, the birdsong, and a calming serenity that was lacking in the village. Then, for the first time, he became fully aware that he was outside the village. His lips were still quivering at the corners, but he barely contained the smile that was on the verge of escaping. He looked around once more. There was a strange sense of liberation that was even better than what he felt in his apartment, even though the trees were the same as those in the village or the forest above Hokage Mountain. There was only one way to do this, the shinobi way, because he loved this new feeling so much and wanted to embrace it more fully. He could already sense his motivations for becoming a shinobi growing stronger, his goal becoming more apparent, and his resolve becoming more resolute. There was nothing that could stop him. Here catch it, Fuji won. Naruto Fuji shook his head at the new addition to his name as he looked at the familiar coin flying toward him and took hold of it with his left hand. He and the other clone were called Fuji 1 and Fuji 2, respectively. This was really a new level of inventiveness. The disguised Uzumaki sighed a little as he examined the metal coin in his hand and then looked up at the older boy wearing a bandana and smiling. What's this for, Kenshi? Oh, you know damn well, Kenshi said with a toothy smile as he used his pinky to pick up the ear. I know you have been dying to try the slot machines, don't ya? The lever-operated machines, known as slot machines, were a lot of fun. Simply insert a coin, wait for the machine to verify it, and then pull the lever. If the numbers or symbols line up, you'll have the time of your life. During his 2 days of employment at Yamamoto's gambling establishment, he learned about the different gambling games that were played there. Slot machines, card games, and Chohan were all incredibly entertaining to watch. Just think of how much fun they would be to play. Although they were not permitted to play, they were fortunate enough to test the machines before each evening, and it appeared that today was his day. The 7-year-old in disguise smiled at the older boy. Thank you, Kenshi. The skinny boy just waved him away. Then he laughed and said, just win something, all right. Knowing that the only thing they could get out of empty machines was joy and laughter, Naruto joined him. Naruto Fuji walked up to the machine, inserted the coin into the slot, waited for the machine to light up once to confirm it, then pulled the lever down with a lopsided smile. The 3 rows of numbers started to move more quickly as some lights and sounds started to flash. After a few moments, the first reel began to slow down and then stopped to display 7. Well, that's 1/3 luck you have. Following the words, a hand fell on his shoulder, causing Uzumaki to turn to face the smiling boy. Yeah, he said, chuckling as he turned back to the machine in time to witness the second reel slowing down and then stopping to display 7 once more. With a loud, whoa, Kenshi put his hand on the younger boy's shoulder. Meanwhile, Naruto remained fixed on the screen, where the third reel had begun to slow down as well before pausing to reveal the final 7. The words, "Winner," flashed on the screen, lights flashed more brightly, and the machine started chiming and beeping right away. Damn, that's some luck you got there, Fuji won. Unexpected to win on the first try, the disguised Uzumaki could only nod stupidly. He had not witnessed a single customer win in the previous 2 days. There were rumors that it had been about 6 years since the last victory. He was startled out of his daze by a loud laugh that he recognized as Kenshi's, just in time to witness the boy wearing a bandana pushing him at the next machine. He blinked, staring bewilderedly at the smiling boy. I decided you will test every machine today, so go on, Kenshi said, giving him another pat on the back. The boy really enjoyed doing that. Naruto, Fuji shrugged, took the coin, and completed the requirement once more. Do it. Under Yamamoto-san's piercing gaze, the disguised Uzumaki swallowed a little. As instructed, he slowly inserted the coin, pulled the lever, and then waited for the certain victory, something he was unaware of until today. 3 sevens appeared on the screen a few moments later, and Naruto was unable to savor the moment this time. He turned nervously to face the club owner, who was now smoking a cigar and had his eyes closed. That was the way some moments went. With his eyes open, Yamamoto turned to face Kenshi. This was the result in all the 22 machines. Yup. Did you test the machines? Personally. What about the other clone? Tested him on 5 machines before sending him down. The work must go on, as you say it. The club owner took another drag. What about other games? Decided to tell you about the machines first. Yamamoto gave a nod. Bring the dice. Still smiling, the boy in the bandana ran to the other end and returned a moment later with 2 dice and a cup. Shall I? Do it. With his tongue hanging out of his smiling mouth, Kenshi shook the dice vigorously inside the cup before almost slamming it onto the slot machine. Fuji, pick one, Cho or Han. What was he involved in? The Uzumaki clone stared at the brown bamboo cup for a while, contemplating and feeling a little uneasy. Cho. With his tongue and teeth exposed, Kenshi's face almost split in two as he picked up the cup. It's Cho, boss. Do it, again. The clone Naruto used, Han, this time after the boy repeated the gesture. The outcome was the same. That will be all. The 2 boys turned to face the older man, who was now grinning before turning to face Kenshi. Not a word of this to anyone. You know me, boss, the boy in the bandana gave a firm salute. Yamamoto gave a nod. Leave us alone. The boy nodded and winked at Fuji-one before walking away. The club owner immediately sat down and looked directly at the clone. I will make you a deal, Fuji. Accept it, and it will be beneficial for both of us. This was pure command, no choice, the Uzumaki clone thought with a hint of anxiety. He also knew exactly what the deal would be, but he was unable to simply back out of it, which was ironic. Clearly, you have an unprecedented amount of luck. Work with me, and I will make you rich. As though he couldn't make money on his own. Yamamoto grinned once more. No you can't, and before you ask, I know that's what you were thinking, he said. He was supposed to be the lucky guesser, wasn't he? Nevertheless, Naruto had to inquire. He cursed his tongue for his hesitation and asked, why do I need you, Yamamoto-san, to get, rich? The clone was overpowered by the older man. With your bare clothes and extreme luck, if you ever tried gambling, you'll soon come under the scrutiny of some really influential guy, and trust me, they are actually there and on the hunt for talented people who can't look for themselves. In short, either you will bow to them and become their slave or die. He was weak, to put it simply. The clone balled his fist. Another one of his skills might end up being a liability. This served as a stark reminder that he needed to strengthen himself. And what's stopping you, Yamamoto-san, from doing that? Fortunately, Yamamoto only knew him as Fuji, and on top of that, he was only a clone. The Uzumaki knew he was already walking on thin ice. He would simply dispel himself if necessary, and the original would receive the memories. Nothing, but I think it's destiny that you met me and not some greedy guy, and I prefer to avoid enraging destiny and keep its gifts close to me. I won't deny that I want to become rich through you and even take care of some businesses, but as I said, it will be good for both of us. How? Yamamoto supported the elbows on his thighs with his hands clasped under his chin. First, obviously, you will become rich. He certainly wanted money. And I will help you to stay away from the vultures, and when I say it, I mean that I will help you stand on your own feet, so that you will not even need me. All right, to put it mildly, that was interesting. The clone became engrossed and started listening intently to every word. Secondly, with your image, that I will create, will come fame and reputation, both of them are quite necessary in our world. Thirdly, even you know that connections are a must in our world, your image will lead to their development. Ultimately, the man wanted him to stand up because only then would it be advantageous to them both. The benefit was obvious to the Uzumaki. Yamamoto would benefit from being an accomplice of a powerful man who was created by the club owner. There was nothing to lose, anyway. He would just dispel the water if it became dangerous, and they would obviously consider something for Haru-san's escape while they were away from the village. The clone nodded and made a decision. Very well, so when do we do it? Yamamoto smiled, and it was a sardonic smile. In 2 days. Uzumaki, in disguise, cocked his head. Some special occasion. Yeah, Masatsugu Suzuki will come to play a game of Chohan this Saturday evening, you will defeat him. So, that's the personal business. The proprietor of the club gave a nod. He is the poorest, relatively of course, yet one of the influential men of the Merchant Council and is quite expressive of his desire to buy my club. Over the years, he has collected just the right amount of money for the deal, and in some months, he will finalize it. One of the senior members will retire, and he will take that place. Despite that, I will still get the money, but your cousin and the entire Red Light District will be laid waste too. The Red District Rehabilitation Program is what the Merchant Council wants to get started on. The disguised Uzumaki raised his finger slowly, gasping a little. He is the one. Yamamoto grinned. So you know. Yeah, he's one of them, and with him securing the more powerful seat, he can and will implement the program. But, how come my victory will prevent that? Those at the Merchant Council are really greedy guys. They only value those with enough resources, and moreover, his loss will immediately become public and tarnish his reputation among the masses. In the end, he will not be promoted. Well, this was also personal to him. Since they first met, Haru-san had been supporting him, and he had also made the Red Light District his home. He had an opportunity to save that. There was nothing more to say. Naruto, Fuji voiced a single nod. I agree, Yamamoto-san. Good, Yamamoto said with a slow laugh. Now come, we must prepare you and set the stage for the occasion. Naruto could feel the refreshing breezes, and the evening's increased tranquility only heightened the excitement of being near the ocean. The idea almost made him smile, but he forced himself to remain composed once more. That was really difficult. The 2 tribes he couldn't forget were present throughout the day, even though the majority of the journey was through forests and beside a few rivers. He was still shocked to see groups of people wandering aimlessly. Even so, it was a wonderful experience. Simply conversing and having lunch with them left him with a lasting memory. They would probably be near the sea by the next hour, and he would be able to see the boundless waters for the first time in 7 years. Okay, stop. The disguised Uzumaki stopped thinking and gave the group's oldest man a questioning glance but said nothing. Kosuke stretched a little and then took in the others, yawning heavily. This is a nice place, we should stop here. Haru looked around and gave a nod. Yeah, it is quite peaceful. Satoshi merely gave a shrug. Fuji, Naruto blinked. It was very evident from the words that they would not proceed from this location. However, why? He noticed the orange color of the skies as he turned to face the horizon. He could only ask Haru, perplexed. Shouldn't we cover more distance? All 3 men turned to face him. I mean, it's still time tonight. We can reach close to the sea if not beyond, right? We could, if only we were shinobis. The 7-year-old in disguise could only scratch his head, unable to comprehend what the man with the stubble was saying. Haru grinned a little and gave his cousin a pat. What Satoshi means is that this is the safest area for us commoners, as Konoha shinobis often patrol around, but beyond this, they start thinning and near the sea, chances increase that a mercenary or rogue shinobi might have taken a refuge for the night. So, we will eat and rest here for the night, and in the early morning, resume our trip. The Uzumaki nodded a few times as realization spread across his face. Furthermore, he would have been eliminated 3-1 even if there had been a way to move forward. He sat down with others, shrugging a little. Furthermore, it would be much better to see the seas during the day rather than at night. There was water in front of them as far as the eye could see, which wasn't very far. It was almost completely obscured by dense fog, which was unexpected, to put it mildly. They had been on their itinerary for 3 hours with not a glimmer of the sun in the sky, if he had to guess. At last, tired of the quiet, Naruto, Fuji spoke up. It must be around 11, yet the fog isn't getting anywhere. If anything, it is becoming denser every moment. From his position immediately behind the helmsman, Satoshi looked over Haru's cousin's shoulder and said, "You really didn't travel beyond Hacho, did you?" The blonde in disguise looked at the man hopelessly. "You had to ask a dumb question, great Naruto." However, he was powerless to stop it. Haru hurried to his cousin's aid and said, "Give him some leeway, Satoshi. This is his first time in these parts of Hino Kuni, there is nothing wrong in being curious." "Yeah, Satoshi," Kosuke continued, twisting his mustache's right loop. "Besides, he would become familiar soon once he starts his business here." "That would be a mistake." The helmsman, who had remained silent thus far, caught everyone's attention. "What do you mean, Kato-san?" Haru expressed what everyone was thinking, a little taken aback by the weighty tone that pervaded the older man's remarks. Others became even more concerned as Kato sighed, as seen by the rise in breath vapors. "Have you heard of Gato?" Naruto, Fuji instantly responded, the shipping tycoon. After reading about the man in some of the world's most significant non-shinobi figures. They were typically shinobi nation's largest customers. "More like the shipping tyrant," the boat owner said, with a hint of anger that was simply too noticeable. "That bastard appeared in the village a year ago with an offer just to make Nami a temporary stop for his ships. Of course, such a man's offer directly translates to tons of money. And now, they could all be cursing themselves, but at that time, the village elders, greedy bastards there, quickly agreed without consulting anyone. Slowly, the bastard increased his hold and now controls just every inch of the country." Satoshi whispered, "That's why you hiked the fare," his face dripping with worry. "Either that or take a detour around the forests where we are headed to since you didn't agree." The blonde in disguise, who had not participated in the discussion, blinked. "I suppose he was perplexed when I went to urinate. Why could someone like that suddenly take over an entire nation? What were other countries doing? Why hasn't Konoha done anything? You are still green despite your age." Since the start of their journey, Satoshi has been annoying Naruto, so he narrowed his eyes at him. Although he was young, very young, in fact, the older man still had no right to make such snide comments repeatedly. He opened his mouth, clenching his fist, but stopped when a hand gripped his wrist. Haru gave him a slight shake of his head as he swiftly followed the appendage to his face. He locked eyes with the older man for a few moments before gritting his teeth and averting his gaze while giving a small nod. Old man Kosuke is all warm and friendly, but the other guy Satoshi is a bit cold with his words. "Don't give him a chance," agreed. The disguised Uzumaki inhaled deeply, shivering a little at the chill of air as he recalled Haru's comments. But Haru was correct. As a child disguised as a man, he was already stepping on thin ice. He didn't want to be the cause of his disguise business blowing up, but there was a chance it would. Furthermore, whether he liked the circumstances or not, he had pledged to follow Haru's direction. The mustached man put his hand on the younger man's shoulder and said, "Cool it off, Satoshi-kun." The younger man puffed but turned his head aside. Kosuke gave Haru's cousin a little smile and shook his head. "This is the shinobi world, Fuji-kun, you don't become Gato without links." Naruto's mood lifted at finally receiving some answers, and he quickly gave the man his full attention. Kosuke said, "Nami no Kuni," as the older man started to twist his mustache. "It's a resourceful country, no doubt, but a small one, whereas the tax and other payments that persons like Gato pay, dwarfs the total economy of such countries. Then, as I said, Gato's a big shark in the ocean, who ought to have links with almost every nation." Further, Haru chose to contribute his own thoughts to the discussion. "Such persons are rather more beneficial as living than dead to nations. We could have never gotten gold from Earth Country after the Third War if there weren't big businessmen like Gato playing the role of buffer." Oh, as the disguised Uzumaki's face came into focus, his curiosity was satiated, and he nodded. Such factors served only as a reminder to him that he needed to strengthen himself in order to take control over their planet's paradigm, or at the very least, the circumstances that their world threw at him. The helmsman clenched his teeth and shook his head, saying, "Those bastards knew of the resources our country possesses, yet, they decided to stay neutral. They could have hired Konoha or even Kiri, but no. Maybe, now they will learn." Kato fell silent, letting the stillness do the talking. It was evident from the tone of the boat owner that he was fully aware of how unlikely it was that they would escape the trap. The current state of affairs in their nation could only be changed by a miracle. As the seriousness of the situation started to sink in, Satoshi groaned and Kosuke gave the boat owner a pat on the back. Surely, the tone revealed a hint of doubt and optimism. The shinobis have visited the country. The helmsman said. They have, without turning to face the man behind him. I have rowed Konoha shinobis a couple of times, even Kiri shinobis can be seen around, but, clearly they are only loyal to their own village. The boat fell silent. 3 merchants whose meager earnings were derived from the raw resources they obtained from Nami no Kuni showed signs of concern. It was clear that things would only become worse if the current situation persisted. Even if he wasn't involved in the entire merchant industry, Naruto couldn't help but worry about Haru. Here we are, Kosuke said, breaking the stillness as hazy tree outlines emerged from the still-present fog. Gear up everyone. They were leaving the boat before payments were completed. Thank you Kato-san, Haru said, giving the boat owner a shoulder pat. Let's hope for the best. After giving a nod, the boat's owner rowed backward. Occasionally, the man vanished into the mist. Let us move, Satoshi said, heading in the direction of the nation as a whole. Yeah, the oldest man said, looking up at the sky and starting to twirl his mustache loops once more. It must be around 2, by the time we reach there, it will be near evening. Naruto followed Haru's nod, and the 2 of them started to walk behind the other 2 men. The scene was prepared, everything was now in place for the hour's guest to arrive. All of the Chibudai tables were occupied. Another prominent man, who smirked, was toying with his bootlickers at the far left. If all went well, he would no longer be significant today. Just as Yamamoto thought, Masatsugu Suzuki, just you wait, one of his boys nodded to him, and he instantly nodded back, grinning once more. Yamamoto-sama, Yurei-sama has arrived. They were driven home after the words were loudly yelled. There was a sudden hush in the hall as all eyes turned to the door, where a tall, slender, fair guy with a cane in his right hand, dressed in a black 3-piece suit, hat, and transparent glasses had appeared. He was followed by a big man who looked like a samurai, almost 7.5 feet tall, bare from the chest, wearing loose pants that resembled pajamas, and holding an axe over his right shoulder. Yamamoto started for the door, adjusting his cuffs and tie. It did not surprise him that he was being followed by amazed and interested eyes. Everyone who knew Yamamoto, after all, realized that he had earned his respect by working hard to acquire his riches and reputation. Therefore, his guest's reputation was immediately impacted by his making even the smallest attempt to improve his appearance. He heard the wife of the civilian counselor question, "Who is this Yurei-sama?" There was a gasp, and he almost grinned. Another woman said, "Are you really not aware of Yurei-sama? He's a legend," and this time he couldn't help but smirk as he caught a glimpse of the wife's forced smile while trying to maintain appearance. Yamamoto shook his head a little. Those who had been given everything on a silver platter were so shallow. They always made an effort to look informed about everything and to be up to date. And they would gladly lie even to themselves if they found themselves in a scenario where something beyond their awareness occurred. He would play on that nowadays. The jeweler's son said, "He hasn't lost even a single match till date," with a startled look on his face. "I am surprised, a person of your status doesn't know about Yurei-sama, Ishihara Dono." The civilian counselor's wife's grin grew increasingly strained, and she waved the question away with a clumsy giggle. "Oh, I do remember, but you see, life has become so hectic, sometimes I fear I will forget even my own name, hee." Under the pretense of coughing, Yamamoto snorted. However, it was obvious that the idiot was achieving his objective. He looked around and saw that practically everyone swallowed their queries, if they had any, which he was certain were many, because they did not want to suffer the same fate as the wealthy idiot. The proprietor of the chain of pubs said, "They call him the legendary conqueror," adding his own words. Further, "It's very hard to find him, and if found, even harder to convince him to play because he doesn't only bet material things, but also, he instantly recognized everyone. His luck." Yamamoto grinned as he watched the avarice spill over nearly everyone's faces. When he arrived at the man of the hour, his smirk turned into a smile. He let out a dramatic sigh as he swiftly raised his hand and inserted the man's hand into his own. Finally, he shook the gloved hand elegantly. "I should be exhausted after so many years of trying to find you. Rather, I am glad, too glad, in fact, all my exhaustion has worn off now in an instant." Yurei grinned. You were quite tenacious, I have to say, Yamamoto Dono. The owner of the gambling house eventually withdrew his hands, sidestepped, and gestured inside. One has to, when finding the legendary conqueror, he said. Please honor us. Yamamoto fell in step with Yurei as he nodded and started to move towards the other end. You have quite a place here, the fabled conqueror said, surveying his surroundings. It was just missing your presence. Flattering doesn't suit you, Yamamoto Dono, Yurei continued, chuckling a little. The owner of the gambling establishment joined in the laughter. He said, I merely spoke the truth, as he arrived at the table occupied by another similarly significant visitor. He gestured to the counselor and said, I'd like to introduce you. Masatsugu Suzuki-san, our representative in the Hokage-sama's council. Yurei lowered his head. A pleasure, Masatsugu Dono. Suzuki also lowered his head and said, pleasure is all mine, Yurei Dono, before gesturing to the opposite end of the Chibudai table. Please join us. The renowned conqueror sat elegantly at the pointed location and said, thank you, while his guard stood behind him and lowered his axe to the ground. Yamamoto joined the group as well. They promptly provided refreshments to the table. The civilian counselor ended the period of quiet by saying, I will not lie, Yurei Dono, I have only heard rumors about you, and pardon me when I say I feel those are a bit exaggerated. Nobody has unswerving luck in this world. And I speak with proof. After all, even Senju Tsunade has won a couple of times in her life despite her being the legendary sucker. Though, the aftermath cannot be termed as suitable for victory. Yurei gave a nod. May her brother and fiancé rest in peace, he said after another period of silence. Though, I do agree with your remarks. So, you have lost? The counselor asked, raising an eyebrow to confirm the somewhat surprised expression on his face. The ignorance behind the black orbs was readily apparent. The very first game where I lost the only thing dear to me, my mother's bracelet. Times were bad, I was destitute, a child, not knowing the value of such a possession and gambled it for a mere piece of bread, Yurei said with a faint chuckle. Later on, my mother passed away and to date, I still search for that bracelet. Still, I never lost afterwards. You have my condolences, Suzuki whispered. Though, you must be here to play, he continued, gesturing to the dice and wooden glass. Yamamoto continued, it would really be an honor watching you, Yurei-sama, in a hurry. In response, the fabled victor waved his hand. I don't play, not frequently. I have accepted what life has thrown towards me, and gambling just to drown the sorrows is the worst thing. Then, let this be a non-frequent occasion, Yurei-sama. Everyone turned to face the voice's direction. A shinobi smoking a cigarette stood at the door. Yamamoto said, Ah, Daichi-san, and gestured to the vacant seat next to him. Come join us. With a shrug, the shinobi went along. I heard about Yurei-sama from the gate guards and couldn't help the curiosity. It's not every day you come across such a legendary figure. Yamamoto caught a glimpse of the gleam in the councilman's eyes out of the corner of his left eye, and he grinned to himself. However, he was also taken aback by the somewhat shocked look on the face of the alleged great conqueror. Odd. Oh, I have nothing against trying my luck, said the renowned gambler. After all, this is what made me, but it gets rather disinteresting when you do not receive equivalent stakes from your opponent. And, what might those be? Yurei gave the councilman a smile. Besides my luck, you see, I have several artifacts of rather irreplaceable value like this, he said, lifting his cane. This belonged to the first daimyo of Lightning Country. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the slightly worn-off cane in amazement. Anyone worth their salt understood that their first daimyo was a hero among the general populace, particularly the upper classes, if the third Rockage was a hero among the shinobi. The man possessed an unmatched elegance and a very sophisticated taste in everything. His belongings were rarely sold, but when they were, they sold for extremely high amounts. Then this chain, Yurei said, lifting the golden relic around his neck with gentle care. It belonged to the second daimyo of Fire Country. Similarly, there are other valuables too. But nothing compares to your legendary luck, Yurei-sama. Well, each to their own, Shinobi-san. You'll be surprised to know that there are many who find these materialistic things more valuable. Nevertheless, I would love to be a spectator to Suzuki-san's game. By all means, the councilman said, nodding to his erstwhile rival. Once more, Akira-san. While the assistant, a young kid at the table, covered the dice with the fine hardwood glass and gave it a few shakes before setting it on the table. The other man nodded. Your call, Suzuki-sama, Akira said. I say, Han. Akira let out a defeated sigh as the assistant revealed the glass, then grinned resignedly at the councilman. That's thrice in a row. I rest my case. Today's not my day. Masatsugu Suzuki greeted everyone with a proud smile that bordered on arrogance. Your lucky day or something, Suzuki-san? Inquired Daichi, with a slight smile. Indeed, the fabled conqueror said, turning to face the councilman. Thrice in a row is quite a surprise. Seems like you are getting interested, Yurei Dono. The invitation was directed by a raised eyebrow. With stakes to my liking, I am all game. Masatsugu Suzuki closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. After a few moments, he opened his eyes again and looked straight at the fabled conqueror. Let's do it. Oh, Yurei said, putting his chin on his joined hands and leaning forward with a look of obvious curiosity. What is your offer? Cash and other valuables worth 30 million ryos, and one of the only 2 residences in Konoha. What do you offer? Yurei grinned. Kenshin, the gigantic guy with the axe, pulled a scroll from his pocket and laid it on Yurei's outstretched hand. Yurei pulled out the parchment and handed it to the councilman, who opened it right away and started reading. His eyes widened as he read, and Yamamoto's face grew tight as he observed the councilor's avarice. All 13 of his treasured belongings were available online. They were the collections he had earned. They could even be translated to the total number of years he had lived. Haru would be done if his cousin lost them. He wouldn't go alone, though. Oh no, before accepting death, he intended to destroy both Haru and his cousin. Fuji, you had better hope that your good fortune wasn't coincidental. The proprietor of the gambling house pondered as he saw the councilman's avaricious, bug-eyed face as he completed reading the document and gently placed it on the table. Are these 100% genuine? As you can see for yourselves, this parchment bears the seal of Honorable Fire Daimyo himself. Masatsugu Suzuki was able to recognize that. He was familiar with the daimyo's seal because he was a member of the Hokage's council. This was an authentic piece of paper. He swallowed. Nothing could now prevent him from obtaining these items. This idiot had just made the biggest mistake of his life, whether it was an unheard legend or not. Besides that, my luck which rasterizes into my servitude to you, and of course, an equivalent amount of cash, and lastly, your call on Chohan. But, I also want your offer in writing. Sure, Suzuki said, drawing out his own parchment and hastily writing on it before sealing it. Yamamoto hurriedly said, I think Daichi-san wouldn't mind holding both of your offerings, glancing at the lone shinobi. With a shrug, Daichi took both parchments and sealed them in a scroll. The councilman said, now, let's start, turning to face the assistant at their table. Proceed. After shuffling the dice for a while, the child put it on the table with his hand still on the top of the glass. He then gave the councilman a hopeful glance. Suzuki mumbled after taking a long breath. After saying, Han, then waited anxiously as Yurei grinned. Yamamoto crossed his fingers beneath the table next to him. The helper took up the glass all at once. Shock spread across Yamamoto's face as his eyes grew wide. Yurei stopped smiling. Masatsugu Suzuki passed out right away. Cho, the assistant asked slowly, her response interspersed with a query. Ask, I know you have questions. The customary smoke vanished, exposing 2 replicas of Fuji who exchanged glances before one on the left vanished. The others inhaled. How did you do it? Yamamoto grinned in response. On the contrary, you are the man of the hour, he said. No, I mean, Fuji shook his head, then gave the other man a determined glance before saying, tell me. After a long moment of laughter, the older man nodded. Let this be a lesson. No matter who you become, you'll need some people to have your back. Those who supported me today, had mine. Fuji was captivated by what the owner of the gambling house had to say. Some favors were called on, others were owed, and the whole thing worked out. Furthermore, Masatsugu Suzuki would have gone for them after me. It was basically a necessity for everyone, he said. Not that they won't get their share of victory. Still amazed at what the stranger had pulled, the disguised Uzumaki nodded. In addition to creating a character, this man had bestowed upon him a legendary reputation that he was certain would go far and wide. However, what about the shinobi? Akihiro Daichi. That man has his roots in the red light district. Of course, he wouldn't want it to be revamped. Then again, having a shinobi who knew every stakeholder only added to the assurance of Suzuki. Naruto Fuji nodded once more, comprehending the circumstances better than Yamamoto had anticipated. The man would undoubtedly be interested in the red light district since Akihiro Daichi had sent him there. I'll have to reimburse the man for everything eventually. About Suzuki, how were you sure he will play? The other man grinned. He was bound to, when sure of his victory. Naruto Fuji dropped his head sideways and asked, "What do you mean?" His dice were rigged. The words came out as a shriek. What? Yamamoto gave a nod. Always have been. Naruto audibly gulped as the seriousness of the situation sunk in, his stomach churning into knots. He didn't even want to consider the repercussions if he had lost, yet. The disguised Uzumaki was startled out of his daze by Yamamoto's laugh. Don't trivialize me, Fuji. I would have never put my precious belongings on the table if unsure of your luck. The dice I had you tested with were also rigged. Naruto blinked repeatedly before a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The proprietor of the gambling establishment held out his palm and said, "Clearly, Lady Luck favors you only, regardless of the number of odds against you. Truly, you are one of a kind. It was nice working with you." The disguised 7-year-old, still struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation and still appearing like a fool, could only return the gesture by enclosing the other man's hand in his own. "So, as decided, you will receive 1/3 of the money, that is, 10 million ryos, fine with you?" "Yeah," Naruto Fuji said, running his fingers over his hair. He was a nobody when he got up today, but now he was nearly a millionaire with a renowned reputation for his alter ego. For now, he didn't even want to consider what he would do with that much money. Yamamoto added, of course, observing the range of emotions on the other man's face. "You're an outsider. Receiving such an amount in your own, non-existent so far, account would warrant an investigation. As such, I took the liberty to open an account in the name of Yurei in the Fire Country's bank and will transfer the money into that." The disguised Uzumaki said, "Thank you," with genuine appreciation. He hadn't given it much thought. Now, some parting advice. Do not go and gamble on your own. That would garner unnecessary attention and be diabolical to your legendary reputation of being a hard man to find. Fuji Naruto nodded. Secondly, I would ask you to visit some other gamble houses in Fire Country from time to time. Not very often, of course. That would only add to your appearance and reputation. Once more, his response was a nod. Yamamoto said, "Anything else? Could you give me 100,000 ryos in cash?" Kenshin strolled over to the hot dog vendor's booth. "Hey." When the vendor saw the enormous man with the axe on his shoulder, his hand stopped and he nodded attentively. "Why yeah. Here," said Uzumaki in disguise, setting a bundle of cash inside the stall. 100,000 ryos, he said, his voice rough and his face strong, ignoring the way the man's eyes widened. "You can have them. I only want you to keep your hot dogs free for as long as you can." The man nodded swiftly, relief and amazement gleaming in the twin brown pools, and Kenshin grimaced and tightened his look. "Stay to your words," he said sternly before turning to go. Both Satoshi and Kosuke left the inn with a resigned look on their faces, and when the latter arrived, he twisted his mustache loops downward. "1 room, 2 beds, I am surprised how loaded these inns are despite the situation." Haru said, "Don't worry," with a smile. "You guys stay here, Fuji and I will try in the next one," he said, raising his hand as he started to go, dismissing their objections. Naruto Fuji stopped and turned to face the older guy as they approached the next inn, saying, "I really want to check what's going on here." "Took the words out of my mouth," the older guy said, turning to face Uzumaki in disguise. "Use your clone and henge, and go check out." With a nod, Naruto made the necessary finger gesture. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The usual haze dissipated, and Uzumaki Naruto emerged, his blue eyes and sun-blonde hair. The only thing lacking were the lines on his cheeks that resembled whiskers. Haru gave a blink. You, he said haltingly, taken aback by the child's choice of henge. Before going on the vacation with them, he was certain that the child's hair was still dyed. "Yeah," the clone muttered. "Here, I want to be myself." Extinguishing his surprise, the older man gave the clone a pat on the head and nodded with a slight smile. He then turned to face his cousin after taking a quick peek at the inn behind them. "Let's check here." While the original pursued the bar owner, Naruto Fuji nodded to his clone, who instantly ran off. In general, things weren't going well. It appears that poverty is gradually permeating people's daily lives. The strange sensation was in the air itself. The roads were littered and cracked. The paint on the majority of the buildings was faded. The thinness of stray canines was comparable to that of the red light district. The streets were empty of people, who walked stooped and gazed down at the grounds. Additionally, their clothing was, at best, mediocre. Children, meanwhile, continued to be unaware of anything as they played around, some even donning what was unmistakably an academy uniform. Even though the sightings were infrequent, the alterations were more noticeable on the faces of adults and teenagers, particularly women. There was a sense of resignation that enveloped both groups. He had been on surveillance for about an hour, and he had hardly seen any women talking to each other. Their faces were grave and disturbed, even on a few instances. There were only frowns that occasionally turned into resigned acceptance, no smiles, no signs of optimism, no resolve, and certainly no resistance flashed for even a split second. Teens were clearly starting to realize how serious the situation was, and it was understandable. There were occasional bursts of laughter that ended abruptly, as though the circumstance reminded them of themselves. It stood in stark contrast to the lives of people in Konoha's nicer areas, where it was easy to see groups of women conversing and kids playing without any indication of unrest. Naruto mumbled, "Well, at least, they have it better than the district," as he noticed other kids having fun at a park. In contrast to the red light district, where children were exposed to poverty from the moment they were born, the parents here were still working to prevent poverty and oppression, at least in the early years of their children's lives. However, even in the district, oppression was either non-existent or only existed in a minority. There was a sense of freedom in the decisions that people made, however limited, because they were living in a shinobi village. In spite of everything, it was radically different here. Everyone felt as though an unseen sword was hovering over their heads. Really, the words were almost yelled, and he turned the corner right away and saw a young woman carrying a jute bag full of groceries. The old woman behind the grocery store said, "Yeah, at the bridge," and shook her head. "Poor Tsunami," the younger woman cried out when a bottle shattered close to her feet. The Uzumaki pursued the attack in the direction of a strong man who was trembling as he raised his sword in the direction of the two women. "Shut up," he snarled, inebriated from both the broken bottle and his own words. "Or, I'll make ya," the inebriated man added, brandishing his sword. The younger woman hurried away in fear as the grocer woman yelled, "Forgive us," and gently shoved her in the other direction. With haste, Naruto squatted into the building's shadow, attempting to shrink as much as possible. After spitting, the inebriated man staggered in the opposite way and muttered something unnoticeable about a bridge. After narrowing his eyes and staring at the inebriated man for a few seconds, Uzumaki made the decision to follow him. After all, either there was something going on where the men of this region had assembled, or all the men in this land were armed, filthy, and at best inebriated. Additionally, he had a feeling that something similar was happening at the bridge, wherever it could be. The bridge appeared to be the most likely place to discover the reason he hadn't seen any real working men on the streets. The blonde Uzumaki mumbled, "Something's going on," while avoiding close contact with the man brandishing the sword. Naruto saw several men strolling in the same direction as he followed the man. They had hunched backs and lowered heads. Nobody was conversing with anyone else. Even their walks were laborious, with their feet pounding the streets with no regard for the trash. "I hope our arrival was not inconvenient." As the suffocating atmosphere became stronger, the blonde Uzumaki pondered, her brows furrowing. After a few minutes, he emerged into a wide, horizontal street. He crouched behind two garbage cans and inhaled. The seventh shinobi rule is to pay attention to your surroundings. That's what the rule stated, anyway. Naruto pondered, surveying his surroundings. If the foul stench in the air was any indication, the ditch beyond the wide street was undoubtedly filled with filthy water or something. He turned to look to the left, where the inebriated man had paddled, and noticed a group of men on a small bridge that was, if he had to give a number, only 100 meters long. He watched as the inebriated man pushed the men away and vanished within them. He was a little surprised that none of the men reacted, as though they were accustomed to this kind of treatment. However, the presence of the sword wielder highlighted the differences between him and the other guys. Even if their attire was mediocre at best, it was still superior to the inebriated persons. He hadn't seen any on the streets, obviously because the country's men had assembled here. The rectangular building on the opposite side of the bridge was clearly the source of something he had followed the inebriated man for, based on the attention it was receiving from the group of men. After taking a quick look around, Naruto got up and ran in the direction of the bridge. When he got there, the strong stench of the almost black-looking water slowly moving through the trench nearly had him squeeze his nose. For once appreciative of his stature, he took a minute to adjust to the stench before joining the gathering of men and remaining close to the bridge's left railing. He wasn't intentionally shoving the men. But no one gave a damn. After some effort and slow progress, the Uzumaki emerged in front, trailing just a short but chubby man who could still see ahead from his position. As he took in the spectacle, his eyes grew wide. The head of a man who was tied around a pole appeared to be dead. His upper torso was bare, and the skin was covered in deep gashes that led to blood. The man's back was swiftly struck with a whip, causing his body to jerk briefly before returning to its hunched posture. The man who was persecuting them was tall and had a sly smile. He was surrounded by similar-looking males who were loitering with a variety of weapons, including clubs and swords. They were obviously not shinobis, though, by any means. That was evident in the way they behaved. The only distinction was a well-groomed, plump man with round glasses, light brown hair, and a black suit. They administered another blow. The fat man then held up his hand, and the criminal stood down, still grinning. The man stopped, pointing his cane at the man who was tied and said, "Look, this is what happens to those who try to oppose my rule." "The fool thought he could live after challenging me," he said, striking the man with his cane. Then he approached the injured person's face too closely. "Now, as I'll make a spectacle of you, others will learn not to mess with Gato." Naruto's eyes went wide with surprise. Gato was this fat guy. In the boat, they were discussing the same Gato. He saw the anxious faces of Kosuke-san, the boat owner, Satoshi, and finally Haru-san. And there was another man confronting the tyrant's fury, bound and battered in front of him. As he looked around, he noticed that other men on the bridge had equally tight looks. This overweight man was a threat to everyone. "Kill him." The Uzumaki was startled out of his reverie by the words, and he glanced forward in time to witness each man starting to grasp their weapon. Even though the chained man was struggling to raise his head, it was evident that he was attempting to express his defiance despite his impending death. When their eyes locked, Haru's face briefly replaced the man's, and Naruto's eyes widened before rapidly contracting as his hands gradually turned into fists and his fingers and thumbs brushed the material of his shorts. However, after blinking, he swiftly reached into his shorts pocket with his right hand and took out a brown, worn pouch. When the Uzumaki saw the pouch, his eyes grew wide once more. He was aware of it. In case of an emergency, the original has kept them in his pocket. Furthermore, he was unaware that the original had handed him the purse. That can only mean one thing. He opened the pouch and pulled out a shuriken, which was a duplicate of what he had discovered inside his room's seal. "I can clone a weapon, too. Shinjo, do it." "Sure, boss." His thoughts were interrupted by a brief conversation as a second man brandishing double swords moved toward the restrained man who was still staring straight ahead. Once more, Naruto's eyes narrowed, and his thoughts decided for him. The shuriken quickly slipped his grasp and traveled a short distance before landing in the plump man's throat. The shuriken's diminished durability was then revealed when it vanished into a tiny cloud of smoke. However, the action was taken. As soon as a true fountain of blood began to sprout, Gato grabbed onto his throat. Naturally, the rapidly dying shipping tycoon's weapon-wielding henchmen were not the wiser, as seen by their still astonished and perplexed expressions and incapacity to respond to even one shuriken. With a somber expression on his face, Naruto observed the ensuing silence before dismissing himself. "You're a millionaire now." Haru trailed off, his mouth remaining open as he saw the 7-year-old seated on the bed in disguise. Naruto Fuji nodded, stunned by what had happened in Konoha as well. He shook his head when Haru's words finally registered. "We both are." What? However, a glimmer of hope was visible streaming down the older man's face. With his hand running through his hair, the disguised Uzumaki nodded. He supported his statement with a shrug. "I mean, it all became possible 'cause of you," he said. Haru turned around and started to pace the room while dragging his hand over his face. He knew from their familiarity that the 7-year-old never retracted what he had said. He could already see his aspirations coming true. He could and would open several pubs in the affluent part of Konoha if the child provided him at least 30% of the money. After that, Shit. Haru swiftly turned to face the child, whose face had turned somewhat pale, eyes had enlarged, and he was staring at him in disbelief as the term jolted him out of his reverie. With a little hesitation, the older man said. Naruto. Was he having financial dreams? He felt the impulse to let out a loud moan, but he quickly suppressed it. Still stunned, the disguised Uzumaki drew a trembling breath. Gato, he gulped audibly, is dead. Haru's eyes protruded from their sockets. What? Naruto nodded. Why yeah, and spent a few moments organizing his thoughts by staring at the ground. He looked back then. Gato was about to kill someone. My clone, apparently, saw the motive and threw a shuriken, killing the man. Oh no, why is this child unable to function normally? The older man's body was overcome with panic and he fisted his hair. Did anybody? He stopped when the child shook his head. Nobody saw me, the clone dispelled immediately. Besides, it can't be traced back to us, I am sure. Naturally, it wasn't Fuji, a guy in his mid-30s, who killed the shipping tyrant, but rather Uzumaki Naruto, a 7 or perhaps 8-year-old boy. Haru was unable to stop the panic, though. His eyes fell on the window, his hair still fisted. He hurried over to it, snapped the curtains shut, and inhaled deeply. What now? Inquired Naruto. Fuji. There was an underlying sense of calm because of his henge, despite the little shock. A moment, replied Haru, coming over to sit next to his cousin on the bed. After a few moments of holding his head, he made up his mind. We stay low. He gave the child a look. We don't know what's the situation outside. Can't run, his men might be looking for something like that. We spend the night here feigning ignorance. Naruto. Fuji was unable to think of anything else except nod. Night died. The longest night ever had been. They were unable to fall asleep, and each moment seemed to last forever. Haru couldn't stop pacing about as Naruto sat on the bed, just frowning and staring at the floor. The older man sighed deeply before sitting down next to the disguised child as the room became brighter as the shadows faded and light came in through the drapes. Nothing has happened so far. His response was a little nod. I think it's safe. Knock, knock. Haru stopped. Naruto. Fuji raised his head, and the two exchanged a nervous gaze. The disguised Uzumaki said, maybe, it's Kosuke-san. Knock, knock, knock. The older man got to his feet, looking at the door once more with a look of confusion on his face. He took a deep breath, patted the veiled child on the shoulder, and marched to the door. He unlocked it and saw the owner of the inn's face and another black-haired, youthful, but severely bruised man leaning slightly on the innkeeper's shoulder for support. The wounded man said, hey, I am Kaiza, breaking the quiet. But he ended with a slightly hurt smile. I am, looking for a blonde kid, 7 to 8 years old, it's urgent, he said. Sweat was starting to appear on Haru's brow as he nearly gasped. He willed himself to maintain the facade, nevertheless. He moved aside to expose his cousin, saying, no kid here, just the two of us. For his part, Naruto. Fuji was able to project a bewildered expression. Kaiza looked around the room for a while before turning to look at his helper. Daisuke. Oh come on Kaiza, the other man said, his annoyance clear in his voice. It's obvious they are lying. I saw this guy, he said, giving Haru a nod, patting the blonde kid on the head and the other one talking with him. Why you saw, Haru meekly voiced, cursing himself for stuttering. Yeah, through the window, Daisuke shrugged lightly. I was free and saw the interaction. It could have been any kid, the disguised Uzumaki took on, seeing Haru nearly frantic. The man had already started sweating on his forehead. No, it was that same kid with sunny blonde. Ahem, Kaiza cleared his throat, halting the conversation while drawing the attention to him. Daisuke, please leave us alone for a bit. The inn owner scrunched his face for a bit before shrugging again. Helping the injured man in leaning on the door, he walked away. Kaiza sighed. It's really no big deal, I just want to thank the kid for saving my life and this country. Not getting any response, he continued. Gato was a menace. That bastard would have destroyed the entire country, killing any opposition, like me, for the start. Apart from that blonde kid, nobody brought their kid, not even my son was there. Also, I saw the weapon in the kid's hand and then in Gato's throat before it disappeared in smoke, the kid did too. Must be a shinobi thing. Haru and Naruto shared a glance. Look, I just want to thank the kid. You don't have to worry, Gato's dead, and his thugs have been taken care of. Kaiza again offered a smile. Was quite surprising how after Gato's death, all the men found a new spirit and made a rather short work of those thugs. Maybe he's right, The disguised Uzumaki mused to himself. After all, the man was tightly tied and injured earlier. Now though, not only was he free and standing before them but also wearing a fresh haori. Still, they couldn't take any risk. "We'll convey your thanks," Naruto replied, ignoring the surprised look Haru threw at him, gazing directly at the injured man. Kaiza paused for a bit before nodding. In that case, he withdrew a scroll from his haori. "Here, give it to him, would ya?" Haru accepted the pen-sized scroll, turning it around and inspecting it. "What's this?" "I am a fisherman. Found this last year in the sea, in a jar." Kaiza shrugged a bit. "I couldn't open it, but the kid might." Naruto Fuji nodded, interest becoming blatant on his face. "Anything else you need, tell me." I own a tavern," Haru began. "We get raw materials from here, but they were delayed for some time." "Obviously," Kaiza nodded. "Could you help with that?" "Sure. Just give Daisuke the list, and I'll make sure you get them immediately and at a special price." A smile accompanied the words. "Thank you." Haru slightly bowed. "So, you opened the scroll." Naruto Fuji shook his head. "In Konoha." "Alright," Haru voiced. "Let's get moving then." Naruto touched the scroll in his haori for assurance, before following the elder man out of the room, helping with his bags. All done, Naruto took a deep breath, wiping his forehead just for the sake of it. Actually seeing the money receipt from Yurei's account was even more astonishing than experiencing it through memories. Thankfully, Kosuke and Satoshi hadn't minded the trip to Konoha without them, as they took a detour to Fire Country's bank, the former duo, even Satoshi, too happy at getting raw material at discounted price. But even happier was Haru at receiving a huge 4 million ryos. The man had nearly fainted, but in the end it all worked. Now, sitting on the rooftop, having dyed his hair brown and putting equally brown contact lenses, facing the Hokage mountain, relishing in the sunlight, Naruto closed his eyes, as he began to organize the memories. Apparently, his clones could live for a week, and who knew, even further if he hadn't just ordered them to dispel themselves. Let's see, first, ninjutsu. So, nothing more on Bunshin than what is given in academy textbooks. He felt a bit saddened by that. Iruka's words were clear that everyone needed to perform Bunshin for equality purposes. He scoffed at that. Clan heirs were already getting extra help, what could be more unequal than that? Shaking his head, he continued with the memories. So, 5 types of affinities and I need to check mine first. Wind and fire seem cool though. Need better chakra control even for that, Guess, everything comes to that. Still, the clone did good by copying the jutsus. Next, taijutsu. The clone copied a style but even that says a teacher is needed, and I don't have that. Mizuki Tem. Naruto frowned. Still, not at all wanting to delve into not so good memories of the bastard teacher, he again continued with the memories. Genjutsu. Well, damn. That's as difficult as Bunshin. Though, as he mused, it was supposed to. After all, Bunshin was also a basic genjutsu. Nevertheless, it seemed he wouldn't be able to perform even larger genjutsus because even they required delicate chakra control. Next, medical jutsu, again chakra control. Damn it. Naruto took a breath. It seems chakra control is must for everything. We'll send shadow clones to work on that every day. First course of action decided, he again delved into memories. His being filled with diary had aimed at Fuinjutsu to be an all-rounder shinobi art. He really hoped his clones had found something on that. Calligraphy, more calligraphy. Oh, what's this? What, really? His eyes snapped open, an elated expression paving its way on his face. Hand seals were originally written seals. That's the best discovery my clones have made. The ramifications were countless. One could surely miss or do wrong a hand seal, but if written, chances of a mistake were far lesser. In fact, the more he pondered, the more it made sense. Possibility was there of him making a wrong seal that was causing difficulties in his chakra leading to faulty formations of Bunshin. If he could write the seals for Bunshin and even other jutsu, not only would it save him the hassle of creating hand seals again and again but also sustain accuracy. A grin parting his mouth, Naruto clenched his right fist before his eyes also widened as he recalled the scroll. Quickly pulling the scroll from his pocket, he began turning it around, the thing not having any opening before his gaze focused on the small seal. Not knowing what to do with it but recalling the seal on his wall, he simply put chakra into it. The scroll was immediately covered with a lot of smoke before something fell upon him, laying him flat on the roof. OWW, muttering while rubbing his head, the Uzumaki looked at the huge scroll laying on his stomach. Whoa, this thing's huge. Slowly rolling the scroll over his legs to the ground, Naruto sat up, gaze immediately landing on another seal in the middle of the scroll. Shrugging, he again placed his fingers onto the seal, imbuing it with chakra. The scroll came open like a lid of a box. Rolling it open on the floor, he took it in. 10 boxes, he counted, and only in first was written, Otsutsuki Hattori. And just below the name were fingerprints in dried blood. He knew it, after all, training poles in the ground bore his blood, also dried and so much of it. Just above the 10th box, was affixed a small chit. Plucking it, he began reading it. Write your name and place fingerprints in blood on the scroll. If found worthy, the rest was smudged off. Pondering for a bit, Naruto decided to take the risk. After all, first whisker marks, then red light district, then the seal on his wall, and then Nami no Kuni, everything was risky yet had borne fruit. Shrugging, he bit his thumb and wrote his name in blood. Then, his cut got healed. Making a face, he again bit the thumb before quickly covering his fingerprints in blood and placing them below the name. Immediately, Fuinjutsu symbols appeared before quickly coalescing onto his wrist where 2 wings formed. Naruto barely had a moment to gaze at them before he disappeared. Naruto blinked twice as the scenery changed from his roof to a lot of blue, before he realized it was not just blue but sky. Ah! The Uzumaki screamed loudly, flailing his hands. For some moments, he continued falling, looking down and screaming his lungs out as the ground approached faster and faster. It took him another couple of moments to gather that no one was going to save him. No one except himself. Stopping the screaming and trying to close his mouth but failing as the air continued to flay his lips, he, with great valor, brought his hands and screamed. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Smoke filled the skies before clones appeared in a horizontal line, filling his vision. Then slight pain shot in his back as the clone above him kicked in his back, sending him towards the next. The next caught the original's hands and propelled him forward. The process was repeated again and again, diagonally, before Naruto met the ground, chin first. His body got dragged for some distance before halting at the feet or rather claws of some animal. Rubbing his chin with his left hand while using his right to push himself upwards, he was greeted with a golden feathered stomach. Gulping, Naruto stood up before taking in the human-sized bird. Above the stomach, gazing intently at him, was a head. A huge head, the head of an owl. He muttered, speechless for the first time in his life, gazing into the equally golden eyes having white rims around them. It has been ages since we had been visited by a human, interesting indeed. The brown-haired Uzumaki's eyes bugged out of his sockets. Reading from the history books, he was knowledgeable about animals capable of speech termed as summons. Jiraiya, the toad sage's summons were said to be the size of Hokage Tower. He vividly remembered his clone's wishful thinking of having a summon one day, knowing that the toad summons would go to the Yondaimi's daughter. How did you come across our summoning scroll? Enlighten me, young human. Blinking away the astonishment, Naruto slightly rubbed his head. Got it as a thank you for saving a life. More like a country. Country, huh? Again, the Uzumaki's eyes widened. How did you? He was sure he hadn't spoken the last part. The owl hooted that seemed like a chuckle. I have my share of abilities. Nevertheless, the scroll's acceptance of you, and the maneuver you just pulled to save your life, indicates your worthiness. No further evaluation is necessary. That seemed positive, Naruto mused in slight glee. Maybe his clone's wishful thinking would actually turn into something real. My name is Takahiro, and presently, you stand in the Hideki Forest, Uzumaki Naruto-kun. For a second's worth, confusion flashed in his mind at the being knowing his name before he mentally shrugged. Better if the big guy was a mind reader also. Naruto nodded in understanding. So, there are others too. Obviously. Excitement paving its way on his visage, he again nodded. Cool, so, what can you, what are your abilities, Takahiro-san, Sama? Questions flooded his mind. Having read about the toads in detail, he couldn't help but envisage various abilities in his mind. His eyes taking in the figure of the bird, he immediately realized the ability of flight which gave birth to a strong urge to rub his hands in glee, but he curbed that. Then, lack of fingers unlike toads, that meant hand seals were a no-go. Swords would also not work, then. Takahiro again hooted in amusement. Every species has their own advantages and disadvantages, young human. Relating us to toads would not be fair. Ah, of course, sorry. The owl dipped his head. Although you will learn about us with time, I can brief you about our abilities, for that will only be plausible. Incipiently, you made a right guess with our ability of flight, but our constitution provides us with an added advantage of silence. In simpler terms, we, the owls, can take flight without making any noise. Takahiro paused, wanting to see the comprehension of the human child. Shinobi rule number 1. Stealth is the very foundation of a shinobi. The words from the academy textbook flashing before his eyes, the brown-haired Uzumaki immediately grasped the advantages of such an attribute. Whether it be night, or even fog-like conditions like they had seen in Nami, the silent flight would surely make things easier. Covering the distance by flying was an obvious advantage. He could already envisage himself taking covert missions and accomplishing them successfully. Your thoughts are well placed, the owl dipped his head in approval. Secondly, every one of us is in harmony with the element of wind, our wings assist us in that. And, from what I can sense, you also have a strong affinity towards wind, water, too. You can sense it. Awe and wonder laced his words. From what his clone had read, a chakra paper was mandatory for knowledge of one's affinity. But this guy continued to surprise him. Some of us. Naruto nodded, still in thoughts about his newly revealed affinities. His clones had read about wind's cutting attributes and water's defensive ones. Second Hokage had an unparalleled mastery over water, though, how the man used it offensively was somewhat out of his reach. Although, in his view, fire and wind would have been the coolest. Every affinity has its own use, young human, again, you shall learn with time. About learning, we of the Owl Clan are one of the wisest beings, as such, we have accumulated vast information over centuries. As our summoner, you will be required to acclimate with the same. The brown-haired Uzumaki again nodded, joyful at getting teachers who actually wanted to teach something to him. Now, he wouldn't stay behind the clan heirs and... Is it so? Halting his thoughts, Naruto looked in confusion at the owl. What do you mean, Takahiro-sama? But the owl didn't reply, in fact, continued to gaze at him. Another moment, and his eyes glowed intensely. Some moments passed. Then, Takahiro sighed audibly. Humans, they still amaze us with their foolishness. Uzumaki Naruto, the 7-year-old immediately gave all his attention to the commanding voice. What I am going to reveal to you, is very crucial for both of us, yet so far has been concealed from you. What is it? Naruto asked in a meek voice, previous joy withering at the serious tone of the bird. There were many things concealed from him, the most important being the identity of his parents. Then, the villagers hating him, and while I cannot see the identity of your parents in your mind, I can confirm the reason why the hate of the villagers is directed at you. Beware though, it is not something to be taken lightly. His accord was necessary, that was left silent by Takahiro-sama. But he didn't even need to think about it. Steeling himself for anything, he wordlessly nodded. Then, you will not interrupt me until I am finished. Again, a nod was his answer. Just like a scroll is used to seal a kunai, similarly, humans, despite their flaws, have managed to seal some powerful entities of this world, thus able to harness their power. Such vessels are termed as Jinchuriki. Already, Naruto was able to understand where it was going. He had long since connected the dots between those glares, not so kind whispers and his birthday, yet there was a missing link which seemed to be filled now. However, they taught at the academy that Kyuubi was killed by the Yondaime Hokage. Then, how could Biju or entities of pure chakra, even if they are somehow made to cease to exist, they will reform once again in due time. However, Kyuubi no Kitsune is definitely sealed inside you. I can sense that malign chakra. It is also the reason you heal at an increased pace. The brown-haired Uzumaki slowly looked at his feet. Shock was already withering down, getting replaced by betrayal and anger. At Namikaze Minato, for subjecting him to this fate. Even when the man had his own daughter. In that moment, the image of the Yondaime Hokage he had created, crumbled away. No longer was the man his ideal but a coward who had put such a burden on somebody else's child while saving his own. There were chances the man had forcibly taken him away from his parents. After all, no parent would willingly burden their child in this manner. Maybe the Sandaime was also good with him due to him being the Jinchuriki. While I do not condone the Yondaime Hokage's clearly biased actions, it seems the Sandaime actually cares for your well-being. Doubting and confronting him, at this moment, would be totally imprudent. Not until the situation presents itself to you. In fact, let this be your first lesson, think before you act. Slowly, Naruto nodded, opening his fists he didn't even know he was clenching. As he took some moments to ponder, he realized the weight in Takahiro-sama's words. Old man Hokage had kept Kyuubi a secret from him. Confronting him will no doubt open a fresh can of worms, something he didn't want at this moment. Your thoughts are centered around loneliness and sadness. I cannot change the attitude of the villagers, but I give you my word, our clan will always stand beside you. A small smile, reflecting a mix of pain, hurtness and slight relief, appeared on his face. Thank you, Takahiro-sama. They emerged, chatting among themselves. The groupings remained largely unchanged from when their genin became academy programs. Ino, Shika, and Cho all carried on their father's legacy in different ways. The Naru remained indolent, but the Akamichi kept eating. Maybe Ino was the only difference. He was certain that her father didn't have a Hokage tower-sized crush on a Uchiha. Even now, her posture teetered towards the Uchiha, even as she strolled alongside Shikamaru and Choji but kept a safe distance. She would have happily glomped on to the king of brooding if it weren't for the other girls, who were each protecting the other. However, the girl with the pink hair and slightly large forehead was also her rival and archenemy. When she changed from being a very curious girl to a shrieking banshee, possibly the only girl whose crush matched the Yamanaka, he was unable to understand the change. He swiftly slurped the noodles that were hanging from his mouth while shaking his head. He had no idea what these girls saw in the perpetually pouting Uchiha. He tilted his head, attempting to figure out what the Ducas's issue was, as he watched the object of their affection slowly trotting approach the academy grounds. The Ducas would only glare at the girls who were vying for the Uchiha's affections, despite their constant declarations. And here he was, having failed for years to win even the smallest devotion from anyone. However, he mocked his own way of thinking. None of the academy females would appeal to him. They served no purpose. Hyuga Hinata and Namikaze Mito were the only ones who differed. The former was as timid as a mouse. But he didn't know if she was interested in him positively or negatively. She continued to look at him occasionally, but as soon as he caught her, she would always get depressed. There is no question that the latter was skilled. Surprisingly, she wasn't the pampered girl who used her father's name to obtain what she wanted. Like the Uchiha, Namikaze Mito remained mute, kept to herself and by herself as well. Surprisingly, though, the Uchiha just liked her as a seatmate. The Namikaze and the Uchiha had a relationship of some kind. It was only after the Namikaze heiress smiled and nodded to Uchiha Sasuke's mother that he was shown to be correct. Another peculiar case was the Uchiha family. He still finds it incomprehensible that the Uchiha's brother could murder his fellow clansmen down to the last child while leaving his own family intact. He laughed at their description of the massacre as a display of power. When it came to Itachi Uchiha's own family, where did the power show go? The father, the patriarch of the clan, was the only one to pass away. The brother and mother, although being disabled and confined to a wheelchair, still survived. There was undoubtedly more going on than the foolish display of strength that all the villagers recounted in unison while referring to the devoted Uchiha pair as heroes. Muttering, as if, he slurped the noodles once again. These fools have no idea what the shinobi industry is all about. Everyone, including the clan heirs, seemed carefree, he thought, with the exception of Mito, Sasuke, Shino, and Hyuga, who was, of all things, anxious. He finished his cup of ramen and tossed it over his head, observing the exchanges between kids and parents who had come especially for the graduation exam. He ranted about performing above average on the written exam and then getting reprimanded for it, and a hint of grief filled his face as he wished his parents were around to hear him. They would have continued to see his practical test and subsequent transformation into a genin, nevertheless. However, that was untrue. His feelings changed to one of mild resentment for the Yondaime. He had lost both his parents and any possibility of a caregiver because of the man. His own daughter, however, survived and was praised by everyone in the hamlet. It was a really unjust life. All right students, step into a line. Following Iruka's instructions, Naruto leapt from his perch on the roof, landed soundlessly on the ground, and moved to stand next to the Yamanaka heiress. Iruka gave him a nod, and he returned the favor. Another enigma was the man. Over the years, the man had begun to genuinely exhibit interest in him. Recalling Mizuki's remarks from all those years ago, he maintained a reasonable distance, albeit it might have been the old man Hokage's will or perhaps the man's unexpected change of heart. And if he had anything to say, nothing would change. Now, This is the practical portion of the exam. There will be 3 tests. Only on passing them all, you will be considered graduated from the academy. Uruka said. Further, if you fail any test, you will not advance to the next one, as he observed the pupils in front of him. As was to be expected, the clan heirs exuded confidence. The majority of civilian children appeared anxious, but as usual, there were some outliers. Haruno Sakura was one of them. She still exuded confidence as she stood amid the clan heirs. He was confident she would pass the test. He looked at another civilian child and shook his head, but if only she could see above her crush for Uchiha. Naruto Uzumaki, with brown hair. He smiled a little since the child was smiling with confidence. He sincerely hoped the child would pass the test, and if so, he might buy the 12-year-old in the orange outfit some ramen. And maybe the child would let him do that out of enjoyment. After all, the child would inevitably feel lonely after witnessing the other children engage with their parents. He would completely comprehend that. Now, if only the child would see how sincere his offers of assistance were. He sighed, admitting that the child's actions were a result of being the target of the village's animosity. What are you waiting for, Uruka? The Chunin stopped thinking as soon as he heard the words, nodded to Mizuki, and then turned back to the kids. Let's begin. Uruka went on to give each pupil a chance to gather themselves. First test is Kawarimi no Jutsu, the textbook version of course. I will throw some shurikens and you have to substitute with any object in your surroundings. He nodded when the students said, Hi. Aburame Shino, step forward. The bug user moved onward in silence. With a flip of his wrist, Uruka released the wooden shurikens he had fisted. As the shurikens passed through the traditional smoke, the Aburame heir promptly created the seals and replaced them with an empty desk. Irake complimented the quiet child, who merely nodded. Well done, he said. Akamichi Choji. After consuming the last of the potato chips, the Akamichi heir moved forward. Uruka threw the shurikens once more, and Choji created the seals before using the desk that Shino had previously used. A domino effect started as if that was the signal. For substitute, every student started utilizing the same desk. Uruka couldn't stop perspiring. At least the children were able to improvise quickly. However, he was a little disappointed when several children from the general public were unable to perform the jutsu correctly. The children failed right away because they were too slow to make hand seals when shuriken struck them on their foreheads. Others had improper substitutions made. He had seen these children do the jutsu correctly on numerous occasions in class, so he was well aware of their ability, but perhaps the stress of the tests or even the presence of shurikens had a role. The scarred Chunin complimented the pink-haired girl, saying, Well done, Sakura-chan, since she was the first civilian to correctly do the substitution. Sakura grinned at the compliment and shot a smug glance at the Yamanaka heiress before giving the Uchiha a cautious but hopeful glance. Thank you sensei, she said. Sakura, that wasn't necessary. The Chunin grimaced as he pondered. He shook his head and went back to the tests. The clan heirs' outcomes were predictable. They executed the jutsu perfectly. He couldn't help but smile as he looked at the parents' happy expressions. Takawa Miko, the girl said, leaping forward and performing the jutsu just in time. She did, however, pass. Keep it up, Miko-chan. The girl smiled broadly, then glanced at the Uchiha. Uruka started to perspire again. He laughed clumsily and scratched his cheek. Uchiha Sasuke. All of the girls immediately wished the Uchiha heir well, and he glared before flinching when he saw his mother laughing in obvious enjoyment. When the Uchiha swiftly won the test, the clan heir scoffed and moved to the front of the line, only intensifying their cries. Uzumaki Naruto. With a cheeky smile on his face, the orange-clad person said, Yo sensei, and then swiftly formed the seals as a shuriken sped toward him. Uruka's brows furrowed as she became aware of the brown-haired Uzumaki's habit of pulling practical jokes. Naru, he gestured with his finger, but stopped when the Uzumaki materialized in front of him. He grimaced. He witnessed the trail of flying papers, which marked the path of substitution, all the way to the prankster's spot in line, where a desk briefly wobbled before steadying itself. His mouth parted in exasperation. Although there was some laughing in the crowd, the 12-year-old's guffaws soon overshadowed it. Uruka sighed and simply went on with her last name. The Yamanaka heiress also passed the test with flying colors. Uruka said, All right, those who passed step forward, and for the others, better luck next time. As the clan heirs, including Haruno Sakura, Namikaze Mito, Takawa Miko, and Uzumaki Naruto, stepped forward. Now, said the Chunin. Uruka turned to his left and saw a shinobi with a shunshin. The second test is henge, he said. He gestured to the Senbon chewing shinobi wearing a bandana and dressed in a Junin costume. This is Shiranui Genma-san. You have 5 minutes to observe him. Then, you'll emulate him. Passing this exam will depend on how accurately you imitate his appearance, way of talking and body language, understood? The academy grounds echoed with, "Hi," and Uruka gave the Tokubetsu Junin a nod. Chewing on the Senbon, the bandana-wearing shinobi shrugged and walked over to the scarred Chunin. "Yo," Genma said languidly as he held up his palm, his half-lidded eyes briefly darting to the pupils. The man asked in a dull tone, "What's up, Uruka?" "I am fine, Genma-san," Uruka said, grinning at his senior. For the henge exam, the man was the ideal shinobi. Perhaps the only one better is Hitaki Kakashi, who has a dull voice, a different manner of speaking, and a slightly unusual style of standing. However, the clone nin's mask would make it impossible for anyone to accurately mimic the guy for test purposes. Genma turned his face to the side. "These guys sure have a lot on their shoulders, huh?" "Yeah," Uruka said, rubbing his wound. "Clan heirs, civilian kids and all that," he said with a nod. "So, when are you going to decide to become a Junin?" Genma laughed and spun the Senbon from right to left, asking, "Decide?" "Well, I know you, it's going to take a lot for you to just decide." Genma laughed once again. The Senbon chewing man waved languidly at the Chunin before turning to face the kids. "That's true, I guess. Anyway, 5 minutes are over, so," he said. After saying, "Well, best of luck," he vanished. Uruka turned to the students as well, coughing a little from the traditional smoke. "So, that's that. Now, all of you henge into Genma-san at once, I'll check you then." Everyone made the necessary hand seals a moment later, and then a thick cloud of smoke shrouded the scarred Chunin's face, making him frown. Many Genmas emerged as the haze vanished. Irake inspected each henge. Every henge was good in the first case. But why does Naruto have his mouth shut? He chose to begin with the final pupil, squinting slightly at the orange-clad child. "Hello, Genma-san," said the scarred Chunin, gazing expectantly at the Tokubetsu Junin's impersonation. "Yo, Uruka, how are you?" The body language was appropriate, the words were drawn out, and the tone had the same drab impact. Uruka gave a nod and moved forward, squinting at Naruto's mask. "Why are you covering your face, Genma-san?" It looked fine. The attire were appropriate, the bandana was knotted correctly, and a Senbon protruded from the fingers. "It's nothing, Uruka," was said, and then there was a laugh. Uruka gave a nod of approval. Genma's laugh was identical. "Even so, I would like you to take your hand off," he replied with another laugh. "Naruto." Before revealing his face, the disguised Uzumaki lifted his other hand in a comforting gesture. The audience burst out laughing, and Uruka squeezed his nose in frustration. Except for Genma's puckered lips and bucky teeth sticking out of her mouth, everything seemed fine. "Should I fail you, Naruto?" Uruka was a little taken aback when smoke instantly enveloped Henge Genma's figure. Did he not use his hand? But as a flawless replica of Genma materialized, his thoughts came to an end. Uruka nodded and sighed as she walked on. Talking to the children and checking the names on his list, he carefully and slowly went over each henge. He then turned to face each student after walking back. "Everyone passes except Takawa Miko," Uruka said, glancing pitifully at the girl with purple hair. "You failed to imitate the voice, Miko-chan." With tears in her eyes, the girl turned to face her parents. The father gave her a slap on the back and the mother, who had equally purple hair, gave her a hug. "And, Hinata-chan, I am passing you but please work on your stuttering." The girl nodded docilely, then dared to peek at her father, only to look down sharply at the Hyuga clan head's unwaveringly impassive expression. Uruka looked at the orange-clad Uzumaki and nodded. "Now, let's move on to the last test, Bunshin Jutsu. Create 2 Bunshins for this test," she said. He was well aware of the child's shortcomings in Bunshin Jutsu and sincerely hoped the child would be able to use it. They had made numerous attempts, but each one had been unsuccessful. "Bunshin no Jutsu," the Academy's chorus of voices exclaimed, and then a cloud of smoke materialized. Uruka started by looking at the Aburame successor among the Bunshins. There were 2 replicas of each child all around them. With a nod, the scarred Chunin listed each child's name until Naruto arrived. Around the orange-clad, brown-haired Uzumaki were 2 pallid, nearly lifeless, prone, and subpar impersonations of the child. The original, on the other hand, had his fists clenched at his sides and was frowning as he looked down. Iruka crossed the name, maintaining eye contact with the Uzumaki while putting on the most sincere expression of regret. I am sorry, Naruto-kun, but you need to pass all 3 tests. Iruka groaned before addressing the other pupils after staring at the orange-clad child for a while without receiving a response. The rest of you pass. Howls and applause immediately ensued, and the children hurried off in the direction of their parents. Uzumaki Naruto, meanwhile, left without even raising his head. Iruka longed to comfort the child, but duty demanded all of his focus. Good luck the next time, Naruto. Musing started to move in the direction of the academy as well, pondering how to approach and console the distressed child. Naruto continued to reflect on the injustice and ridiculousness of the situation while he sat on his favorite swing and pushed it back and forth. He failed despite having the ability to create a clone that was 100 times superior to that pointless Bunshin method. However, he came to the perverse realization that perhaps he wasn't worthy of a shinobi if he couldn't even create those worthless Bunshins. You expend more chakra than is necessary to create these basic Bunshins, but it's not your fault because your prisoner has given you a significant amount of energy. Naruto sighed as Takahiro-sama's words flashed through his memory. Nor was it his fault that he had so much chakra. If only. He was startled out of his reverie by the sound of footsteps and turned to look to his left, where Mizuki was approaching him. What is his desire? The brown-haired Uzumaki looked as if perplexed. Naruto-kun, Mizuki whispered as she drew nearer and gave the 12-year-old a shoulder pat. I am sorry for your loss, it was totally undeserved but rules are rules. Despite the impulse to spit in the man's face, he brushed it off in his mind. He would die before believing a single lie this jerk of a teacher told, no matter how many he said while maintaining a straight face. He didn't succeed. He was saddened by that, but the fact that he would have to deal with Mizuki Tem for another year was a bigger issue. He had constructed and maintained the persona of an idiot for 6 years in the hopes that, upon graduating, he would be able to finally influence the course of events, but now he would have to endure yet another year of suffering. Listen, Naruto, I am a witness of your efforts and hard work. I know, of all, you deserve to be passed the most. That's why, I have a proposition for you. Uzumaki, dressed in orange, squinted, his eyes wrinkled slightly with mistrust, but he nodded, curious to see where it was headed. It's a test that was used in war times but, for your sake, we have decided to revive it. There's a scroll of sealing. Mizuki reached for it. This big in the Hokage Tower, it lies behind the door to Hokage-sama's right, you know which one. Yeah, beside the bookshelves. Exactly. If you manage to bring it to the forests beyond North Gate without anyone's knowledge and learn a jutsu, you will be considered as a graduate. It was a falsehood all along. Was Mizuki really under the impression that a 12-year-old could pull off such a feat? And that too while the village's most formidable shinobi was around. The owl's statement that one needed to be neat when going to cheat was accurate. He really thought about slapping this moron across the face, consequences be damned. Prior to acting, consider your options. His mind flashed back to Takahiro-sama's first class, and he put on an enthusiastic face with a big smile that almost split his mouth. Thank you, Mizuki-sensei. He tackled the man, against his instincts. He had no idea what the whole situation would include, but a predicament had arisen, and if handled wisely, Mizuki's schemes would end up costing him his life. He wouldn't have to put up with this purple-haired jerk breathing on his neck for another year, at least. Good, the Chunin said, gently pushing the 12-year-old aside because his distaste was too obvious. With a shunshin, the man vanished after saying, you have 3 hours, for the test. Best of luck. The Uzumaki inhaled deeply. 3 hours. One of the wisest summonses taught him for 3 hours. It was time to make plans. In short time, the clone produced another clone. You know what to do. After giving a nod, the second clone vanished. Takahiro mumbled, interesting, as he heard the memories his protege had been given. His pupil was starting to encounter some very fascinating circumstances in the world. It was time to test him. So, what do you make of it? Before shutting his eyes, Naruto blinked and cocked his head to the side. After all these years, he ought to be familiar with the owl's method, but the large guy's abrupt remarks still put him on the spot. There were a few hoots that sounded like laughter. Damn it, mind readers. Nevertheless, he absorbed the information in front of his clone. 3 hours, the scroll, the tower, the Hokage, and finally Mizuki. A few moments went by. He then opened his eyes and looked at his instructor. One way is to involve old man Hokage into all of this. For all things, Mizuki could be a traitor. Takahiro acknowledged with a lowered head. They had ingrained in the child's consciousness the history of shinobi villages, particularly wars, even though Naruto is a pragmatic shinobi. Even throughout the time of the wars, and probably not anymore, no such unique test was required. On the other hand, though, this has presented us with an opportunity. Oh, knowing that the bird already knew everything, Naruto rolled his eyes. This scroll is clearly of great value. There's no way I will get to see it any other time except if I become Hokage. The owl nodded once more. It was as hard for the villagers to truly forget their hatred for Uzumaki Naruto as it was for him to become a Hokage. The kid was also aware of it. They had explained to him how a cage is chosen, with the help of clan leaders, shinobi, and, to a lesser degree, even the village's public consensus. The boy understood he lacked all of it. However, now, I can learn from it, and if things go south, easily blame Mizuki for luring me. You have learned well. Still, I sense doubt within you. Enlighten me, child. Just that, I know how to make the old man lower his guard, but what about the others? I mean, he ought to be well guarded, right? The brown-haired Uzumaki turned to face a little, pure white owl flapping its wings and heading towards him as an owl hooted from his left, interrupting their conversation. He was never able to get past these incredible birds, silent flight, no matter how many times he witnessed them. During his 4 years with owls, he encountered a variety of small birds in the Hideki forest and the Konoha area, but all of the other birds made noise as they flew. However, these owls even silently fluttered their wings. Something because their feathers are smooth. The white owl landed on the Uzumaki's shoulder after slowing down his flight. He started caressing the little bird's head carefully. Yo, Taiki, how are you? Taiki gave a joyful hoot. The old leader's abode is very lightly guarded, Naruto. Only a couple of shinobis who are termed as Anbu. No way, he said with a hint of surprise. On the contrary, young human, Naruto said, turning to face the older owl. What good is the leader of a village if he needs guards for his protection? His office is lightly guarded just to facilitate his needs and not for his protection. His face instantly took on a contemplative expression. He nodded after a few moments. That makes sense. Takahiro's head lowered. How is your graduation going now? I think I should show the Hokage some of my skills. Surely, that would convince them, the Uzumaki said after pausing for a time. I am positive about it. It will, but take my advice. Wait till this event passes. Very well. His doppelganger emerged as smoke silently materialized next to him. Wearing a forest green round-necked, full-sleeved shirt and black leggings, this brown-haired man with matching brown eyes had his left hand covered by a fingerless glove, concealing his wings. Convey the plan. The clone instantly blew away. Stealing himself, the clone recalled the plan. Let's do it, Naruto. The Uzumaki leapt to his apartment's roof and started running across the roofs in the direction of the Hokage Tower. The moonlight was completely obscured by clouds that covered the sky. Shortly after, Naruto landed next to the tower's window and made his appearance known. Yo, Gigi. The Hokage calmly gazed at the 12-year-old wearing an orange outfit without even blinking. Naruto-kun, it's a surprise. The Uzumaki rubbed his head and laughed aloud. I just wanted to meet you. In that case, Sarutobi said, reclining on his seat. How are you? Naruto yelled. Same old, Gigi, as he settled into the chair. All alone, no friends, and on top of that, I failed again, he shrugged as he concluded. The effect of the words was as anticipated. The Hokage's wrinkles became more noticeable, his eyes enlarged slightly, and he briefly frowned. In that one instant, the famed god of shinobi, the man who had guided Konoha through 3 wars while still portraying it as the strongest village, let his guard down. Right now, anyway, I want to show you my new jutsu. Desperate for any diversion from the guilt trip, the Hokage could only nod. When the 12-year-old created the henge hand seals, he was a little perplexed. Warok no jutsu. Sarutobi's eyes popped out of their sockets as the cloud swallowed the seed and vanished. Let it be known that he was by no means a pedophile. Rather, he was simply an enthusiastic reader of Ika Ika, in which one of his students had fairly vividly depicted the image of another student, who had a large bust. And he was unable to just assist him when he saw her in front of him, nude with those magnificent mounds of flesh. The Hokage fainted in his seat as his mouth opened and the blood that, given his age, should have flowed south instead headed north and burst from his nostrils. There were 2 thuds from the corners behind Hokage, indicating that his guards had met the same end. Naruto laughed and drove out the henge. With a quick dash, he opened the entrance behind the bookshelves. There were other scrolls inside, but one in particular caught my attention. It matched the dimensions of his summoning scroll. He inhaled, reached for it, turned, and stopped. It was clear from her figure that a masked kunoichi with purple hair was standing in front of him. Her head was cocked and her hands were folded under her chest. "You have a lot of explaining to do, Naruto-kun." Startled, he let go of the scroll. There was a tense stillness for a few seconds. "I am waiting, Naruto-kun," she said, starting to tap her biceps. After looking around for a while and unable to find any reason to defend his actions, Naruto, filled with confidence and terror about defeating the village's strongest shinobi, rapidly created hand seals with a lot of inspiration. Reverse Warok no Jutsu. A new Iruka emerged, flexing his biceps and grinning at the kunoichi as the smoke vanished. A few moments went by. Iruka's eyes widened. His jutsu had no effect on this woman. Yugao said, "I have seen better," almost giggling when he saw Iruka with a peanut-sized penis. This child had obviously never seen a nude man. But she had to correct the situation immediately. "Naruto-kun, 2 minutes, explain quickly otherwise I will hand you over to TI, you should have read about it, torture and interrogation." She had protected the child until he enrolled at the academy, so she knew him. As a cute and innocent child, he had been trying to get attention, but his attempts had been in vain. Over the years, that spunk had gradually disappeared. However, a few months into the academy, the child had begun to develop into a loudmouth jerk. When she saw him playing practical jokes throughout the village, she was taken aback. But to imagine that this would occur. With a sigh, Naruto let go of the henge. "It's Mizuki," he said, and he went on to explain everything. Yugao's hands fell to her sides as she felt the want to let out a loud moan. Her fellow Anbu were correct. This child's surroundings were abnormal. "What should I do now?" "Give me the scroll, Naruto." After rolling the scroll and getting to his feet, Naruto said, "Sure. So, do I pass?" Before turning to face the Chunin teacher, Mizuki started laughing, a sound with a sinister undertone. He started laughing. "You idiot brat, you are so gullible." "No wait, I am sure you don't even know what that means," he said. The Uzumaki cocked his head to the side and asked, "What do you mean, sensei?" "Simple Kyubi. I am going to kill you and then take the scroll to Orochimaru-sama." Kyubi. Naruto was able to make an expression of surprise. Like a bag of potatoes, Mizuki said, "Yeah. Yondaime sealed Ak instead of killing the Kyubi." The same purple-haired Anbu was standing behind him, her hand still where she had hit the Chunin on his shoulder. 2 more shinobi fell into the open space. "Take him to Ibiki," Yugao said, approaching the still shocked child. Muttering, "Calm down," she put a hand on his shoulder and then shunshined away. The Hokage mumbled, "Naruto, look at me," completely overcome with shame upon witnessing his fictitious grandson's predicament. Uzumaki, who had brown hair, looked up slowly. "Why? Naruto-kun, why me, Gigi?" he asked, his words loaded with desperation, and for the first time in years, he didn't care how he looked. He was curious as to why he was the unfortunate kid. Hiruzen let out a deep sigh. At this moment, he was at a loss for words. He had been preparing for this scenario for years, but he still couldn't figure out the answer. How could he respond? The whole thing was a complete mess. He inhaled deeply before muttering, "I really don't know." There was nothing more to ask. There was no need for further response. What more was he to expect when the elderly man was unable to provide him with even the most basic of answers? Naruto cautiously got up from his chair. "Naruto-kun." The 12-year-old approached the door without saying anything. "I am sorry, Naruto-kun. Just keep in mind that you are not Kyubi but its jailer, and the savior of this village who has protected us all since birth." Uzumaki, dressed in orange, unlocked the door. "Also, for helping against a traitor, you are considered as graduated." His only response was the door slowly closing. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the image of his predecessor. "Minato, what should I do? He's not ready now, so I can't even tell him yet. Perhaps in a few years, when he gains maturity. That brat, damn him. Yeah, look what he did. I still think it's funny." Of course, you would think so, you were not here 12 years ago. Hatake Kakashi, sitting on a house's roof, turned the page of his book and listened to the different remarks that were being made all around him. He looked up casually at the center of human interest. 2 roses emerged from the Shodai Hokage's nostrils, while another rose was clasped between his lips. Green leaves were painted around his eyes. The Nadaime Hokage had drool in his lips, snot in his nostrils, and tears in his eyes. Geezer was inscribed on the Sandaime's forehead, and he was smoking a cigar. Surprisingly, the Yondaime's head was spotless. Muttering, "Ma, people fail to see creativity," Kakashi returned to his book. Sarutobi groaned as he smoked his cigar and looked at the painted memorial. He was already familiar with Naruto's antics and knew that the entire painting incident was a show of respect for the child. However, the Yondaime's head being devoid of anything demonstrated Naruto's disrespect for the leader who had passed away. "I apologize, Minato, but when you consider the details that were withheld from the child, this was just the beginning." Satisfied, "Yeah," Naruto nodded and kept his eyes on the painted Hokage memorial outside the window. His clones had repeatedly caught him off guard. Even if they were merely chakra creations and a part of him, their proclivities were obviously distinct. Another illustration of that was this painting of the Hokage monument. Nor was it mentioned in the scroll of sealing. He turned to face his doppelganger and shrugged. "Go to the academy." After giving a nod, the clone leapt out of the window. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Namikaze Mito, Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto, Iruka said, pausing to assess the inevitable response to the 3 men's cells that had already been revealed. Uchiha Sasuke remained unconcerned. With no other response, the Yondaime's daughter only gave the Uchiha heir a fleeting gaze. Sweating profusely, Haruno Sakura appeared unduly enthusiastic and optimistic. She was currently making fun of the Yamanaka heiress with a big smile on her face. With a groan, Iruka turned to face the other participant. The child in the orange outfit sent off conflicting and perplexing sensations. "Being able to join the Genin team and be on the same team as Haruno Sakura makes me happy, no doubt." His one-sided antagonism was not concealed from anyone, and he was likely annoyed at being forced to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. Finally, and somewhat unexpectedly, bewildered, Iruka was unable to determine the cause of this specific feeling. He continued with the team announcements, mentally shrugging and attributing the problem to what had happened the night before. The flickers of smoke rising and falling from under the desk were unnoticed. Naruto said, "This is unprecedented," as he looked at the tiny white owl eating the little loaf of meat that was resting on his Chibudai table. The owl halted and lowered his head to ask, "What is?" "You said Genin teams are 3 Genin and 1 Junin, right Taiki?" "Indeed. I heard a couple of Junins conversing with each other in what they called a bar, really surprising how they dropped their guards in their own village." Naruto was silent for a while, listening to the words and putting them in the back of his mind. "I guess I'm the odd one out. And going with my placement with Uchiha, my sensei is Sharingan no Kakashi." "Yup, don't know why they used that moniker, but this, Sharingan no Kakashi, is late for everything by at least 3 hours. The Uzumaki peered out his window and said, 3 hours, huh? Well, we can only wait." A clone materialized and vanished without a word. As the clock's hands crossed even the 3-hour mark that their sensei was expected to reach, a scowl tainted his face. Without theirs, every other team has already departed. However, he could see that his teammates were also struggling. Haruno Sakura's pacing in front of the classroom, Namikaze Mito's dejected expression, albeit that may be attributed to her apparent acquaintance with her father's pupil, and Uchiha Sasuke's involuntarily twitching eyebrow were all obvious signs. It's more than 3 hours. When will he? Sakura stopped when the door opened, and a white-haired man wearing a mask came in, defying gravity. He looked at them nonchalantly. "Meet me up on the roof in 5 minutes. Then he vanished into a cloud of smoke. Namikaze Mito and Uchiha Sasuke complied right away, and Haruno Sakura trailed behind. The clone of Naruto also got up and followed the 3 of them. "Tell me your name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, goals, etc. Start from you, broody." "Uchiha Sasuke. I don't have any likes or dislikes but an ambition which I shall turn into reality, and that is to kill a certain man." Kakashi let out a mental sigh. It was one thing to know, but it was quite another to hear it directly from the child. The child sorely needed some anchors to hold him steady while he was walking down a dark path. When Mito placed a comforting hand on the Uchiha's shoulder and the latter did not recoil, he lifted his concealed eyebrow. Fascinating. Kakashi continued the introduction after noting the motion. Next to Mato-chan. Ni-san. He merely grinned. The Namikaze heiress sighed, her annoyance visible on her face. I am Namikaze Mito. I like ramen, my red hair, Sandame-sama, Jiraiya-sama, you and my friends. I dislike those who call me tomato and perverts, well, except you. My ambition is to make my parents proud by becoming Hokage. Sensei and Kushina-sama, you would be proud of her, she is headed in the right direction. The girl has the hair of her mother and the looks of her father. He would be happy to use his Chidori to chase the lads away once she turned into a gorgeous female. Just thinking about it made him laugh all day. However, he was unsure of the reason for her modest talent deficiency. She required individualized one-on-one care, yet both of her parents were natural fuinjutsu practitioners who learned the technique on their own. Furthermore, since that tragic day, the sole person who was capable had not yet visited the area. Next, you Pinky, she would have to deal with me. Kakashi couldn't stop perspiring since the female was too preoccupied with staring at the Uchiha. Sakura. The girl flinched and looked at him with a hint of terror. He smiled back at her with his eyes. Your turn. Sakura nodded a little quickly and inhaled. She looked uneasily at the Uchiha and said, I am Haruno Sakura. I detest Naruto Baka, and my objective is to. She looked at Sasuke once more before flushing violently. With a sigh, the copy nin turned to the team's excess baggage. Next you, Walking Orange. I am Uzumaki Naruto. No need to shout, kid. Uzumaki, with brown hair, simply smiled broadly. The clone hesitated for a moment before continuing, I like ramen and orange. I dislike, my ambition is to become the greatest Hokage Datbeo. The odd silence caused the sensei to arch an eyebrow. On the other hand, the infant was peculiar in every way. It was odd that the child had dark hair despite having the Uzumaki clan's name. He was the strongest Biju's Jinchuriki at the time, even if he wasn't an Uzumaki. Once more, that was odd. When he left Anbu, he was shocked to find a 6-year-old with brown hair and the name Uzumaki. He only carries half of the Kyuubi's chakra. Sandame had responded. Since he was not an expert in seals, he could only agree with the statements. However, neither Minato-sensei nor Sandame could figure out why he chose someone else's child. Being a parent after being an orphan must be a force to be reckoned with. However, he was appreciative of the child for taking on such a heavy load. Now, that wasn't so difficult, was it? No one responded. With obvious delight, Kakashi clasped his hands and said, okay, now comes the fun part. Tomorrow morning, the 4 of you go against me for a survival test. If you fail, then you'll go to the academy for another year. He anticipated the responses and was not let down. Sakura and Naruto yelled, what? Together, which may have been the only thing they had in common. The pink-haired Kunoichi went on, but that's not fair, and was joined once more by the brown-haired Uzumaki. What is? Kakashi asked, amused. Sakura opened her mouth once more, but she quickly shut it since she couldn't find a counter. My advice for you, skip breakfast, he said, concluding with a 2-fingered salute. After saying, Yane, he flipped over the railing. Uchiha Sasuke got up right away, Mito trailed behind, and Haruno Sakura, with a frightened look on her face, barred their way. Sasuke-kun, would you? No, the Uchiha said, walking past the girl with the pink hair. For a few moments, Sakura stood there in disbelief, but then she smiled shamefully at her fellow Kunoichi. Mito only shrugged. She said, see you tomorrow, and turned to leave. A second later, Sakura spun around with a finger pointed at Uzumaki, who was wearing orange. Don't even think about it, she huffed as she passed him. All Naruto could do was gape like a fish. This will be challenging. Observing the exchange, Kakashi thought to himself. The team, if he could call it that, was split. Despite being a recluse, Uchiha Sasuke didn't mind Mito at all, and he was confident that both would cooperate against him. Haruno Sakura would then willingly go to hell and back with the Uchiha. The brown-haired Uzumaki was left. Among his colleagues, Naruto was not just the last to die but also the least respected. He would, however, follow Sakura but not the other two. Overall, he had found himself in a somewhat difficult situation. Well, we'll find out tomorrow. You will have to reveal your abilities tomorrow. I know. After the preamble, of course. Naruto grinned. Everyone would assume he was a loudmouthed, orange-clad, and incompetent fool, which would provide him the opportunity he needed to win. Are you sure, though, Taiki, that it's gonna be just a bell? Yup, as I told you, the shinobis quite easily dropped their guard in the village. Then, the previous leader's daughter's presence in the team made it easier. Everyone was all about her following her father's legacy with the test. The Uzumaki nodded, his thoughts racing. He had no intention of failing the test. You're late, Ma. I got lost on the road of life, the copy nin said, grinning. It was meant to have the same impression as a first-time listener. The children were unable to respond appropriately, let alone respond. So, shall we begin? His response was a chorus of nods. Kakashi leaned his right hip in the direction of the children where 3 bells were suspended. 3 bells, 4 of you, one who fails to get it, goes to academy, he said, instantly putting an end to the objections with a finger wave. I am a Junin, I can do it. This crew, like all the others before them, could hardly conceal their annoyance. It was also a lot of fun to see. You have 3 hours, begin. Haruno Sakura, Namikaze Mito, and Uchiha Sasuke instantly ran into the woods. Uzumaki Naruto was the only one left. You are not going to hide. The orange-clad person yelled, of course not. What do you take me for? Well, suit yourself, said Kakashi. Now, see my awesomeness. Naruto said as he formed the seals that Kakashi realized were for Bunshin. Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 lifeless replicas of the Uzumaki materialized along with the customary smoke. Before he swiftly recovered and burst out laughing, the original, if he could be referred to as such, had the grace to grimace. That must be due to skipping my breakfast. No worries, here I come with taijutsu. And he fled. With a sigh, the sensei pulled out his Ika and started reading about Moriko's exploits. He sidestepped a moment later, tripping the dead last face first with an outstretched foot. Well, at least the fall was awesome. The orange-clad boy got up, wiped his face, and then grinned broadly again while mumbling something unintelligibly while eating dirt. I didn't see your foot, hee. Without taking his eyes from the book, Kakashi answered, obviously, with a hint of cynicism in his voice. The Uzumaki said, no matter, and struck the palm with his fist. Here I come again. The child started thrashing his arms wildly, obviously meaning to punch, and the copy ninja moaned. Once more, he effectively stopped the boy's approaches by placing his palm on his forehead without taking his eyes off the book. With hands clasped around his wrist, the dead last grabbed his arm right away and began attempting to drag him down. If the other hand hadn't had to turn the following page, he wouldn't have been bothered. With another sigh, Kakashi lifted his arm and the brat with it. He warned, brace yourself, before swinging and ramming the child against the tree trunk. Poof! Wah! The soul eye became wide as it took in the last of the smoke. Bunch cage. Juryoku no Fuin, activate. His thoughts stopped, the words registered, and he took action. Or at least attempted to, but was unsuccessful, his whole body becoming rigid. A gravity seal, what the? A figure appeared in his field of vision. As he absorbed the newcomer, his thoughts were disrupted once more. The brown-haired Uzumaki stood solemnly, dressed in a black full-sleeved shirt and gray shinobi leggings. Yes, this was unexpected. Kakashi realized what had happened instantly. The original concealed, luring them in with his cloned, stupid demeanor. They were able to fall for it. That was a wise move. The child was also proficient in Fuinjutsu. This caught me off guard. Another Naruto, most likely a shadow clone, fell next to him at that very moment. The clone then pounded one bell and tossed it to the original, who skillfully caught it. That was, in fact, unheard of. A child outdoing Sharingan no Kakashi, he moaned inwardly if anyone saw him now. However, this created a forum for others to take action and raised issues. And they did act. The first person to emerge from the bushes was Uchiha Sasuke, who was followed quickly by Mito and Sakura. The girl with the pink hair was not only the slowest of the 3, but she also seemed to have hidden farthest. The outcome was obvious. Everyone would fail and Uchiha and Mito would win the bells. He felt the need to smile, but he was unable to move his eyelids. Very embarrassing. Juryoku no Fuin, release. Upon hearing the words, Kakashi acted without hesitation. He stepped back, evading the Uchiha, and chopped the black-haired child in the neck. Sasuke's face hit the ground instantly. Then, Dodging Mito's attack, Kakashi threw her over and leapt onto a branch. He inhaled deeply as he watched the Namikaze heiress assist the Uchiha, and Sakura soon followed. Sasuke turned on Uzumaki, who was dressed in black, right away. What was that for, Dobi? Naruto kept staring apathetically. Be precise, Uchiha. The apathy that permeated the words caused the copy nin's eyebrow to raise in astonishment. Keep your emotions in check, was a really nice level for a child. There was always a sharp edge to Uchiha's tone, even when he was brooding. However, this personality was entirely different from the foolish orange-clad character. Sasuke clenched his jaw. Why did you let Sensei go? Mito and I could have gotten the bell and we would have passed. Sakura's face lit up with pain as Kakashi's single eye gleamed fiercely. The girl obviously didn't anticipate this, but it was best that she just left her fantasy world at this point. But for the time being, he was happy to observe how things would develop. I was not aware of such an arrangement between us, Uzumaki, who had brown hair, snapped back. I acquired the bell on my own, you should too. Mito moved forward as the Uchiha's eyes narrowed. We are supposed to be a team, Naruto. Same goes for Sakura, then. Clearly, she was hiding the farthest, it would have been unfair for her. Besides, I am sure any of you wouldn't have helped me in any way. In the clearing, tension became tangible. Uchiha Sasuke's anger was evident on his face. Haruno Sakura felt bewildered and hurt. Mito and Naruto were the only ones remaining composed. At that point, Kakashi made the decision to intervene. He got everyone's attention by clearing his throat. Well, this is definitely unexpected, but it has provided you with a chance. The test is still on, and you can go for the lesser threat. His words touched home when every eye flashed towards the bell held in Naruto's hand. To his credit, however, the Uzumaki maintained the same air of indifference. The quick glance between Namikaze and Uchiha was not missed by the copy nin. Though not to this degree, he was aware of Mito's connections to the Uchiha family. In any case, this undoubtedly eased his concerns. Sasuke was now prevented from posing a flight risk by two anchors. The next instant, Sasuke's hand was left by two kunai. There goes the teamwork, yar yar. With a hint of disappointment, the white-haired Junin pondered. However, he was certain to get some information about the Uzumaki from this new development. The Uzumaki cartwheeled to the right to avoid the kunai, who quickly covered the distance. Two chakra chains suddenly sprang up from the earth beneath Naruto's fingers and instantly wrapped themselves around him, hanging him in midair. Uzumaki's expression of disbelief was priceless. When Kakashi saw the two golden chakra structures, he couldn't help but think of Kushina-sama. The fiery woman with the red hair was truly something. But in her Chunin tests, even she had produced chakra chains. He would have to acknowledge that her daughter was truly talented in this area. However, we will need to increase the number of chakra chains, 2 would not be enough in the long run. Sasuke leapt near the imprisoned Uzumaki, snatched the bell, and threw it in Mito's direction. Secure it. It was immediately caught by the red-haired girl. There goes your chance, Sasuke, Kakashi said, stating the obvious. No, I am gonna help him in getting one, was Mito's prompt response. The Uchiha said, only turning to face him without disputing the Namikaze heiress's assertions. Kakashi was only encouraged by this for the Uchiha. Mito pulled the bell's top outward while bringing it to her top. Poof! As the bell vanished into the cloud, Mito blinked, her face displaying a look of bewilderment. In front of the girl with the red hair was another Naruto. For the umpteenth time, Kakashi raised an eyebrow. It was not intended for Henge to be solid. What was going on? With a gesture at Mito's chest, Naruto declared, I am not going in there. The clearing had been silent until the words were spoken. Mito's face flushed evenly, and she balled her fists. Naruto. After raising his hands, Uzumaki vanished into smoke and a kunai fell on the ground. Mito trailed it in the direction of the Uchiha's extended hand. However, it seems that her rage was unabated, as she turned to face the Uzumaki who was chained. The next instant, Uzumaki's chains dropped to the ground as she too vanished into wisps of smoke. Kakashi gave a loud laugh. He was so fascinated by the brown-haired Uzumaki that he said, guess, both were clones, Mito-chan. Now, what are you gonna do? The child had tricked everyone, including himself, by not only grabbing the bell but also securing it. In his view, that was a mission completed. The child was skilled at hiding. Professionalism also characterized the switch with the clones. The girl sighed. I will deal with him later. For now, I have to get the bell. Come on, then, Kakashi gestured with his hand. Holding the bell proudly for everyone to see, Naruto landed in the clearing and surveyed the site. Sasuke and Mito, wounded and battered, stood on either side of Sakura, who was bound to the pole. Kakashi said, "Glad you could join us," to the brown-haired Uzumaki. Naruto just gave a nod. When he noticed two bells on Kakashi's waist, he said, "So, only I get to pass." "Yup," the copy nin said with equal enthusiasm before pausing. "However, as a genin team consists of 3 genin, I am willing to give Sasuke and Mito a chance." Sakura didn't do a thing obviously. He gestured to the location of 3 bento boxes. With that, Kakashi vanished, leaving behind spinning leaves. "Eat yours, but don't share with Sakura. If you do, I will know and you will fail," he said. Nobody moved for a few moments before Sasuke stood up and walked over to the food. Mito followed, and then Naruto made his way over to the boxes. The girl with red hair said, "I haven't forgiven you, Naruto, but I am not going to ruin my only chance," expressing her frustration. All Naruto could do was sigh. He wasn't to blame. Oh no. However, it seems that appeasing the female gender was the hardest thing humanity has ever encountered. After grabbing their bento boxes, Sasuke and Mito returned to the logs and sat down on either side of Sakura. Naruto remained motionless. The girl with the pink hair felt embarrassed. In the test, she had done nothing. Her intelligence was useless. The only person to receive the bell and pass was Naruto, who was thought to be the last to die. Sasuke had failed, too. Sasuke, she sighed as the picture she had created of him disintegrated. It was painful to see how readily the Uchiha had ridden her off. The samurai in dazzling armor wasn't him. Her thoughts stopped when she saw a bento box. She trailed it to Uzumaki Naruto's arm. She was shocked and could only blink a few times. "N Naruto. Have it. I don't need it. B but you will fail." "I won't." Sensei said not to share. "This is not sharing, I am giving the entire thing to you. Besides, this is a sort of thank you." "For what?" "In case you didn't notice, the sensei at the academy never answered my questions. You asked a lot of them. Those helped in all my doubts." At that moment, Haruno Sakura experienced twofold shame. She had called him names, punched him, and made fun of him often, and now he was helping her and giving her food. She was at a loss for words. "I don't know when we'll see each other again, so, yeah, have it." But she was pushed aside by another bento box. She pursued it in the direction of Mito. "I don't know why I am doing this, but I feel like doing it." Then another bento box was thrown in front of her. Sakura went to Sasuke with it. The gesture was obvious even though the Uchiha wasn't looking at her. "You guys pass." The position of Kakashi caught the attention of the 4 new genins. "Ni-san," Mito questioned inquisitively. "Those who abandon their mission are trash, but those who abandon their teammates are worse than trash, remember it." The whole meaning of this bell test was teamwork. Even if you had managed to take all the bells but without working together, I would have still failed you. That's why there were 3 bells, to create a rift among us, said Mito. The copy nin ended with a smile. "Exactly," she said. "And now, it's time for some answers, isn't it, Naruto-kun? I would also like to be a part of it." With the exception of Sakura, everyone turned to face the voice's owner, their eyes widening at the sight of Sandaime Hokage, and then they bowed. "Kage Bunshin, Fuinjutsu in nearly Chunin level speed, how did you acquire such skills, Naruto-kun?" Uzumaki Naruto continued to look unconcerned because he had anticipated this kind of situation. "And, before you say scroll of sealing, let me make it clear that was only one half of the scroll. You couldn't have learned Kage Bunshin without having both the parts," said Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Sandaime was still happy that he had split the scroll of sealing following Orochimaru's betrayal. The realization caused Naruto's eyes to slightly enlarge. For this reason, information about Bunshin Dabuka was available, but not about Kage Bunshin. At last, he offered his palm in surrender. A diary materialized with a puff of smoke. He walked ahead and handed it to the village chief. "Found this in my apartment. It was sealed in the wall, and contained a scroll on Kage Bunshin and motivated me to visit the library to learn Fuinjutsu." Sarutobi snatched up the diary, flipped it over, and noticed the graceful M written on it instantly. "Jiraiya-sensei, Minato-kun, what are you doing here?" The boy bowed and said, "Greetings, Hokage-sama," as he approached. Hello, Minato-kun. How are you? I am fine, Hokage-sama, thank you for asking. I hope I am not interrupting. Of course not. Thank you, the blonde prodigy said, turning to face his sensei. Could you teach me the Kage Bunshin by yourself? What happened to the diary, brat? I was practicing sealing on my wall. Sealed the diary into it and now, it's taking too much chakra but not coming out. How fate had shaped their lives, Hiruzen thought to himself. He had never considered the possibility that Minato's unintentionally sealed diaries would one day benefit his son. You learned Fuinjutsu from the library. The silence was broken by Mito's comments. There was a hint of astonishment in the words. Kakashi was well aware of the girl's deep admiration for her desire to learn Fuinjutsu. He therefore made the decision to hold off till the brown-haired Uzumaki responded. He was rather taken aback, though, when a hint of irritation appeared in the Uzumaki's gaze. He was able to make the connection quickly. You must understand, child, that it is not her fault. He let out a mental sigh. One more blow to the cooperation. I did, Naruto said without going into further detail. The copy nin chose to intervene before Mito could ask any more questions. What about your henge? It's different, I know. Show us, Hiruzen continued. Naruto gave a shrug. A clone appeared silently and transformed into a blade. The Uzumaki caught it in midair and gave it to the Sandaime. Hiruzen and Kakashi examined the blade for a while before Hiruzen made a comment. Amazing. I have never seen a solid henge, said the sensei. Indeed, said Hiruzen, returning the sword. It would be a great addition to your arsenal, Naruto-kun. All the Uzumaki could do was nod. Sandaime let the silence do the talking, saying, now, you also demonstrated the ability to perform your jutsus wordlessly and without seals. Not every jutsu, Hokage-sama, only henge, Kage Bunshin and Kawarimi. I was unable to perform regular Bunshin. Then, I read about hand seals originally being written seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged with a nod. I worked hard to decode and write these seals. Later on, I learned that I couldn't perform Bunshin due to excessive amounts of chakra. Sandaime gave another nod. I managed to write the seals on the tenketsus around my chest, though, even now, I can't form regular Bunshins. Impressive, said Kakashi. It must have taken a great deal of tenketsus understanding to do that kind of thing. Are you willing for an exchange, Naruto? Everyone looked at Mito, the red-haired kunoichi who appeared a little thrilled. For this conversation, Kakashi and Sandaime chose to remain silent. I want to learn Fuinjutsu. If you help me, I can share my techniques with you, be it ninjutsu, taijutsu or even Fuinjutsu scrolls. Particularly for taijutsu, the offer seemed alluring. Despite their claims, the Owl clan was not a species focused on taijutsu. As a result, his taijutsu was mediocre at best. But it didn't sit right with him to accept assistance from the daughter of the man who had sentenced him to this destiny. He gave one shake of his head. The seals are to compensate for my shortcomings, and I made them after a lot of effort. I will only share them with my future family, if I ever have any. All Mito could do was stare. Kakashi chose to intervene after observing the exchange. Ma, that'll be all for today. Meet me here tomorrow. I'll test you and we'll begin with the missions. Naruto immediately disappeared into wisps of smoke. Kage Bunshin, huh, I am a bit jealous. The copy nin mused while placing his hand on Mito's shoulder. Give him some time, Mito-chan. I believe you never talked with him in the academy. The girl shook her head. So, don't expect him to share his knowledge on the very first day. Now, off you go. Sasuke was the next to walk, slightly nudging the red-haired girl on her shoulder. After a bit, she also followed. Last to walk was Sakura, a lot on her mind, not hidden from anyone. Wasn't that a bit easy on him? He isn't a flight risk, Kakashi-kun. Besides, Mizuki admitted sabotaging his studies. Most likely, he hid his skills due to Mizuki. Those are some interesting abilities though. Indeed, this presents him with opportunities of espionage, infiltration and assassination. As his sensei, you need to bring him out of his shell. Rest, time will tell. The first formal step toward his goals was the creation of genin. His emotions were rising with this fresh start. What do you make of your team? Naruto took a moment to reflect as he looked to his left, observing the meat crumbs that were strewn all over the rooftop and being rapidly eaten by the tiny white owl. Sakura, he said, is, to put it bluntly, useless as of now. Though, from yesterday's encounter, she has begun to grasp the truth. A couple of small wake-up calls might do the thing. For her, this would be the finest option. At least he and the other two were sufficiently schooled, but she wasn't prepared for the outside world, none of them were. He went on. The Uchiha is capable but arrogant, gets jealous of others' skills despite his own potential. I don't care much about him outside the team. The owl swung its neck nearly 180 degrees after hooting in agreement. And the last one. From the corner of his left eye, Naruto cast a quick glimpse at the tiny bird. He was aware of the bird's target. I don't hate her, Taiki. It wasn't her fault, and resenting her for that would make me no different from the villagers. That's good. Hatred and revenge consume one's happiness and ambitions. The Uzumaki gave a nod. I will treat her no different than Uchiha. Indifference. That's acceptable. There was a period of silence before Naruto became aware of the minor change in the sun. He spoke, stretching a little. Time to go. See y'all later, Taiki. Later, Naruto, the owl said. First sensei. Now Naruto, they should have been here 3 hours. Crunch. The 3 sets of eyes were drawn to the direction from whence Uzumaki Naruto was strolling in their way by the crack of the twig. The snap of twig was undeniably intentional. Sakura said, "You are late," in a loud voice that could be heard far and wide. However, the girl's lack of typical shrillness revealed the internal conflict she was experiencing. If nothing else, the tone was comforting to his ears. So is sensei, had Naruto joked. The girl blinked for a second, then opened her mouth, the retort obviously discarding her. Yo, paused, then wheeled in the direction of the masked ninja, whose shape was barely concealed by faint remnants of smoke. You are late. Kakashi only waved at her, observing the apparent annoyance on the faces of those without Naruto. That's new, huh? He cleared his throat languidly, shrugging his shoulders. Ma, a black cat crossed my path, and I had to take the long way around. His statements were followed by an eye smile. For 3 hours, Mito abruptly stopped talking. Yup, it kept finding me and crossing my path again and again. Thought I was jinxed, he said, his expression displaying mock dread. Sakura moaned, Mito sighed, Sasuke's eye twitched, and Naruto. The Uzumaki remained apathetic. I guess I like the stupid version more. The shinobi with the white hair thought to himself. However, the majority of the expressions were typical. Now that we are all here, let's start. We are a team now but don't know anything about each other except names. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw it. Nip it in the bud, please. Naruto, I know it may appear as a tactic to ascertain your secrets, but it isn't. My curiosity besides the point. Times will call you to rely on your teammates, formulate plans among other things. That will be impossible unless you have a basic idea of your comrades, the Jonin concluded, giving the Uzumaki a brief reprieve. Naruto knew what the shinobi in masks were implying. Although he had become largely self-sufficient in terms of his abilities, the owls had insisted on the fact that occasionally circumstances would compel him to act. He didn't have to like it. As a token of trust, Kakashi abruptly continued. He took a breath and said, I shall begin, with interest evident on his adorable tiny genins' faces. I have copied over 1,000 jutsus, earning the moniker, Copy Ninja Kakashi. The genins' faces displayed a wide range of emotions, including amazement, astonishment, and even mistrust. Yes, he still had it. He pondered joyfully. The greatest revelation, however, was still to come. Despite his conflicting emotions, he ignored them. That kind of garbage would undoubtedly destroy the collaboration or, worse, the team itself, therefore it was better that he disclosed it now rather than in the middle of the battlefield. He inhaled and raised his Hitai-8 in a single motion. 3 of his genin quickly aimed their interest and confusion at him. However, it was not unexpected that they were unaware. Among other things, the academy curriculum had been specially designed for the convenience of the lone Uchiha following the massacre. It was unknown if the efforts had been fruitful or in vain. Regarding Sasuke, the whisper, Sharingan, was clear and instantaneous, with a lot of weight in that one word. The anger flashing through the black irises and the clenched fist were equally anticipated. My cue is that. It sounds strange to say, I didn't steal it, Sasuke. It's a dying gift. He paused, then said, parting gift from my teammate, my best friend. There's a reason you are in this team. I am the only one capable of training you when you'll awaken your Sharingan. As soon as Sasuke heard the final words, the internal conflict he was experiencing in his head stopped. This man thought he would honor his ancestry. I wondered if he would ever awaken his Sharingan since he hadn't done so yet. Itachi was a lot younger. The only exception was Kakashi Hatake, who was obviously different from those villagers, hypocrites, two-timers, who kissed his shoes in his face and spoke behind his back as though he didn't know. This individual was given a chance by the Uchiha. His muscles relaxed gradually, and he nodded quietly. Good, now, your turn. Let's begin with you, Sasuke, and leave out the taijutsu, you'll spar later with each other. The Uchiha stopped and looked at the Uzumaki. I am adept at shuriken jutsu, can recognize and dispel the genjutsu. Lastly, I know a kaiden jutsu. The copy ninja gave a nod. The other skills were perfect, but he hadn't tested any of them on genjutsu yesterday. Tamada-chan. The girl gave him a scowl and furrowed her brows, which made her smile. She continued, huffing, knowing he wouldn't stop her. Regarding the other two, same as Sasuke-kun, but I don't know a ninjutsu cause a certain masked pervert decided I wasn't ready. The Junin wiped his eye and then grinned again. You remembered, then, I am glad. She rolled her eyes and went on. She then became somewhat deflated. But I can use chakra chains, she said. Only two though. Kakashi patted her on the head and nodded at the other youngster, a hint of inquiry visible in his soul eye. Everything with time, Mito-chan, he said. Naruto. Who knew what the youngster had planned for them? The Uzumaki was a mystery. Even so, having him around wouldn't be dull. The Uzumaki answered, having already readied himself mentally. I am decent in shuriken jutsu, able to use shadow clones and my special henge. For ninjutsu, I know a futon jutsu, and my way around fuinjutsu as well. As for genjutsu, mixed emotions reared their ugly head once more. On the one hand, he was anxious about sharing his genjutsu solution because it was one of his most valuable things and had been practiced by hundreds of clones employing some of the best owl-based genjutsu for almost 10 months. However, the method would help with the trust issue and couldn't be used against him anyhow. Furthermore, according to Taiki, there were rumors that Hatake Kakashi valued his fellows more than his own life. The man had a perfect record while serving as a captain in Anbu. The white-haired man's statement that, abandon friends and become worse than trash, was confirmed by the fact that no one died while he was in charge. An individual like him might undoubtedly prove to be a helpful ally. Naruto chose to move forward despite his emotions. I am immune to it. The Uchiha's eyes narrowed instantly, while two pairs widened. Kakashi's only eye quivered as well. Despite following one of his principles, the copy ninja soon started to look under the underneath. He may have believed the statements if it had been another brunette, but the youngster was one of the strongest Biju, a Jinchuriki. It was really difficult for him to believe, as he had been close to the prior one. The Uzumaki, however, didn't appear to be the one who was lying. How, then, does someone develop immunity? Of course, Hatake Kakashi paused artificially. Could that be fuinjutsu? He said, voicing the only logical response that came to him. The Uzumaki gave a nod. I couldn't even do a basic genjutsu like henge, others were definitely a no. It took years, but now, I have a counter to my shortcoming. Uzumaki Naruto. The name caused Mito's eyes to enlarge. It was the clan name of her mother. Could it be that the once fabled clan had other survivors besides her? Here, sensei. She blinked as she quickly turned to see the raised hand and followed it to a boy with brown hair. How come Uzumaki's hair was red? The heir of Namikaze remembered the academy's founding. She had practically run to the Hokage Tower, her mind racing with questions. He is not an Uzumaki per se, Mito-chan, but had been given the name in honor to the clan. It's an age-old practice with regard to orphans. And now the Uzumaki legacy was being carried by the clanless orphan. Since yesterday, a small amount of jealousy has been evident, but drive is swiftly taking its place. If someone other than Uzumaki could achieve it, then so would she. I can appreciate that he uses every fuinjutsu technique to overcome his weaknesses. I'm impressed, Kakashi said. I won't lie, I am really dying to see the seal, but for now, your willingness to share is enough. Maybe some other day. In fact, Kakashi glanced at each of them. It will be a team secret. He paused for a time before explaining. This seal totally nullifies the skills of some shinobis, and also provides a way out to those who are struggling with genjutsu, and trust me, there are a lot. I don't want them pestering Naruto. He didn't want to open that can of worms anytime soon. Kurenai and other Jonins would undoubtedly pout, but he would be wary of the other bunch. If they were able to get the council involved and pass legislation making it a mandate, that wouldn't be shocking. He shuddered in his mind. In contrast, the blonde in disguise found himself unwinding and lowering his guard around the shinobi in masks. His aims seemed to be identical to those of the masked shinobi. Sakura-chan. The girl with the pink hair acted like she had been slapped. On her expression, uncertainty was gradually turning into remorse and uselessness. Ever since her teammates started detailing their skills, she had been withdrawing within herself. Kakashi let out a mental sigh. I certainly have a group of mischievous pupils. Nevertheless, he knelt down close to the female, knowing he needed to nuzzle her in the proper manner. I know what you're feeling, and it's normal. Most students begin just like you. Sakura blinked for a moment in bewilderment before realizing what was going on. You know. Read your dossiers, but they were wrong or incomplete in case of your teammates. Still, you should take pride in what you have. Moreover, there's a reason I am here. Sakura reluctantly nodded after a few moments. She shuddered in her head. I know the basic three, since the others hadn't even brought up the subject. A halting. I can dispel genjutsu, she said. Her hair was instantly ruffled by a hand on her head. That wasn't hard, nay Sakura-chan. Kakashi went on without waiting for a response. Let's proceed to taijutsu. Rules are just taijutsu, nothing else. First is Sasuke against Sakura. The girl in question gave him a desperate glance shortly after, but he remained silent. There was a moment to express feelings. It might take a long time, but the girl was already beginning to doubt her ideas about the Uchiha. It need a catalyst. Step up. We don't have a day, he said, adding a little of sourness. The Uchiha complied right away, and Sakura followed suit after a little hesitation. Kakashi said, both opponents are facing each other. Hajime. Sasuke stared at the girl with the pink hair indifferently for a bit. She took a big breath and ran forward, interpreting it as a sign that he was letting her start. After taking a few steps, she stopped as she noticed Sasuke materializing in front of her. Pain then registered. The girl looked down at the fist that was inserted into her stomach as she coughed. She dropped to her knees slowly, gripping her tummy. He had failed to deliver the punch. After a few moments, she struggled to look up into his eyes and recoiled psychologically. In those coal-colored irises, the word, pathetic, was written clearly. And that hurt a lot more. She could only drop her head in shame. For a few moments, no one spoke, until Kakashi's uninterested voice broke the stillness. Sasuke, stay there. Naruto, your turn. Where went everything wrong? She had dreamed of impressing her Sasuke-kun when she woke up yesterday morning, and now she was a helpless, sniveling girl. She won't, however, deny that there have always been problems at the back of her mind. However, she had found comfort in both the dead last Naruto and her beloved Sasuke-kun. But not this Naruto. This one was practically indifferent to everyone and everything. That hurt, but the fact that Sasuke-kun had been seen in a different way hurt much more. He had entirely ignored her yesterday, but now his thoughts about her were clearly visible in those eyes. How pitiful. She could hardly control the tremors that threatened to take over her body. Hajime. Both competitors ran in the direction of one another, closing the gap quickly and colliding nearly halfway, fists flying in each other's direction. However, the Uzumaki's advantage of a few feet over the Uchiha indicated that the former was quicker. Uzumaki's left arm stopped Sasuke's right fist before it could reach his face. The Uchiha simultaneously sidestepped Naruto's right hand. Nevertheless, Sasuke was already crouching and lashing his right arm in the direction of the disguised blonde's stomach when the Uzumaki stepped back to avoid the blow. And Sasuke seemed to be striving for it. He swept his right leg while his left hand made contact with the ground. Once more, Naruto dodged by leaping over, but the Uchiha quickly took advantage. He stopped mid-sweep, straightened his foot so that the sole touched the ground, and used his left hand to push. The subsequent counterclockwise movement sent the heel of his left foot in the direction of the now landing Uzumaki, who quickly deflected it with his raised knee, the impact still causing him to take a step back. The Uchiha smirked as he rolled and leapt to his feet, resuming his posture. Naruto steadied himself and carried on staring blankly. After a period of stillness, both resumed their movements. Sasuke took a stride forward, leaned slightly, and crouched in the opposite way before turning and launching his right leg, which rapidly filled the gap as the disguised blonde's left arm swung out. Once more, the quickly raised block in the shape of the right arm prevented a direct strike, but the impact nevertheless caused Uzumaki's own arm to collide with his jaw. When Naruto's foot slipped and he fell to the ground, he stumbled to the left. If his left hand hadn't suddenly found purchase on the ground, he would have. The blonde in disguise tried a cartwheel, but in the middle of it, his right leg struck the Uchiha's shoulder joint. As Sasuke stumbled and sank into a crouch, his mind went into overdrive. That was good. He can absorb my blows, especially when he hits like a bull. That's why I purposefully staggered and slipped my foot earlier. That's enough, Kakashi declared, strolling over to the pair. He stopped close to them and inspected the two youngsters. I have a general idea of your skills. His attention was on the Uzumaki. You are definitely faster on your feet, Naruto, but lack in combat speed. Your balance teeters towards your right hand, which is clearly your dominant hand. Your legs are balanced though. Lastly, you don't plan much while fighting, but admittedly, the last kick was smart. Naruto just gave a nod. The owls had pointed out the same defects time and time again, but it was unavoidable. Owls were not taijutsu-focused summons. They had provided assistance by vocally pointing out errors and enhancements, but it still wanted more. As for you Sasuke, you have the highest combat speed in the team. You're agile and can plan ahead. Good work. Once more, his response was a nod. He had a good team, Kakashi thought. Sasuke would develop into an extremely skilled close-quarters fighter. Mito would too, but she wouldn't be limited by range once she had more chains. Although he wasn't sure about Sakura yet, it would be fantastic if she could pick up medical jutsus. Last but not least, Naruto was the boy with the most promise on the team, indeed, the entire community. He would be a formidable opponent due to his distinct skill set. He nodded to himself, pulled out his priceless Ika. It was difficult without it, but appearances had to be maintained and successfully attracted his adorable little Genin's attention. Next step. Chakra control, then, a mission. That'll be our routine for the near future. All right. His response was a chorus of hi. Good. The first thing we gotta learn is, he said, allowing the moment to linger while glancing at his pupils. Tree walking. He made the announcement and waited for the typical response. Any moment now, one of his adorable Genins would mention that they could climb a tree. Then he would demonstrate them, because he was an amazing sensei. A few seconds went by. There was no response. Mentally, Kakashi collapsed. Maybe Sakura would have yelled if she had been sane, but now he sighed. Spoilsports. Watch, Kakashi said as he made his way to the tree, where his body became parallel to the earth. He stood there for a while before flipping over and falling to the ground. His eyes smiled, taking in the Genin faces. They were interested in him now. This is an advanced technique of chakra control. Not only does it help with chakra control but also with tree gliding. Tree gliding can be explained as using chakra to stick and push from the tree branches, almost at the same time. It gives you a speed boost. Konoha, the entire fire country and even beyond, trees are present. So, the technique aids us in many ways professionally. Without Naruto, the Genins nodded. I suppose he's returned to his apathy. The Junin concluded as though he had a revelation. The trick is to use just the necessary amount of chakra. A bit more and you fall. A bit less, you fall too. Kakashi sighed, twitched his eye, smiled feebly, and blinked. Did the right top side of Naruto's lips suddenly twitch? Indeed, they did. The sensei laughed aloud and applauded in his head. You need to stick to the tree, determining the right amount of chakra. Let's proceed to practice. Sensei. He had been monitoring, of course, but a shinobi's main focus was on appearances. He lowered his book slightly, allowing his eyes to roam aimlessly, and then abruptly raised them. His pink-haired Genin was standing horizontally there, a hopeful expression on her face. Excellent, Sakura-chan. The girl smiled right away. Thank you, sensei. Kakashi gave a nod. Did you use a rope? The girl stumbled instantly, barely catching herself before falling. She almost glared as she steadied herself and inhaled deeply. What? No, I didn't. He grinned amusedly. It was enjoyable. It seems congratulations are in order, Sakura-chan. You have a great chakra control implying high inclination towards genjutsu and medical jutsus. Many shinobi claimed that having fewer chakra reserves equated to having stronger chakra control, but Kakashi didn't buy it. Senju Tsunade would never have been able to become the world's greatest healer if it were the case. Additionally, everyone needed the same amount of chakra to adhere to trees. For the most part, it was unrelated to reserves. Naturally, there were outliers such as Naruto. No, improved chakra control indicated that the girl was using the necessary level of chakra control unconsciously. This was a fantastic event. Continue to practice. It will increase your chakra reserves, he said, and after getting a nod in response, he turned to face his fellow pupils. As was customary, Mito and Sasuke were marking their advancement with kunai. He had not trained Mito when she was younger in order to achieve this. Children could be children in these tranquil times. It also encouraged teamwork. Why aren't you doing this, Naruto? He would ask if one of his students weren't standing next to a tree and staring at him without interest. I know, naturally. Like everything else, the brat was aware. Let me guess, to improve your chakra control, you looked into advanced techniques. The Uzumaki gave a nod. Tree walking and water walking, both helped but still not up to the mark. You mean water walking as well. However, Uchiha's glance at the Uzumaki was not missed by the Junin. He was truly at a loss for what to do in this situation. Do you have any other chakra control technique, sensei? He ignored his thoughts about the Uchiha and, after a while, nodded in response to the remarks. He picked up a leaf and put it on his fingertip. A second went by, only the tip of the leaf touched the finger as it gently rose to its feet, turning perpendicular to it. This is a very advanced technique, even I am unable to execute it completely. After erecting the leaf like this using a very fine strand of chakra, the next step is to slowly levitate it, he explained, letting his leaf drop before pointing to the genin, who dove into it right away. The Uzumaki would greatly benefit from the technique, even if it weren't for the levitation or erection parts. Right now, Otsutsuki-chan. Follow me, the copy ninja said, guiding his now recovering genin as he strolled into the general town while holding his priceless book. The pupils gathered around him in a clump by shuffling slowly. Why must you read this? It's trash. Talking from experience, Mito-chan. I didn't know you were into such books. What? I don't read such stupid books. Then, how do you know it's stupid? For a while, the girl sputtered. It's in the very name and the stupid picture. It means love. The make-out tactics which imply that one must love make-out tactics and make-out tactics imply making tactics to get out of a situation. As for the picture, it's just a man chasing a woman. Shinobis often partake in such run and chase missions. So, it's a fairly strategic book unless you can prove me otherwise, he said with a grin on his face. Before redness started to cover her face and she clenched her fists, Mito stared at the older guy like a fish. Sakura laughed. Even Naruto and Sasuke's lips quivered. Additionally, things were broken. Mito sighed, deflating. It remained quiet for the remainder of the walk. They went straight into the Hokage Tower. It was bustling with activity as usual. While completely engrossed in his book, the copy ninja returned the shinobi's greeting. They went a few steps more and found themselves in the mission hall. The Sandaime Hokage himself was handling the assignment scrolls behind his desk while two Chunins glared at him. Greetings Hokage-sama, yo. Kakashi and the other members of Team 7 bowed before their boss. Ah, Team 7, here for a mission, give me a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he started going through the several scrolls that were in front of him. So, how are they Kakashi? The genin could only stare at their sensei, taken aback by the abrupt question and its presence. However, Kakashi was compelled to ask, did you say something? But he answered that he knew it wouldn't be wise. They are good, Hokage-sama, each of them has potential. Oh, the elderly leader's eyes darted so quickly in the direction of the pink-haired genin that it would have been unnoticed by anybody else. Hi, Kakashi repeated in the same voice. In fact, Sakura-chan here has an excellent chakra control, she managed tree walking in her first attempt. Splendid, Sakura-chan, I look forward to your development. The girl bowed deeply and smiled. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Now, Hiruzen abruptly selected a random scroll without looking, as though he was already aware of its existence. I think I have a task for you, he said, tossing it in the direction of the Junin. It was likewise skillfully caught by the white-haired shinobi. He opened it and quickly skimmed the contents before rolling it back. Later, Hokage-sama, he said, bowing gently to the elderly leader once more. Following the action, the genin followed their sensei out of the office. Outside, Kakashi turned to face his students, his book gone and all signs of happiness gone. Team 7. Without delay, the genin rose up. He cleared his throat and nodded in agreement. We have been presented with a mission of significant importance, the non-accomplishment of which may cripple the economy of not only Konoha but the Fire Country as well. The 12-year-olds' faces instantly showed signs of anxiety. They did, However, fully commit themselves. The mission has some time parameters. In half an hour, commencing 3 minutes from now, we shall embark on a journey to the edges of Konohagakure no Sato. The genin immediately nodded. There, we'll meet a significant individual named Suzuki Kato-san. He'll guide us to the mission site where we, the white-haired shinobi, inhaled deeply, his lone eye growing solemn. Even the lads, despite their lack of interest, were anxious. The girls looked at each other with a hint of anxiety. With an eye smile, he concluded, "We'll harvest corn." The orange book appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Then a moment went by. While the lads perspired, the girls' faces faltered. Mito calmed down and gestured to the shinobi with the white hair. "You are so annoying." Sakura glared and nodded in agreement. "And harvesting corn, that's our mission." Ma, what were you expecting? Saving a country, rescuing a princess. Be glad, it's not peak winter or you would have been raking snow, or rainy season where it's cleaning sewers, or the worst of all, catching Tora, the fire daimyo's cat. None of the genin dared to question, certain that they would get a similarly crazy response, even though they were perplexed as to why trapping a basic cat would be the worst. "Follow me," Suzuki Kato said. "Here we are," pointing to the corn fields. "These are 10 acres. The Junin gestured to his pupils while nodding. "Get to work, my cute little genin." They complied right away, leaving the sensei by himself until the field's owner joined him. "That's him, right?" Kakashi paused for a time before lowering his book slightly and focusing his gaze on the man wearing the hat. "He is." Far and beyond were conveyed by the two terms. Kato instantly put up his hands in a conciliatory gesture. "No hard feelings here, Kakashi-san. I moved after the attack. I don't hate him." After examining the man for a while, the Junin just nodded. In a strange way, the Uzumaki had benefited somewhat from Kyuubi's invasion, the subsequent migration of a portion of the population, and their replacement. If he were to put numbers on it, around 25% of people were either indifferent or didn't despise the child. Time would tell. Rest. Kakashi dropped his head and gave a two-fingered salute. "We did taijutsu in the morning, followed by chakra control exercises and lastly a mission. As mentioned earlier, this will be our routine from now on. Don't be late," he said. "Yane." And disappeared into a leaf swirl. Naruto was going to follow, but he stopped, paused, and then turned to face his companions. Muttering, "Later," he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Mito blinked. Wait, it was a clone. Sakura gave a nod. But when did he? Hatake Kakashi glanced at the task scroll and smiled, evoking a look of exasperation and caution from his genin. The Junin bowed his head in appreciation as he looked at the Chunin, a brother who was determined to read every Ika book, whether it had been written or not. Unexpected but welcomed. The Chunin laughed and nodded. "Be glad Iruka isn't here, that prude would have definitely given it to Kurenai-san's team. Sometimes, I think he sails the other boat. I will ask him the next time we meet." Knowing that the Junin in front of him could undoubtedly do that, the Chunin gave a two-finger salute as his chuckles became into full-fledged laughs. "Let me know." After responding with his own two-fingered salute and bowing his head once more, Kakashi turned around and dragged himself outside the Hokage Tower. "What was that about the boat?" Mito said, voicing everyone's narrowed-eyed thoughts. However, she couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that it was something twisted. "Ma, you'll know when you ride the boat, either one is fine though," the white-haired shinobi said with an eye smile following a pause. Her eyes remained focused, but she gave up, concentrating on the assignment scroll in the man's palm, knowing she would not receive a less ambiguous response. Sakura seemed to be thinking along the same lines when she asked, "What's the mission, sensei?" "Ah, this," Kakashi said, clearing his throat and tossing the scroll in his hand. "A mission of significant importance," he trailed off, laughing at their disbelieving expressions. "Not gonna work, huh?" With a lazy shrug, he just flipped the scroll in the direction of the pink-haired girl, who skillfully grabbed it. She opened it and started reading. Her cheeks had turned pink by the time she was done. She stared at what might be the greatest pervert she would ever meet, horror and revulsion clearly written on her face. Jiraiya was suddenly offended somewhere in the northwest, which caused him to use far more force than was necessary. The result was a girlish, teenage scream. The doors were shut in his face a few moments later. The notorious pervert scowled and cursed his bad fate. "Damn it, it was her blood, and the bastards wouldn't even let me wash it." "What is it, Sakura?" Mito said, perplexed by the other girl's facial emotions. She gave the scroll to the other girl in silence, unsure of how to explain it to the boys. The heir of Namikaze read it rapidly. Although she was feeling better, she still looked at her pervert sensei Kumni-san with a grimace and annoyance on her face. Can we return it? You can, with a dent on your record, she whispered, rubbing her temples and letting out a loud moan. Somehow, I believe that. I am glad. Ignoring the older man's answer, she asked, what should we do? Kakashi just pulled his orange book out. It's up to you. D-rank missions are in place to help you in teamwork, constructing strategies and all that, so, you plan and execute while I'll watch. What's it? Sasuke finally inquired, feeling a little let out and underlining the words with a hint of irritation. Even Naruto was growing irritated, despite his unconcerned expression. The red-haired girl appeared unsure for a while, even casting a somewhat hopeful glance at the other girl, but she gave in after being given a quick head shake and realizing that it was now her decision. She had the option to give the black-haired boy the scroll, but she chose not to. They will eventually need to have an honest conversation about it. She inhaled and started. Mission of significant importance. Kakashi gave a snort. She clenched her hands before flinging them up, giving the Jonin a little glare. Whatever. She exhaled once more as she took in her teammates. There is a store in Sector 2 by the name Uehara's, and some idiot is stealing from their customers. The Uchiha interrupted. We have to capture him. Just that. It can't be that easy. It seemed too easy to be true based on the way both girls had been acting. Perhaps, you should tell them what they sell at Uehara's. I was getting there, damn it, she said, giving the older man another glare as she accepted the little reprieve. It's a. The Uchiha's eyebrow went up. Lingerie store. Sasuke's eyes briefly flared before settling down. He looked aside a little, his cheeks a little flushed. So, it's just a store selling women's undergarments, what's the big deal? Being already accustomed to his typical shift to being haughty mood when placed in a spot, she resisted the impulse to roll her eyes. Their stuff is a bit more on an exotic side. When it clicked, the Uchiha's eyes briefly narrowed. His cheeks turned scarlet as soon as he saw those few leaflets and that banner. Oh, was his halting response. Kakashi chuckled. Sakura said, a little humbly, how are we going to do this? Both of us can't, Mito quickly retorted. She swiftly flicked her eyes in a certain area as soon as the pink-haired girl turned to face her, hoping that the other girl was intelligent and not a crammer. Luckily, Sakura did, and her expression instantly changed to one of grimace. Nevertheless, she gave a nod. After observing the brief conversation, Sasuke uncrossed his arms, which was meant to attract the girl's attention. Reason, it's a women's store. Exactly, Mito snapped back. Sakura gave another encouraging nod. Kakashi laughed once more. The Uchiha glanced between the two girls, ignoring their strange sensei. Again, I fail to see the problem. Well, aren't you supposed to be the Uchiha prodigy? The genius. His expression was instantly filled with confusion. Even though he was well aware that this was an awkward circumstance, Mito hardly ever spoke to him in such a tone, usually when she felt ashamed. Clearly, not in women's undergarments, Sasuke shot back. Kakashi chuckled a little this time. We really can't, Sasuke-kun. Using his learned from the street deduction skills, Naruto had been observing the ambiguous yet insinuating at something interaction when he noticed Sakura's eyes darting toward. Wait. Oh. This conversation could go on forever, Naruto realized as embarrassment began to set in. Sasuke wouldn't understand, the girls wouldn't tell, and he really didn't have all day. And now, up front, he blinked, a solution emerging, a rather unconventional answer, but one that appeared to be urgently needed. Nothing to lose, then. The Uzumaki paused, closing his eyes and crossing his fingers. The Uchiha, who, to his credit, merely took a small step back, was abruptly surrounded by smoke. When the name was said in a sensuous manner, Sasuke-kun. A pair of thin arms emerged from the smoke and were instantly encircling the Uchiha's neck. The boy with dark hair tensed up in shock. The book of Kakashi vanished. His Sharingan showed up. A sweet face with blue eyes and blonde hair followed the arms. The final words, I love your cluelessness, were pressed onto his right arm by squeezing two extremely developed mounds of flesh. With a nosebleed, Kakashi was hurled aside. He was disregarded by all. Even though Sasuke was normally cold, he was still a healthy man. He couldn't help but look at the magnificent piles of flesh covered in 2 tiny pieces of cloth, and he blinked. The next instant, his gaze strayed to Sakura's and Mito's, to put it mildly, flat chests. He felt foolish and coughed into his fist as he realized that the dots were connected. The blonde female disappeared in plumes of smoke the next second. There were quiet moments. At last, the Uchiha and the Uzumaki made eye contact. "Don't do that again." Sakura knew this wasn't the same loudmouthed moron wearing orange, so she opted for a simple, "yeah," while being irritated and fighting the temptation to beat up her teammate. With all of his gravity, Naruto nodded. His answer was hidden by the upward twitch of his lips. "Actually," Mito said, jolting out of her daze and catching everyone's attention. "This is what we need." The red-haired girl who was staring straight at the Uzumaki caught the attention of the other 3 right away. The other 2 noticed right away and turned their attention to the boy with the dark hair. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed after making the same connection. For the most part, it didn't bother him. It would be strange just for the memory transfer element. Consider any circumstance to be both a purpose and a source of knowledge. Yes, that was also present. He shrugged as Takahiro-sama's words flashed across his memory. His Warok no Jutsu had been influenced by those pamphlets all those years ago. "Fine, but I don't know how to interact there," he said. "I'll go with your clone," Mito whispered. "I am familiar with the place." "Oh, and what purpose could the store serve you?" She could not give a damn about Sasuke at the moment, even though it was obvious that he had remembered her tone. She took a step forward him and leaned slightly in his ear. "I accompanied your mom." Smirking at the scarlet that covered the boy's face and neck, he took a step back. "Naruto, also please make her wear some clothes." Warok no Jutsu. The girl from before materialized, wearing black shorts and a scarlet tube top, and her eyes instantly fell on her partner. "Ooh, Mito-chan, you're so pretty." In response, the red-haired girl arched an eyebrow at the clone's maker. "Don't give me that," the Uzumaki said, nearly rolling his eyes. "When you practice them enough, they sort of develop their personality." Even to this day, he was unable to discern this. He didn't even need to give Yurei or Naruko, as she liked to call herself, any behavioral guidance. He occasionally forgot that the 2 specially made clones were the product of his own design because they were so adept at their respective roles. Mito gestured to the clone, genuinely perplexed but letting it go for the moment. "What do I call you?" The clone clasped her hands and bowed slightly in response. "Why, Naruko, of course," she said. The red-haired girl was forced to turn aside as the action highlighted her already ample bosom. Oh no, a manifestation of a boy's twisted impulses was not something she would be envious of. "Let's go." Sasuke, Sakura, and Mito made a concerted effort to divert their attention from the jiggling mounds as the 5 of them started to stroll toward their goal. The fact that they were at eye level with the 3 genin only made it more challenging. Naruto was grinning a little behind them. This was funny. What did I miss? Naruto could only sigh as he looked at the voice's owner, who was mimicking them step by step while holding an orange book, as though the man had been there since the beginning of time. "Please tell me you know the associated terms." The clone wanted to tease the girl next to her even more, but she held back. They couldn't afford to spend time because the store was right in front of them. "Of course." Mito nodded and entered the shop. Naruto trailed behind and stopped instantly, his eyes a little wild. The majority of the many underwear weren't even worthy of the term. For heaven's sake, there were wires and strings. Many of them were see-throughs, which totally contradicted their intended use. A vast array of hues, designs, and materials attempted to overpower the clone's imagination. And there was metal. "Ah, Namikaze-sama." Naruto instantly ran to the counter where her partner had ended after hearing the words that brought relief. Mito lowered her head and said, "Greetings, Tsuki-san," before pointing to Naruto. "I would like your help with my friend here." The woman with the glasses looked at the curvy blonde girl and then used her finger to push her glasses up while staring at the enormous bosom. What are they feeding girls these days? I am twice her age, but I don't even have a fraction of her flesh. Of course, what is your cup size, young lady? Naruko, she said, feeling perplexed despite forgetting her name. She blinked, wondering what drinking cups had to do with it. Unless it was a brand new style. She had seen bras made of plastic, metal, and even marine shells, so cups weren't particularly noteworthy. Furthermore, she had no intention of wearing them. She chose to go with the flow and gave a courteous grin. Half a liter should suffice. Mito felt the impulse to face palm as the store woman blinked in unconsciousness. As she quickly mitigated, she gave a slightly embarrassing giggle. "Ah, Naruto-chan, you and your humor." With obvious perplexity on her face, the blonde in question merely dipped her head sideways. "Actually, Tasuki-san, could you please take the measurements? They, got bigger, we believe." The elder woman nodded, giving the busty blonde a weird look. "Please follow me. You said you know the terms. I didn't know it was called a cup size. Even then, half a liter. Who says that? Can you blame me? I even saw one made of cabbage leaves." Mito blinked. That was strange. She was still undecided about whether to grumble or laugh. The fact that everything went so well was astounding. "What now?" She composed herself and responded right away. "The park in the next block. There's an ice cream stand. I would like to try that." The blonde shrugged and motioned for the girl with the red hair to continue. Naruto mumbled, "They're gone," as she glanced at the vacant bench where she had stored her purchase. Not surprising. Most of the women reported the items missing in the same manner. Their words, "I placed them on the desk to hold 2 ice creams, or take money out of my purse, and the next thing, they are gone." The blonde opened her mouth, nodded, and then stiffened for a moment. Naruto, one of the clones dispelled. They saw a bald-mustached man hurrying towards the forest behind this sector. They exchanged glances and ran in that direction. Kakashi asked his group of adorable tiny genin, "How will you proceed?" His response was a silent, sealess clone. The Uzumaki received a nod of approval from the Jonin. With a hairpin materializing in his palm, the clone moved forward and placed it into the worn-out door's lock. A few seconds went by. Then the lock gave way with a barely perceptible click. The clone entered without waiting, only to leave with wide, incredulous eyes. "You can go in." The deepest emotion the sensei had ever seen on his normally uninterested student caused him to raise an eyebrow. But Sasuke scoffed and went inside before he could even open his mouth. Sakura and Mito also followed. Kakashi himself entered next, shrugging. However, Naruto merely glanced at his clone, who apologized before vanishing. The Uzumaki was supporting a pained expression shortly after. Still, he was relieved not to have to see it once more. The four entered a dimly lit room filled with an assortment of women's underwear. And the same man with the bald mustache stood amid them, as if frozen. Mito recognized the pink bra that Naruto had purchased, which was securely fastened across his chest. Tufts of hair protruded from his crotch, which was poorly covered by the same colored thongs. The confusing image before their eyes caused the genin to freeze, their thoughts shutting. Kakashi, who has known Guy for years and is doing a little better due to his modest immunity, mumbled in a somewhat wobbly voice. "You're under arrest. Remind me the next time I choose such a mission." The manner in which he stated, "There will be a next time." Kakashi looked at the girl with the red hair. Of course, such missions are of significant importance. Then came an eye smile. The Uzumaki craned his neck back, surveying the 3-story structure. Haru's was written on the banner on the 3rd floor. Complex No 1st, Sector 3 inches was written beneath it. The Uzumaki entered with a smile. It was a welcome sight to see the large hall bustling with bustle, with patrons seated at tables and servers moving back and forth. He walked over to the counter, greeted everyone, turned left, and went through the door behind the counter. Sitting on a sofa in a 3-piece suit, Haru looked up and grinned broadly. "If it isn't Naruto-kun." When the Uzumaki saw his friend, he smiled and hurried over to shake hands. "It's been 2 months, Gaki," the elder man said, crushing the 12-year-old in an embrace after hardly looking at the hand. Naruto laughed heartily all the time, and as they parted, he gestured for the older man to go over to the beautiful sofa. "Where have you been, then?" With a somewhat sheepish expression, the masked blonde stroked the back of his head and said, "Well, the last 2 months have been really intense with the owls. Coupled with graduation and getting oriented with my team, I didn't get much time." Haru gave in and nodded, understanding the child's want to gain strength and the frenetic nature of the shinobi trade. "Talking of owls, how are they?" "Good as ever, and content that a right moment will come when the world will know about them." The proprietor of the chain of pubs nodded, still finding it difficult to accept that this 12-year-old was a summoner. According to what he had learned, owls must be one of the larger tribes there, even though they were a recent addition. "Well, their wish," shrugged Haru. "Heard that Kakashi is your sensei." "Yeah, a shameless pervert though." Laughing, the older man said, That he is, but quite strong too. Naruto nodded in this instance and said, told us that he knows over 1,000 jutsus. Yeah, rumors were there a few years ago that he was really high in Anbu. Impressed, the disguised blonde whistled. Also heard that the legendary conqueror made an appearance around a month ago, Haru said, grinning and raising an eyebrow. With a laugh, Naruto replied, had free time for a day, so I decided to make use of it. How much to date? With his hands folded beneath his chin, the Uzumaki leaned forward and said, I believe enough to expand this business or commence a new chain. He thought absently that he had picked up this tendency from Yurei. This time, Haru let out a loud whistle. Since the child was well versed in this industry, there was no reason to question the veracity of the assertion. This boy was a self-made millionaire, and the owner of the bar chain was shocked to discover him for the 100th time. As if that weren't enough, the youngster had turned him into one as well. He would be eternally thankful for the day he found this bruised child in the alley. Any updates regarding Yurei? The silence was broken by Naruto's voice. Apparently, despite making only 8 appearances so far, you have become a huge legend. Most of the casino owners on the mainland are looking for you. Let them. The Uzumaki grinned here, with no sign of concern on his face, having learned the craft from Yamamoto himself over the years. They could look all they wanted, but they wouldn't find him. Word is also there that many village leaders and daimyos have issued secret standing offers for you to join them. That caused Naruto to pause. This might work out, the blonde in disguise thought to himself. With careful preparation and perseverance, he might be able to get some strong allies. Furthermore, since Yurei was only a shadow clone wearing a henge, no one could capture him. Haru was nodded. Be careful, that's my only advice, but how should we go? Start a new company or grow an existing one. Your call, Haru-san, you're the owner. Technically, you are the real owner of everything, but even if we go by figures, you hold 40% stake in the business, said the owner of the pub chain, rolling his eyes. Still, your call, Naruto shrugged, not really interested in the business aspect. His goals were elsewhere, but this was the only way to spend his money effectively. With a hint of irritation on his face, Haru opened his mouth. Creak, then stopped as he looked at the newcomers. Why are they there at the wrong time? If it's not Dagaki, Vel, Kenta, Shinki. Naruto met the 2 lads, who were now dressed in nice clothes. Hi, Naruto-chan, Shinki smiled, her teeth still golden, and waved. Brats, what are you doing here? Don, get her panties and twist, ol' man, Kenta said, noisily collapsing onto the couch. Finished checkin' da security. Yup, Shinki said, raising and lowering his head. No problems, Haru-san. Haru nodded, squinting his eyes at the 2 recently grown grown-ups, who so far had shown him no cause for suspicion because they were so devoted. They were a family now, all because of Naruto, a blonde boy in disguise who had united their renegade group. He had never even considered the possibility that he would one day be able to call someone his family. We were talking about expansion or opening an altogether new business, Kenta, Naruto said. The auburn-haired lad raised an eyebrow at his former boss and pal, saying, you sold your kini, ol' man. The Uzumaki laughed. Rolling his eyes, Haru said, I make enough profit, brat. Still, cry when payin', da staff. Knowing that the auburn-haired lad was merely teasing him, the older man rolled his eyes once more. Despite Kenta's shortcomings, he was intelligent and well-versed in the business. More the merrier, therefore. What are your thoughts, Kenta? After scratching his cheek for a while, the lad said, definitely new thin, ya already got 3 pubs, Aaron, view now aside. I have similar thoughts, do you have any? A confectionery. Shinki, you already have yellow teeth. Do you want to lose them now? Amused, the Uzumaki inquired. With a simple shrug, the muscular lad replied, as long as I can eat. Kenta slapped the other boy's head and shook his head, saying, strip club. Really? With a shrug, the boy said, high demand. A lingerie shop, LL Naruto's Al, roan up. Kenta said after a moment of quiet during which 3 pairs of eyes turned to face the Uzumaki. We have a mission today in that store. Those little things are really popular. We can even get 3 of those for the price of a shirt, Naruto said, rolling his eyes amused. It doesn't work that way, Naruto, Haru said, ruffling the 12-year-old's hair as the other 3 started giggling. When you have a girlfriend, you will comprehend. Now, that would be a sight, Kenta continued when he tried not to chuckle. Anyway, I am actually thinking about a restaurant. I mean, we have Akamichi's chain all over the village and beyond, Yakiniku in Konoha and a couple others. Despite the competition, all of them are quite popular. Datkan, Orc, the boy with the auburn hair said, nodding. Naruto nodded as well, considering the remarks to be significant. As long as I can eat. Forever Shinki, forever, Haru said, laughing at the muscular boy. Takahiro will be our new restaurant in a few months, so it's final. Let me see what I can do. After blinking, the Uzumaki grinned and said, that would be nice. This would be a little but much needed homage to the owls for raising the child in such a beautiful manner, and the owner of the pub business shared the smile. Ding dong. With a quick check at the clock, Naruto saw that the hour hand stopped at 5. Haru-san, some food would do nicely. Of course, the proprietor said, pressing a button that instantly caused the door to open. A pretty brunette girl entered, blushing slightly as Kenta gave her a wink. Haru-sama. Naruto's usual, Emi-chan. I still have 3 hours. Channeling chakra into the wings tattoo hidden by the gloves, the Uzumaki stretched a little and patted his tummy as he gazed up at the orange skies. Poof. Welcome, Naruto-chan, you seem well. The Uzumaki bowed to the venerated owl and said, greetings Takahiro-sama, I am fine, thank you. With a nod of recognition, the owl said, you should be with your team, I believe. Sensei let us off early. All okay. Taiki informed me, your team is definitely made up of interesting characters. Naruto nodded and laughed a little. Yeah, it sure is. According to the owl, who was also hooting with laughter, your decisions were also prudent, trust is gained not given. The blonde in disguise said, thank you, understanding that the older owl was alluding to the disclosure of some of his secrets. Well, how about some strategy instruction while you're here? He quickly said, I would like that. At first, he thought they were uninteresting, but now they were one of his main hobbies. He was put to the test in a variety of ways by novel and challenging circumstances. And because of the older owl, he had much improved. I am glad, the owl replied, turning away from the young person. Climb on, child. Ma. When Naruto saw the female white owl keeping watch over a tiny white owl that was jumping and flapping his tiny wings around Taiki, he yelled out. When the three heard his cry, they turned to face him. Taiki quickly took off and sat on his shoulder, and the smaller owl started to leap toward him, silently flapping his wings. Ruto. The Uzumaki squatted and picked up the owlet, laughing. Hey there, Pochi-chan. He placed it on his own head and rubbed its head while the owlet hooted with glee. He walked and stopped in front of the larger owl, grinned at the sight of those gentle golden eyes, and then gave the female owl a hug. He was instantly encircled by a wing. Naruto remained that way for a while before saying, how are you, Ma? I am not dying, Naruto-chan, you saw me 3 days ago, the owl said, hooting with laughter. In response, the masked blonde shrugged. You're old though, he remarked cheekily. Pochi and Taiki both roared with laughter as well. Old, old. The younger brother even let out a joyful shout. Why is it that you respect the old fart but are so casual with me? The owl asked, huffing and slapping him on the chest with a wing. You should call me Kaoru-sama too. The Uzumaki's eyebrow went up. You really want that? Good point. Everyone's attention was drawn to Takahiro by amused hoots. The older owl had been observing the exchange in silence. As warming as it is to see you interact, we should commence with your training, Naruto-chan. Join us, Taiki-chan. Announcing, Takahiro slowly ambled out of the hollow tree. Nodding, the Uzumaki picked the owlet from above his head and placed it near its grandmother but not before rubbing its head. Later, Ma, keep it to taijutsu. Mito can use chains, and Naruto, shadow clones. Without averting their gazes, both opponents nodded. Kakashi languidly lowered his arm and whipped out his book. Hajime. When Naruto inhaled, the ground underneath him exploded, and chains swiftly wrapped themselves around him before stopping an inch from his eyes. Uzumaki's sole response was to broaden his eyes for a brief moment. Oh no, he didn't even blink. Despite her contemplation, the redhead was unable to stop the triumphant and intimidating grin that spread across her face. Pretty good, right? For a brief moment, Naruto kept his gaze fixed on the jagged ends of the chains. With a sudden jerk, he impaled himself through the eyeballs with a go. With his mouth hanging open in shock, Mito took a step back. What? But a moment later, smoke billowed from behind the redhead, and a leg struck the girl's head from within, sending her flying to the ground. Uzumaki vanished in smoke after being impaled. She yelled in her head that the hit was sufficient to awaken her from her daze. When did he start using the clone? Furrowing her brows and cursing the circumstance, she got to her feet and turned to confront what was likely their team's strongest member despite his flaws. But at the same time, she recognized that the only thing that would aid her in the fight was an equal mind. She inhaled before launching her chains at the brown-haired Uzumaki once more. Two kunai appeared between Naruto's fingers as he flexed his hand and flung them in the direction of the incoming chains. The kunai lodged right in the space between the chain junctions. To his amazement, however, the guns were only able to rattle the chains a little. However, the golden chains immediately broke apart at the point of collision, and the kunai dropped to the ground before he could even think about it anymore. Fascinating, Naruto pondered. When the missing chain section swiftly rebuilt and surged directly at him, his amazement was amplified. Quick, the Uzumaki's thinking was faster than the chains, which immediately spanned the distance. Immediately, a clone appeared, only to be mercilessly destroyed by the chains. Naruto was able to process the memories and grasp the chains with his hands during the brief period of rest. Then he turned on his foot and pulled the chains. As if sentient, the chains resisted the power and, without Mito's apparent assistance, pulled and crushed the Uzumaki into the ground. At least it tried to. The veiled blonde let out a grunt as air left her lungs, but there was no smoke this time. After that, he was discarded. After hitting the ground, Naruto rolled for a few meters. Despite being vigilant, Mito paused to celebrate. He will definitely use more power in retaliation, but it was fantastic, hee. With her eyes closed and her breathing a little labored, the blonde in disguise rested for a few more seconds. Still, a look of conciliation was plastered on his face. When their squad first started, there were concerns that his teammates wouldn't be able to compete with him. He didn't pretend to be better than his teammates, but there was a noticeable training difference. 2 months later, however, following a series of spars with Sasuke and Mito, he was happy. The two came up with original strategies for their conflicts, which encouraged him to think creatively as well. Similar to this one. Now, however, it was his turn. The Uzumaki pushed from his hands and rose to his feet. He squinted at the redhead in his line of sight. The girl yelled in shock as smoke instantly surrounded her, completely obscuring her figure. The body of the Namikaze heir then shot to the left, clear of the smoke cloud. The girl was kicked into the air by another clone that appeared immediately below the airborne body several feet before it could hit the earth. Another reappeared, making the same gesture. As she reached the peak of her forced ascent, the girl let out a shriek and her body briefly became almost still. Another clone appeared above her at that precise time, already kicking her with an axle, slamming it straight into her midriff. There was a high-pitched scream, and the body fell rapidly to the ground. Another clone materialized just before it could strike the ground, dragging his leg back toward the midriff. Just for the clone to vanish. The girl was encased in crisscrossed chains that resembled a shell, while the sharp ends of the chains contacted the ground, serving as an anchor and keeping the wrapped body in midair. Sakura's admiration for her companion's skill was obvious. They produced something fresh with each spar. She was undoubtedly envious, but she was also driven. Sasuke had his fists clenched beside her. Kakashi covered the Sharingan once again by sliding his Hitai down, ignoring the wide range of emotions on the faces of his adorable little genin. Mito will undoubtedly expand, that much was certain. She would have both a sharp offensive and a strong defense if she just increased the number of her chains. However, he was still taken aback by the brown-haired Uzumaki. The Jinchuriki had learned other techniques to make up for his lack of taijutsu proficiency, just as he did with other shinobi jutsu specialties. Mito's vision had been covered by a thick cloud of smoke due to the simultaneous production and destruction of shadow clones surrounding her. Hell, the thick chakra layer even made it impossible to see the female through his Sharingan. Furthermore, the brat was already attacking at the beginning and could create shadow clones both at a distance and with extra momentum. This had far-reaching consequences. Because it was unable to look behind the head, Sharingan was not a Byakugan. He would lose the game if a clone with a kunai materialized behind his head. It wasn't that simple, but the idea was worth it. Still, screw it, halt, you two. The sensei caught both of the genin's attention. Good work so far, Mito. We already know once your chains increase in quantity, you'll be a force to reckon with. Knowing this beforehand, the redhead nodded. Naruto, from what I have inferred, you can create shadow clones at a certain distance with an added element of momentum. Uzumaki in disguise nodded. Only one at a time though, even that requires a tremendous degree of control. Keep working on that. It's a very unique skill, he said, but there was no need to offend one of his pupils. Now, I have seen your usage of chains and clones, show me just taijutsu. The two genin looked at one another after nodding. The next instant, they sprinted in the direction of one another, colliding by Mito's side, demonstrating Naruto's superior speed. Both genins were propelled apart a few feet when an elbow impacted an elbow. The Uzumaki quickly stepped back to avoid the redhead's right leg, which she hurled towards her face after pivoting off her left foot. But she pushed from her left foot, back kicking the lad at his abdomen, using the energy of her right leg as it passed her opponent's face. This time, the stomach was touched by the sandal's tip. Refusing to give up, Mito pushed forward with a kunai in her right hand, sending the limb upward in an arc as her right foot touched the ground. Naruto countered by bringing his left hand downward, holding the kunai in reverse grip. The fight took place. However, rather than sparks as she had anticipated, her kunai, which clashed instantly, continued the motion without encountering any opposition from Naruto's kunai, which spun back in a circular direction while in his grasp, seemingly weightless. But as her upward moving hand was stopped by the Uzumaki's tight grasp with his right hand, her eyes widened. His grip can't be that feeble. And after completing a loop, his kunai went back to its original place, securely grasped in his left hand. No sooner had its tip touched her neck's flesh. As the Uzumaki stared at her with that fucking apathetic expression, she couldn't help but give in, even though she knew and hated that he had won, and with such a simple trick. I yield. The kunai was instantly pulled back. With a laugh, the copy ninja called attention to himself. Well, that was quick. Good work though, Naruto, you seem to grasp the very concept of shinobi, and better than even most veterans. The disguised Uzumaki said, thank you, sensei, with a small bow. Kakashi nodded nonchalantly and looked up at the sky. Meh, it's already afternoon, huh? You guys are too lazy, he said, professionally disregarding the angry looks he received as he gestured to the genin. He concluded with a smile. A mission calls us. If you are lucky, we might even get the famous catch Tora, he said. No, the Junin said, pausing and focusing his one eye on his genin with duckus hair. No. I have had enough of these chores, we need a real mission now. The white-haired shinobi glanced at the boy dressed in blue. A tiny temptation to tell the conceited child about the significance of D-rank missions surfaced, but he chose to ignore it since he thought it would be too much work. After all, he was a shinobi at the Anbu level. Kakashi gave a shrug. Directing, he turned around and started to walk in the direction of the Hokage Tower. You could have asked sooner. Follow me, he said. The genin gasped for a moment, not understanding that it was so simple, and hurried to join their errant sensei in case he changed his mind. Kakashi-san, yo. The red-eyed Kunoichi rolled her eyes at the careless reply, but the copy ninja waved at her without taking his eyes off the book. If Mito-chan isn't involved. The redhead rolled her eyes at the annoying boy as well, but she couldn't bring herself to ignore the excessively enthusiastic Inuzuka, so she responded, if it isn't you. Hiba burst up laughing. You look just as beautiful as ever. And you're still the same. The Inuzuka kept smiling, unable to decipher the true meaning of the words, while Akamaru complained above his head, obviously reading between the lines. Wow, you always find the right way with your words, hee. The boy with the tattoos gave it another go. At least, one of us can find the right way. Sakura and even Sasuke were standing next to the redhead, their faces amused by the verbal abuse their teammate was giving the Inuzuka boy. Even Naruto's lips were quivering occasionally, but the dejected glances the Hyuga heiress was giving him were distracting. Still, he didn't pay attention to her. No one paid attention to Shino. You have good children, Kakashi, with the exception of one, of course. The Genjutsu mistress trailed off, waiting for her colleague Junin to reply, but only 3 are needed to compete in Chunin exams. The copy ninja lowered his book languidly after a few moments, staring at the attractive woman next to him. Did you say something? Kurenai blinked thrice before her eye began to twitch. The jerk. Nevertheless, she chose to disregard the answer because she was familiar with the eccentric personality of the white-haired man. Ultimately, Hitaki Kakashi only employed the approach when interacting with Guy or when he wanted to avoid discussing a problem. The beautiful woman announced, "Kids, we are going," and without responding, she started to stroll away from the Hokage tower. Her genin, including Kiba, followed her, despite the obvious hunger in his eyes. Mito let out a sigh of relief. Kakashi said, "Follow me," and went into the Hokage tower. "Ah, Team 7, Hiruzen said, resting back in his chair as the crew relaxed after bowing. "Let me see what missions are pending, Actually, Hokage-sama," Kakashi said coolly, Team 7 is here for a C-rank mission. Aside from Hokage, the Chunin were somewhat taken aback but chose not to meddle between their present leader and, most likely, their future one. "Oh, and do you reckon they are ready?" "Hi, they have the requisite skills to perform a C-rank mission." The third Hokage quietly observed the expectant expressions of the genin, who were only children despite their rank. He was unable to stop the thoughts. How many times had he been in this predicament? With their distorted perception of the world, children are eager to leave the village in the hopes of completing tasks like saving a castle or rescuing a princess, only to come back with their first murders on their hands and their self-made universe destroyed. That was something he had seen countless times. Despite his desire to protect the children's innocence and holiness, he was unable to do so due to their line of work and the demands of their society. Now he found himself in a different predicament, and even if his conscience told him to act differently, he felt powerless. "I can only hope," he nodded and cried out, just for the sake of it. "Tazuna-san." Everyone's attention was drawn to the entrance by drawn-out footsteps, which came from a grizzled, bespectacled man with dark eyes and a beard. He made a frown as his gaze wandered over the children. "Brats." But he dismissed the matter right away. "Meh, they will do." None of the genin expressed their opinions, but they all cast disinterested glances at the elderly geezer. "Name's Tazuna, a bridge builder from Nami no Kuni. I am building a bridge to link Nami with the mainland, but for some months, supply of materials is getting delayed, workers are being threatened, and now, on my way back to Nami, I also received a threat." Everyone could watch him lift a kunai. "I delivered it to the copy ninja when they asked for it. This thing came out of nowhere, breaking my bottle," I said. "Standard kunai." Kakashi ignored the mocking glances directed at him, scanning it languidly before pocketing it. "Kakashi." The scroll that was tossed in his direction was skillfully captured by the Junin. He scanned it and pocketed it as well. "What do you make of it, my cute little genin?" Sakura said slowly. "Either he is the only bridge builder, or someone wants to be the only bridge builder," Mito added. Kakashi nodded, grinning. "Meet me at the west gate in an hour." The genin hurried out of the room after bowing to Hokage. Tazuna was called out by Hiruzen. "You should rest, Tazuna-san. It will be a long journey." The bridge builder, reading between the lines, bowed and walked away as well. Seals flashed around the room, and then the place was silent. Without hesitation, the copy ninja said, "There's more to it, Hokage-sama," keeping his gaze fixed on the book. After taking a pull from the wooden pipe, the third Hokage stared for a while at the smoke strands. "Politics, as usual." Kakashi turned the page. So, the daimyo wants to extend the territory of Fire Country. You might face some deterrence along the journey. Nothing serious, I assume." "Of course not." Before leaving the room, the copy ninja bowed. The third Hokage's gaze focused on the Wave Country as he looked at the map of the elemental kingdoms. The little economy was flourishing unlike any other since Geitu's death. Their resources would increase significantly if it were incorporated into Hai no Kuni. If it doesn't join us voluntarily, there will be repercussions. For everyone, Sakura remarked inquisitively. "So, how is it in Nami, Tazuna-san?" The grizzled guy looked at the girl with pink hair and wondered for a moment how a hue so extravagant could be effective in the workplace, but he shrugged in his head. It's a small country for starters." He added that he was getting attention from others in addition to a nod. "The economy is progressing greatly. Besides being a tourism hub, we export a lot of items like seafood, sea ornaments among others." His final words, with the distance abridged, "This growth will only surge," were delivered with a proud and upbeat expression. The pink-haired girl nodded joyfully, a look of mild amazement on her face as she jotted down the items for any future needs. She would undoubtedly boast to her friends about her quest. But it wasn't always like this. After exchanging glances, the bridge constructor was immediately the focus of sharp eyes. Sakura was the one to move forward, of course. "Oh, what happened, Tazuna-san?" There was obvious worry. The elderly guy exhaled deeply, his face fragrant and thoughtful. "Just 5 years ago, the country was subjugated by a shipping tycoon named Geitu. The businessman who mysteriously died around 4 years ago? Asked Mito. Naruto Uzumaki listened intently. Tazuna scoffed loudly. More like a tyrant. That man was a menace to society. In the guise of making Nami a temporary port, he enslaved us. We were forced to pay exorbitant taxes and work at minimum wages. Any voice was brutally suppressed. So, he was killed. The bridge builder paused, blinking quickly to gather his thoughts before turning to face the masked, white-haired shinobi. Yeah, I mean, he was, but it wasn't us, idiot. He cursed himself for not controlling his feelings. Konoha would have benefited greatly from someone like Gedo, of course, and... He was startled out of his reverie by a laugh, and the elderly man turned to face the older shinobi who was currently grinning strangely. Don't worry, Tazuna-san, we both have the same level of respect for Gedo. And among elemental nations, I am the most qualified bachelor. Tazuna laughed in his head, but he was powerless to refute the assertion or get around the problem. With a small sigh, he accepted his role. Nobody saw who did it except my son-in-law who was about to be crucified by Gedo. Children's shocked faces greeted his announcement, and he grinned sourly. In Kaisa's words, my son-in-law, he only managed to get some thick strings of smoke from among the gathered people. Gedo died by a shuriken to his neck, by the way. The copy ninja just flicked the page to indicate that the conversation was over for the time being without showing any signs of emotion. Naruto quietly unwinded next to him. Despite his agreement with important Nami figures all those years ago, an unintentional error may still happen. However, the problem continued. Given their knowledge of Kakashi, the duplicate ninja would undoubtedly spy on the murder throughout the tiny nation. Additionally, everyone saw the shuriken disperse into smoke. There was a good likelihood that one event would lead to another. After all, Uzumaki Naruto was the only known shinobi who could create weapons that could be dispelled into smoke. Everyone, except Kakashi, couldn't help but believe that this entire expedition might be the result of animosity. Sasuke was, of course, thrilled to be able to try things out. However, the idea of different ways the mission could go made the girls gloomy. The seal on his neck flared, indicating the presence of a genjutsu, and the Uzumaki nearly fumbled with his feet, his eyes widening significantly. His gaze instantly shifted to the two shinobis that were flawlessly merged with the earth. A hand with an all-too-familiar orange book dropped into his field of vision. He nearly missed a barely noticeable shake of the head as he turned his focus away. I guess that's a Junin. Not only did he catch the genjutsu, but he also detected me. He was amazed, but he didn't seem to care. Water in the middle of the road. Our world sure is weird, Tazuna complained as she cautiously moved next to the puddle. A whipping sound was heard a few moments later, and Tazuna and all the genin turned to see Hatake Kakashi in spiky chains with two shinobis flashing overhead. The body was then torn to pieces. While Tazuna staggered back and the man's face turned horrifying, the girls yelled in panic. At the beginning of his voyage, this was not what he had in mind. The attackers appeared to be grinning based on the way their eyes wrinkled. Before launching themselves in the direction of the genin, the shuriken-style chain lashing at the bridge building, they made a quick grab on the tree branches across from one another. However, the chain was struck by a series of kunai hurled one after the other, pushing it away from the girls and the elderly man and pinning it to the tree. The man didn't anticipate such retribution, so when Sasuke suddenly materialized above Gozu, he kicked him in the face. The masked man staggered back a few feet, scratched his face, and glared at the child in the blue outfit. According to Haku, this is their first mission and their first time going outside of the village. What are they being fed by those tree huggers? Maizu, on the other hand, gave up the chain because he did not want to suffer the same destiny. He threw a set of shuriken at the brown-haired boy who was staring at him with those uninterested eyes, which were undoubtedly frozen in astonishment. The child floundered with his mouth slightly apart as the star-shaped weapon stabbed him in the torso. Maizu grinned. Naruto's form changed to smoke. Maizu stopped grinning. The masked shinobi was then effectively bound by golden chains that coiled around him. Startled by the abilities these brats were displaying, Gozu decided it would be wise to back up and ran in his brother's direction. Only to have his view obscured by a black-clad arm and clothes lined. An eye smile was the last thing he saw before going black. Hatake Kakashi patted Sasuke on the head and said, "Well done, my cute little genin," but Sasuke dismissed the compliment. Without a sure, that was an excellent example of teamwork. As Akage's child, Mito was trained even though the reaction was delayed, and 2 of his students were social outcasts who were probably unaffected by his situation. Being a citizen, he might easily overlook Sakura. It was a genjutsu-aided substitution. Sakura-chan, you read about it in the academy, didn't you? The girl nodded reluctantly, still a little pale. Will there be more such incidents? With a shrug, the sensei pulled out his orange book. Voicing said, meh, who knows? Don't worry though, I will protect you all, and he started to move forward. Mito assisted the pink-haired girl, who, after being patted on the head by Tazuna, a civilian, felt a little embarrassed and irritated at even a civilian elderly man holding superior to her, chose to suppress her feelings and continue. Sasuke and Naruto followed. The copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. The dark clearing echoed with a laugh that sounded more like a growl. Then there was a shriek of metal on the floor. Hi, Zabuza-sama. The demon of the mist appeared a moment later, carrying the renowned Kubikiribocho on his shoulder. Mission parameters have changed, Haku. Haku answered, well familiar with the man's way of thinking. Won't it affect future missions? The mercenary glanced behind him. Hatake Kakashi has a bounty of 50 million ryos without Sharingan. With the dojutsu, it would almost double. Behind her mask, Haku's eyes widened a little. With this much money, they wouldn't have to worry about trivial missions and. With a final tone, the voice said, the rebellion can be funded for nearly a decade assuming it stretches so far, and the mist demon left the cave. The last member of the Yuki clan took a moment to relax, knowing that the war ahead would not be simple. Kurigakure no Sato was both her birthplace and a place of suffering. Her father became the reason she had to fight in order to survive when her mother perished there. She considered herself to be pacifist in nature. Despite her love for Zabuza-sama, she would undoubtedly go to hell for him. Or perhaps she had grown weary of the conflict that had persisted for as long as she could remember. She would, however, assist Zabuza-sama because he had given her a mission, and after it was over, she might attempt a world voyage, with Zabuza-sama's consent, of course. Because she didn't feel comfortable living in Kurigakure. Sakura said, is it always like this? Foggy, I mean, as she glanced at the bridge building next to her. Tazuna looked at the pink-haired girl who was quite curious. He would have undoubtedly minded inquiries one after another at any other moment, but not today. He was completely rattled by the attack by the Demon Brothers, as the Konoha Junin had called them. Any diversion from that scene, even if it meant asking questions, was greatly appreciated. He responded, letting out a breath. During winters, yeah, even now, though it is almost summer, things won't change for another couple of months. However, I will admit, today, it's really dense, like the weather is trying to prove itself, he said with a slight grin. After nodding, the pink-haired genin opened her mouth but hesitated for a moment. It can't be due to the sea. She had heard that weather patterns stayed largely constant around seas. I would say, Kiri, the grizzled guy said, sensing that others were listening. Even though we are closer to Fire Country, Kiri isn't far either, only a day's distance, for shinobis of course. So, the weather is, to an extent, influenced by the land of mist, he said, reclining in the boat. Sakura nodded appreciatively and smiled a little before looking around. The tiny group fell silent once more, and Tazuna, somewhat frantic to distract himself, started to concentrate on his companion. The white-haired sensei was absorbed in his orange book and appeared to be a slacker, yet his actions throughout the Demon Brothers' experience, however limited, were a sharp contrast to his easygoing demeanor. The boy with the raven hair was sitting next to him, his eyes closed, his chin resting on his hands and his elbows resting on his thighs. The broody type, without a doubt. The redhead girl behind him was constantly caressing her thigh with her right hand while looking in the direction the boat was going. The brown-haired boy beside her had his eyes fixed on the sea to the left, his gaze unwavering. However, he looked too serene, as though nothing could disturb his tranquility. The girl with the pink hair was seated next to him. Even without considering the variety of hair hues, this group was quite peculiar. All they need is a blue and yellow. How much more to go, Tazuna-san? It's almost an hour. She couldn't take it any longer, hee. The man answered with amusement. 15 minutes, I would say, right, Kato-san. The redhead gave him a raised eyebrow. Aren't you the bride builder? The man who built the bridge shrugged. With all this fog around, it's difficult, he said, emphasizing with a wave of his hand. 15 minutes is correct, said the owner of the yacht. Still, it's better compared to 4 years ago when I used to row manually. At that moment, Mito and Sakura looked at the propeller that was attached. one that was beneficial to chakras, and couldn't help but be amazed by such an invention. The academy had not taught them about it. Peace leads to prosperity, Kakashi said, attracting the attention of girls without putting down his book. During war times, survival is the only aim, but during peace, aims diversify. Talented minds get the chance to shine. Tazuna went on, Hataki-san is right, these motors come from Snow Country, and I have even heard of a motor-pushed chain of bogies called T-Rain being tested there. The females exchanged a look of surprise and amazement but remained silent. After some time, they were able to make out the shadows of trees. Everyone in the group was relieved. My cute little genin, let us, Kakashi stopped, looking to his left with twitching ears. He shoved Sasuke and the boat owner down while his eyes widened. Get down. Before there was a sound of collision, an object flew over their heads, and everyone immediately complied. The copy ninja didn't look up for a few seconds. Both his sight and his lead were followed by others. From inside the fog, a black shape could be seen on top of a tree whose trunk had been pierced by a massive sword. The mist then cleared. Kakashi mumbled under his breath, Momochi Zabuza, as the demon of the mist, dressed only in pants and with bandages covering his mouth, stood perched atop one of Kiri's 7 swords, stealthily pulling the others a little closer and behind him. Getting recognition from Sharingan no Kakashi, the man exclaimed, his mouth's bandages shifting as he laughed. I feel honored. Who was he, sensei? The Junin said, keeping his gaze fixed on the man. An A-rank missing nin from Kiri, Sakura-chan, he said after pausing for a moment. I wonder what he's here for. It certainly can't be Tazuna-san. Fire Daimyo only wanted to shake the bridge builder sufficiently to guarantee a deal between the two countries, not kill him. Now, the missing nin had leapt to the ground and grabbed the hilt of his sword, which was still lodged. Obviously not. I am here, he said, drawing the blade and aiming it at the Konoha Junin. For you. The replica nin's eye narrowed slightly, and the answer came to him instantly. He kept up the act, though. Kakashi cocked his head, oh, I didn't know the demon of the mist was so audacious. However, for your knowledge, I don't swing that way. The children and the older guys instantly turned to face the white-haired man, their shocked expressions obviously reading, seriously, which somewhat eased the tension. The son of White Fang took in his students during that little respite. They were afraid, and even the normally unconcerned Uzumaki appeared tense. But it could have been worse. Looking at the Uchiha, he pondered. He had pictured this scenario when he told the child about his Sharingan. The child was cautious now, but the enemy was the cause. He heard a laugh once more. The missing nin enunciated, don't worry, my Kubikiribocho swings every way, swinging his enormous blade before hefting it over his shoulder. Okay, said the white-haired Junin, who thought the picture was a little unsettling. With his intents open to everyone, he said, but, why the sudden interest in me? The bounty of 50 million on your head, and double that with the Sharingan. Ah, Kakashi said with a nod. Then, would you mind if my cute little genin and the old men walk out of this? He sincerely thought that his light-hearted remarks would at least partially, if not completely, allay the terror of his team and the elderly men. You ask a lot of questions, Hataki, but count yourself lucky today. Well, the Junin said, keeping his gaze fixed on the mist demon. You heard our kind enemy, be quick and clear the battle area. I wasn't asking, Kakashi growled, his one eye blazing menacingly at his sensei's daughter. The girl flinched, like she had been slapped. There were gasps as the environment was overtaken by a killing purpose that was too strong. Let me help, Zabuza said, laughing slowly. Oh no, Kakashi had been holding back on this. The children weren't prepared for this. A quick look validated his suspicions. Sakura had collapsed to her knees, chests heaving heavily, as had the elder males. Mito was breathing similarly, and she had a palm clenched around her heart. Even though he was becoming better, Uzumaki Naruto was experiencing moderate spasms. His eyes then widened as he turned to his left. Withdrawing a kunai, Uchiha Sasuke was cautiously moving it in the direction of his neck. He grabbed the genin's hand in an instant. Sasuke, snap out of it, but the child seemed to be in a trance and wasn't paying attention. Damn Itak, an idea sprang to mind. What about your aim, Sasuke? The words resonated. With a gasp, the lad with the raven hair emerged from his daze. He lowered the kunai hastily. Kakashi let go of the boy's wrist and gave him a shoulder squeeze. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Now, take them to safety, can I trust you with that? The Uchiha hesitated for a moment, then nodded. After a few moments and a few anxious looks, the children, Tizuna, and even the boat owner had made it safely to a tiny clearing a short distance from the body of water. With confidence, Hitaki Kakashi raised his Hitai-8, the three tomo spinning languidly as the red eye gleamed dangerously. Glad, you're serious, Hitaki, Zabuza blurred. Kakashi did the same. The blade and kunai collided, sending sparks flying, and the water rippled just below the point of impact. A few seconds went by as the two shinobis attempted to subdue one another. Zabuza used both hands to grip his enormous blade, while Kakashi used his left hand to push while supporting it with his right. Kakashi then ducked, spun counterclockwise, and tried to slit Zabuza's neck while the missing nin kicked at his abdomen. The mist demon dodged as he brought his sword back toward the copy nin's midsection. The copy nin flipped it over, his hand getting a grip on the blade's flat, and brought his leg in the direction of Zabuza's face. A forearm blocked it, and the White Fang's offspring pushed back, tumbling in midair. He put his fingers around his mouth and let off a huge flame, his hands blurring mid-jump. His solution was a water wall, which caused the area to swiftly fill with mist. Unwilling to engage in combat on a body of water with a shinobi specialist using water jutsus in the midst of fog, the Konoha shinobi landed on the shore. Which, after a few moments, became too dense. I wish I had a Byakugan right now, but I wouldn't exchange it. Kakashi pondered as the dense fog combined with chakra made his dojutsu nearly ineffective. He could blow it away using wind jutsu, but the damage to his reserves would be too great, especially since his opponent's jutsu was just D rank and could be repeatedly thrown. Hiri Shinobi's specialty, Kurigakure no Jutsu, was undoubtedly a challenging area to navigate, making them challenging to approach. 8 points. Larynx, spine. 8 points. Larynx, spine. Naruto directed chakra to his palm, ignoring the voices that were coming from all directions. After a moment, a small weight fell on top of his head. Naruto-san. Greetings Aki-san. Sorry to bother you but we are facing an enemy shinobi. This fog is his creation but can serve to our advantage. Definitely. I can sense him towards the northwest, leave it to me. Through his mental connection, the Uzumaki responded, thank you, Aki-san, and without making a sound, he felt the weight on top of his head disappear. This is Aki from one of the fighter clans. His specialty includes razor-sharp wings, with a silent flight of course, and the ability to converse through a mental connection with the summoner. The now blonde Uzumaki observed as the owl, which was the size of his hand, swiftly and silently flew in the direction of a dense green plant. Its wings opened close to the green stem, which gradually separated from its base as the owl's wings sliced through it too smoothly. Naruto said, so, they can't talk. Takahiro gave a negative response. In the Hideki forest, they had repeatedly acted out this scenario. He would call forth Aki when his vision was obscured by smoke or fog. The owl possessed an unbeatable strike rate because, like all owls, it had nature chakra, which made it invisible to all sensors but those that could use it. It also flew silently. And he prayed that today would be no different. Zabuza stopped the hiss that was trying to come out of his mouth as he felt a searing and cooling sensation at the same time. Heart, kid, he said. His eyes grew wide as he looked down at his arm, where a huge gash had opened, and blood was streaming from it non-stop. He could tell it was real without having to touch it. However, where did it originate? He promptly looked after feeling a similar sensation on his other shoulder and discovered that there was another gash. With his blade at his side as a guard, he spun around rapidly in an attempt to detect the offender. The children registered at the same location as Hitaki Kakashi. Next, how? He spun around once more, stabbing in vain with his blade. Except that he had been cut again, on the opposite arm. As he witnessed the irony, he was compelled to preserve the 8 crucial areas out of caution. A few more gashes emerged over his arms, legs, and back, and the scenario persisted for a while. He was unable to comprehend how his technique was being reversed during this entire time. Zabuza gave a blink. The fucking copy ninja Kakashi, of course. The thought solidified in his head in a matter of moments. Hitaki Kakashi was notorious for both replicating and inverting the jutsus of his opponents. The man has undoubtedly before engaged in combat with a Kiri shinobi. Thus, silent murdering was completely useless. The master of quiet murdering was compelled to abandon his method with equal parts anger and frustration. Now that they could see their adversary, everyone felt reassured. Confusion persisted, though. First of all, The missing nin had only named 6 of the 8 parts of his killing technique that had been previously disclosed. After a few minutes of quiet, the mist abruptly vanished. Even the elderly civilian males were certain that this was not how it was supposed to go. His arms, Sasuke said, and as everyone listened, a look of surprise spread across their faces. Zabuza's arms were covered in blood, and his back and chest were in similar condition. It must be Nisan, Mito said, pausing and nodding as though reassuring herself. Yeah, he's strong, really strong. As Mito's words registered, Kakashi grinned at his students and observed the Uzumaki nodding in agreement. He would have questioned his brown-haired student and refused the credits if it weren't for the circumstances. Since the child had shown a great preference for unpredictability thus far, everything pointed to the Uzumaki, either because the demon of the mist was a masochist, which is extremely unusual, or because someone had chosen to assist him. Unfortunately, he was unable to focus solely on conjecture unless he wanted to highlight his genin. You'll pay for it, copy ninja. With a sigh, the Konoha Junin readied himself before responding to his opponent. This time, the duplicate ninja was pushed by the Kiri nin as they clashed in the middle. Zabuza's assaults become increasingly focused and persistent. Shortly after this recognition, he was overcome by the mist demon, losing his equilibrium and his kunai's ability to block the massive sword. He was almost forced to crouch after receiving a kick to the head, and he was unable to avoid the blade's swipe in the direction of his stomach. As the sword sliced through the Konoha shinobi's midriff, Zabuza grinned a little. The body of Kakashi vanished into the water. The Kiri ninja's grin disappeared. Then, only his face was left visible as he was dragged into the earth. Kakashi then materialized above in a squat and struck him right below the ear with a kunai. Zabuza dissolved into the water as well. Kakashi barely had time to widen his eyes as a figure materialized behind him before he felt pain and was propelled toward the ocean. As he was about to plunge into the sea, he opened his palm, released chakra through it, and adhered it to the water's surface. Just to tumble directly into it. His hair, which had been spiky before, was now damp and flattened to his face as he resurfaced a second later, his head rising above the surface. This water isn't your typical kind, it contains his chalk. Suddenly, water swelled around him and coagulated into a spherical, stopping thoughts. Oh no, ignoring the genin's subsequent gasps, he pondered. Zabuza said, let's see, with a smile in his voice. How long can you survive in this water sphere? Stop it, Mito, yelled Sasuke, with his hand on the redhead girl's wrist and Sakura's arms wrapped over her midriff. Mito yelled, no, let me go, as she fought her teammates, grip. Her family was reduced to only 2 people. After being away from home for so long, Jiraiya couldn't let go of the person who had always been there for her. Mito, exclaimed Kakashi, staring at the girl. Don't, you cannot help me, he's too strong for any of you, escape while you can. The Namikaze heir let out a desperate cry and shook her head. No, 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 she exclaimed. Zabuza laughed. Look at her, pathetic. Not everyone is like you, the copy ninja said, glancing over his shoulder. Who butchered all his classmates for graduation? There was instant hush. Everyone's faces lit up with shock and revulsion at hearing the words. Even Mito fell silent in shock. There's the 2, the Kiri ninja said, nodding while continuing to laugh. Have faith in me though, my only concern is you. I've also touched Tsunade's breasts. The white-fanged son considered rolling his eyes, but refrained. However, this was not good. He could already feel some pressure on his lungs, and the shortage of breath would soon cause him to pass out. Oh no, his fist was clenched. This was not meant to. Oi, eyebrowless freak. The clone ninja's thoughts stopped, and he turned to face the person whose voice he recognized right once. However, the tone had an ancient yet recognizable quality. With his eyes narrowed and a broad, self-assured smile on his face, Uzumaki Naruto stood there pointing his kunai in their way. What is he doing? Ya think you're awesome by beating my old sensei, huh? He exclaimed while shaking the kunai. This single kunai is all I need to defeat you. Get ready to see my awesomeness. He said as the kunai glided over the water, traversed the land, and left his hand. And tumbled into it. The water sphere is 100 meters away. Everybody started to perspire. There was a chirping cricket. Hee hee, I must have used extra force. Zabuza questioned his prisoner, is he an idiot? Kakashi let out an outward sigh, but his eyes tightened at the foolish loudmouth persona his erratic student had now adopted. A fool, well, I don't think so. Sakura was thinking the same things. The Naruto she had known over the past 2 months was quiet and uninterested in nearly everything. He hardly laughed, much less smiled. He didn't even shout, much less raise his voice. Like the Naruto from the academy, this Naruto was loud-mouthed and stupid. That idiotic persona was a facade. Her eyes widened a little as she mentally connected the dots. She was aware of her obligations. Naruto, she yelled, squeezing her hands and revealing a vein on her forehead. Sakura-chan. Her heart ached at the tone and the tense expression on those raised palms, but she persisted. You idiot, you can't even throw a kunai, how did they let you be a ninja? But Sakura-chan, you should quit. Dobi, Sasuke looked to have caught up as well. Snarled Naruto as he spun around to face the Uchiha, who had already moved forward. Muttering, the Uchiha hurriedly formed the hand seals and inhaled. Watch how it's done, she said. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. And unleashed a ball of fire. Zabuza tapped his foot on the water while rolling his eyes. The outcome was a water wall that successfully stopped the fire onslaught. The child definitely only knows one jutsu. He glanced smugly at the copy ninja, scoffing at the pathetic attempt, but his attention was drawn to a gleam from the water wall. 2 golden chains emerged from within the water wall. Hastily, the Kiri ninja raised his blade, stopping them with the flat of his weapon. A snort came from his prisoner. Oh no, brat, a genin skewering the demon of the mist would have been an extremely embarrassing event. Fortunately, his paranoia persisted. The faint puffs of smoke coming from Naruto's pocket went unnoticed. After receiving memories, the clone channeled chakra and pointed his left palm toward the sea's surface, causing his sleeve to blow. A character for wind flashed on the back of his palm, and seals appeared around his arm. Despite being a clone, he couldn't prevent the pride that rushed in viewing his work. Wind jutsu was his only form of fuinjutsu. As the air was violently pushed in, water began whirling counterclockwise in front of his palm. He then held a kunai in front of the revolving water with his right hand. In moments, a small but powerful mini typhoon had developed, rattling the kunai held in hand. Later, when it was too difficult to hold, Naruto let go of the jutsu. In addition to the kunai, with the help of a revolving water jet, the weapon launched itself toward the surface with a tremendous ripple, crossing the distance in an instant. Naruto could see that Zabuza Momochi was bored. A simple foot tap could stop fireballs, and the sword could deflect chains. All the Kiri ninja were waiting for was the weariness of their sensei. Kakashi's slouched posture suggested that it wouldn't last long. For a while now, the Uzumaki's eyes had also been darting toward the seawater. Zabuza's movement had already caused the water's surface to ripple, and at any moment. A kunai emerged from the ripples, pierced Zabuza's knee, and closed the distance between the 2 feet, nearly emerging from the opposite side. The Kiri nin instantly lost his equilibrium and staggered back without yelling. In addition to his command over the water sphere. And Kakashi sprang to his feet right away. Zabuza Momochi stared straight into Sharingan no Kakashi's face during that vulnerable time. Straight into the eyes, into the Sharingan. Kakashi then threw the man aside by kicking him in the chest. Zabuza landed on the water a few feet away, steadied himself, and then withdrew the bloodied kunai. Damn you, Hitaki. The replica ninja's eyes tightened as hands swiftly started to make seals at the same speed. The Kiri ninja was somewhat disturbed by both voices saying, "You're just copying me, you're just copying me." But he refused to back down. Completed by hand sealing, Sweden. Suiryuden no Jutsu, Sweden. Suiryuden no Jutsu. Was uttered simultaneously once more, and enormous water-based dragons appeared before colliding with one another. The sea waters were severely jerked by the wind with where was thrown at frightening rates. None of the Junin, however, responded. Not even when a second Kakashi surfaced from the sea behind the Kiri ninja and skillfully struck him in the neck with a kunai. Zabuza's mouth opened, but he was unable to even gasp as he plummeted into the blood-red sea. A second went by. Then, when his team started celebrating, Kakashi remained silent. Zabuza fell back and held up his hand deceptively, as if stabilizing himself, when Naruto's kunai struck him, but to someone, it was unmistakably a wait sign. And if my presumptions are right, they ought to launch an attack shortly. A figure leapt from the trees, confirming his thoughts. Zabuza-sama, and plunged forward into the Crimson Sea. The doppelganger of the copy ninja simultaneously vanished into smoke, his Sharingan snagging the Senbon as it gradually sank into the water. The white-fanged sun leapt onto the beach. He scanned his charges over his shoulder. I guess the owner of the yacht made the decision to flee. He then gave the Uzumaki an eye smile. Thank you, Naruto. Your underwater clone gave me this idea. A Sharingan-aided genjutsu, and Zabuza was left with a false impression of his link with the water, which was laced with his chakra. My clone managed to swim underneath undetected. The Uzumaki gave a nod. It isn't over, is it? Somehow I doubt. Kakashi collapsed onto his knee. Of course, it was inevitable. Ni-san, sensei. The genin gathered around their sensei in a flash. The Junin gave a little gasp. Don't worry, it's just chakra exhaustion. I can. He collapsed with a thud, rolling his eyes back into his head. Shit. Naruto hurriedly opened a scroll and laid it on top of the unconscious Junin's head, who vanished in a cloud of smoke. The Uzumaki answered the unspoken question right away by sealing the scroll back into his wrist and turning to face his comrades. This is a stasis scroll. Sensei will be safe in there. Tazuna addressed the brown-haired child, who had by now established himself as a sort of leader via his acts. What now? Naruto inhaled deeply. Manji formation. Nevertheless, the others soon followed. Uzumaki was at the front, Sakura was on the left next to Tazuna, Sasuke was on the right, and Mito was in the back. As though that were the signal, Zabuza's body was carried slowly to the shore by the masked shinobi as it splashed out of the sea. The masked shinobi stood up slowly and started walking in their direction after standing silently over Kiri Ninja's prone body for a short while. The shinobi's appearance caused the genin to tighten. The figure stopped a few meters away from them, wearing green haori, a mask over their face, and hair that fell to their shoulders. There was silence for a minute. Give me Hatake Kakashi, and I won't kill any of you. Naruto stiffened even more. He opted for a rather conciliatory approach, even though he knew they were already past the point of rejecting Kakashi's presence. Zabuza or Kakashi, it had to be either of. It snarled, you don't know that. The Uzumaki tightened his kunai. Even though this man talked softly and didn't shout, his point was clear. I will ask again. Surrender him or die. Uzumaki, with brown hair, inhaled deeply. I won't. His response was a grunt, after which the figure began to create hand seals. Naruto's gaze expanded. Seals with one hand. He was anxious since he had heard that they were extremely difficult to learn, let alone master, and that this masked shinobi was able to do it with such ease. Above their heights, water rose from the earth and sharpened into needles. Oh no, only a second was given to the Uzumaki before the collapse began. The genin split up and leapt in different directions as the needles swiftly covered the distance. Naruto landed and immediately noted the circumstances. Sakura and Tazuna had sprung to the left like they were instructed to. Oh no, Sakura. Additionally, Namikaze Mito had leapt with him and Sasuke. This did not go as planned. If he or Sasuke were cornered, Sakura, Mito, and the client were to move to the left while he or Sasuke painted themselves a target and leapt in the same direction. Before he could speak, however, mirrors emerged from the floor and swiftly converged to form a dome over the three of them. 4 of the mirrors displayed the shinobi figure. Was it her intention? Naruto was unable to come up with another plausible explanation. The civilians and non-fighters appeared to have been purposefully kept apart by the shinobi. His concerns were somewhat allayed because Sakura and Tazuna would be secure. One last chance. They raised their kunais and joined their backs in answer to the voice that came from all 4 sides. A second went by. So be it. The masked person moved too swiftly from one mirror to another, sending a barrage of needles flying in all directions. The Uzumaki stomped on some approaching his knees, caught several with his fists, and deflected more with his kunai. Nevertheless, one sliced through his loose shirt and made a shallow incision on the skin around his kidney, while another few pierced his thighs. There was no question that the shinobi's aim was unfailing, but the attacks were obviously not intended to be lethal, therefore it was either intentional kindness or something similar, suggesting the shinobi wasn't a sadistic or bloodthirsty sort and. The attack ended, and his thoughts stopped. Immediately, 2 golden chains flew in the direction of the mirror, colliding but failing to pierce it. This will not work, but, this will, Sasuke said, wrapping his fingers around his mouth to form a, Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. And unleashed a ball of fire. But even the fire strike was ineffective because it couldn't even thin the mirrors. These mirrors are impervious, the speaker said after pausing. You cannot escape without my will. So, have you changed your mind? You ask a lot of questions. Sure, you want to avenge your partner. You conceited fool, Naruto would have stared at the Uchiha but kept his gaze forward if it weren't for the circumstances. All of the dome's mirrors abruptly flashed the disguised shinobi. Naruto's eyes widened, and he barely had time to call forth clones around them before the needle attack began, this time with lethal precision and volume. Your eyes will not help you, Uchiha. It appears that Sasuke acquired his Sharingan during the assault, even if Naruto had missed them. However, the new skill had only greatly benefited them, whether it was because the Uchiha was unfamiliar with his dojutsu or because of the constant assault. The fact that they looked like porcupines was sufficient evidence. Neither will your clones. And there was that. The clones he continued to pull were the only reason they had succeeded thus far. The total, if he had to guess, would be close to 100. He was starting to notice a tiny drain on his reserves for the first time. He had no idea how long he could keep doing this because he was unaware of his limitations. By this point, the fight was attrition-based, and his strategy was ineffective. The shinobi's statements were accurate. He had to alter his strategy. He joined his palms, squatted slightly, and inhaled as he summoned another group of clones. They annihilated his clones. They were reached by the needles. And stopped. The missiles then began to rotate counterclockwise after jerking. Naruto exclaimed, "Mito, Sasuke, you can relax now," with a sense of relief. He would at least employ a lot more efficient but less stressful strategy if it were an attrition battle, simply shape his elemental chakra to revolve around them. The amount revolving about him undoubtedly increased, but the needles continued to arrive without passing through the shielding wind sphere. Naruto's eyes narrowed. The needles were propelled toward the dome by the wind sphere's outward blow, and when they struck it, they dispersed into the sea. Once more, the sphere shrank to shield the genin. "You could have used it earlier," Mito said, the relief in his voice masking his annoyance. The voice of the Uzumaki said, "I didn't know it would drag this much, besides, there was no way of knowing if he could use fire attack or not." It had been, if he had to guess, 30 minutes since he had switched strategies. His reserves were under little stress, but their opponent was starting to show it. The shinobi was now only visible in one mirror in front of him, and the needles had significantly decreased. Naruto inhaled deeply. "We are clearly fighting a battle of attrition, Shinobi-san. I can do it for days, but what about you?" No answer was given. The Uzumaki went on. "We can stop. There is no need to stall it any longer." Once more, there was no answer. Naruto shrugged and sighed. "Suit." Abruptly, the shinobi dropped to the ground from the mirror. A little taken aback, Naruto instantly conjured up a clone in addition to their adversary. A drop of blood trickled down the shinobi's neck as the clone swiftly pushed a kunai on it. The clone nodded instantly, confirming. Naruto ceased to shape chakra. Mito, emerging from the earth, chains wrapped themselves around the masked shinobi and held him aloft. The genin let out a collective sigh of relief before Sasuke strode forward, his intentions clearly visible with a kunai in his hand. "This is a better way," the Uzumaki pondered. When his adversaries might return to exact retribution, he had nothing against killing them. But the fact that the shinobi had first halted the onslaught, specifically selected fighters from their team, and excluded Sakura and the bystanders indicated something. He lacked the strength to deliver the final blow. However, when the Uchiha went for their captive's mask, he undoubtedly rolled his eyes. "I take it that he's enjoying it a lot." The mask was taken off. Naruto's thoughts screeched to a stop. She's, Despite his best efforts, he could not understand the gender of their prisoner. He blinked because that face was too clean, too beautiful, even if tears were streaming down her cheeks. Would it make me tremble to think that the shinobi was actually a he? The words, "He can't be a boy," Mito said. "And I hope so," Naruto pondered. Even the usually indifferent towards girls Uchiha showed blatant surprise. Though, the Sharingan user quickly regained his wits, evident when he raised the kunai. The effeminate shinobi also raised her head. Naruto's eyes widened as their gaze met. The kunai descended. Squelch. Silence befell the dome. Mito gasped. Sasuke took a step back. "You're an idiot, boss." Ignoring the kunai now impaling his hand, the brown-haired Uzumaki gave a painful smile towards his clone, now standing beside his redhead teammate who had her mouth covered with a hand. Then, he looked towards Sasuke. "I'll deal with this. I hope you don't have a problem with that, Sasuke." Now composed, the Uchiha narrowed his eyes. This was the first time in 2 months, Naruto had referred to him by his name and not clans. "Nevertheless, why did you do that?" Then, He cocked his head. Don't tell me you developed a crush after seeing that face. Naruto could have rolled his eyes but decided not to. I have my reasons. Sasuke clenched his fists, clearly struggling to hold back, but after a moment, settled for a heated glare. Your reasons might get us killed. No one else will die today, and I will take full responsibility. As if your words mean anything. The Uzumaki paused for a bit. But Kakashi and Zabuza's bodies sure do. Immediately, the Uchiha and the Kiri-nin turned their gaze towards the shore, only to catch Zabuza's corpse dispelling into smoke. It was supposed to be the last resort. Naruto shrugged as both looked back at him, slight surprise evident in Sharingan user's eyes while their captive only lowered his gaze. Still is, and I will hold on to it until we secure ourselves. After a bit of contemplation, the Uchiha nodded and walked towards their redhead teammate. Mito. The girl glanced at Naruto and he nodded. Her chains were immediately withdrawn. The mirrors also dissipated into water. Immediately Sakura called out to them, relief and concern lacing her words. Both Sasuke and Mito left the clearing towards their pink-haired teammate. Naruto sighed, raking his normal hand through his hair before crouching in front of the shinobi. After a moment, he opened his mouth. Why? And halted as the word, barely whispered, reached his ears. Fortunately, he already knew what he had to say. Look at me, Shinobi-san. Slowly, as if putting a lot of effort, the effeminate shinobi looked at him, eyes slowly widening as surprise manifested across the ice user's face. Why you? Yeah, nodding, for the first time in years, Uzumaki Naruto laid his face bare, discreetly removing one of the contact lenses, a sole blue eye and emotions pellucid for anyone to read. Same eyes as you. The disguised blonde put the contact lens back. I know you're not bad, otherwise you wouldn't have reacted so strongly to a death. You even pulled your attacks in the beginning. I know there's more to this, so, I'll hold on to Zabuza's body for now. Later in the evening, I will deliver it to you myself and if you feel like it, we can share our pasts. We can share our pasts. Haku didn't know what to say. On one hand, the disguised brown-haired boy had the same eyes as her but, most likely, a different story, one she felt like knowing. Yet, Zabuza-sama had been her only precious person, and with his death, did it matter anymore? The answer quickly came to her. No, it didn't really matter. There was no point in living from. And give your partner a proper burial, he at least deserves that from his precious person. The words resonating within her, a spark rekindled and she suddenly found a purpose, even if small and easy to accomplish. So, you have to leave now, shinobi. Haku, she whispered. Haku. Naruto blinked, hesitated for a bit, but tried nonetheless. Haku-san. Haku gave a small nod before slowly standing. How will you find me? The words were again softly voiced. The Uzumaki mentally sighed in relief. I have my ways. A moment passed before the ice user gave another nod and left. As he watched the retreating figure, Naruto sighed audibly. He didn't know what consequences his actions would entail but he felt he did the right thing. Again, raking his hand through his hair, the Uzumaki ambled away towards his team. Naruto called forth two clones after taking one last look at the unconscious white-haired man and the redhead girl seated next to him. He left the room after giving them a nod. His squad looked at him curiously as he descended the stairs. Chizuna and his family appeared intrigued as well. He silently sighed as he observed everyone. All right, ask your questions. Sakura, who was always curious, asked, why did you let him go, Naruto-kun? The disguised Uzumaki started, assuming he was already ready. He deliberately separated you and Chizuna, both non-fighters, from the battle, even giving us several chances while delaying the attacks. That ought to mean something. Also, I am aware there's a thin line between a shinobi and a murderer, but unless the situation demands so, I will try to avoid being a second one. You got your heart in the right place, kid, Kaiza said right away, lifting his sake glass a little as Chizuna nodded in agreement. Assuming it'll still be there once he delivers Zabuza's corpse. Sasuke was obviously unhappy with how things had turned out, but Naruto didn't give a damn. He looked into the Sharingan user's eyes. I didn't come so far by following my heart. The brown-haired Uzumaki walked out the door, ignoring the shocked faces of everyone, even the final Uchiha. Immediately, clones appeared and silently took up places throughout the home. Naruto ran toward the jungle, satisfied. He leapt toward the trees and started to glide. It must not have been more than a few minutes before a hoot was heard. He grinned slightly as Taiki diligently flew in his direction after hearing the sound. Did you find him, Taiki? The white owl said. First of all, he's a she, as it landed over his shoulder. Alright, that certainly made things simpler. His gender preference was no longer a concern for him. And, he insisted. She's at the same place where the battle took place. Naturally, the summoner of the owl pondered. Given her intense response to Zabuza's passing, it goes without saying that she would be present. Thank you, Taiki, he said, caressing the owl's head. That'll be all. There's something else, too. I saw a group of men kidnap a girl the age of your teammates and take it towards an abandoned building on the other side of the forest. Naruto felt nothing when he heard the words. I'm not even bad at feeling nothing. He thought for a time that this was how he liked it. In the end, he wasn't as gregarious or compassionate as Kaiza had portrayed him to be. No, his attitude toward things was essentially neutral and might veer in any direction depending on the circumstance. So far, he had mostly acted in his own or his allies' best interests. Because that inebriated Fuji had put him and Haru-san in jeopardy, he had his first kill. Gato had perished because Haru-san would have been hampered by the man's presence and... I know you're not the world's savior, Naruto, but treat it as a mission. The Uzumaki took a time to gather his thoughts, then nodded. I will think about it. Good, the owl replied before vanishing into a cloud of smoke. Naruto immediately went back to his journey. When he arrived to the clearing a quarter of an hour later, he chose to briefly observe the girl, who was now exposed, sitting close to the sea rather than leaping from the tree. Wearing the same green clothing, she pulled her legs to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. She was staring blankly up at the sky. The girl's pale yet delicate features were highlighted by the moonlight, and the Uzumaki had to concede that she was attractive. If there was a word for chilly beauty. I know you're there, Naruto-san. The Uzumaki leapt into the clearing, a little taken aback but not seeing the need to conceal. He started to walk in her direction, his brown-haired eyes meeting the ice user's. There was silence for a few moments. So, you're a censor nin? Naruto asked, inwardly frowning at his attempt to start the conversation. So are you, apparently. The Uzumaki shook his head as soon as he made the connection. I am not. As to how I found you, again, I have my ways. Haku did not respond. Well, there was no more reason to put it off. A scroll emerged in a cloud of smoke as he lifted his palm. He caught it in midair, set it on the ground, and infused the seal with chakra. Once more, Zabuza's body materialized on the ground with a swirl of smoke. Naruto stood up and took a step back. Grasping the man's hand, Haku gently absorbed the prone body, gazed at the bandaged face, and found herself unable to move. In fact, their opinions had been different since she had always waited until the very last minute to kill, while the man had never hesitated. The fact that the man had accepted her when no one else had remained, however. When no one else had, he had raised her and supported her. He had grown to be her only and most valuable person. And nobody was around anymore. She became aware that she was crying when a tear landed on the now dead man's torso. She let the tears fall uncontrollably, as though she was waiting for the recognition. It should be 10 minutes or more. After pondering, Naruto made the decision to speak up. He inhaled loudly. Do you need any help, Haku-san? There was no reply. He shrugged his shoulders and chose to. Haku said, I will do it myself, and got to his feet. Water rose from the ground and froze into the shape of a shovel after a few hand seals. After picking it up, the ice user started working. They must be quite close. Naruto chose to wait calmly. The Uzumaki laid a flower on the tomb as Haku took a step back. He paused for a time, then glanced at the ice user. So, I hope you do realize that it was a battle to death between them, one which Zabuza started. Although it wasn't a smart thing to say, it had to be clarified. For consolation, Zabuza would not change the fact that he had attacked them. We were hired, Haku said quietly while maintaining a neutral expression. Naruto answered, to kill Kakashi. The ice user remained silent. From today's incidents, it isn't hard to infer that you weren't hired to kill Tazuna either but to scare him. For what, I don't know. The brown-eyed girl said, you are quite perceptive, Naruto-san, after a brief pause. Do not worry, I have accepted Zabuza-sama's death. The Uzumaki let out a sigh, obviously relieved. This was his goal. He had given the girl the time she needed to grieve by cradling Zabuza's body, even though she wasn't a nasty person. So, Naruto went on, feeling somewhat more assured. I wonder what your story is, Haku-san. In our world, many have a burdened past, and their eyes show that. Take my teammate for example. You know the Uchiha's story, right? The ice user gave a nod. His eyes show his scarred past, but the emotions there are revenge, anger and lust for power. Many are like that. I have seen them, but only your eyes reflect a similar past to me. Confusion as an emotion is clear at having been treated like dirt but for something that wasn't our fault. Anger is there, but we have learned to channelize it. Then, a resigned sort of acceptance of our fates is there too. The brown-haired Uzumaki asked, staring at the girl who was exactly his height. Fear is also there of loss of those precious to us, am I right, Haku-san? Haku remained silent for a while, considering what to say. She nodded slowly after that. How, Naruto-san? The words had struck a chord. It was unexpected and a little unsettling how perfectly Uzumaki Naruto had captured her memories and ideas. Yes, their eyes were identical, but to what degree? The need to find out this boy's story was too strong for her to resist. As I said, we both have the same eyes, Haku-san, and I am willing to share my past. Something not even my team knows, but in return, do you? There was no longer any use in keeping it hidden, so Haku didn't even need to ponder. All right. Naruto inhaled and started. I am the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi no Kitsune, he said, disregarding the slight enlargement of his eyes. It was sealed into me on the night of my birth by Yondaime Hokage. I was the chosen one despite the fact that the Hokage also became a father that night. You mean? The whisper was met by a nod from the Uzumaki. The redhead on my team is Namikaze Mito, but her father couldn't put the burden on his precious daughter, so to protect the village, I was given this opportunity. He was nearly about to scream. I didn't have a say in it, didn't ask for it, yet the village has hated me since I remember. I was kicked out of the orphanage at 5, lived in streets for days and scrounged food in trash cans. The girl's eyes sparkled with astonishment, and he noted it. He laughed bitterly as he said, teachers sabotaged my studies, going as far as to kill me, and villagers charged me exorbitant prices. And, the one I trusted lied to me, still does, but I have stopped caring and accepted it. I don't know who my parents are, don't have friends my age, but call it luck or circumstances, I have gained some who are precious to me. However, it cannot be denied that I have lost a lot due to something which wasn't my fault, he concluded, his face displaying a sorrowful smile. Haku sympathized with the youngster right away. He was a Jinchuriki, but it didn't make him any less human, therefore she didn't care. However, it seems that the locals had a different opinion. Another startling element was the villagers. Although Konoha had always portrayed itself as a peaceful hamlet and preached about the will of fire, it appeared that this was only for show. She wanted to talk about a lot of similar occurrences, but before that, she said, your blue eyes. She didn't say anything more since she had sensed that there was more a story to be told. Silently, smoke enveloped Naruto's body, and when it cleared, a blonde kid with blue eyes and 3 marks resembling whiskers was staring at her. This is how I really look without the hair dye as well as contact lenses, well, except the marks on cheeks, I used to have them once. Those must be birthmarks. Her response was a nod. Then, how? Naruto let out a sigh. The villagers always referred to them while calling me a demon. I hated them as a child. When I learned Kyuubi's presence grants me healing properties, I carved them with glass, hoping they would heal. In retrospect, that wasn't a smart move, but he was a youngster at the time, wanting to be noticed and accepted like everyone else, and his birthmarks had set him apart. How old were you? The Uzumaki paused as he heard the quiet voice, which was tinged with worry. 5 years. The girl inhaled sharply, but not too much. I see. There was no denying that the Uzumaki had a challenging background, similar to her own. She was a bloodline bearer, and he was a Jinchuriki. Both were admired and sought for by others, yet they were despised in their home villages. They were similar in certain ways. His decision to stand up for her and block the kunai intended for her made perfect sense. That was my tale. Whenever you're ready. Haku inhaled deeply. I am of the Yuki clan, wielders of the Hyoden bloodline. I got it from my mother. My father was a normal man. She had hidden it from him. Unrest was already brewing when Yondaime Mizukage ordered for purge of bloodlines. He called us of impure bloods. People were already wary of bloodline holders. One day my father saw me using my bloodline. Haku stopped and closed her eyes. Naruto waited calmly. The ice user let out a breath and opened her eyes after a few moments. He, along with a mob, killed her and attacked me too, but my abilities protected me. That day, I became an orphan. She also smiled sadly as the Uzumaki seemed little surprised. I also lived in the streets, scrounging for food from trash cans, she added. No one wanted me, no one accepted me until Zabuza-sama came. She trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid but obvious. He took me in, accepted me and raised me in return for my loyalty. He became my precious person for whom I would have gladly sacrificed myself, but now. The clearing fell silent. The ice user's narrative had simply confirmed Naruto's pre-existing suspicion that many encounters would be similar. Still, things had gotten a little too grim for him to enjoy. Yet another similarity. We both have, he said, his eyes flashing with laughter as he waited for the girl to look at him. A Yondaime to blame. Unconsciously, the raven-haired beauty's lips began to twitch. It was a modest but considerate gesture. Thank you, Naruto-san. The Uzumaki gave a nod. What now? You want to go back to Kiri? No, that place only has bad memories for me. If the rebellion becomes successful, Zabuza-sama would have definitely settled there, but I wouldn't. If anything, I would have gone on a world voyage. The Konoha shinobi blinked as he realized what he had unintentionally said. Come with me, then, he said. Haku had tilted her head as well. I guess I can't change it. He shrugged his head and went on. You can come with me to Konoha. I don't particularly like the villagers, but the place itself is nice to live in. Besides, I have some precious people, but they are civilians. It would be nice to have a shinobi too, he said, grinning slightly at her startled expression. I am sure you can find your way into that group. The ice user paused for a moment. I really don't like killing, and being part of a village. Then, you can always try teaching, Naruto said after pausing briefly. Medic Nin, too, from your Senbon attacks, I gathered you were well aware about the body's anatomy. Haku let out a quiet sigh. Nip it in the bud, please. I am grateful for your offer, but it cannot work, Naruto-san. My only purpose was to serve Zabuza-sama, and with his death. When the girl started to say, look, Haku-san, the Uzumaki interrupted. I won't say Zabuza would have wanted you to live in all that cliché stuff because I honestly don't know what Zabuza's intentions were. However, I can safely say the man wasn't immortal. Wah, he ought to have died someday, if not today. Our world, our profession would have made it sure. What would you have done then? The girl scowled. Let's say it happened when you were on your world voyage, and wouldn't know for some years, what then? We are orphans. I don't know about you, but I want to have a family someday. Let's say you find someone during your world voyage, and suddenly come to know of Zabuza's death, would you leave everything? Haku was unable to speak because the words in her throat were dying. When the boy in front of him argued like that, how could she? It dawned on her then that she hadn't really given all of this much thought, had she? Zabuza had not, as Naruto stated. Brat, you are loyal, there's no doubt about that, but I know you will not want to settle in Kiri once the rebellion is over. So, you must decide what you want to do then, 'cause you already know my intentions. The ice user blinked as a long-forgotten memory came back to her. At that time, she was 10, 11. Although Zabuza had been serious, she had dismissed the remarks without giving them any further consideration. However, right now, Naruto said, you don't have to give an answer immediately, as he observed the girl, who was obviously preoccupied with her thoughts. Think about it, we will be here for some days. Haku could only nod, unable to think of anything else to do. Later, then, Haku-san, the Uzumaki said, giving a two-finger salute before leaving the clearing. Naruto stopped on a branch and thought about what Taiki had said. He whirled to face the direction. Naruto, treat as a mission. The Uzumaki sighed when the owl's words reappeared. He had been doing that a lot lately, didn't he? He looked toward Tezuna's house, shook his head, and lifted his foot before stopping. Was he eager to visit the house? He turned and ran to the opposite side of the woodland as soon as the answer arrived. This warehouse has been abandoned. After reflecting, Naruto landed in the clearing. Silently, smoke enveloped his body, and Naruto emerged. She approached the door with a wiggle to her hips and gently knocked. It was only a few seconds until the door opened and a displeased guy emerged. However, as he gazed at the curvaceous blonde, his expression swiftly changed to one of unmasked lust. Why, hello there, miss. Naruto. The girl bowed and clutched her arms, observing the man's eyes expand as he took in her enhanced bust. I am a tourist, but so far, have been unable to rent a room. That's too bad, the man sighed and shook his head. Ah, but someone pointed me here, she said, looking over at the warehouse. She smiled sweetly and drifted off. They said the people here are friendly. The man dropped himself slightly and looked at the bare flesh. Oh, of course, we won't mind such a lovely guest, but I won't lie, he said. There are a couple of my friends inside, with their girlfriends, you know what I mean. Naruto smiled hesitantly as he nodded. But I am sure they would keep to their rooms, right? Definitely, the man pointed to himself and gave a thumbs up. I would make sure of that. With a broad smile, the curvaceous girl bowed once more. Thank you. Asahi. Asahi-san, Naruto said, nodding and putting her hands together. The man stepped aside to let the curvaceous blonde in, said, come on in, and closed the door. After taking a few steps, they found themselves in a large hallway where the sounds of thumping, moaning, and sobbing could be heard. Oi, stop you idiots, there's a real lady here. Wah, what do you mean? Naruto asked, turning to face the taller man right away. Doors suddenly sprang open, and 5 half-naked guys emerged. They were a little irritated at first, but as soon as they saw her, their expressions changed to ones of lust and greed. Nothing actually, just that we can only find plain girls these days. Oh, but they will keep to their rooms, all right. Of course, don't worry, they will keep to their rooms, it'll be you visiting them one by one, stupid girl. The hall was immediately filled with laughter. Smoke followed a second later. Naruto was flung in the direction of the forest as the door splintered. He was going to continue with the males when he realized it was a kick. As the Uzumaki hit the ground and rolled for a few seconds before stopping, the thoughts stopped. You tree huggers really can't stop meddling into others' business, can you? He groaned a little and turned to face the building from which a man wearing brown pants and half-naked from the torso was approaching. The Iwa symbol was cut in between a Hittite that was tied around his head. Naruto quickly dropped to his hands and knees and started to stand. The earth beneath him suddenly became a marsh, and his limbs suddenly sank into it. The ground hardened instantly. The Uzumaki looked at the man now standing at his head with no less apprehension. The shinobi swiftly stabbed the child in the head with a kunai before turning away. Normally, I don't hurt kids, but your village has a history with mine. I may be a missing nin, but you guys killed many of my comrades during the last war, he said. He started to move in the direction of the structure, but stopped when everything around him began to glow. He scowled as he slowly turned around and saw the child's body glimmering. Wah! Boom! The clearing erupted in a deafening explosion, and the heights were soon shrouded in smoke. Perched on a branch, Naruto rubbed his chest and thanked the owls for helping him perfect his substitute technique for the 100th time. He then watched as the Iwa shinobi hit the warehouse wall and then fell along it. The shinobi's chest was heaving, his eyes were half-lidded and fixated on nothing in particular, and he was bleeding all over. Without any delay, a kunai left his hand, traveled the distance, and stabbed the shinobi's heart. Shortly after, 5 girls and a blonde clone left the building. After giving it one last look, Uzumaki Naruto departed in the direction of Tezuna's residence. 3 days, Kakashi thought to himself as he studied his text. He would have passed away 3 days ago if it weren't for his crew. He needed to get over his obvious fault of chakra fatigue as quickly as possible. He hadn't realized how agitated he was. After a 3-day struggle with an A-rank shinobi, he was comatose. It was a little embarrassing, especially because he had previously engaged in combat with more formidable opponents. Now that he was responsible for 4 children, he definitely needed to get in shape. Uzumaki Naruto peered in as the door opened. With a nod, the kid with the brown hair entered carefully and closed the door. How are you, sensei? I am fine, he said with a smile. Thanks to your efforts. Naruto took a seat next to him after nodding. Does it happen often? Nah, it was the first time. So, Zabuza was your strongest opponent to date. The sensei said. No, but he certainly wasn't weak, as he turned a page in his book. Oh, the Uzumaki said after pausing briefly. So, you're out of shape. His smile was a little forced by the direct statements, but fortunately the mask was on. But he chose not to tell a falsehood. I am. Naruto stopped talking, and the room fell silent. So, Kakashi said after a few seconds. Sasuke told me that. You didn't allow him to kill the enemy, his words. Care to share about that? The genin answered that he had already readied himself. Haku. Her name. has the same past as me. She's an orphan from the Yuki clan whose mother, being a bloodline holder, was killed by her father amidst the purges in Kiri. She was ostracized by her village for some time but was later adopted by Zabuza. She had served him since then. Besides, she kept Sakura and Tazuna out of the fray, even misled her attacks in the beginning. She could have killed us initially but stalled it as long as she could. That ought to count for something, right? The masked shinobi scratched persistently at his cheek. And the fact that she was after your sensei's life. Well, you did kill her partner. Kakashi's only eye changed to a shocked face as he gasped. You will choose a stranger girl over your sensei. Naruto gave an eye roll. The Jonin put a hand on the Genin's shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, I trust your judgment. Anything else? I offered her to join Konoha but have yet to hear from her. Oh, the man with white hair asked, taking a closer look at the Genin's face. Is my student trying to get himself a girlfriend? The Uzumaki gave a snort. I am 13. That you are, the sensei said, laughing once more. Anyway, I must commend you for your skills. As I have previously mentioned, you have certainly grasped the very concept of shinobi better than even some veterans. Kakashi caressed the brown hair and said, you are cunning, have covered your weak aspects and tend to be quick and unflashy. That is bound to take you far. Keep it up. Thank you, sensei, Naruto said, lowering his head. The Jonin grinned at the eye roll and said, so, aside from waiting for your girlfriend's answer that is. As he returned to his reading, he asked, what else have you been up to? Just roaming around. So you must have heard about a blonde boy rescuing 5 girls. Naruto kept his expression of surprise to himself. How could the man have known about this when he only woke up today? And what could he respond with? Sometimes, you need to share some extra information to maintain the trust. The Uzumaki nodded slowly as Takahiro-sama's remarks reappeared. I did, 2 days ago. In fact, a hotel owner believes that it's the same blonde kid who killed Gato. Immediately, Kakashi's only eye was fixed on him. He did not answer the question, saying, however, he didn't actually see the kid both times, so it must be just hearsay. But, slowly, the Jonin turned his eyes to the street outside the window. I am a dog summoner, sent one of them today to scout the area. Naruto nodded and made a mental note to go see the owls after the task. He had to find out how the dogs and owls interacted. If that's all, may I go? Just one thing. You could have used that gravity seal of yours to help me out of the water sphere. It crossed my mind. Henge into a kunai, throw it, and near Zabuza's shoulder, the clone will dispel the henge and place the seal on the man's shoulder. With a nod, Kakashi encouraged the genin to continue. But there was an assumption with the plan that Zabuza wouldn't parry the kunai with his sword or a simple water wall. Clearly, a single chance was what I had, needed to make it count. Good work. Send Tazuna-san, would ya? After giving a nod, the Uzumaki departed the room. How are you feeling, Hataki-san? A bit sore but nothing to be worried about, Kakashi said with a smile. Then his face became serious. I just wanted to caution you, Tazuna-san. The elderly man's face instantly lit up with worry, and he took a seat next to the masked shinobi. Is someone else? The old guy was halted by the shinobi, who said, no, not right now, but definitely in the future. Tazuna took a small gulp. Having seen the fight, he was now aware of how brutal it could be and how fortunate he was to have survived it. He quickly shook his head if such a situation arose again. He looked at the Konoha shinobi beseechingly, his throat growing dry. Tell me, Hataki-san, how to avoid this. For a while, the man with white hair remained mute. I have a solution, but naturally it is a mutually beneficial one. Anything, just anything to prevent this. Tazuna exclaimed in a panic. Even though he was still alive and not too elderly, what if someone came to get his family? An alliance between Konoha and Nami no Kuni, Kakashi realized, was what the man would receive, even though it wasn't what Fire Daimyo had intended. It may have worked if Tazuna had hired samurais, but the group was now made up of shinobis. He was certain that the alliance would form, but it would be more advantageous to Konoha than the Fire Daimyo. Agreed. The elderly man yelled a little. He smacked his forehead. In fact, I was an idiot for not doing this earlier, he said. A shinobi village at my beck and call, how could I not see this earlier? Kakashi put his hand on the man's shoulder and said, relax, Tazuna-san, to appease him. There is a time for everything. The elderly man eventually nodded. So, what do I need to do? While the full agreement will be penned down later in Konoha, I have the authority to initiate it. So, let's discuss. As Mito read out loud, the Bridge of Alliance. He looked at the golden kanjis attached to the crimson tiles. Then she looked down at the white marble to the left, which had the following etched in black kanjis. We, the people of Nami no Kuni, present the shinobis of Konohagakure no Sato with the Bridge of Alliance, which signifies the union between Nami no Kuni and Konohagakure no Sato, on this day of May 21, 1061 Street year after the era of Sage. May this partnership last forever. The redhead looked at the girl with the pink hair next to her and said, "That's a bit poetic, isn't it?" Sakura gave a nod. She said, "It is, as well as beautifully written," before turning to face the children. "What do you think of it, Sasuke-kun? Naruto-kun?" The Uzumaki shrugged after glancing slightly in the direction of the bridge. HN. The females exchanged glances and sighed in response to each other's answers. Team 7, Kakashi said as he started to go in the direction of the trees. With lightning speed, the genin fell into step next to him. As they arrived at the battleground, where Kato-san was waiting in his boat, Naruto repressed a sigh. It had been 5 days since they had spoken, but they had yet to receive a response. It was not going to happen now, for sure. He had, after all, tried. Zabuza had obviously been too significant for the girl. He wanted her at his side in a village full of strangers because, for the first time, he had found someone who was like him. I take it that Uzumaki Naruto was still a lonely kid. He was unable to ignore the reality. He could reveal everything with some individuals, like Haru, but it wasn't the same. Why? He was unaware. "Come on, Naruto," Kakashi said, giving the boy with dark hair a pat before gently shoving him into the boat. The boat owner soon got everyone seated and turned on the propeller. Naruto turned to face the ocean after taking one final look at the jungle. "Do you have another seat?" As soon as he heard the quiet voice, the Uzumaki blinked, spun around, and his eyes widened slightly. Haku was standing on the beach. The girl wore a sleeveless pink kimono, her pale skin highlighted by the sunlight, her hair unbound and cascading down her shoulders. One arm was hunched over the body, holding the other forearm, and she was smiling softly as she looked straight into his brown eyes. Kakashi joked, staring as rude, Naruto, and laughed when his pupil instantly looked away. However, he had to acknowledge that the girl was the epitome of beauty. He was confident that they could have a great relationship provided she didn't have any resentment toward him. "Scoot over, kids." After the seats were rearranged, Yuki Haku quickly joined them and sat down next to Naruto. "Hey." The Uzumaki murmured, hey," feeling a little self-conscious for the first time because everyone was staring at them. As though she could sense his uneasiness, she whispered, "It's all right, we will talk later." Relieved, Naruto nodded. Kakashi said, "Haku-san, I hope there isn't any bad blood between us." While continuing to look at the book. For a moment, the ice user looked at the masked shinobi. "While I admit, it will take some time to get used to your presence and I might not be able to forgive you, but you need not worry about any surprise attacks." "I am grateful," the copy ninja said as she shuffled the page. "However, Naruto, things won't ever be dull around you, will they?" Sato no Konohagakure. The community would be a fresh start for her. As the massive wooden gates appeared, Haku pondered. She wouldn't have even considered moving to a village so quickly just a week ago. Traveling the world and eventually settling down had been the goal. In between would have been a family. But obviously, one couldn't have it all. However, she comforted herself by restating that a journey may be used in place of all these years spent with Zabuza-sama. It was the settling phase now. The ice user looked at the boy with brown hair who was walking next to her in disguise. It was only logical that they hadn't spoken yet. Although there were inquiries, none of them felt confident enough to express their opinions in public. However, it was rather unexpected that a complete stranger could have such a profound impact on her life. "Everyone you encounter has a purpose, Haku-chan." Resurfacing her mother's words, Haku made the decision to follow them once more. She had, after all, followed suit when Zabuza-sama entered her life. "Kakashi-san, yo!" exclaimed the masked shinobi, lifting his hand without taking his eyes off the book. Team 7 returning from a mission. The replica ninja then gestured toward her with his thumb. "A temporary pass for this young lady, Kotetsu." Haku held back a gasp as Kotetsu and his companion took in the stunning pale girl right away, their gazes sweeping over her body. "Guys." She was given a pass a moment later. "Welcome to the village." the shinobi said with a lovely smile while wearing a bandage over his nose. The ice user dipped her head in appreciation as she grasped the pass, and before long, they were strolling in the direction of the large red tower. Her eyes fell on the Hokage monument right away. The four stony faces of the past rulers were undoubtedly a striking sight. Then she surveyed her environment. Nobody showed any signs of stress. They were happy, friendly, and welcoming. However, their hypocrisy was evident in Naruto's story. She would definitely not be duped by them. Naruto would be the primary focus of her attention. The area is pleasant to live in, even though I don't particularly like the locals. However, the statements were accurate. She was unable to dispute the village's unmistakable friendliness. The light, the greenery, and the absence of mist were especially alluring. After living in makeshift shelters for so many years, having a permanent roof over her head would be an added advantage. The accessibility of basic facilities and groceries. Kakashi declared, "Here we are," as he entered the tower and headed for the steps. The black-haired girl's thoughts came to an abrupt halt as they up the stairs and came to a standstill before a beautiful door. The secretary nodded to the copy ninja and said, "Hokage-sama would see you, right away." In return, the Jonin opened the door, took a quick look inside, gave no one a specific eye smile, and walked slowly inside the room. He bowed and said, "Team 7 reporting, Hokage-sama." Haku and the genin also did. Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged, "Please wait," but he didn't look. Kakashi pulled out his book right away. Mito rolled her eyes. There was silence for a few moments. The Hokage glanced up at last, having completed his task. "Team 7, he said, a smile spreading across his face. "Congratulations for your first successful mission outside the village walls." The genin gave a thank you response. Sarutobi nodded and silently observed each participant. He was relieved. Similar to numerous other C-rank assignments, this one was also cursed, yet it had been completed successfully. "I received the missive sent by Kakashi," the Hokage said, ending the quiet. "The peculiar circumstances have already raised the mission level to A, rank 1, for which you shall receive suitable compensation as well as credits in your record." The genin were both delighted and taken aback. Who would have imagined that their very first mission would become an A- rank 1? "Again, well done," Hiruzen said, turning to face what was possibly the final Yuki clan member. The appearance was undoubtedly similar to what he could recall from earlier. "Naruto, don't you have a lot of surprises?" He leaned slightly forward, mentally laughing at the small youngster in front of him for yet another capricious act. "Yuki Haku." The girl bowed slightly and looked intently right away. "Hokage-sama. I have been made aware of your choice to join the village. In that regard, I would like to know, are you in any way affiliated to Kurigakure no Sato or any other village for that matter?" "No, Hokage-sama," Haku quickly said. "For all intents and purposes, I am a civilian born in a border village of the water country." The Sandaime Hokage decided to lighten his cigar rather than acknowledge the response. A few seconds went by. Then he looked into the brown-eyed girl's eyes. "You presented yourself as an enemy. Momochi Zabuza, your accomplice, was slayed by my shinobi. He need verification." Naruto pondered in his mind. There was no doubt that the old man's statements could incite rage. "If necessary, I might have to provide an assurance." The Hokage narrowed his eyes at the pallid girl and concluded, "What do you have to say about that?" As though paying attention to the cage's words, the final memories of Zabuza reared their ugly heads, causing her heart to anguish. She chose to focus on the tale of the lad in disguise next to her, despite being aware of the elderly leader's motivations. Zabuza-sama would not return out of anger. She inhaled softly and started. "With due respect, Hokage-sama, I cannot deny that the acceptance will take time, but I can offer an assurance that I will not betray Naruto-san's trust. I have already discussed it with Hataki-san." Although the Uzumaki did not show it, he was clearly taken aback. There were various ways to interpret the ice user's remarks, but one thing in particular jumped out: he would be the first choice for her allegiance. Once more, the Hokage took a whiff of smoke instead of acknowledging the remarks. "If your request is approved, where do you reckon your skill set would be most useful?" She took a moment to gather her thoughts, fighting the impulse to blink as shock overcame her at the abrupt change in question. "I would like to serve as a medic nin, Hokage-sama." "Why not a Chunin general?" The ice user was taken aback once more. She had undoubtedly anticipated starting out as a genin, but a Chunin from the beginning. She responded quietly, ignoring the looks that were being given to her. While killing is part of our profession, I am not quite fond of it, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi responded by taking another puff. He wouldn't deny that he thought this aspect of pseudo-interrogation was quite novel. Elaborate your skill set, then, Haku-san. Haku said, I am proficient in herbs, right away. Thus poisons, antidotes as well as antibiotics. I am well aware about the body's anatomy, especially about the pressure points. I am capable of using senbons to stimulate the pressure points. My Kekkei Genkei can also be used in conjunction. At last, the Hokage nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, Haku-san. I approve your request. You will still need to demonstrate in the hospital. Also, you will be under supervision for the time being. The village's newest resident bowed his head in appreciation. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Now, Hiruzen said, smiling warmly at the girl. Let us discuss your residence. Actually, Hokage-sama, the ice user said, glancing at the Uzumaki with a hint of bewilderment. I would like to stay with Naruto-san. The Uzumaki's thoughts screeched to a stop. He turned to look at the pale girl, his mouth parting in astonishment and his eyes slightly widening. Sakura and Mito exchanged a look as well. Sasuke appeared somewhat taken aback as well. Kakashi chuckled. Ho! After recognizing the youngster as his grandson, Hiruzen took him in. Even though their relationship was gradually deteriorating and becoming a cause for concern, he was forced to set it aside for the time being. His expression changed to one of amusement upon seeing Naruto's astonished expression. Even Haku's cheeks were somewhat flushed. He wanted to make fun of them right then, but he had to maintain appearances. He grinned as the disguised Uzumaki turned to face him right away. If Naruto-kun agrees, I certainly have no problem, he said. There were other covert ways to enjoy yourself, though. Still, he was somewhat relieved. There was still a long way to go, even though Naruto had started to get along with his crew. The infant had suffered a great deal. Having a frequent companion would undoubtedly help with loneliness while also allowing Haku to build her own relationships with the village and secure Naruto's continued participation. After saying, "Come on, Naruto-kun," Kakashi ruffled the boy's hair with his hand. Don't keep the young lady waiting. The Uzumaki gave the Jonin an irritated glance and got a smile in return. He then gave the ice user a quick look before nodding slowly. Good, said Hiruzen, bending slightly forward. Lastly, a week off for Team 7, Relief said, hiding Genin's faces. Take this time to rest, train or assay your mission. Dismissed sans Kakashi. Before departing, the Genin and Haku bowed. Seals flashed around the room as the Sandaime Hokage pressed his palm against the table. Kakashi lowered his book a little. I assume the daimyo has been made aware, Hokage-sama. He isn't overly happy about it but understands it was the will of people of Nami no Kuni to ally with Konoha. The mission could have become a huge mess, the Jonin groaned. Indeed, I have made it clear that Konoha must be informed in advance if the capital is hiring missing nin of B rank and above against my shinobis. The daimyo had truly expressed regret because there would have been a serious political backlash if something had gone wrong with the team, which included a Uchiha and two Uzumaki Namikaze heirs, one of whom was known and the other unknown and who also happened to be Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Hell would have been personally raised by him. Daimyo or not, Hiruzen put his hands under his chin and took another puff to soothe his anxieties. The observations about Naruto, you mentioned. The shinobi in the mask lowered his book even more before putting it in his pocket. He has a good head as well as intentions. He helped me escape Zabuza's clutches, implying he can care for his teammates. I told you he isn't a flight risk. The Jonin gave a nod. Still, there were some peculiar happenings. Oh, he said, Zabuza used Kurigakure no Jutsu but was forced to withdraw it, not my doing, to which an eyebrow was raised. His body, previously fine, also happened to be covered with gashes. You believe it was Naruto's doing? Kakashi nodded once more, unless Zabuza's a masochist. However, I am unable to articulate the reasons. Hiruzen looked down and started thinking. Kurigakure shinobis were crafty, cunning, and brutal. It was challenging to combat them in the mist, even for common sensors. Even Kakashi, who was a skilled shinobi and would eventually become Hokage, was harmed by Naruto, an A-ranked Kiri shinobi. Naruto also slipped out of his sight. Was it alarming? Perhaps not, but it certainly required investigation. He glanced back at the Sharingan user and nodded to himself. Keep an eye but no need to put extra effort. Hi, it had been a quiet walk. When they arrived at his place, Naruto realized. He held the door open and turned to face the girl. Haku gave a small nod and went inside. The Uzumaki closed the door and stood back a while. He was a little uneasy right away. He had never been alone himself with a girl before. Suitable words to use. Welcome to the village. He discovered the solution that would diffuse the issue by using Katetsu's comparable words again. He cleared his throat, an almost amused look on his face. The gate guards won't mind seeing you again. Haku let out a gentle exhale. Please don't remind me. It was the reason I used to present myself as a boy till the last mission. The summoner of the owl blinked. Really? The ice user gave a nod. Despite everything, in our world, females are treated like objects, like tools. Despite coughing into his fist, Naruto was unable to deceive himself. Haku hesitated. What? He said quietly. The Uzumaki gave a headshake. Nothing. Once more, the ice user inquired quietly but firmly, Naruto-san. She raised a stiff eyebrow and crossed her arms this time. The brown-haired lad could have resisted, but he was forced forward. He responded with a sardonic smirk that he attempted to hide by scratching his cheek. Well, someone admitted to being Zabuza's tool. Naruto-san. The girl scolded, her cheeks turning pink. Naruto burst out laughing, unable to contain his laughter. Your words. Shut up, she whispered fiercely, but she was unable to contain it, and a slight smile also spread on her face. We are not talking about that ever again. The Uzumaki shrugged, still laughing. They enjoyed the moment for a few seconds before Haku, who was still grinning a little, broke the quiet. Since we're talking about appearances, I believe you should drop this disguise because you look great in your original outfit. Raking his hand through his hair, Naruto sighed and said, it has become more of a personal thing. One on need-to-know basis, I would say. This caused the girl to become serious as well. The ice user tilted her head. I spent years trying to be accepted by the villages for who I was, but all I got was disdain and hatred. To simply purchase the necessities, I had to hide my appearance. Until graduation, people were not aware of this disguise, but after that, I became a shinobi, became independent. Back then, it was desperation, now, it is a shift of paradigm. He went on after the girl listened intently. I feel now, only those precious to me should know of the real me. Some friends know, you know, and Hokage knows too, but against my will. Putting aside the fact that he referred to her as his darling once more, Haku nodded slowly as he realized why. Additionally, she used to pose as a guy, only Zabuza-sama, her beloved, was aware of her true appearance. Another resemblance between them. But you are independent now. Even said you do not care for the villagers, so, does it really matter? Something odd was sparked by the words, and Naruto pursed his lips. Did it truly matter, too? Haru-san acknowledged that it was a little juvenile, but he also acknowledged that it was not a quick or simple choice. He wasn't strong enough yet, anyway. He had killed Gato on his first appearance, that may have repercussions. I will think about it. The ice user nodded slowly. Anyway, he said, gesturing to the unit. This is our temporary residence. Haku followed his hand to the little, chipped-painted foyer, and as soon as his words registered, he looked back in confusion. Temporary. A piece of paint dropped down as soon as he flicked the next wall. Yeah, it only has a single bedroom. Besides that, certainly not the best place to live, he said. Despite thinking so, I didn't find any use in changing it, but now. There is no need, Naruto-san, the girl with the black hair said, interrupting the Uzumaki. Trust me, I have slept more on the ground than a mattress, let alone a bed. I can take the couch. Haku-san, Naruto said, cutting the girl off as well. As I was saying, I have been thinking of changing it for some time but didn't find the purpose till, well, now. She attempted a different approach because she didn't want to impose. The rent will increase for a bigger place, and I have yet to start earning, she said. The summoner of the owl shook his head. It isn't about the rent. A friend will be more than happy to provide us a small house at a discounted price, rather, it's about memories. He circled the tiny space slowly. Though not many attempts had been there to sabotage it, from small rocks, bottles to an occasional graffiti, me crying for hours thinking, why me? He returned his gaze to the ground. I just want it to leave Beth. The girl with the raven hair gave him a hug, and he stopped. It left the Uzumaki stunned. Hugs were nothing new to him, having been given them by Haru-san and owls. But it was different in some unexplainable manner. Nice as well. A few moments later, Haku took a step back. As you wish, she said in a whisper while meeting his eyes. Silently, a clone appeared and flew out of the window. A second went by. Subsequently, a second clone appeared and proceeded to the kitchen. Naruto gave a shrug. We could use some tea, he said in response to the implicit query. They sat around the Chibudai table after the girl nodded. As we are waiting, the Uzumaki said once again. What made your decision about joining me? The ice user looked at her clasped fists between her thighs for a bit. You and your words. Naruto just gazed calmly. A boy with so many similarities to me, who has also lost a lot, yet continues to strive further. Then, your words. Zabuza wasn't immortal, if not that day, then someday else. What would I have done after that? Haku grinned softly and said, it was not easy, I admit, but logically, the correct choice, thank you, again, Naruto-san. The clone came from the kitchen and set 3 cups of tea on the table, one after the other, before the Uzumaki could respond. The clone sat down next to him, and the original arched an eyebrow at it. You do realize that you don't actually need to drink. The clone nodded and took an audible sip from his cup. Of course, he said. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Then, why? That's a good question, the clone said, gasping as though it had just realized something. I know, he exclaimed, staring at his creator with obvious awe. It's because, he said, his face instantly changing to, well duh. I can. The first one balled his fist and held it up. He was cut off by a gentle chuckle, and he and his clone were pulled to the tune in amazement. Haku was giggling slowly, her shoulders trembling, a hand on her mouth. The original and the clone both smiled as they saw it. The girl watched the two with delight as the laugh gradually faded. She looked at the original and said, I apologize. It was funny, more so, because you present yourself as a serious person. Oh, he definitely has a stick. The original put his hand to the back of his skull, and the clone retreated. He looked a little guilty as he rubbed it. Sorry, they tend to behave differently. But, they are you. Yet, somehow, they occasionally display different personalities. Haku took up. Shadow clones, I came across a Konoha missing nin able to use them, but they followed his commands. They do, declared Naruto. Especially in battles and serious situations, other times though, they just don't seem to care. Haku grinned once more. Then, it will certainly be entertaining to watch them around. The Uzumaki started to speak, but stopped when memories came flooding back. Let's finish the tea. Our new house is waiting for us, he said, grinning. The dwelling was little. To the left was even a little garden with a koi pond. There was a glass pane on the side of the home that faced it. It is beautiful, Haku remarked with a smile, surprise lacing her tone, as they reached near the White House. It was undoubtedly astonishing that the boy beside her had found a house so easily and quickly. It must be costly, though, she asked, turning towards him. Naruto-kun. Before he could reply, Naruto and Haku turned towards the owner of the voice. A smile appeared on his face, and the Uzumaki raised his hand. Haru-san. The man in a two-piece suit crossed the distance and enveloped the young boy in a hug. Naruto chuckled wholeheartedly. The ice user watched as the, obviously, rich man released the boy who turned to look towards her, drawing the attention of the elder man too. This is Haku-san. She bowed slightly. Greetings. Haru replied in kind. I am Haru, Naruto's friend, he chuckled. Despite the age gap. Anyway, he told me about you, you made the right decision. This man must be one of Naruto's precious persons, the ice user mused. For him to confide with this man, definitely spoke a lot. Respectfully, she nodded. So, it seems I have to accept your offer. With a smile on his face, the owl summoner tilted his head towards the house before looking at the elder man. And, I will say, finally, the pub chain owner voiced, shaking his head. Seriously, kid, you are a tough nut to crack. Even now, I have to thank this young lady for that. Naruto again chuckled. So, this is the house, and, Haru rummaged through his pockets. Here are the keys, he dropped them into the Uzumaki's hands. The boy tilted his head. You are not coming. Oh no, the elder man shook his head. I have a lot to prepare. It's tomorrow, Naruto-kun. The opening of Takahiro's, our first restaurant in the village. The owl summoner blinked before a grin appeared on his face. Wow, that's amazing. I know, right? The soon-to-be restaurant owner then withdrew an envelope from his pocket. Here, and handed it to the boy in disguise. It read, "To Uzumaki Naruto-kun and Yuki Haku-chan. Both of you." Haru glanced at the girl. "Must come. No excuses, all right." Haku hesitantly glanced at the Uzumaki for a bit. "It's all right. No excuses, Haku-chan." The elder man waved his finger admonishingly. Then, turned towards the owl summoner. "You must bring her, young man." "Sure," Naruto replied with a smile, and the girl had to concede at that. "You sure you don't want to stick around for tea? Coffee?" "Not enough time," Haru replied, then looked at his watch and back. Later, "Naruto-kun." Then, he looked at the beautiful girl. "Haku-chan." The girl dipped her head in farewell. "Let's enter our new house." Voicing, the Uzumaki motioned the girl towards the house. "Dinner will be ready soon," Naruto announced, entering the garden and watching the kimono-clad girl crouched near the pond. Haku looked over her shoulder in slight surprise. "You didn't have to. I was just about to start for that." "Clones can take care of chores," the Uzumaki replied, also crouching beside her. "It's not about that. I like cooking, and I have picked over a lot of dishes from my travels around the nations." "Now, that sounds interesting." The disguised Uzumaki genuinely looked impressed. "Breakfast, then." The ice user nodded. "Still, thank you." A soft smile accompanied her words. "So, the room." Naruto changed the topic while watching the small fishes in the pond. "Did you like it?" "I do," the girl was quick to reply. "But the rent?" "Leave that to me," the Uzumaki interrupted, shifting his gaze towards the girl. "Haru-san is a friend. Won't mind for some time." A moment passed in silence. "Thank you, again, Naruto-san. For everything." As they watched him repeatedly striking the wooden posts, cups of tea in their hands, both Mito and Makoto shared a glance. The raven-haired woman sighed sadly. "It's becoming worse, day by day. I can feel him losing it. He is good at hiding emotions, but I am his mother." Again, taking a glance at the young Uchiha, the Namikaze heir slowly placed a hand over the woman's. "You worry too much, Oba-san. The way I see it, he has started to warm up to the team." The Uchiha matriarch only gave a small smile in response, not able to find in herself to correct the girl. Sasuke and Mito, both had been good friends just like her and Kushina. In fact, she had raised her more than her caretaker had. Everything had been all right till that night. That accursed night had changed everything. Her younger boy, who had nothing but admiration for his brother, had begun to develop pure hatred for the latter. And she bore witness to it. Day by day, he continued to fall deeper into the pit, becoming distant and detached from even her as well as his only friend, Namikaze Mito. Even when he helped her around the home, his mind was always somewhere else. She could see it. Conversations were becoming rare and rare. And she, a crippled woman, could do nothing about it. Not when she was consumed by her own inner demons. The guilt, the despair, the self-condemnation at allowing herself to join Fugaku in his machinations. Parents were supposed to nurture their children, but they had become the reason for the downfall of their sons. One was already out of her reach, and another was slowly becoming so. However, it had started to escalate after he had joined Team 7. The redhead couldn't see it, but she definitely could. It was certainly due to the brown-haired Uzumaki. Even to date, she could recall vividly when Mito had described the bell test that how that boy, from no clan, had managed to even outwit Hitaki Kakashi. Jealousy had been blatant in Sasuke's eyes. From that day, he had begun to train at a frightening pace. And she knew why. Itachi had been the best of the best. If a no-named, clan-less boy could surpass him, what chance did he have against his brother? However, unfortunately, she couldn't tell him that the boy was not an ordinary one but the container of the strongest of the Bijus. She really had no right to call herself a mother, right? "Damn you, Fugaku, damn you." "Greetings, Takahiro-sama," Naruto voiced, appearing on the back of the golden-feathered owl, currently flying. "How are you, Naruto-kun?" "I am fine, thank you for asking." A moment passed. "You made the right decision by inviting young Haku-chan." He cocked his head. This was fast. Usually, the elder owl would take a bit or so to read his mind. The elder owl hooted. "I didn't read your mind, Naruto-kun." "Then, how?" Taiki left immediately. Takahiro didn't reply, instead picking up pace. Naruto decided to wait patiently and observe his surroundings as they silently navigated through the forest. The owl's silence only implied one thing: Actual exhibition. They landed near a decent-sized pond. The Uzumaki, after getting off the owl's back, ambled towards the edge of the pond filled with transparent blue water. Takahiro joined him. This pond allows us to keep an eye on our summoner. I started following you after Aki was summoned. The mission had become precarious. Thank you, Takahiro-sama. The owl summoner dipped his head. It only assured him that the owls had his back. So, how does it work? He asked, nodding towards the pond. The elder owl dipped his wing in the water, and ripples emerged. A moment or so later, the water became stable again, but the reflection was different. Instead of him and the elder owl's faces, he was greeted to a third-person view, as if someone was watching them from above. Interesting. It was a collaborative effort between my father and our first summoner. Otsutsuki Hattori. The name resurfaced after so many years. He had totally forgotten about it, the Uzumaki mused. Who was he actually? He had read about the Otsutsuki brothers, Hagoromo and Hamura, the concept of Ninshu as well as the sons of Hagoromo. Yet, Otsutsuki Hattori's name had not been mentioned anywhere. A third-generation descendant of Otsutsuki Asura, he left his clan along with some others who did not want to be a part of the feud between the two clans. They left the mainland, crossed whirlpools and then settled on an island. Hattori-san was a peace-loving person but was wise beyond his age, the first to take deep interest in Fuinjutsu after the sage himself. My father took an interest in him. Together, they made a lot of contributions to the Fuinjutsu and other fields too. He lived for another 7 decades but did not have any descendants. Other inhabitants also forego the name Otsutsuki for Uzumaki due to whirlpools. After Hattori-san, my father couldn't find in himself to give the summoning contract to anyone else, till you found it. Perhaps, if he had been a real Uzumaki, all with red hair, he would have connected to the history of the clan on some level. But, he couldn't even entertain the idea of himself being an Uzumaki. He didn't even have the hair color. You are doing better than those from the clans, child. Thank you. Anything else on your mind? The Uzumaki opened his mouth but caught the denial from escaping his mouth. Actually, yes, I learned that my sensei is a dog summoner. What are our relations with them? The dogs, they are a part of the minor clans. Though they occasionally interact with toads or slugs, all associated with Konoha, our contact with them has been non-existent ever since I can recall. The owl summoner felt his reservations alleviating. He wouldn't have to worry about any reveals till he was ready. Your well-being shall always be our priority, Naruto-chan. A smile, brimming with gratitude, appeared on the Uzumaki's face.